A scarlet meteor tore the night sky open. Then human machines died one by one. Rockets wouldn't ignite. Nuclear tests went dark. Planes lost the power to glide. Cars wouldn't start. Once familiar technology toppled like a tower of spent building blocks, crashing down. Worse, the world changed color. Gray rushed in, like a specter stepping out of a mirror. Like order being dragged, bit by bit, into an abyss. The city was as silent as a graveyard. Bodies lay at alley mouths. Faint lights trembled in windows. People cried in the streets. People lit tiny fires in corners. Life felt fragile as ash. Some lived like meteors, short but dazzling. On the ruined edge of a high rise, a figure stood. He wore a red stage robe, red as fresh blood. The wind lifted his sleeves like flags, like torn cloth. Sometimes he laughed. Sometimes he wept, as if the whole ruin were his stage. A curtain behind him slowly drew aside. He spread his arms. His voice was low and clear. The show begins. Then he tilted his head back. His voice changed, more fragile, more childlike. Who am I? Thunder drowned everything. Lightning split the black clouds, white bolts like knives. Rain fell like a dropped curtain, pounding the ground. Water hit his face like ice, like sandblasting. Mud splashed up puddles on the street, became broken mirrors. The red figure in the reflections was torn to pieces. He was a boy. The red robe was soaked, clinging to him. He staggered through the mud like a drunk. The wide sleeves fluttered in the wind with slapping sounds. Rain washed the mud away, uncovering bright red cloth, the color painfully sharp in the night. "Shut up," he shouted. His voice was torn into fragments by the rain. "Shut your mouths." He pressed his hands to his ears, as if trying to shove the sounds down into his skull. "I'll remember soon, I'll remember soon." He repeated the line, as if reciting a forgotten cue. "I have a name that's mine." Black hair stuck to his forehead. Rain trailed from its tips like broken periods. His eyes were clouded, directionless, only fog. He moved inch by inch, each step looked like an effort. His fingers dug into his temples, as if trying to pull something out. His cries echoed in the empty streets, and the rain swallowed them. Beneath his feet the stones jutted up, he slipped and fell. His body hit the ground, hard mud burst up like black flowers. He lay face down, his chest heaving, breath smelling of mud and rust. He reached for the edge of his robe to pull himself up, his fingers trembled. The rain kept falling. The world felt like a play with no audience. He closed his eyes, trying to stitch his memories back together. A thin ribbon of crimson trickled down his temple and dripped into the dust. The boy fell forward, and didn't he move? After a moment, as if something had been stirred, a faint light flashed in his clouded eyes. "Chen Ling," he mouthed the name, voice hoarse, like a thread dragged in from far away. At that instant, memory shattered into his head, not lines of explanation, but images. The theater lights buzzing, the audience's departing footsteps, the dull thud of the stage boards beneath his feet. A single, deafening blast, a blinding white. The memories came like a tide, crashing and folding back into this weakened body. He reached for the images and only found pain. It felt as if his skull had been torn open, his ears were ringing. A lucid thought pushed out. What is this, like I crossed between two worlds? He could remember the name. Chen Ling, 28. A trainee director at a theater in the capital. That night, after the show ended, he'd been alone on stage arranging the actors' marks. Then the floor shook. A sharp blow to the head. Then black. Now, thinking back, it was probably a falling spotlight. Strangers, still the original owner of this body, had the same name. But the memories didn't line up. Two MES crowded his mind, like two machines running at once and grinding together. The pain felt like it would split his skull. He clenched his teeth and forced a few deep breaths. The air smelled of dust and old cloth. His arm was numb, his clothes were blotched black and red, as if singed. His body was leaden, hollowed out like after 3 straight sleepless days. Each step felt like wading through wet mud. He fished in his pocket and found his keys, the small, habitual proof of himself. Instinct got him up. He staggered toward where home should be. He knew the route. After work at the clinic, after caring for his younger brother, he always walked this way. It would normally take 2 or 3 minutes. Now every step stretched out. Streetlights hummed, distant cars droned low. Wind skittered bits of paper past his ears. He clung to one thought and whispered it to himself. Go home first. The voice was tiny, but it was the only steady thing under the lights. The road was short, but it moved with an unreality that felt wrong. The rain fell like needles. It cut cold, like knives. Water ran down his collar and soaked into his back. Chun-Ling shivered in the rain. Cold and exhausted, his steps were heavy. 10 minutes later, he finally stood in front of that old door. It looked the same as in his memory, familiar and strange at once. He shoved his hand in his pocket. No keys. He groped beneath the newspaper box by the door. His fingertips met cold metal. The spare key. A habitual motion. He slid the key into the lock and turned it. The cylinder gave a low, reluctant sound. The door creaked open. Warm light spilled out into the night, like a hand pushing the dark aside and laying itself on the floor by the threshold. The light hit his face paler than the glow. He exhaled. The tension in his shoulders loosened a little. The warmth tugged at the edges of the cold and fatigue, but it didn't wash them away. He stepped inside. Two people sat at the dining table, their backs to the light, eyes rimmed red as if they'd been crying. At the sound of the door they froze, then turned. "Dad. Mom. I'm home." Chun-Ling's voice was low and hoarse. His head was fuzzy and his steps unsteady. He meant to change his shoes at the door and then realized he was barefoot, mud caked between his toes and on the soles. Two big black footprints marked the wooden floor at the threshold, stark and ugly. The two across from him went pale in an instant, their pupils narrowed as if seized by a cold shock. The man's mouth hung open as if he'd seen something impossible. His Adam's apple bobbed. His fingers clenched into fists, knuckles white. "Mom, is there any water? I'm so thirsty." His words were a little detached. He staggered toward the kitchen, one hand on the table like a person clutching a lifeline. At the water dispenser, he lifted the big bottle and tipped his head back, gulping one long, greedy swallow after another. Glug, glug, glug. The water sounded sharp in the tile and empty kitchen. He drank like a starved animal, cold liquid spilling from the corners of his mouth and running down his chin. Drops hit the floor and gathered into a small puddle. The puddle reflected the two faces in the living room, ashen, eyes full of fear. "Ling." The woman finally forced the words out, her voice trembling as if frozen. She braced herself on the chair, hands shaking. How did you come back like this?" Chun-Ling clutched the bucket, stuffing water into his mouth as if his life depended on it. Short breaths, faster movements. Droplets skittered across his skin. He couldn't hear the protests behind him. He only knew thirst. He only knew to swallow it all. Suddenly, he shoved the rim of the bucket right into his mouth. The plastic tore under his teeth with a crack like dry twigs snapping. The ripping was matched by the roar of water. Ice-cold liquid hit his throat, filled his mouth, then flowed down. The air tasted of torn plastic and steam. "You're back," a voice drifted from behind him. Calm, as if someone stood in the doorway, as if someone stood beside him. Chun-Ling was still chewing, still swallowing. Water ran from the corners of his mouth. But the voice landed distinctly in everyone's ears. Not an echo, more like another mouth repeating his words. It rained hard. "I think I got lost," the voice went on, a laugh threaded through it, a self-mocking tone. "Looks like I fell a few times on the way. Even lost my shoes." The voice smelled of mud, like wet footprints that hadn't dried. "Mom, I made the floor dirty. If it's not urgent, clean it tomorrow. I'm so tired now." He spoke plainly, as if coaxing his mother. The people in the living room were jolted awake as if doused with cold water. The kerosene lamp wavered in its glass. The wick brightened and dimmed, light plucked by invisible fingers. Shadows stretched and shrank. The air held a heavy, oily smell. Both faces went white. Fingers tightened on armrests. They froze. Even their breathing was a thin rustle, like turning paper. Chun-Ling finally drained the bucket. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The pail thudded low against the floor. Then he turned, leaving a trail of dark, wet footprints behind. Each step cast a dark ring on the wooden boards. He stumbled toward the bedroom. The sound felt very near, yet muffled by thick walls. The door closed behind him with a dull thump, like someone collapsing heavily onto the bed. "Mom, Dad, you should go to bed early too. Good night." His words were muffled, as if swallowed by the pillow. Silence took the living room. Time stretched thin. After a very long while, the two, who'd become statues, finally moved. They stared at each other first, stiffly, then slowly turned toward the bedroom door. The kerosene lamp stopped wavering and settled, barely lighting the room. They trembled back into their chairs, faces as colorless as paper. He's back. The man's voice was hoarse, like an old, rusted chain that hadn't been used for years. Each word carried dust. The woman swallowed. She pressed her fingers to her arm, as if to make sure she was still there. If he really is a Ling, she began, then trailed off. Her words were swallowed by the quiet. So who? Who was it we did last night? Was it a ghost? The raindrops fell like knives, battering the cold window glass. The light inside wavered. Their hearts flickered like tiny flames, unsteady. I don't know. The woman swallowed. Her voice was dry as paper. Should we call the authorities? Are you crazy? The man slammed the table as if struck by lightning. If the authorities come, everything we've done will be exposed. No way. Then what about him? The woman's voice dropped and quickened. She looked up at the bedroom door. Could it be, not a person, but bad luck that's latched onto Ling? They both stared at the door. It looked like a face that wasn't breathing. Silence stretched. The rain kept up, like a giant hand beating on the roof. The man suddenly stood. He moved fast, as if he'd finally made up his mind. He grabbed a black raincoat from beside the door and pulled the hood up. The door opened. Cold wind and rain rushed in. Where are you going? To the place where we buried the body. Now? You're just going out like that. I have to be sure. Rain tracked down his cheek, cold as a blade. His voice was hoarse. Whatever's in the room now, it can't possibly be Ling. I need to see his corpse with my own eyes. I'll go with you. The woman straightened her coat and followed close behind. They disappeared into the storm and the night. Rain pelted them like countless tiny needles. Mud clung to their shoes. The wind carried their voices away. The bedroom at midnight was as quiet as a grave. Chen Ling lay asleep. His lashes trembled, as if raindrops were shaking off a leaf's tip. His dream felt slit open. Consciousness sank, like falling down a bottomless well. After a long time, he hit something hard. He fell heavily onto a solid surface. A sharp, brief pain shot down into his bones. Thud, 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 thud. A few dull, mechanical beats, like the heartbeat of a distant gate. Then a beam of light, sharp as a blade, ripped the dark and shot straight at his eyes. The light was cold and pale. It focused on a figure in red, throwing the fabric's folds and the sheen of skin into stark relief. Chen Ling instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. The light stabbed at him, forcing him to squint, and a numbing unreality washed over him. He opened his mouth, voice dry and strange. Where am I? Consciousness was pushed back to shore like a tide. Chen Ling blinked a few times. The light was too bright, stinging the corners of his eyes. After a few seconds, he adjusted. He looked around. He was the only figure in the beam. His vermilion stage robe glowed in the light like a banner. Underfoot, the old wooden floor had gone black at the edges. Cold wind crept out of the seams. Behind him, the outline of a corner of black curtain was traced by the light. Beyond the halo was bottomless dark. Light came from above. Spotlights were fixed to rusted steel rigging. The lampshades smelled of burnt paint. Wires coiled over the frame, and an occasional low electric hum thrummed through them. Dust spun in the beams like magnified stardust. Stage? He thought. The thought came as naturally as breathing. Chen Ling had worked in theaters for years. Light positions, blocking, the exchanged glances at the teleprompter. He knew them like his own backyard. In his previous life, he was always adjusting marks on the stage. The lights had been his second eye. Now, by instinct, he could tell the follow spot's position and angle. But the smell betrayed the illusion. This place lacked the perfume and fresh sawdust and paint tang of a working theater. The curtains were black, the floor blotched and old. Compared with the theaters he remembered, this one was more dilapidated, colder. The stage lights he'd been used to had been softer, layered. This light was hard, like a flashlight. He lifted a foot to test it. The boards groaned under him. Squeak. The sound was short, like an old door's sigh. As he stepped forward, a beam tracked his movement, pinning itself stubbornly to the top of his shoes, as if pulled by an invisible hand. Every time he tried to step out of the circle, the light hooked him back. A follow spot, he murmured, his chest tightening. He called out the darkness, tore his voice apart, and threw it back at his ears, the echo cold as glass shards in an empty room. Who is there? He raised his voice. The words were clipped, partly a probe, partly an accusation. A voice returned from the dark, ragged, Who-s there, who-s there? The echo lengthened, each syllable seeming erased and smudged, growing eerier. At that moment, an electronic screen at the stage's edge spat light into the dark. First a low electrical hiss, then the display brightened. Red letters pulsed like a heartbeat against the black curtain. On the screen, 3 words and a number slowly appeared. Audience expectation level, 29%. A line of tiny letters popped up in the lower left corner of the screen. The font was so small it looked as if it had been carved into the black. Please do not let the audience's expectation level fall below 20%, or the theater cannot guarantee the personal safety of the actors. Chun-Ling squinted. His mouth felt dry. His pulse thudded in his ears. Audience? What audience? Thud, thud, thud. The familiar sound of the lights coming up echoed again. Each click sounded like heavy footsteps on a stairway. Darkness receded like seawater. Steps appeared in front of the stage. Rows of wooden chairs slanted off into the distance in perfect lines, so neat it made his eyes go numb. He made out 3 words, audience seating. Reasonable. But that wasn't the only thing that gave him goosebumps. The chairs were filled with things. Not people. Like people, but not quite. Their outlines were swallowed by deep shadow, only their eyes were clear. Countless crimson pupils opened in the dim light, like 2 pinprick glows, like burning coals. They stared at him on the stage without blinking. Their gazes were like predator blades, cold, hungry, smiling. The look hit the back of his neck and a chill ran down his spine. Sweat sprang out and slid down along his vertebrae. Chun-Ling couldn't bear to look at those eyes any longer. He turned and ran. His saw scraped the wooden boards, a sharp, grating sound. The spotlight followed like a fingertip. The beam was straight and cold, pressing against his back. He sprinted to the edge of the stage, lifted his foot, but there was a wall. Flat, cold, hard. He pressed his palm to it and felt rough chill under his skin. No way, he hissed, the sound immediately swallowed by the cavernous stage. He charged to the other side. Another wall. The same abrupt, unannounced barrier, as if someone had boxed up every exit. In the dim audience, the red eyes rolled like waves, swelling slowly in time with his steps. They did not stand, did not applaud. They simply stared. So focused the air itself grew thick. The wooden chairs gave off small, brittle creaks, like an old house breathing. A few of the red eyes flashed a mocking light, like cats watching trapped mice. Chun-Ling's chest tightened. He stepped back until his heels met the cold wall. His back pressed against it, his hands fumbled along the seams. No handle, no crack. The stage light narrowed to a slit. The audience's gaze drew tighter. Distant sounds pooled into a low tide, as if waiting for something, expectant. He could hear his own breath, his heart hammering in his ribs. There was no way out. The stage felt as if an invisible hand had closed around it. On stage, the lead in red was Chun-Ling. The center screen flickered. The numbers on it jumped, the audience's anticipation ticking from 29% to 30%. What kind of nightmare is this? He mumbled in the dream, panic threading his voice. He pinched himself hard. Pain stabbed into the flesh, but he didn't wake. The hurt was real. Waking felt veiled in fog. A line of text flashed on the screen, intermission over. Please resume performance. Then a clear bell rang from above the stage. Ding ding. Before the last chime faded, the scene in front of him split like glass. His consciousness began to blur. In the shards, he saw the huge black curtain behind him slowly being drawn aside. Something moved in the wings. Then black. Bang. He shot upright in bed. The sheets were soaked, cold sweat ran down his spine. His chest heaved, his heart pounding as if it would tear out of his throat. Fear still lingered in his eyes. He cleared his throat and touched his face and chest, making sure it was still his room. There was no stage, no applause, only the leftover sound of rain outside. Was that a dream? He murmured, his voice low and hollow. He forced a helpless laugh that trembled for no reason. He got up and went into the living room. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gray. The street was slick, the air as sharp as a knife. He called out, "Dad? Mom?" Only silence answered. The house felt unnaturally quiet. His stomach growled. He patted his hollow belly. The jolt last night had drained him. His legs wobbled like flags in the wind. He headed for the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he stepped in, something caught his foot. Looking down, he saw a broken piece of a wooden bucket lying at his feet. The wood had split, the edges were jagged, as if ripped by teeth, sawdust scattered on the floor. He crouched and touched the cold wood, feeling dust in the cracks under his fingertips. What happened to this bucket? He said to himself. Did it split from the freeze, or was it gnawed by something? Chen-Ling couldn't remember what had happened the night before. He muttered something to himself, half a check against the blank in his mind. He lifted the bucket, let it drop, and it hit the floor with a soft clack, rolling into the corner. He grabbed a rag, bent down to wipe up the water. He froze the moment he crouched. The water on the floor moved. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a touch. Droplets drew together as if guided by invisible fingertips, forming thin lines. Those lines slid across the tile with a faint hissing like someone squatting opposite, writing with their fingertips. The writing slowly changed color. The clear surface took on a blood-red sheen. The light seemed to bleed, the color so thick it almost smelled like iron. The characters joined into a sentence, the strokes twisting like crawling vines, and then stopped in front of him. "We are watching you." The words felt carved into the air. Chen-Ling's pupils snapped tight. All he could hear was his own heart, hammering against his ribs. Cold leaked down his spine, sweat slid into his collar. He blinked. The blood-red words were wiped away as if by an invisible hand, gone in an instant. The floor stilled, nothing remained, not even a single bead of water. As if it had never happened. A hallucination? Those words echoed in his head, refusing to leave. He spun around. The living room was empty. No one. No shadow. Still, the air felt full of invisible red eyes watching him. The sensation of being watched was like an animal caught in a beam at night, so cold it made his hair rise. He stood statue still for a long time, fingers curled into white-knuckled fists. Finally, he forced himself to take deep breaths, 1, 2, counting them down to calm his heart. "Maybe I've just been up too long," he said hoarsely, swallowing as if logic could push the fear away. Stress before exams. When you're wound tight, you see things. He reached for the cutting board and grabbed a grilled sausage. The hot oil smell hit him, caramelized and meaty. He bit down, the chewing sounded thick and heavy. The act of eating and the warmth of the food pulled his attention back into his body. He chewed quickly, the sound filling the silence like a bed against the sentence in his head. When the last bite was gone, he pressed his hand to his stomach. The hunger eased halfway, the fog in his head thinned a little. Chen-Ling spoke the decision aloud, low and steady. "I need to see a psychiatrist." He didn't bother washing his face. He shoved on a black cotton coat and zipped it up, the metal zipper sang crisply in the empty room. He shoved the door open, it shut behind him, taking the silence with it. A cold wind hit him. Under the streetlight, his shadow stretched, then was swallowed by the night. The door opened, and a gust of cold cut in like a blade. Chen-Ling hunched his shoulders, his teeth clicked together in a staccato chatter. The doorframe was icy, and his fingers stung. He stood in the doorway like someone who'd just woken from a long dream. His breath turned to white vapor and drifted away into the morning air. He propped himself on the frame and hesitated for a few seconds. He didn't mutter aloud, only his eyes moved. When he looked up, he couldn't help whispering, "My God." The sky looked as if it had been sliced by a knife into ribbons of blue. The light wasn't ordinary. It was like silk and like smoke. You could see it in daylight. The aurora hovered over the small town, close enough to touch and yet as distant as a dream. Chen-Ling stood listening to his own heartbeat and to the distant drip of melting snow from eaves. He heard a bird beat itself into flight. With his palm against the cold frame, he felt a thin chill run up through his knuckles. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton. At last he breathed. "Where on earth is this?" On the mountain road, 2 figures picked their way up step by step. The path was narrow, the ground had frozen hard, and their soles slipped and creaked on the frozen dirt. Last night's rain had chewed the trail up. Ice beads hung from the branches and clinked in the wind. One of them rubbed his temple, sweat and cold mixed on his skin, and his nose was bright red. "This path is impossible," he panted, his voice equal parts complaint and fatigue. "Take it slow," the woman with him said, tugging her coat higher and sliding her hands into the sleeves. Her eyes were rimmed with red, but she kept her voice low. "It rained last night and froze over. Watch your hands and feet." They finally crested a small rise and saw a tangle of earthen mounds ahead. The graves varied in size and age, some fresh, some long neglected. Most had no headstones. Only a crooked wooden placard thrust into the soil or some personal item left beside a mound. Mud had washed clods away, stakes lay scattered, and torn cloth and broken things were heaped in a mess. The air smelled of damp earth, overlaid with an oppressive, sinking heaviness. They stopped. The jumble of graves was ringed with yellow police tape, which trembled in the breeze. Inside the cordon, a dozen people moved about, dressed in black and red uniforms, their movements deliberate and their faces tight. Someone spoke into a radio. The words were broken off by the wind into little fragments. "The enforcement team," the man blurted, eyes wide as if he'd seen someone who shouldn't be there. "How could they be here?" The woman clutched his sleeve until her knuckles went white. She glanced up at the group and her face went ashen. "They found it. Is Ling? Did he go to fetch the enforcement team? He's not dead." Her voice trembled like thin ice about to crack. They thought they'd killed Ling. But the next day, he walked back on his own. Stranger still, a squad of enforcers had suddenly appeared where the body had been buried. There was almost no other explanation. "No," the man murmured, staring at the figures, his voice low. "Sector 3 enforcers, when they handle criminal cases, they send at most 3 people. 10 or so all at once like this can only mean calamity." The woman gasped, as if snapped awake, a cold sweat running down her spine. That thing in the bedroom, could it be? The man grabbed her wrist and spun toward the road. The smell of wet soil rose with his footsteps, his heart hammered like a wooden mallet against his ribs. "Move," he hissed. A voice cut across from not far off, dry and cold as a blade. "Stand." They froze. In the dark, the enforcers' silhouettes were as solid as statues. Someone slipped out from behind the cordon and walked toward them along the light, boots whispering on gravel. His eyes narrowed, carrying the silence of authority. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he asked, calm and deliberate, as if testing every word. I. The woman stammered, her tongue felt glued to the roof of her mouth. "We came to see our son," the man said, forcing his voice to sound steady. "He's buried here. Tonight's the anniversary of his death." "Then why did you run just now?" the enforcer asked. "Because we were afraid." The man swallowed cold sweat, never taking his eyes off the mound of earth. "The gray realm meets the world here. Sending this many people means something might have crawled out. We were afraid we'd be mistaken for it." The enforcer raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone. "You know a lot." The woman hurried to add, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did a calamity really come out of the gray realm?" The enforcer glanced into the night, as if weighing the danger and the lies in the air. "That's classified. You can't stay here tonight. What you've seen, do not spread it. It's the rules. You understand?" "We understand," she said, nodding, tears welling in her eyes. The man exhaled and started to turn away. Mud scraped under his shoes, their breath showed in the lamplight as pale clouds. "Wait." The enforcer stopped them again. His voice was no longer an order, but the last rope thrown down. They froze. He extended a gloved hand, pulled a small notebook and pen from his pocket with quick, clean movements, and held the notebook out to them. The pen tapped once, his gaze brooked no refusal. "Names, addresses, any unusual contacts lately, or any suspicious people you've seen, no matter how small the detail, write it down. Do not hide anything. The consequences are severe." They exchanged a look, then they whispered the information. He wrote with a steady rhythm. When he snapped the book shut and shoved it back into his pocket, his voice was frosty. "Leave. Someone's watching the road. Do not talk about tonight. If anyone spreads this, you'll pay the price." They nodded and walked away, heavy-footed but hurried. The night wind carried the scent from the grave mound outward and cut the last of their courage away. A few paces down the path, the man glanced back at the earth. Under the moon, the ground didn't move, but he swore he heard something shifting within it, a low moan like something bound. He looked away, pulled the woman along into the dark, and the enforcer stood there a moment longer, as if staring at an invisible crack. Then he turned and fell in behind his squad. Both of them froze at once. It felt as if something had struck their chests. "Name and address, please." The enforcement officer pulled out a pen and paper. His voice was calm, as if reciting procedure. "We'll record this under confidentiality rules. Please cooperate. Chen Tan, Li Xiuchuan, 128, Frost Street, District 3. The reply was crisp. The pen left dark impressions in neat rows on the paper. When the recording was finished, the officer motioned them away. The two stepped back behind the caution line. Gravel squeaked underfoot. The officer crossed the yellow tape and hurried over to a man in a black overcoat, handing him the papers. The rustle of the paper was brittle in the cold wind. "Meng," I asked them. "They say they came to pay respects to their child." The man who handed over the papers said quietly, doubt in his eyes. The man in black had a thick cigarette clamped between his lips. The tip glowed a tiny red. He drew a long drag. The smoke cut into his nostrils like a blade and, with his exhale, turned to white in the cold air. Han Meng skimmed the document, his gaze sliced over the handwriting like a knife. Then he spoke slowly. "Have a few people follow them discreetly. Something's off." "Huh?" The other man hadn't reacted. There was a hint of panic in his voice. Han Meng stubbed out his cigarette. His tone was as cold as ice. "Frost Street is at least 10 kilometers from here. If they leave now, the earliest they'd get there is after 4. It'll still be raining. Who would climb the mountain to pay respects before dawn in a storm? Besides, this is a mass burial site. It's for the nameless, the unclaimed, those who died far from home. Would any parent bury their own child in a place like this?" The words landed like a hammer. The other's face changed. He slapped his forehead. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Han Meng looked at him without accusation, only calm. "Xiao Qin, how did you even pass the enforcement officer exam?" The man called Xiao Qin let out a forced laugh, embarrassed and trying to hide his nerves. He hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Meng, did a calamity really crawl out of the Gray Realm last night?" "The Gray Realm?" The other man's eyes flashed with unease. Han Meng didn't answer directly. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a palm-sized device. A thin frost rimmed its metal surface. It was cold to the touch. In the center sat a needle like a tiny compass. The dial was divided into clearly colored sectors. At a glance, you could tell when the wind had shifted. "This is the calamity pointer?" Jiang Qin reached out, curious. Before his fingertips could touch it, the back of his hand was slapped away. The sound was crisp, as if smacking curiosity itself. "Don't touch." Han Meng's hand was steady as iron. "This thing's expensive. When you get promoted to enforcement officer, and it's your turn to take command, you'll get a chance to handle one." Jiang Qin rubbed the reddened back of his hand with a wry smile, careful not to press too hard. He leaned in, professional curiosity in his eyes. "So how does it work exactly?" "This is an instrument for detecting anomalous fluctuations." Han Meng held up the small disc, his voice even. "It tells us which area just had an abnormal fluctuation. If the interface only overlapped slightly and nothing actually broke through, it won't move." He tapped the rim of the device. His knuckles made a crisp sound. "The stronger the fluctuation, the harder the needle shakes," he added. Jiang Qin nodded, his brow tightening. His voice dropped. "Meng, there won't be anything crawling out, will there?" He said, crawling out, so softly it was as if he were afraid of waking something. "Mostly not." Han Meng looked down the block. "If a disaster really passed through here yesterday, Zone 2 and 3 would already be a mess." His words were short and blunt. "That's good." Jiang Qin exhaled, but his eyes didn't relax. "Still, just to be safe, we need to run a scan." He flipped the switch. The metallic click was small, but it pulled every gaze. The other enforcers moved closer, tight and alert, fingers resting on the gear at their hips. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The needle stayed steady. No tremor, no signal. A nervous laugh escaped the group. Han Meng's shoulders loosened a fraction. The air seemed to breathe out. Then, the needle on the compass jerked violently, as if yanked by a colossal force. It swept crazily across the colored dial. A shrill screech screamed out of the device, like hot metal crying. Han Meng's pupils pinched. He reflexively let go. With a pop, the instrument split open. Parts rained out, scattering in every direction. A shard of broken needle grazed Han Meng's cheek. Skin tore, blood trickled down his face. The smell of iron hit at once. The world narrowed to a ringing in his ears. The fragments hit the ground with a staccato like distant gunfire. Dust rose, and there was the sharp tang of burned plastic. The anomaly probe had blown apart. In the cold wind, a crisp sneeze cut through the brief chaos. "Hachu," Chen Ling rubbed his nose. The sun was still high, but the wind carried a damp cold that snuck down collars and made people shiver. He'd come from the north and was used to dry cold. This wet chill was harder to stand. Make way, make way. A lazy but forceful shout came from ahead. Chun-Ling stepped toward the verge without thinking, his shoes scraping gravel and mud. A three-wheeled cart rolled up the street. The wheels made a low squeal in the dirt. A lanky boy sat on the handlebars, another leaned on the back seat, and two chunky plastic buckets were lashed to the sides of the cart. A corner of white showed from one salt to spread on icy roads. The boys were plain clothes, and their faces were sun-bronzed. Mud spattered from the wheels into a puddle, sending up a small spray. Han Meng raised a hand to signal. Blood slid down his cheekbone. His voice was cold and clipped. Stow it. Don't crowd around. Everyone took a step back. The torn metal smell lingered. The street went quiet again. Only the wind and the faint creak of the tricycle's axle remained. He scooped a spoonful of salt. The grain scattered through the air and fell onto the frost-covered road. The frost made tiny cracking sounds. The white slowly collapsed, revealing wet, black pavement. Like someone had wiped it with hot water, the chill receded. Well, if it isn't Chun-Ling. The man sprinkling salt looked up and saw him. He raised an eyebrow. There was amusement in his voice. Didn't expect to run into the college ace here. Weren't you off to take the law enforcement exam? Flunked it. He sounded casual, as if joking. Chun-Ling steadied himself. The face was familiar enough to stop him. Zhao Yi, the neighbor he'd grown up on the same street with. The kid people always compared him to. In high school, his grades had always been behind Chen's. Zhao Yi's mother used to measure her son against Chun-Ling. That constant comparison had left him with an attitude. I passed the written. The physical's still to come, Chun-Ling said calmly. His voice was low, as if ticking off a fact. Zhao Yi laughed. He scooped up a big handful of salt and swung it hard. The salt blew out like smoke, showering over Chun-Ling. Granules stuck in his hair and fell onto his padded robe. A cold, prickly sting like tiny gravel rubbing against skin. Chun-Ling reflexively brushed the salt away with his hand. His fingertips felt icy. He turned to look at Zhao Yi, his gaze tightening. Zhao Yi was already on his tricycle. The cart lurched forward. He propped one foot on the salt bucket and stuck his tongue out at Chun-Ling in a mocking face. The wind carried his laughter away, a hint of insolence trailing behind it. Chun-Ling was 28. The rough edges of life had made him steady. Faced with such a clumsy prank, he felt both anger and amusement. He didn't give chase. He just tucked the incident into a corner of his mind. Right now, he had more important things to do. As he was about to step off, he glanced down. Where the frost met the salt, it began to melt. The thin white blew apart like smoke. The ground grew wet and reflected a faint light. Then that light, as if awakened, wove itself into words. The letters took shape slowly. Not snow, not water. Like a notification popping up on a screen. The outlines were sharp, carrying a metallic, cold hum. Chun-Ling squinted. Audience anticipation, 27%. The words flashed and were gone, like an image on a mirror. Before anyone could make sense of them, everything dissolved back into the pavement. The salt had completely melted. The ground calmed again. The writing from a moment ago seemed like a mirage, leaving only damp streaks. Chun-Ling rubbed his eyes hard and murmured, "No way." His heart suddenly sped up. He broke into a run toward the clinic. His footsteps struck in urgent rhythm on the flagstones. He pushed the door open. It creaked on its hinges. The smell of disinfectant and old wood hit him. A dim yellow lamp glowed inside. The medicine cabinet in the corner made a faint clicking sound. The clinic was really just a two-story house on Frost Street. Boxy and plain, its dull gray exterior was flaking in places. One look and Chun-Ling thought of his family's old house rough, but it kept out the wind. For this street, it was about as decent as they came. "Oh, it's you." The man in the white coat shifted in his chair. The light caught his glasses and threw a ring of glare across the lenses. "Here to pick up medicine for your brother again?" he asked. "Not a yen this time." Chun-Ling shrugged off his coat and sat down at the desk. "I'm here for myself." He sounded flustered. He pressed the back of his hand to his forehead. Sweat had started to bead there. "What's bothering you?" Dr. Lin didn't get up, only narrowed his eyes slightly. "My head's not right." Chun-Ling bit his lip. His voice grew low and tight. "Lately, I think I've been having hallucinations." Dr. Lin raised an eyebrow and tapped his fingers on the desk. "Psychiatry." He pushed his glasses up his nose in an unhurried way. "I've seen this kind of thing. Tell me about it." Ling drew a deep breath, as if steadying himself. Last night I had a dream. I was standing on a stage. The spotlight felt like a torch, burning the back of my neck. The audience filled the house, but I couldn't make out their faces. They didn't look human. He grabbed the edge of the desk, his knuckles went white. More like shadows, like rag dolls, like statues without eyes. They didn't move, just stared at me. My feet were scrabbling on the stage, and I couldn't get out. Every step I took made the exit seem a little farther away. Dr. Lin shook his head, his expression professionally calm. Interpreting dreams isn't really my specialty. I know. Ling's voice trembled. But when I woke up, I still felt them watching me. When I close my eyes, they're like an audience sitting in the corners of my mind. When I open my mouth, I can hear a low whispering, like someone flipping pages next to my ear. There's always a chill at the back of my neck, like someone staring, beads of sweat popping out along my back. At that, Dr. Lin finally showed a flicker of interest. He leaned forward, his expression tightening. Under the lamp, he held a pen between his fingers and tapped the desk lightly. "You're not just getting the sense that someone's watching you?" he asked quietly. "It's not imagination." Ling shut his eyes as if the scene had returned. "They're in my head, sitting in the audience, watching my every move. I feel like an actor forced on stage, made to perform for them. They watch me and smile. I can't help wanting to cry." The pen on the desk clattered once, a clear, sharp sound. Dr. Lin was silent for a few seconds. His gaze grew deeper. He reached for the chart folder and, his voice low, asked, "Tell me, when did this start? You mean your life is like a stage, and you're the only actor on it?" "Sort of. Just not as wholesome as you make it sound." "What about the audience then? Besides watching you, do they do anything else?" Ling fell silent. His finger traced a circle along the rim of his cup. His fingertip was cold. "I don't know if it's just my imagination. They seem to be able to move things around me." "Move reality?" Dr. Lin laughed and shook his head, lifting his teacup. Steam warmed his palms. He took a sip and was about to speak when his face suddenly changed. He spat a mouthful of bright red blood. The droplets hit the tabletop with a dull clack. "Dr. Lin!" Ling cried. "What's wrong?" Dr. Lin froze. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. There was a sticky smear on his skin. The blood didn't taste like his. The air was filled with a strange mix of iron and the hot, sharp scent of poo or leaves steeping. He glanced, reflexively, at the teacup. The liquid in it had turned thick and bloody. Light on the surface dimly flickered. Dr. Lin's expression hardened. He could clearly remember 1 minute ago there had been a pouch of poo in the cup. He also knew there were only 2 people in the clinic. Ling had sat across from him the whole time, eyes never leaving him. No one had touched that cup. But that full cup of blood looked as if it had been drawn straight out of the air, horribly wrong. Ling's face went even paler. His lips trembled. "Like I said," he said, his voice low and dry as if scraped by sand, "they maybe really do exist." Dr. Lin stared at the bloody cup for a long moment, his gaze growing calm. Then he asked, "How long has this been happening?" "A day." Ling inhaled a cold breath. "Since I woke up and could see." "Only a day. And before that? Do you remember? Before you came to, what were you doing?" Silence pulled back like a tide. Images from the night before surfaced in Ling's eyes, raindrops whipping like tiny lashes across his face, shoes squelching in muddy water, streetlights torn into ragged patches of light. He had staggered along, his coat soaked through. The edges of the memory were ragged, leaving only the cold and the low, ringing roll of thunder. "I don't remember." His Adam's apple bobbed and his voice shrank. "I can't remember what happened before I woke." Dr. Lin set the cup back on the table. Porcelain met wood with a crisp sound. They looked at each other, and the room held only the sound of their hearts and the rain receding outside. "Were you ever possessed by calamity?" Dr. Lin adjusted his glasses. His voice was short and cold, as if he'd blunted a blade before speaking. Ling paused for half a second, not answering right away. Memory slid like a sheet of paper caught in a door, shifting a few times before lining up. "Or to put it another way," Dr. Lin added, "last night, did you see the gray realm converge?" The gray realm converge. Ling opened his mouth. A vague image surfaced, headlines on old newspapers, a neighbor's whisper, fragments picked up from far off. Dr. Lin stood. The movement was clean and precise. He lifted the teacup afresh, blood-red liquid ran down the rim and into the drain. The metallic smell of blood spread through the hut, a cold tang in the air. He didn't pour all the water away. He set the cup back on the table and pressed a finger to the rim. The water shivered into concentric, tiny ripples. He tore a scrap of paper and laid it on the water. The ripples swallowed it at once. A small dark dot appeared, like ink hit by rain. Then the stain spread. The paper's edges gradually darkened, as if something were seeping up from beneath. Dr. Lin stared down at the paper. His voice was calm, but felt closer than before. Before the cataclysm, people had an idea. This universe isn't a single path. Imagine countless rays of light shooting outward from the same flame. Each ray follows its own possibility, stretching on. In theory, they don't intersect. He looked up, his gaze as if nailing each word to Chun Ling's forehead. But after that crimson meteor streaked by, everything went wrong. He tapped his knuckles on the table. The surface answered with a steady, hollow tap. Parallel worlds began to ripple. A gray world slowly started to overlap with ours. Picture two thin veils. At first, only the edges touched, then more and more places overlapped. The matter of that world, along with the beings in it, began to step into our cities and countryside. He spread his hands as if tracing a map. Many places changed. Human dwellings were taken over. Only 9 safe zones remained, like lighthouses guarding the last flames. His eyes softened, words still precise. Because that world's sky is always gray, we call it the gray realm. When the gray realm converges with our reality, incomprehensible things happen. Sounds warp, shadows peel away from their light, the sense of time twists. Worse still are the beings that come from the gray realm. They're nothing like any beasts or people we can understand. They arrive driven by an instinct to destroy. We call such entities calamities. By then the water stain had spread across the paper. The sheet softened, its corners curled inward. A faint sucking sound rose uncannily clear in the quiet hut. Dr. Lin stepped half a pace closer and asked in a low voice, "Last night, are you sure you didn't encounter one?" Usually, when there's an intersection with the gray realm, or when survivors are hit by a calamity, 80% go mad. Most of them never recover. Dr. Lin's voice was low and precise, like Chun Ling's hand touching a cold stone. "I suspect your condition now is connected to the gray realm." "The gray realm?" Chun Ling's throat tightened. Dr. Lin nodded, his eyes void of mockery. "Only wait. Imagine a gray fissure," Dr. Lin said, "like a storm tearing reality open. When someone is swept in, memories scatter like dust in the wind. Some people are left with a complete blank, others keep only fragments that can never be pieced back together." He paused, braced a hand on the table, and lowered his voice further. "Think carefully. Did you encounter anything like that last night? Were you pulled into somewhere?" Chun Ling clapped a hand to his temple, his knuckles white. His mind was fogged. Last night's images felt like waterlogged paper. The colors leached out, the edges all blurred. He tried to grab a fragment, and only caught the cold of air on his fingertips and a metallic tang at the back of his mouth. Everything else was empty. "I don't know." His voice was dry, as if rasped by sand. Dr. Lin considered him for a few seconds, then reached into a drawer and found a stack of stationery. The paper rasped under his fingers. The pen scratched quickly and decisively across the sheet. The room reduced to the sound of nib meeting paper. He wrote as if trying to pull an answer out of the air. "Your case is beyond what ordinary psychiatry can handle." Dr. Lin met his gaze. "I'm just a small clinic doctor. My options are limited." He folded the letter, slid it into an envelope, and pressed the seal tight. "But I know someone." His hand was steady as he handed the envelope over. "He specializes in treating after effects from the gray realm. Not consolation, not superstition. A real doctor who does things. He can find what was taken, or at least keep people from being swallowed by those voids." Chun Ling's eyes brightened like a dry riverbed seeing rain. He reached out. The envelope was cold in his palm, like dew on a stone. "He lives in Aurora City," Dr. Lin explained. Aurora City is a large coastal town. At night, the lights hang like curtains. He doesn't always stay in the city. He likes to travel, stopping wherever there is a hard case. People treat that kind of wandering healer as their path. Some call it the way of becoming a god, meaning you build power and reputation through healing and saving. "How will he know I need him?" Chun Ling asked. Give this letter to the lawkeeper at Aurora City's gate, Dr. Lin said briskly, laying out the steps. Write your name and address, they'll forward it. At most 3 days, he'll come looking for you. The envelope warmed slightly in Chun Ling's hand. The heat wasn't body heat so much as a kind of reply. On the road, he'd seen salt grains at the roadside melting slowly in the sun, the sound so faint it was like breathing. In that moment, he knew this was not a simple illness, nor mere hallucination. Thank you, he said softly, the words short and steady. When he left, his footsteps rang crisply on the clinic's wooden floor. The letter lay in his pocket like a pebble, a reminder of the place where he'd been torn. He walked and replayed Dr. Lin's words. The gray realm. The way of becoming a god. The phrases had weight, texture, things he could almost grasp. He looked up. The sky was paper thin, and in the distance Aurora City's silhouette burned like a cluster of lamps. He murmured to himself, the way of becoming a god. Are there really people who walk a road to make themselves stronger? The wind took his question away, leaving it unfinished. By Dr. Lin's account, that cataclysm ought to have swept humanity away when it met the gray realm. Yet she stood on the corner, watching people who were still alive, and felt that something was off. Reality hadn't gone that far. The air held the static left by an old wound. Don't mention it. Give my regards to your brother. Dr. Lin smiled lightly. His voice was like a nearby bell, unhurried. He's still in Ward 2. Chun Ling answered, blunt. Her fingers hit the doorknob. The door made a low creak. She gave Dr. Lin a quick nod and pushed her way out. Above, the aurora flowed like ribbons. Colors slid through the deep blue like fabric ruffled by wind. Dr. Lin stayed in the doorway, his gaze following her back until her silhouette was swallowed by the light, then his eyes narrowed just a fraction. Actor, he muttered to himself, the word so soft it was like a thread slipping from his mouth. The cold wind chilled every word. Chun Ling wrapped her robe tighter. Her feet snapped on the frost-slick flagstones. Walking toward home, she gathered the fragments in her head. She remembered the screen from the dream, half phone, half old bulletin board. Lines of text ran across it. She read them again in her mind, checking them like parts in a pocket. First time I saw the screen in the dream, audience expectation was 29%. When I tried to run, it jumped to 30%. On the way here, it fell back to 27%. Just now, when Dr. Lin was pranked, it rose to 29% again. Each line was clipped, numbers knocking at the door. She lifted her hand and breathed out a white cloud. The wind shredded it. Audience. Stage. Expectation level. Like 3 bulbs flashing on and off in a dark room. Every rise in expectation was followed by something happening. Good things. Bad things. Jarring surprises that pulled you out of the act. She lined the words up like evidence. The audience could not be seen, but their expectation was a force. The screen had said that when expectation fell below 20%, an actor's physical safety could no longer be guaranteed. That sentence was an alarm, crisp and harsh. She closed her eyes and imagined that force. If the audience could really affect reality, what would it feel like? Like a gale overturning a street stall? Like electricity slamming into bone? She pictured actors treated as jokes, hurt by prank tricks, or worse. Snow on her hat melted into beads that hit the back of her hand, cold as needles. She opened her palm as if to grasp something. The idea took shape, heavier than the others. Aling had breakfast yet? The voice floated in from the corner. Chun Ling turned. A breakfast stall steamed at the curb. A middle-aged man with a towel wrapped around his head fanned the stove, his arms moving in a steady rhythm. The oil in the wok sizzled. White vapor rose from the bowl of soy milk, carrying a faint toasty, bean-scented aroma. Not yet, Uncle Zhao. Chun Ling smiled and followed the smell over. Uncle Zhao scooped a bowl of scalding soy milk and handed it to her. His hands were rough, his palms still warm with oil. Here, have something warm. It poured last night, the ground's still damp. Don't catch a chill. Chun Ling took out 3 copper coins and offered them. Uncle Zhao shoved them back at her. I'm treating you. I don't need your money. Come on, Uncle Zhao, we've known each other for 10, 12 years. You have to take it, she said quietly. Uncle Zhao grinned, showing a few yellowed teeth. He dropped a fried dough stick into the bowl. It made little bubbles in the soy milk. Kid, I won't take your money. If you've got time, come help my boy Zhao with his tutoring. I'll bring you breakfast every day. Isn't he already graduated? Chen Ling raised an eyebrow. Technically, but his level's still not there. It's hard for him to get a decent placement. With his scores, he has nothing to show for it. I want him to repeat he shouldn't be stuck doing odd jobs forever. Uncle Zhao sighed, his voice went heavy. If he could be like you and get into law enforcement, I'd be over the moon. There was reproach in his eyes, and helplessness too. Chen Ling paused with her chopsticks midair. Heat from the oil puffed against her face, slightly stinging. Around them the morning buzzed, vendors calling, distant tires splashing through puddles. Uncle Zhao, do you know why he's doing so poorly? Chen Ling asked. The question slipped out, and then seemed to be swallowed back. Her voice was low, but her look was intent. Huh? Uncle Zhao startled and slapped his spatula down. Why? Chen Ling fell silent. The silence was thick, like a fog smothering what she wanted to say. She shook her head, as if pushing something down into her chest. Never mind, Uncle Zhao. Don't count on it. I promised him I'd keep it secret. Uncle Zhao's face tightened. He panicked for a moment, speaking in a quick, quiet rush. Come on, Ling, tell me. If you know, I'll help him for sure. He reached into the bowl and clumsily added a soy braised egg. His fingers left a little black under his nails. He scratched at his head and face like an eager child. Chen Ling took the bowl, the steam wrapped her palms. She glanced toward where Zhao Yi worked, her gaze calm, but with a hard edge. I promised him, she repeated, voice clear. Then she took a small sip. Bitter and a little sweet, warmth sliding down her throat. The stall grew lively again. Spatulas struck iron. Bowls and chopsticks made crisp sounds. Uncle Zhao kept up a steady stream of worry and hope. Chen Ling ate and listened, like listening to an old song she knew well, but couldn't ever figure out. Aling, I know you're Xiao Yi's friend. But some things as his dad, don't I have a right to know a little? Uncle Zhao's voice was urgent and trembling. His eyes stared at Chen Ling like he was searching for evidence. Chen Ling stayed silent. Her fingers brushed the edge of the fried dough on the table, as if thinking or stalling. She bit a piece off, the greasy flavor opened across her tongue. Steam rose from the soy milk. A line from an old work notebook flashed through her head. Manufacture a misunderstanding to push the plot forward. Anticipation goes up. She didn't smile, she just looked at Uncle Zhao more intently. If you know anything, you have to tell me, he said again, his voice dropping a notch. I only have one son. I want him to have a good future, to carry on the family. Chen Ling put down the dough stick at last. She looked up, her gaze clear and calm. She spoke evenly, like stating a fact. He's in a relationship. A relationship? Uncle Zhao froze, leaning forward. With who? Chen Ling swallowed, and said 3 short words, each one like a cut. With a man. The words hit the room like ice water. Uncle Zhao's face went rigid, the color drained away. His hand slid off the cup. The cup made a sharp sound on the table. The room grew so quiet you could hear the clock's second hand move. With a man? He repeated, disbelief and pain threaded through his voice. Chen Ling nodded. She offered no extra explanations, just the plain truth of what she'd seen. I promised Xiao Yi I'd keep it secret, she said. But you're his only family. Of course you'd be worried. And lately he's been hanging out with that guy a lot, late to class, sloppy with his homework. I'm really worried about his future. Uncle Zhao's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles went white. His breathing shortened and quickened. It felt as if a heavy stone pressed on his chest with each breath. Chen Ling watched him with both pity and resignation. She added quietly, Today I even saw him sitting in that guy's car, in the back seat, laughing so happily, carefree like a child. It was as if someone had shoved him. He trembled twice. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Silence closed over the room like an iron door. All that remained were his heavy breaths and the faint crackle as she bit the fried dough. All right, I know. Uncle Zhao's smile was forced. The skin on his face twitched, as if being pulled. His voice was low, a little chilling. Thanks, Ling. By the way, Uncle, Chen Ling said, I promised Xiao Yi I'd keep this secret. Don't you dare tell him I was the one who told you. Don't worry, I understand. Chen Ling swallowed the last of the soy milk at the bottom of the cup. She nodded to Uncle Zhao and stood up to leave the shop. Uncle Zhao acted as if he hadn't heard. There was the faint rattling of him rummaging through things inside. A few minutes later, he produced a wooden stick as thick as a fist from a corner. The wood had been darkened by sweat and years. He walked slowly to the bench by the door and sat down. Wind from the street brought dust and the morning's chill. The few hairs left on his head lifted in the breeze. The towel on his forehead clung damply to his skin. He planted the stick on the ground and leaned on it. The whites of his eyes were streaked with red, his gaze fixed on the end of the street, hard and still, like an old general waiting to give the order to charge. Chun-Ling pretended to leave, but slipped around through the alley and came back. She hid in the shade of a tree where she could see the whole shop. Sunlight painted slanted bars on the wooden window. The air smelled of soy and wood. A few minutes later, a tricycle creaked in from down the road. The wheels crunched over pebbles with a stuttering clack. Zhao Yi sat on the side of the cart with one leg crossed over the other. The two salt buckets behind him were empty, salt granules scattered along the rim and the road like swept snow. He toyed with a few copper coins, flipping them in his palm with a bright, metallic click. He laughed loudly, his mouth nearly splitting with the grin. "See, making money isn't that hard," he said, pleased with himself. The boy in front stood up, face flushed and breath coming hard. He'd been pedaling all day, sweat had run down into his collar. He gave the tricycle a hard shove forward. The sound was heavy. "E.g., don't forget I pedaled all day?" The boy panted, eyes wide. "You didn't get 20 from the road bureau? How come you only gave me 2? Zhao Yi extracted 2 coins from between his fingers and slipped them into the boy's pocket as casually as handing over a snack. "There, take it." His voice was easy, as if it meant nothing to him. Uncle Zhao watched from not far off. The skin under his eye flickered. The wind flicked his forehead towel like a flag. The boy stuck his hand into his pocket, hesitated, then turned back to Zhao Yi, still complaining. "Only 2? Just that?" Zhao Yi shrugged, a teasing smile in his eyes. He patted the boy's waist with a practiced motion that was part comfort, part show of authority. "Peddling takes strength, and sprinkling salt's got its tricks. I take the bigger cut, that's not unfair." He winked, the coins flashing in the sunlight. The sounds of the street filled the air again. The tricycle rolled on, dust lifting behind it like a tiny fence, separating their worlds. Zhao Yi replied lazily, flipped off the 3-wheeler, and jumped down. Squinting, he waved at the young rider with a grin. "See you at the usual place tomorrow. Don't show up and I won't be so polite, okay?" He clenched the remaining 18 copper coins in his hand. They knocked together with a bright, crisp tinkle. He walked with his chest puffed out, like he was on a stage, striding toward his shop. The boy on the bike shot him an angry look. Zhao Yi returned it with a vicious glare. The kid immediately hunched his neck and his face fell. Only the squeak of pedals remained as he rode off. On Hanshuang Street, Zhao Yi had a small reputation as a bully. No one his age really dared pick a fight with him. Even when he was shortchanged, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. "Dad, I'm home," Zhao Yi called, his steps carrying a triumphant rhythm. The weight of the coins in his hand steadied him. But as he neared the door, a cold slip of air crept through the crack. The breeze was suddenly cut off, as if something had pressed down on it. Zhao Yi's hand tightened. The skin along his spine felt like it had been pricked by needles of ice. In the yard, a figure rose slowly, gripping a wooden staff. The long pole scraping the ground made a low, rhythmic sound. The air seemed to drop by degrees, even the birdsong choked off. "Dad," Zhao Yi took an instinctive step back when he saw the stick. Uncle Zhao's eyes were like 2 cold blades, fixed on him. His footsteps were heavy, each one thudding like a drum. That looked like a general on the front lines carried an anger that brooked no refusal. Uncle Zhao pointed at the boy who had just ridden away, his finger trembling in the air. "Who are you running around with? Sneaking about all day, letting your studies slide. No one minding the family business, and you go off doing things like this?" There was more than scolding in his voice. It sounded urgent, frightened. The staff tapping the ground seemed to strike at Zhao Yi's chest. "If you were courting someone properly, you'd just say so, wouldn't you? But you won't tell us anything, and you leave everyone here worried. Do you even know what you'll do in the future? Do you want to leave the family with nothing to rely on?" His words came fast, laced with unavoidable anxiety. As he spoke, Uncle Zhao raised the staff and closed in. The whoosh of the wood cutting through the air sounded like a blade through paper. Zhao Yi yelped when the staff struck him. His face went as red as a ripe apple. Neighbors in the alley pricked up their ears. Some whispered. Some leaned on doorframes to peer out. The murmurs broke into pieces and piled over one another until they became a ripple of shock and gossip. Their eyes skimmed over Zhao Yi, waiting for the next act to begin. Audience anticipation +1 +1 +1. Numbers leapt before Qianling's eyes. Like a heartbeat. Like a metronome. The theater in his mind lit up. Dark shapes packed the stands. Every shadow stared down at the scene below, everyone wearing a hint of a smile. The conflict s set, he murmured, but we're missing an actor. His gaze slid to the tricycle in the distance. A thin kid stood by it, hands on the handlebars. Xiao Lu, he called. The boy was biting into a slice of watermelon. He looked up, puzzled and pleased. Aling, you're here too? You want to work today? How much did that Xiaoyi give you? The boy fumbled at his pocket, his face twitched. $2. His voice carried a flare then, as if a laugh had been pinched off. He said he'd split it with me, and that's all he gave me. Still wants me doing the heavy lifting tomorrow. Qianling watched him, eyes calm. You want to get back at him? He asked. Or, put another way, do you want him never to dare touch you again, to go out of his way to avoid you? The boy answered like he'd been waiting to hear it. Yeah. Qianling's mouth curved. He leaned in and whispered a few words. They drew so close their shoulders nearly touched. The words were paper thin, but cut through the din. The fight below was getting worse. The whack of wooden sticks through the air brought with it a dry, hacking gasp. People shouted like stones colliding. Zhao Yi went down, scrambled up, his face mottled purple and red from the blows. He was gasping as if someone were pressing on his chest. Dad, stop. He cried, voice shaking. I'm not like that. I've always only liked women, especially the full, tasteful kind. A few low laughs rose from the crowd. Someone let out an "oh" as if watching a show. Uncle Zhao's steps faltered. The stick in his hand hesitated, the descent half a beat slower. And what's your relationship with the boy on the bike? He asked. Just friends, Zhao Yi shouted, the reply hollow and ringing like a blow on tin. Really just friends. A kid in the crowd suddenly burst forward like a runaway horse. The people split. He didn't look around. He lunged at Zhao Yi, threw his arms wide, and slammed against his back, putting his own body between him and the blows. The stick landed on the kid's back with a dull thud with chips and dust puffing up. The boy stumbled backward 2 steps, but stayed on his feet. The crowd held its breath for a second. Then sound came back like a curtain ripped open. Zhao Yi stood frozen, eyes wide and lost, like a balloon that had been emptied of air. Uncle Zhao froze too. The stick in his hand trembled, its shadow seemed to lengthen. Yu Zhaoyi opened his mouth to speak and found only blankness. Before Zhaoyi could speak, the boy eyes bloodshot shouted at Uncle Zhao. If you're gonna hit someone, hit me. Don't hit my little brother. The air felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. It went terrifyingly silent. It was a frost street afternoon. Battered signs swung in the cold wind. The shouts around them didn't stop, but after that cry, every sound seemed to funnel toward this spot. Qianling leaned against a dead tree, elbow on his knee, chin resting on the back of his hand. The bark was ice cold, his fingertips tingled. He sat like that, eyes never leaving the 2 people in the square and flicking every so often to the numbers pulsing at the edge of his vision. The numbers were like a heartbeat. At first they flicked twice, small jumps, +2%, +2%. Someone in the crowd laughed. Someone jeered. Someone pulled out a phone. Uncle Zhao had just started smacking Zhao Yi's backside. Applause and cheers rose in waves. The anticipation climbed with the clapping. Then it stopped sharp. The numbers stopped jumping and froze at 48%. Time felt as if it had been rewound. After a while longer, the anticipation dropped by 1%, down to 47%. The crowd's enthusiasm cooled. People sighed. Conversations petered out and drifted toward what they'd have for dinner. Qianling frowned slightly. This wasn't the first time he'd watched the numbers jump. It was something built into his head, an invisible screen. He could see the audience's anticipation and hear its rises and falls like a distant drumbeat. The harder the move, the faster the drum. The more ordinary, the slower the beat. He lifted his hand slightly, the back of it rubbing the trunk. The cold wind cut at his ears like an ice blade. He tried to calculate. To keep the anticipation up by 20 percentage points, he had to keep feeding it new stimuli. New drama. New conflict. New surprises. The thought sat on his chest like a heavy stone. To provoke stimulus, he had to create conflict. Creating conflict often meant hurting people. Fatigue had creased his features. He watched Zhao Yi get hit, heard the smack, and caught the short, Sharp laughs in the crowd that sounded like pebbles skittering across glass. He didn't want to be that kind of person, yet he also knew that if he didn't, the numbers would keep sliding down to places he couldn't afford to let them go. Something gnawed at his ribs, as if something inside were grinding away. He remembered what Dr. Lin had said. There was a doctor in Aurora City who might be able to help. Maybe that person could clear those calamities inside him, pull him out of this life where he felt led around by a leash. The thought had barely formed when a low bell tolled in the distance. Dong, dong, dong. The bell sound spread through the cold air. The crowd's attention snagged on it. The anticipation trembled again, like a plucked string. Chen-Ling looked up. A light came into his eyes, but it was a light edged with weariness. 3 tolls of the bell. The first sliced through the air like a blade. The second landed like an iron hammer on a ribcage. The third was clear and long, drilling straight into people's hearts. At the instant the sound fell, everyone on the street froze. Faces went ashen. Even Uncle Zhao, who had been beating Zhao Yi relentlessly, stopped mid-blow and looked up in stunned silence toward the distance. 3 tolls. No way. An old man murmured. Brown nodded, his voice squeezed out of his throat. Then the broadcast came on. Calm, but every word felt like an order. Attention. 3 tolls of the disaster bell. Law enforcement advisory. Traces of an otherworldly rift detected. Possible invasive organisms in District 3. District 3 is sealed immediately. No one may enter or exit. Be alert for anomalies. Roads or buildings appearing out of nowhere, creatures with abnormal appearances, or humans behaving extremely erratically. Report any anomalies to law enforcement immediately. Please cooperate with investigations. The bell's fading echoes still hung in the air. The broadcast cut the street's clamor in two like a blade. Frost Street fell silent in an instant. Everyone lowered their heads and listened to their own heartbeats. Zhao Yi took a resounding slap. His face swelled crimson. When the alarm sounded, his legs gave way and he crumpled to the ground, hands flailing as if trying to grasp something that wasn't there. People stepped back. No one came forward to help for fear of being implicated. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Chen-Ling turned. Dust roiled in the distance as a dozen horses thundered toward them. Hooves pounded like hammers on stone. The metallic clink of bits and reins rang out, announcing their arrival. On every horse sat an officer in black and red uniform, sidearms slung at their hips. Their faces were composed but taut, with unmistakable tension. They dismounted. Boots thudded on the paving. One of them opened a megaphone, his voice slicing through the street like a wind-cut blade. Suspected high-risk invasive organism detected. District 3 is under full lockdown. No one may enter or exit. His commands came short and sharp, one after another. Do not approach newly formed roads or buildings. Do not approach creatures with abnormal appearances. If you encounter people acting erratically, withdraw immediately and report it. Please cooperate with law enforcement inspections. The broadcast repeated at every alleyway. The bell's lingering note and the megaphone's cold commands braided through the lanes. Tension spread like a freezing fog. Some people ran. Others scooped up their children and dashed inside. Doors were locked, hands trembled. No one felt like watching anymore. Stallkeepers shut up shop. Laughter fell silent. Zhao Yi's father shouted and cursed, dragging him toward their home. Zhao Yi sobbed and resisted, but his legs felt like lead and he couldn't move. The door closed behind them with a dull, final thud. Only footsteps, the thud of hooves, and the bell's distant reverberation remained. A chill hung in the air that made spines prickle. People glanced at each other, and in every pair of eyes the same question was written. Where, exactly, was that invading thing? Chen-Ling stood beneath the old locust tree. The wind lifted a carpet of fallen leaves. He was about to go home. He had just taken a step when 2 lines of text suddenly rose out of the leaf pile, bright as a pop-up on a screen. Audience anticipation plus 18. Current anticipation, 65%. The letters blinked. Chen-Ling froze. His chest tightened. His blood felt as if scalded with ice water. Then a thought shot into his head and chilled his spine. Are they coming for me? District 3. Enforcement Headquarters. Under the hemispherical glass dome, the dying sun scattered like shards of glass. Patches of light danced on the floor. In the center of the hall, a banner 10 meters tall was pulled taut by ropes. On the jet black fabric, Two teal six-pointed stars overlapped like constellations laid over the polar night, cold and razor-sharp. Beneath the flag, a dozen or so enforcers in black and red uniforms stood in a line, rigid and precise. Their gazes were fixed on the massive doors. The doors opened slowly with a metallic hum. 5 black coats strode in side by side. The one in the middle walked the steadiest. The hem of his coat bore 4 silver stripes, each of the others had 3. As the 5 approached, the entire formation snapped to attention. Breaths fell into a measured rhythm. "What's the situation?" the man in the middle asked, his voice low and clipped, more command than question. A young enforcer answered, the tension restrained but audible. "The disaster bell has sounded. District 3 is sealed. But we haven't found any trace of the calamity." He hesitated, then asked, "Han Meng, the pointer self-destructed, what does that mean?" Han Meng's eyes darkened. The hall took on a clean, hollow echo. He spoke little, his voice cut like a blade through paper. "There are only 2 possibilities when a pointer self-destructs." He paused, each word fell like a hammer. "First, a special type of calamity has appeared nearby. Its ability can disable the pointer, like severing the probe signal. That's only theoretical. So far there are no confirmed records." He drew an invisible crack through the air with his finger. "Second, worse. A level 9 calamity has appeared nearby. The industry calls it world-ending. Its residual energy fluctuations exceed the probe's limits. The pointer is torn apart by the energy and auto-detonates." The sentence landed, and the hall went unnaturally quiet. People could hear their own breathing. The flag fluttered, a black tide. "Well, world-ending?" someone whispered, voice cracking like glass. The air tasted metallic. Every gaze swung to Han Meng, as if searching for an answer and waiting for judgment. Faces changed in an instant. The color bled from foreheads as if someone had sucked the blood out, and a heavy silence fell. "Don't be so tense." The enforcer beside Han Meng smiled. His voice was as thin as a blade. "You don't really think something that could wipe out an entire domain is about to show up, do you?" There was a cold, quiet laugh in the air. Someone inhaled and stepped a little closer. "An extinction-level calamity can turn a whole city to ash," the enforcer said, shrugging. "There are only a handful of those in the Gray Realm. If one of them actually appeared, forget District 3, Aurora City itself might disappear the moment it arrived, leaving nothing but an echo." Those words were like a balloon losing air. A few people in the crowd let out low, nervous breaths, shoulders sagged, and breathing came back a little easier. "So it might just be some unusual disaster?" someone asked, uncertain. "For now, that's the only way to read it." Han Meng stared at the crowd, his gaze like ice. "But our instruments are broken. How do we classify it?" Another person blurted out, nerves written on his temples. "You can't classify it." Han Meng shook his head, short and certain. "Not unless it shows itself again. Not unless we face it directly. The priority now is to mobilize everyone and search house to house. Find it before it acts on its own." "House-to-house searches?" Someone frowned. "Do we have enough people?" "Call up the reserves, temporarily," the enforcer said. "The civil exams just finished a few days ago. Summon everyone who passed. Tell them it's a martial skills assessment. Get bodies on the ground first." "Understood." The order was simple and decisive. The men broke into groups, and the noise took on direction. Frost Street. Night stretched the street lamps into long shadows. The wind carried snow or ash. It hit faces like sandpaper. 2 people stood in front of a door, looking wrecked. The paint on the door was peeling. The knocker bore dried blood. At their feet sat a still wet puddle of muddy water. "What else can we do?" Li Xiuquan's voice was dry, as if something were lodged in her throat. She rubbed her hands together. Her knuckles went white. Chen Tin stood in the doorway a moment and drew in a cold breath. Then he reached out and touched the doorframe. A smear of black ash clung to the back of his hand. "Go in," he said. "Take whatever you can. Get the valuables first. If you can carry it, take it. Head to District 5 or 6. The farther from here, the better. But it's still in the house." Li Xiuquan looked up, her voice thin and urgent. "What if we open the door and wake it?" Chen Tan's hand froze on the knob. He bent down and looked along the threshold. Muddy footprints led from the doorway out into the alley. The prints were pressed deep, their edges crumbling into little clods, the kind of marks left by someone rushing away. He looked up. Determination lit his eyes. His voice was calm and left no room for argument. It left. The footprints tell the story. The wind rose again in the alley. A dusting of snow kicked up by the breeze lightly covered the prints, as if giving the night a final veil. They exchanged one glance and said nothing more. Li Xiuquan tightened her pack. Chen Tan turned and pulled the door open. The hinges gave a metallic groan. A cold, musty smell spilled out like an old dream clawing up from the depths. When she heard that, the woman finally let out a breath. She fumbled for the keys. The lock gave a short metallic click. They shot into the apartment, as if sprung. Just take the cash and anything valuable. Don't bring anything heavy. The man urged in a low voice. I'll go to the bedroom. You take the living room. The woman called back. Hurry. We don't know when it'll come back. There was panic in the voice and fear. The sack was thrown open. The rub of cloth, the clink of coins. 2 pairs of hands shoved things in, frantic and forceful. The man yanked open a drawer and roughly stuffed the paper bills into the sack. Just as he turned to leave, he saw a short axe propped against the headboard. The blade still held a faint gleam. He hesitated for a beat, then shoved the handle in two. The scrape of metal on fabric sounded like a last protest. Their home wasn't too wealthy. There weren't many valuables, but each one had been earned by their own hands. They shoved 3 cotton linen garments into the bag in a single heap. The swish of fabric, the faint catch as fingernails snagged the seams, sounded like a careful signature. The woman checked her pockets to make sure she hadn't missed anything, then hurried into the living room. The sack was slung over a shoulder. Light from the doorway bled in through the crack, cold as a knife. Just as they were about to step out, the woman said, "We're leaving. What if a yin comes back? Go to Zone 2 first. Pick him up, then we'll run together," the man replied. His voice clipped like he was racing a clock. "He'll come looking for his brother. His brother is gone." The man's voice froze over, low and final. He reached for the doorknob. At that exact moment, the sound of a key sliding into a lock came from outside. It was clean, cold like a drop of water on an iron plate. They froze as if a button had been pressed. Every movement stopped, every breath taut. The air in the room felt as if it had been sucked out. Faces went pale in an instant, their pupils fixed on the single exit the door. The door opened. A teenage boy stood there, keys still clutched in his hand. Light carved his face, surprise danced in his eyes. He saw his parents shouldering the sack and froze, his voice trembling like a sheet of paper in the wind. "Dad? Mom? Where are you going?" Chen Tan and Li Xiuquan went paler still. Their lips moved, but no sound came. Their hands stayed clenched on the sack's rope, knuckles white. Then the sound of hooves came from outside. At first distant, like thunder sweeping down the street. More footsteps closed in. Shouts threaded the noise. A loudspeaker's voice, like cold metal air, forced itself through the door crack and into the room. "Attention! Suspected high-risk incident. Zone 3 is immediately under lockdown. No one may enter or exit." The voice was mechanically elongated. Then it listed brief warnings. Watch for any abnormal signs nearby. Sudden changes to roadways or buildings. Creatures of strange form. Or humans exhibiting abnormal behavior. The voice echoed through the apartment like a blade slicing air. The hooves grew frantic. The shouts carried order and absolute pressure. The light in the room flickered. 3 figures stood in the center of the room. The sack's fabric rasped softly. Time felt compressed, only rapid breaths, and the patrol's footsteps remained. "If you notice anything off, report it to the enforcers immediately." The voice in the black uniform echoed down the hallway. Footsteps receded, the call trailing after them like a door being closed slowly. The room fell silent. So quiet it felt suffocating. 2 people cowered in a corner, legs shaking, palms slick with sweat. Their eyes were fixed on the boy in front of them. In those eyes, he looked like a demon bearing fangs from the depths. Chen Ling's gaze dropped to the 2 burlap sacks on the floor. He remembered the enforcer's voice outside. He swallowed his smile, deliberately lowering and softening it. "Don't freak out. It seems calm out there. The street's not a mess." Short words, like pinching down the wind inside the room. The 2 held their breath as if air itself might betray them. Chen Tan ground his teeth, his eyes vacant. Li Xiuquan's fingers were white with tension. Something flipped inside Chen Ling. It wasn't that he'd never heard words like calamity. Dr. Lin had mentioned the gray realm converging, mentioned disasters. He had crossed here last night. The original occupants' memories were gone. Clues pointed back to him like needles, little by little. What unsettled him more was the excitement. These people treated attention like a kind of energy. The audience's excitement was like an invisible gauge needle. When the needle twitched, things could turn dangerous. Zhao Yi had been beaten all afternoon, and the audience's excitement had only climbed by 10 points or so. When an enforcer shouted once, the needle shot up into the 60s. To Chen-Ling, that meant someone had found a juicy spectacle. Very likely that spectacle was him. He thought about walking himself to the enforcers, letting them deal with the audience in his head. But judging from how they treated calamities, they might just as well eliminate the associated danger altogether. In other words, turning himself in could be a death sentence. So he decided to hide first. Watch, then act. The room stayed quiet for a few more seconds. The air felt like it was being sliced with a blunt blade. The two people's muscles were taut, like strings ready to snap. Chen-Ling exhaled and reached for one of the sacks. It was heavy. The coarse fabric made a faint, grating sound. He moved closer to Li Xiuquan, his voice shifting into a more familiar tone. Here, I'll help you. He handed the sack to her, steady in his movements, but his eyes flicked to the crack at the edge of the door. Li Xiuquan choked back a sob, but took the sack. Her knuckles were white, sweat beaded on the backs of her hands. Chen-Ling watched her, the corner of his mouth twitching. Mom, where would you even run at a time like this? He said, as if to himself. There was reproach in his voice, and a helplessness underneath. The second and third districts are sealed. You can't get out. Are we supposed to sleep on the street? At those words, Li Xiuquan went still. Her expression froze as if someone had twisted it. After a long, awkward pause, she let out a brittle laugh and said something useless. You're right, you're right. Dad, don't panic. Don't get too worked up. Chen-Tin swallowed. His eyes pinned to Chen-Ling across the table, as if trying to scrape open her face to find a flaw, to find even a trace of murderous intent. He ran through his memories. Chen-Ling's smile, her habits, her gestures played back in his head. They were all familiar. Familiarity chilled him. Chen-Ling's eyes were the same. Her movements were the same. Every detail matched how she had been in life. But Chen-Tin knew one thing in his bones. That person was dead. The real Chen-Ling had left last night. You three sit for a bit, Chen-Ling said, her voice calm. She pulled a chair back, rose, and went toward the kitchen. A ceramic cup rang lightly against the table. Li Xiuquan and Chen-Tin exchanged a look. Then, as if on cue, they sat. The chair hitting the floor sounded louder than their breathing. In the kitchen, the faucet ran. The water hissed clear and metallic against the smell of grease. Chen-Ling poured water for all three, speaking casually while her hand rubbed the rim of a glass. Her fingertips had a faint coolness. Oh, Mom, she said casually. That sausage you left on the cutting board this morning, it was really good. How do you make it? Sausage? Li Xiuquan was more stunned. Last night, she and Chen-Tan had gone to the mass grave. Where would a sausage come from? Chen-Ling set the glass down. Glass clicked against glass, a short, bright tinkle. Her voice stayed calm, like someone reciting a recipe. I mean the one on the board. Li Xiuquan's brow nodded. Memory fuzzed like steamed glass. She tried to recall and went whiter by the second. Her strength seemed to drain away. Her voice trembled. When did you leave him a sausage? Chen-Tin asked in a low voice, urgent light in his eyes. I didn't leave one. Li Xiuquan's reply sounded squeezed out of an ice hole. Her hands shook beneath her knees. There was a boning knife on that board. I was putting things away, and the knife was gone. Chen-Tin's face drained. The color sucked out of him. The air around the table thickened. Each breath seemed to boom like a drum. Chen-Ling stood with her back to them. She raised a hand slowly. Her voice came soft, almost blending with the water's sound. The knife's missing, she said. Each word clean and sharp, like a blade cutting the silence. Chen-Tin's hand shot into his pocket, groping. All that was there was a crumpled handkerchief. Li Xiuquan gripped the table edge until her knuckles went white. She looked toward the knife rack. Empty. The thing on the cutting board that had looked like a sausage was a wad of damp cloth. Bandage stains were still there. The kitchen bulb buzzed. The steam carried a faint tang of rust and blood out the vent. The smell hit like teeth. Chen-Ling didn't turn. Her voice grew quieter, more like stating a plain fact. You brought home a piece of her, she said. The air felt frozen. Her words cast a thin shadow across the room. Li Xiuquan leapt up. The chair shrieked against the floor. She grabbed the cutting board. Her fingers found cloth, not wood. There was something hard inside. Rings of old blood had dried on the fabric. Her lips trembled. She made a sound that wasn't quite a sob. Chintin spun, pale as paper. His chest heaved as if it might split open. He pointed into a corner of the kitchen, his voice breaking into fragments. How do you know? Ling turned slowly. The light hit her face. Dark fissures spread at the corners of her eyes. Her smile had no warmth, like moonlight in winter. You went to the mass grave, she said, each word like settling an account. What you brought back was a remnant. She hadn't fully died. The knife wasn't lost. The knife went back. Went back? The words shattered out of Li Xiuquan like glass. A cold wind slipped under the door and made the lock vibrate in the draft. The room's air suddenly thickened and viscous. Every breath felt hung in the throat, heavy and coarse. Ling's gaze slid past them to the shrunken bundle of cloth. She reached for it slowly. The instant her fingertips touched the fabric, a faint warmth came through the leftover heat of a heartbeat. Don't touch it, she said, tone half command, half warning. Look at your hands. Li Xiuquan looked down. Between her fingers were tiny black flecks. They looked like soil and like charred fibers. More obvious was the iron tang on her fingertips, deep and fresh. The taste made her eyes burn. Tin slammed open a kitchen cabinet, as if to dislodge the images in his head. He shoved aside jars and old newspapers. No knife. No metallic glint. Only an old spoon and a faded apron. Ling set the cup by the sink. Her words came like slow drips. The knife isn't not here, she said. It went back. Back to where it had to go. What you brought home are only cold fragments. She needs a hole. She straightened. Her shadow lengthened under the light. A tiny whirl formed in the water in the cup on the table, like an eye watching everyone. Leave what's left here, Ling continued, or bury it. Don't touch it again. Don't take it outside. She stopped then, voice hollow, as if answering something far away. Li Xiuquan held the bundle, unsure whether to throw it or clutch it to her chest. Her hands shook. The cloth's edge had a tender softness, the kind of touch left by someone now gone. Outside, sirens in the distance were stretched by the wind, a warning drawn along the horizon. Only the 3 breaths in the room remained. Each breath was sharp and definite, a drumbeat on their ribs. Ling stood there, the same familiar face, but with a chill in her eyes that wasn't hers. Her mouth turned up slightly, as if ready to reveal a deeper truth. Remember, she said, her voice dropping very low, don't look for her. Don't ask why. Leave things quiet. It's better that way. When she finished, the faucet stopped. They all understood that what lay behind those words was sharper than any knife. The air settled again, heavy as a weight, making every breath careful. That sausage smelled great, but it was a little tough, Mom. Don't char it so much tomorrow. Can you make it softer? The living room went so quiet it felt like the power had been cut. Ling poured the water and handed it over. The rim of the cup clicked. She saw 2 faces grow even paler, their complexions like winter glass. You okay? Is something wrong? She sat down, her voice questioning. No, we're fine. The answer was low, like a stone pressed to a chest. Tin drew a breath. He hooked the tip of his shoe and pulled a burlap sack to his feet. The fabric rasped against the floor, small, but clear. Aling. He called her name, his voice deliberately steady. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday? She squinted, trying to pull the memory free. I don't remember clearly. What is it? Tin pressed his lips together as if swallowing his words. He looked at her, his gaze was no longer calm. Tell me, how have we treated you? She didn't hesitate. The words came out as if by habit. Very well. If you hadn't taken me in back then, I'd probably have frozen to death on the side of the road. My birth parents didn't want me. You pulled me into your home, raised me, worked to put me through school. Everything I have is because of you. Her voice was flat. Each word landed like something set down on a table. A flicker of relief crossed Tan's face. His shoulders slumped a fraction, as if he'd set down a heavy stone. He lifted his head, something bright in his eyes, his voice low and firm. What if one day Yin gets sick and only your heart can save him? Would you be willing to save him? The air felt pierced. The room was so quiet you could hear nothing but heartbeats. Ling froze. Fragmented images rattled in her mind. A muffled voice at night. A repeated phrase, a hand cold as ice. Memory was like shattered glass, dazzling and painful. Her head began to throb. She pressed a hand to her temple, pain on her face. Chun Tin spoke more slowly, each word striking like a hammer. A yen is our child. Your mother took fertility drugs that wrecked her body trying to have him. After 10 years of trying, we finally had this one, our only child. He tapped the sack with his finger. The sound was crisp. His eyes held stubbornness and a weariness that hinted at an end. This is our child. Truly ours. When the words fell, the room filled with the sound of breathing. Headlights swept past outside like streaks of white. The air smelled of burnt sausage and a taut, electric tension. He.S. very sick. The voice shook. We can't just stand by and watch him die. The healer from District 2 says that if we replace his heart with a young one no more than 20 years old, a yen still has a chance. A yen.S. always thought of you as a brother. You've lived in our house all these years. My parents never asked anything of you. Only this once. We beg you. Please, save a yen. You tell me. The words came low. Are you willing? Chun Tin's body trembled slightly. He looked at Chun Ling with eyes full of pleading and expectation, like a child who has done wrong waiting to be forgiven. Chun Ling's memories felt like glass shattered by rain. Last night's storm had buried some pieces. Now those shards were coming back. He pressed his temples, shut his eyes, took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. So it was you who killed him. The air froze. Someone asked him, does a yen know? Another voice demanded. He doesn't. The reply was quick and brutal. If he knew the heart he would have to accept came from you, he'd rather die than agree. Chun Tin looked as if words were tearing him apart. Guilt and torment bent him over. He put his hand into the sack at his feet and pulled out a cold axe. The metal felt heavy and rough in his palm. Chun Ling, you're already dead. His eyes were rimmed in red, his tone final. You shouldn't be here. Whatever it is that's inside you, I'll set you free. Outside, thunder rolled low like distant war drums. The sky dimmed another shade. He raised the axe high. His arm coiled, then came down hard. A muffled crash. Chun Ling toppled, his body thudding onto the wooden floor. The haft vibrated and stilled by his side. The room went utterly quiet. Only the rain and the occasional thunder counted the seconds. His eyes were slightly unfocused, fixed on the ceiling. No breath. His chest no longer rose. Life went out like a snuffed candle. There was a metallic tang in the air, and then nothing else. The people stood frozen, as if time had been covered with a heavy cloth. Chun Tin's chest rose and fell like a drum. His eyes were fixed on the corpse sprawled on the floor. Sweat had soaked his shirt, cold and clinging to his skin. The air smelled of rust and blood. Silence hung over the room like a net. Li Xiuquan sat in a chair, trembling. His voice came out as if from far away. Dead? Dead. Chun Tin answered, his voice low and dry. What about that supposed curse? Li asked. Chun stopped for a moment, listening to the wind outside. Don't know. Li stared at the body, then blurted out something that sounded like self-reassurance. Maybe it wasn't the curse. Maybe heaven's given us another chance, and it just stayed. Chun let out a bitter laugh, all exhaustion. If that were true, we'd be damned. There's another possibility, Li said more quietly. That curse was too weak. One swing, and it went down. Chun said nothing. He tore his gaze from the corpse and walked to the kitchen. His hand dove into the knife rack and came out with a cleaver. The handle felt icy in his grip. What are you doing? Li shouted, opening the chest. Chun's answer was blunt. See if the heart's still there. I at least need to know whether I cut down a monster or destroyed a chance at salvation. He knelt. The blade flashed under the light. As he leaned over the chest, the steel rasped against fabric, a clear, cold sound. When the blade met skin, it made a dull, scraping noise. Li turned away and ran into the kitchen, began to vomit violently, the sounds heavy and broken like ripped breaths. Minutes passed. Chun's back began to shake. The shadows under the lamp lengthened and shrank. He rose slowly, still holding the knife. Dark, dried blood clung to the tip, but he didn't look. Well? Li leaned against the doorframe, his voice shaking. Empty. Chun's voice was unnaturally calm, as if he'd put something down. He slid his hand into the split, open chest and felt cold cavity walls and slick membranes, but no movement. No heart. No heart. Li went weak. Then how did he move? How could he be alive? I don't know. Chun shook his head, tired and oddly relieved. Whatever he was before, he's dead now. What do we do with the body? Lee asked, thinking fast. Chen glanced out the window. The streetlights outside flickered. Shapes of patrols moved in the distance. Voices low and almost cheerfully secure, like sounds from another world. Put him in the cellar, he said. Outside us, all enforcers. We can't get him out. He hauled the heavy wooden table across the parlor. Under the boards, a dark passage yawned. The smell of rot hit them damp and bone-cold. They slid the body in. With each step, they stifled their breathing. The cellar stairs creaked, as if counting their heartbeats. Then the house was left with only knives and the thick, mute air. In the days before refrigerators, the cellar stayed naturally cool, perfect for storing food. He had meant to lower Chen down. But the moment his hand rose, his eyes were pinned to the torn wound at the base of the neck. Black blood had dried along the skin and streaks the air carried a cold, metallic tang. His hand recoiled an inch. Go fetch Ayan's stage costume, Chen Tan said, his voice short and hard. That's his shell, he added. No coffin, at least put him in decent clothes. Li Xiuquan went pale. She whispered, but he came back wearing that last night. What's one outfit? Chen Tan opened his mouth to argue, then swallowed. Last night's image jabbed at him like a needle. He waved his hand, then finally nodded. They set the body in the cellar together. It hit the floor with a heavy thud. The boards answered with a low groan. They dragged a table over it. The legs scraped the floor with brief, harsh noises. The room felt pressed under a thin fog. Even breathing seemed small and shallow. Li Xiuquan began to scrub the blood. She gritted her teeth, pinched her nose, and wiped again and again. Dark brown spots clung to her gloves. Each pass made her eyelid twitch and nausea rise from her throat, but she didn't stop. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden pounding exploded at the door like a stone thrown into still water. Both of them flinched, almost dropping their cloths. Chen Tan glanced at her, signaling silence. Is someone there? Li Xiuquan whispered. Ignore them. Act like no one's home, he hissed. The knocking grew more insistent. Then a low voice outside carried a hard command. Law enforcement. Open up immediately. Law enforcement. The words swept through the room like a cold wind. Both faces drained of color. Chen Tan hesitated half a second, shrugged off his coat, and slipped another on, leaving several buttons undone. He moved toward the door, footsteps soundless. Squeak, the door opened a crack. Chen Tan leaned out, and, with a practiced motion, eased it shut again, his voice low but steady. Officer, what is it? Outside, rain fell in fine threads, drops splashing on the steps. Two figures stood on the porch. Their black uniforms with red trim were darkened by the rain. The seams at their shoulders were sharp. Their faces were leaden, and their eyes swept the room through the crack with an unrelenting chill. Knocked for ages, why won't anyone open up? I fell asleep a moment ago, was slow getting dressed. He gave an embarrassed smile. His voice was so small it might have been blown away by the wind. The two officers glanced at his unbuttoned collar. Their expressions eased a little. Is this Chen Ling's place? Yes. Where is he? He left this morning. Not back yet. One of them pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and read in a voice as flat as reciting an announcement. Sectors 2 and 3 are under lockdown. Emergency recruitment. All reserve enforcers who pass the written exam report immediately. The person in your household is on the call-up list. Assemble at Sector 3 Enforcement Headquarters at 7 tomorrow morning. Failure to appear will be considered forfeiture. Chen Tan felt a jolt inside. His face betrayed nothing. He took the notice and nodded. Okay, I'll pass it on. The officers turned and left. Footsteps faded down the hall. The stairwell fell quiet again. Chen Tan let out a breath in his chest and pushed the door open. Screech, screech. As soon as the door shut, a harsh metallic scraping drilled into his ears, like fingernails on a chalkboard. Chen Tan shivered all over. In a corner of the living room, Li Xiuquan was curled up, trembling and shaking. Her eyes were raw, as if she might cry. When she saw Chen Tan, she nearly fell apart, lifting a finger toward the kitchen. In the kitchen stood a flash of red with his back to them. A bright crimson opera robe hung heavy, the fabric whispering with a low, brushing sound. His head was bowed, as if chewing on something. His teeth clicked and rattled. Chen Tan saw him, and his mind went blank. A rough strip of cloth was wound around the man's neck. Beneath it were deep wound scars, already crusted over. The air had a sharp metallic tang. like old blades left uncleaned for too long. In his left hand, he held a kitchen knife whose blade threw a dull gleam. In his right hand was an axe, its handle stained dark. He kept bringing something to his mouth with mechanical, frantic motions, as if forcing himself to swallow it. The kitchen bulb flashed once. The figure slowly turned. The rubbing of fabric magnified in the silence. The face stopped their breath. It was Chun-Ling. His complexion was pale, his eyes empty. His breathing was ragged, as if he'd been dragged back from death. The corners of his mouth were dry and cracked. He could not manage a smile. Chin-Tan's feet froze. His chest felt gripped by a hand. The air congealed, even the clock's second hand seemed half a beat slow. His jaw flexed. He bit through metal and splinters. The taste was bitter and raw. His teeth ground together with a creak. His eyes were unfocused, like a beast's night gaze fixed on prey. From behind came a child's voice, low and hollow. "Dad. I'm hungry." Chun-Ling had a dream. It was an afternoon weighed down by black clouds. Sweat from the training ground hadn't dried. He pushed open the door, so tired the straps of his pack were slipping off his shoulders. The room was dark, and only a cream cake on the table gave off a weak glow. An orange candle flame flickered. Two people sat there, their eyes rimmed raw and red. The cake was expensive, 200 copper coins. For their household ledger, it was an unbearable luxury. Chun-Ling froze. He asked what day it was. His mother bit her lip, her voice thin as torn paper. "A yin needs surgery." There was fatigue in his father's eyes, and a hope that had been pressed down. "We went to many places, there was nothing they could do. Someone said the hospital in District 2 might be worth a try," he said, quick and low, as if afraid of being overheard. He felt some joy, a sweetness in his mouth. He finished the cake. Then consciousness scattered like wind. His head was too heavy to hold up. He slumped over the table, and the world broke into pieces. The last image in his eyes was his mother covering her mouth. She sobbed with convulsions, her shoulders shook. "I'm sorry," his father murmured. The voice was both near and far. "A Yan's sickness needs a heart. You'll be willing, won't you?" He tried to speak. His mouth moved once, but sound was blocked in his throat. Darkness swallowed his sight. Afterward, he felt himself shoved into a cloth sack. Rain slapped the fabric, a staccato on the outside. Time was kneaded into a lump. He was lifted, set down. The wooden planks gave a low echo. Cold crept from skin into bone. For an instant, a freezing pain hit his chest, as if something had suddenly crushed him. Heat was sucked away, leaving a clean hollow. He couldn't hear his heart, only the crisp drip of water falling far off. The dream ended there. That emptiness, like a scar, stayed with him afterward. Rain hit the cloth. Someone forced a red costume onto him. Then they pulled, pushed, dragged him away. Underfoot, mud sucked at their shoes. Thick, wet earth pressed up like claws, muffling sound. The air grew thin. Darkness closed in. Even breathing felt buried in distant thunder, growing remote. In the dark, Chun-Ling's eyes suddenly opened. A cold glint flashed across his pupils. The spotlights above burst on one after another. Beams of light cut a red silhouette like blades. Center stage, the mud on the costume gleamed dully under the lamps. For a moment there was silence. Then he planted his palms, fingertips finding the grain of the wooden boards. His body wavered. He steadied himself. Each step seemed to shake off some old weight. Damn, how did it come back? His voice was low and hoarse, like dust scraped up from a grave. He glanced instinctively at the big screen. His pupils tightened. Cold prompts popped up on the screen, line after line. Audience anticipation, +1. Audience anticipation, +1. Current anticipation, 67%. Detected. Actor connection lost. Performance interrupted. Audience anticipation, 50. Current anticipation, 17%. Warning. Warning. Audience beginning to intervene in the performance. The crew backstage read the display and swallowed. Voices in their ears dried up. How is this possible? Chin-Ten's voice scratched like sandpaper. No heart. The head was cut off, and he is still moving? Li Xiuquan's eyes were round, as if they might fall out. Her hands trembled. The words spilled out of her throat in a tangled rush. When he crawled out of the ground, he was already wearing that costume. It's the one we wrapped him in when we buried him. We buried him ourselves. That's the dirt we used to cover him last night. Fear rang through her voice. She leaned toward the microphone as if to shout the secret out. He is a ghost. He really is a ghost. A ghost come to collect a life. There was the smell of wet earth in the air. Someone gave a nervous laugh, voice shaking. Don't be ridiculous, there are no ghosts. The sentence hung like a probing stick in the wind, wobbling and quickly going soft. Chen Ten's legs nearly buckled. His head humped. He clenched his jaw and reached for a table knife on the floor. The handle was cool and slick. The scent of soil still clung to the spine of the blade. He grabbed the knife, his hand trembling. The blade sliced the air like a small, scaled snake. Chen Ten lunged forward. His movement was awkward. There was only one thought in his eyes, burning blood red. We've killed him twice already. We can kill him a third time. The tip of the knife aimed for Chun-Ling's face. The boards gave a faint creak. The audience's breath rolled in like a tide from far away. The lights threw both their shadows long and overlapping. Mud and water dripped onto the stage in tiny sounds. Then time felt nailed down, reduced to this single strike. The blade sliced the air. Just as it was about to fall on Chun-Ling, it stopped dead in midair, as if it had struck an invisible pane of glass. The tip drew a sharp rasp through the air. Chen Tan froze. The hand gripping the knife strained, but the blade would not move. It felt as if some huge, unseen hand had gripped the metal. Hee. A soft laugh came from behind, childlike in its sportiveness and as cold as a winter wind. The next instant the knife vanished from his hand. All that remained between his fingers was a slim strip of red paper. It trembled in the lamplight, almost alive. Chun-Ling's eyes went blank. His mouth still held an axe and a cleaver. He had shoved them both into his mouth like snacks and was chewing metallic clangs against teeth mixing with the wet tearing of flesh. Then he swallowed the fragments, taste and all. He stepped closer. His gaze was hollow. His voice came out mechanical and dry. Dad, I'm hungry. Those 3 words hit Chen Tan like an ice storm down his back. His hair stood on end. His heart felt like it might leap out of his throat. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the next second Chun-Ling would grab his head and force it into that mouth. That mouth could bite through axe and cleaver. How could human bones possibly be harder? Run. Go get the enforcers. Chun Tan lunged for the gate, his shout shredding his throat. He knew this was beyond them. The only option was to run for those enforcers, people like SWAT who dealt with the abnormal, who came armed and authorized to end these things. What happened to them in court later could wait. Staying alive came first. Li Xiuquan, crouched and trembling at the side, snapped awake at the shout. She scrambled for the gate, rolling and crawling. While Chun-Ling's attention was fixed on his father, she leaned in and grabbed the doorknob. There was nothing to grip. Her hand met cold, smooth surface. The knob was gone. The whole door seemed to have had its thickness pulled away. It had become a painting. The image of the door on the red paper lay flat in the frame. The third dimension had vanished, leaving only 2. Li Xiuquan froze and stared at her hand. Her fingertips were still damp, as if she had just touched paper. She tugged and tugged, but she could not open a door painted on paper. Hee. The laughter spread around them, small, chiming, circling their ears. The chill in the air deepened. Sounds stacked up from all sides, rustle, whisper, like countless tongues scraping glass. The room seemed filled with an invisible crowd. Those crimson eyes flashed with amusement in the dark. Red paper sliced like knives, spinning around Li Xiuquan. The scraps grazed her sleeves, skimmed her face, carrying a chill. She saw one distorted face after another, lips torn, eyes hollow. She screamed, backing away step by step, feet slipping on the floor. Only primal terror remained in her eyes. Finally, her eyes rolled back. Her body went limp and collapsed. Her breathing stopped. In the gloom, a cold prompt blinked up. Audience anticipation plummeted to 16%. Chen Tan's legs went out from under him. He hit the floor hard. His chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. When he turned, the ground was no longer ground. Blood-red waves rolled and surged toward him. The red-clad figure stepped forward with steady feet. Each step compacted the air like a falling stone. He thought of the enforcer's warning. Terror burst from his throat. It's real. The enforcers were right. You're a calamity. You stole Ah Ling's body. The red-clad figure stopped. Crimson lips curved into a smile. A pale forefinger came to her mouth in a shushing gesture. The hush was as thin and sharp as a blade. The red paper drew nearer, like a tide about to swallow Chen Tan. Suddenly, the window glass shattered twice with clear pops. Shards fell like cold starlight. Two figures crashed through the glass in uniforms black, trimmed with red, movements efficient. One swept his gaze across the room and, without hesitation, grabbed his radio. Scene confirms traces of a calamity at 128 Frost Street. Assessment, Level 4. Requesting enforcer backup, immediate support. The other enforcer let out a blunt, bitter laugh. Level 4. We can't hold this. Just buy us some time. The void audience gave a low, startled murmur. The sound turned eager, like children discovering a new toy. Chun-Ling in red lightly snapped her fingers. An invisible string pulled at Chun-Tan's chest. Blood poured from the seams of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose warm, viscous, spreading across the floor like a red grease stain. His body went slack in an instant. His head thudded against the floor, consciousness swallowed by night. Only the rustle of paper remained in the room, and the distant radio repeating the same command. Open up. Save yourselves. Gunfire cracks in rapid bursts. One officer staggers back 2 steps, yanks a pistol from his hip and fires. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tear bright trails through the air. Just as they near the man in red, they seem cut apart by an invisible blade. They shred into pieces of red paper confetti that flutters down like strips of cloth torn by wind. The man in red lifts a hand. His sleeve opens like a snake's mouth. Countless paper shards crawl out from the wide folds of his theatrical robe. They dart toward the 2 officers like venomous snakes. The papers snarl around hems, slip into seams, winding in like 1,000 thin cords that bind. The bindings cinch tight. Paper twists in the air, as if someone is wringing it into a twisted rope. A final dull thud comes from the ground as a bundle of paper slams down. Dust blooms in a curved ring. The tense anticipation around them drains away, chilled in an instant. The red figure begins to change shape. The costume bulges from the inside. Something seems to be rolling under the cloth. Whispers bubble up like from underground, messy, damp. Faint human faces press as if to force their way out from beneath his skin. Within seconds, he is no longer human. A mass of red tentacles waves in the wind. On those tentacles open pairs of blood-red eyes. His original face is gone. He bursts through the paper door and surges into the empty street. Fine rain pats him, the sound seems swallowed, vanishing to silence. He picks a direction at random and in an instant becomes a streak of crimson. A shadow rips open the clouds. Another figure shoots out of the rent black clad, precise. He follows like a fired arrow. Target acquired, direction of the calamity. The man in black reports softly. The radio on the other end is tense and quick. Is it the kind that can level a whole block? From the scent and the fluctuations, at most a level 5, the black-clad answers crisply. Looks like something did hit last night, but the detectors misread the strength. Level 5 is dangerous too. Mongo, be careful. The man in black doesn't acknowledge the name. His eyes are hawk-like, fixed on that smear of blood red. Reaching the edge of District 3's wasteland, he suddenly dives. He drops like a cannonball. Boom. The black shape slams into the ground. An invisible shockwave explodes outward. It rends the air, hurling stones and sand into a spray. The grit scatters like the lines of a giant palm print. The red streak is driven to a halt by the impact. The red tentacles shiver in the wind. Every eye painted on the paper turns toward the rising dust. The gust carries grit and the smell of scorch and rust. All gazes focus on that cloud of dust punched up by the black meteor's strike. A figure tilted his head and lit a thick cigar. The flame danced at his fingertips. He stepped out slowly. The hem of his black trench coat swung with his stride. For silver seems quietly ignited, like currents running in the dark. Around him, the air seemed sliced by a knife. An invisible ring of wind spread outward, wrapping the red paper creature. The gust was thin, yet it pinned dust and gravel to the ground. He didn't look up. The cigar was clamped between his lips as one hand drew a jet-black pistol from his hip. His thumb flicked the safety off. Sand and grit trembled inside the field. A cold, murderous intent tightened in the silence like a hound locking onto a scent, like a needle aimed at prey. He exhaled a single sentence. His voice was calm, like a courtroom bell, carrying an indisputable cadence. I am Han Meng, law enforcer of Sector 3, Aurora Domain. He added another, shorter, more like a verdict. In the name of humanity, I judge you. Then his finger snapped the trigger. Click. The mechanism clicked. No bullet flew from the barrel. Instead, it seemed to pry something open. The ground before him tore apart. Chunks of earth and stone were ripped as if their very cores had been sucked out, roots and soil swallowed into nothing. The air along the rent made a dry, creaking sound. An unseen force flashed like a projectile. It wasn't an ordinary round, but a power that dismantled matter from the inside. It hit the red paper monster in an instant. At the point of contact, the paper layers split like a blade. A red tendril was cleaved open. Then a 1-meter-wide hole was torn straight through its chest, and belly through that aperture the distant streets of Sector 3 came into view as if seen through a window. That shot erased 2/3 of its body in a moment. The ripping sounded like 1,000 sheets of paper being torn at once. Dust danced in the light. Han Meng expected the fight to be over. His hand was already lowering the gun. But the next moment, everything changed. The torn red seam was a meaningless wound. The paper beast did not stop. The sheets continued to grow as if the cut had never mattered. It spat red paper in all directions, like fabric torn and yanked by a sudden wind. In less than 2 seconds, the central breach was filled. It didn't just recover, it swelled, tripling in volume. Now it hung over the wasteland like a great sun made of burning red paper. Countless sheets twisted and flipped at the rim, producing a dense rustle like thousands of cicadas beating their wings. The paper's edges reflected a cold glint, like the flash of blades. A corner monitor lit and emitted a cold prompt. An electronic voice, clear and merciless, announced, "Audience anticipation decreased by 1. Current anticipation, 14%. Han Meng's pupils pinched. He smelled a wave of heat wash over him, not flame, but the heat born from paper rubbing through air. His shoulders tensed, the ash at the tip of his cigar quivered. The surrounding wind was fine and swift, like a taut string set to vibrate. He didn't step back. The pistol stayed steady, aimed at the paper sun. The silver seams under his coat flashed and dimmed. A cold smile pressed at one corner of his mouth. His voice dropped, rough as a blade's rasp. The show is only just beginning. He raised the muzzle at once. 3 triggers were pulled in rapid succession. The muzzle spat 3 slashes of light. The energy, like steel blades, tore 3 great rips in the red disk above. Fine rain fell from the 3 holes. The drops hit Han Meng's face, cold to the bone. His skin stung. Cold crawled up his spine. Swish. Whole sheets of paper, like oversized blades, came sweeping down. They were red. Thick. Countless, like a blood-colored storm. In an instant, the wasteland was peppered into a honeycomb of holes. Han Meng fired like a man gone mad. The gunfire became a continuous roar. Bullets ripped gap after gap through the paper, just enough for him to claw out a path. Just enough to stay alive. Just enough to inch forward. "Shit," he said, his voice rendered raw by the slashing paper. Sweat had soaked his back. Cold and fear crowded together. Han Meng understood one thing. He stood no chance against this calamity. The presence opposite him swelled suddenly, like a tide surging. It grew heavy, pressing on his chest. What had been a casual strike leaped in an instant to near peak force, as if the next moment it might cross the limits of human endurance. At that moment, a hand in a theatrical sleeve slid out of the whirl of red paper. The palm was light, unervingly precise, and it settled directly on the crown of Han Meng's head. Hee. The laugh was thin, right in his ear. The palm felt feather-light, yet its weight was crushing. The next second, Han Meng was flattened by that one hand. His skull hammered into the ground. The earth creaked and split where it struck. Boom. From the center of impact, Han Meng spewed a mouthful of blood. His chest loosened as if the mud itself had pulled him down. He collapsed and lay still. Terror still flickered in his eyes, but they were empty. The fighting ebbed. The red paper drew back like a tide to the monstrous body. The drizzle continued, pattering over the scarred land. The soil went dark with wet. Blood mixed with the rain and ran. The paper creature was about to leave. The sleeve arm that had reached out snatched back, fingers clawing at the red paper. The ripping sounded coarse, like old cloth being torn. It was as if something were straining to crawl free from the pile. 5 minutes earlier. Audience intervention in the performance? The line flashed across the screen. Chen Ling's heart sank. He jerked his head up and looked toward the stage. In the darkness, countless crimson pupils were fixed on him. Little points of light, like knife tips, coldly illuminated the theater. In one corner of the audience, several rows of wooden chairs had suddenly gone empty, starkly empty. Someone had disappeared. Only the lonely chair backs remained, like ripped collars. Thud, thud, thud. A dark figure stamped its foot in the audience in steady rhythm. The heavy steps echoed through the hollow theater. Even, dull, like a heartbeat amplified. Each strike made his chest tighten. The sound detonated in the cramped space. Like thunder, relentless. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at Chun Ling, anger burned in them. As if it would sear him. As if asking why. Thud, thud, thud. The measured footfalls were like sledgehammers. Each blow made the stage tremble. The spotlights overhead buzzed, their beams wavered, as if about to snap. Chun Ling snapped alert. He remembered with perfect clarity. In reality, he had been struck down by an axe. In that instant, the performance on stage had been severed. Chaos followed. Some people were furious, some cried out. But that fury couldn't speak to him directly. It only had this method, expressing displeasure through the show, using threats to force him to respond. "So, I'm not dead," he whispered. His voice sounded like it came from far away. He looked up at his hands. His fingers trembled under the light. His skin felt like it was covered by a thin film. "Then who's controlling me now?" he asked, moving closer to the black backstage drape. He grabbed it with both hands and tore a slit open. Images flooded his mind like a tide. He saw himself turn a kitchen knife into a scrap of paper. He saw himself scare Li Shouchuan and Chen Tan. He saw himself struggling desperately with two enforcers. The camera looked down from above, then cut to the side. It was as if he were being watched in third person. He was no longer the protagonist in front of the lens. The protagonists had become the pairs of hands in the audience. The audience was taking action. A line flashed on the screen, "Audience Expectation 1." The words were cold, like a calculator readout. Another row of audience members rose immediately from the dark, like figures crawling out of shadows. Then they vanished again, as if scattered by the wind. The lower the expectation, the more people will jump in. He muttered to himself, unease in his voice. He watched his body begin to go translucent. His fingertips faded first, like a layer of ink being lifted from paper. The thud of his heartbeat drifted away. The air temperature dropped in an instant. All that remained in his ears were footsteps, breathing, and the whispers from those red eyes. If the audience became the protagonist completely, what would be left of him? The thought pressed on his chest like a stone. Chun Ling felt a cold rising from the soles of his feet. The planks at the edge of the stage seemed to recede farther away. Light slid across his skin and left a chill. He clenched his teeth, feeling them crack. A voice inside him said, "Don't give up. Don't be erased." He lifted his hand, though it was already beginning to blur. His palm could still feel his own warmth. The racket on the stage rolled like surf. He had to decide before the wave broke. Chun Ling stood before the heavy drape. The air smelled of electricity. He drew a deep breath and reached out, fingertips probing toward the flickering image. There were only two paths: take back his body and reclaim the protagonist's place, or vanish here and die. His fingertips passed through the curtain. It wasn't a hard barrier, more like a thin membrane, soft but springy. His fingers were forced to slow, as if rubbing against cloth. A mild burning brushed his skin, followed by a prickling sting. The characters on the curtain jumped. A line of white text popped up at the edge of the screen. Audience expectation 1%. The words hit like ice pellets in water, sending out concentric ripples. The expectation fell to 14%. The figures inside the screen thinned. A cluster of lights in the audience winked out, like fireflies snuffed by a gust. Chen felt his chest clamp down. He watched his arm inside the curtain go half transparent, like wax. A thought slammed into him. It wasn't the curtain getting harder, he was disappearing. He bared his teeth and pushed with everything he had, driving his palm and then his forearm forward. His elbow stuck like wood wedged into mud. Resistance rose inch by inch. With every inch, he heard the low whine of fibers rubbing. Sweat slid from his brow, cold as ice. One number filled his head, 10%. If the expectation dropped to 10, the door would shut for good. He had to get through before that. At last, his whole arm came out. Color seeped back into his skin. On the screen, he saw Han Ming stumbling beneath a curtain of red rain. The drops slapped his shoulders like confetti, dry and rustling. He couldn't hold himself. Despair was written across his face. Chen didn't hesitate. He pressed his hand to Han Meng's forehead. The palm carried the leftover force of the red paper monster, a heavy tide that knocked Han Meng down in an instant. The figure hit the ground with a dull thud, throwing up a spray of gray-red fragments. The scene had been staged as a fainting. No one noticed Chun's return. He latched the hand from the real world onto the curtain's edge like a hook and yanked. The drape ripped open in a narrow slit. The fibers snapped sharp rip. His other hand shoved through and pried, levering the tear until his shoulder could squeeze through. A hot, torn smell filled the air. Chun drew a cold breath, shouldered forward, wedged his hips. His whole body was being sucked into a giant mouth, flesh rubbing the fabric with a low, hissing rasp. He buried his head in the rent. The world narrowed at his ears. His heart thudded like a drumstick, heavy and measured. Then he launched himself and plunged in. There was a muffled splash, like someone diving into deep water. The curtain snapped shut behind him, leaving only the torn white seam trembling. A figure in a bright red opera robe pushed his upper body out of the sheets of red paper, hanging upside down in midair. The paper monster, sensing he was trying to return, thrashed violently. Its body went translucent like paper soaked in rain, thinning layer by layer, ready to tear at any moment. Cracks in the surface writhed as if trying to swallow him back. Chunling hung there, skimming just above the ground. His body swayed. The dizziness blurred his sense of direction. Each swing felt like someone twisting his ribs. From the paper seams came a damp, rasping tear. The wind smelled of dirt and old dust. He gritted his teeth and clutched his upper body, refusing to let himself be pulled back. At that moment, a drenched boy burst out of the scarred ground, running hard. His footsteps hit heavy mud and water sprayed. Cloth clung to his skin, his hair dripped. "Brother!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the rain. A hand yanked Chunling's arm hard. The pull felt like an anchor hauling him free. His lower half slid out of the paper. His body passed through the seam between the theater and reality and crashed into the mud, pain rolling through his lungs. The instant he hit, the paper monster seemed to weather away with a hissing sound. It dissolved into vapor and was gone, as if it had never been there. Chunling lay on his back in the mud, the red robe half wet and stuck to his chest. He panted. His chest heaved as if he'd been beaten. Rain trickled from his hair down his cheeks, bringing a cold. Mud seeped into his fingers, numbing to the bone. Someone was shaking him. A familiar face hovered close, frantic and speechless. The boy's hands trembled, like he'd just climbed out of a pit. "Brother, are you okay? Answer me." Chunling blinked. The dizziness ebbed, and he focused. It was Chunyan. There were flecks of mud in Chunyan's eyes and a smear of blood at his mouth, but he hadn't hesitated, only reached to pull his brother out. Two simple things came back to Chunling: the gleam on his police badge, and this younger brother who always came to find him in worn shoes. Those had been his anchors all his life. Today, once again, his brother had pulled him back to reality. He'd been following Chun Yin since Chun Yin still wore open crotch pants. Every day, wherever he went, he went. Whatever he did, he did. Once, while they were playing, he buried Chun Yin in a mound of sand. The sand pressed on the little chest until it felt stifling. Chun Yin nearly couldn't catch his breath. When someone dug him out of the sand, he didn't cry. He just grinned stupidly at the person, his eyes curving into crescent moons. From that day on, he took Chun Yin everywhere. Chun Yin trusted him without reservation. In Chun Yan's eyes, Chunling saw a different version of himself. It was a feeling of being looked up to. Warm. Dangerous. I. The drenched boy stammered. Rain or sweat, his clothes clung to his skin. His teeth chattered. There was a sharp pant in his voice. "I woke up after the surgery and stayed at the hospital waiting for you to come get me," he said, the fear still wet in his words. "Later, I heard people outside talking about some disaster like the end of the world. People were screaming. People were running. I was so scared something would happen to you. When the nurses weren't looking, he slipped out of the ward. Outside the hospital, it was half dark. Footsteps and distant alarms tangled together. Just as he was about to go home to find someone, I saw you hanging on a monster," he said in broken bursts, as if reciting something he couldn't believe. His voice seemed to come from far away. Weren't the second and third districts sealed off? How did you get through? Chunling asked, looking up. His head felt as if it had been filled with lead. The boy shook his head. There weren't enough law enforcement people. The outer ring was sealed tight, but between the two districts the guards weren't strict. I slipped through that gap and ran over. Chunling shook his head, forcing himself to sit up. His skull felt hammered. Something rolled in his chest. He looked at the small, worried face before him. A sour tightness pressed at his chest, so complicated he couldn't put it into words. It had been arranged. Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan had set a trap. The purpose was one: to give a heart to Chun Yin in exchange for his life. That heart came from someone. That person was dead, coerced, pushed, or stolen. To keep one child alive, they had prepared a bloody bargain. At the thought, a faint sorrow flashed in Chunling's eyes. The sorrow slid down his spine like a cold wind. The air smelled of blood, metallic and sharp, like a blade scraping iron. Han Ming stood in the doorway, covered in blood. His clothes were soaked, the fabric stained a deep red. His palms were stained too. His fingers trembled. Chun Yin looked at Han Ming, terror the only thing in his eyes. His young face was so pale it seemed translucent, as thin as paper. He swallowed, his voice was almost inaudible. "Brother, did you kill someone?" "I didn't kill him," Chunling blurted. "That wasn't me." It was the words stuck in his throat. His voice dropped, like torn paper. He froze. His face twitched. His fingers trembled. Chun Yin stood still. His chestnut eyes were like two calm flames. No panic, no revulsion, just a steady stare. Memories came rushing back like a tide. Red shards clung to a monster like blood. He crawled out of that thing stitched together from red paper scraps. There were eyes on him, not neighbors outside, but whispers in his head, like an audience in a theater pressed so close you could feel their breath. He looked down at himself. There was a savage gash on his neck, rimmed black and purple, dark blood seeping from the flesh. His clothes were soaked and stuck to his skin. Every breath tasted of copper. He didn't look like an ordinary person. Chunling's shoulders hunched. His gaze tried to avoid Chun Yin. His voice rang, then cracked. "You have to believe me, I inherited his memories. I know you'll be afraid, and I'm afraid you'll think I'm a monster." He spoke faster and faster, hesitant, as if trying to force the thing inside him out. He rubbed the back of his hand against his palm, like trying to take back warmth. Chun Yin was silent a moment, then stepped over to where Han Ming lay on the ground. He said nothing. He bent, and, arms like tongs, lifted the man up. Han Ming was heavy as a log. His shoulder pressed against Chun Yin's chest, making faint, broken breaths. The mud was wet, each step sank, wrapping their ankles in pale muck. Chun Yin's boots made a soft sucking sound. Han Ming's arm hung limp, his fingertips dragging a dark trail across the soil. His clothes made a wet, heavy rustle. "What are you doing?" Chunling said, stunned. Chun Yin bit his teeth and kept moving deeper into the wasteland. Each step took more effort than the last. His shoulders were strung tight as ropes. He murmured to himself, "I know. He's an enforcer." Chunling hurried to add, voice shaking as if clutching at some ledge to keep from falling. "Killing an enforcer is a capital crime. They'll come investigate. Whether or not you did it, they'll come. They'll take you away, or they'll kill you." A chill of desolation hung in the air. In the distance, dry branches clicked together. Chun Yin didn't look back. His back was thin as a blade, but every step was resolute. "Brother," his voice was very soft, as if coming from far away, "I'll help you bury him." The words were a stone thrown into a pool. Chunling's heart stuttered. His Adam's apple moved up and down, as if forcing out what had been stuck. After a long moment, he finally managed the rest, his voice a mixture of sobs, pleading, and unbelieving sorrow. "No. Yin, I mean, he's not dead yet." Chun Yin froze, then turned. Han Ming, carried on his back, twitched under his eyelids. A small groan slid out from Han Ming's chest, like crushed feathers so faint, but it proved something. Chunling saw Han Ming's fingers convulse, the blood spots on the dirt trembled. His breathing was shallow and uneven, like a sheet of paper stirred by the wind. He cried out, lost his balance, and toppled to the side. The unconscious Han Ming thudded to the ground. Han Ming's eyelids fluttered twice, and a slit opened. A red figure streaked over like a rocket. A fist swung high and smashed into the back of his head. Bang! Just waking, Han Meng felt a dull pain at the base of his skull. His eyelids flipped shut, and he blacked out completely. Chun Ling shook his aching palms and let out a long breath. Almost got killed in the counterattack. He had seen the whole fight through the hem of the stage curtain. Han Meng had been going toe-to-toe with that red, paper-like creature. Its edges looked like scraps of paper, a pale light flickering along them. Chun Ling had no idea what strange power that man was using. With that red paper thing around, he was absolutely no match. Go, he urged in a low voice. He patted Han Meng's shoulder to make sure he was out cold, hauled Chun Yin up, and ran out of the ring. There wasn't just one enforcer here. Enforcers patrol and pass judgment. Han Meng might have appeared at this spot simply because he was the fastest. If they lingered any longer, other enforcers would show up and they'd be trapped. Han Meng lay rigid in the pit, unconscious. The two figures were swallowed by night and rain. The downpour lashed the wasteland, mud and water washing away footprints. Minutes later, several silhouettes in black and red hurried in. The aura of judgment is gone, one of them murmured. Judgment, the cold, icy force had dissipated. The pressure of calamity is gone too, another added. Calamity, that crushing weight on the chest. If nothing went wrong, Brother Meng should have pulled it off, someone said, a little excited, a little resigned. Meng was too fast. We didn't even get a cut, came a frustrated note. For men in black coats strode through the rain, drops pounded their shoulders in a dull rhythm. They looked around. The ground had been torn open, scorched mud and scraps of paper littered the place, and the air reeked of burning. That fight was fierce enough to leave it like this. One of them muttered, his words choking off. Another crouched and picked up a charred fragment. It looked like paper, but was unnaturally hard. This calamity isn't ordinary, he said, looking up as rain slid off his brow. Everyone's eyes swung to the other side of the battlefield. There lay a man, covered in blood. He looked up at the sky, motionless, like a corpse. Meng, an enforcer shouted as he barreled forward and scooped Han Meng up. He pressed his ear to the man's chest, listening for breath. All that filled his ears was rain, the patter of droplets against armor. The other three enforcers stood where they were and exchanged glances. There was an odd light in their eyes. Dead, one asked. He was the deputy chief enforcer of District 3, Ma Zhong. Not dead. The man holding Han Meng frowned. Still alive. He licked his lips. Han Meng's breathing came in ragged, intermittent gasps. His chest rose and fell shallowly. A faint pulse thudded under the other's fingers. The three men's faces sagged a little. Two of them looked at Ma Zhong. He hesitated, then shook his head. What about that monster? Why isn't there a body? Someone demanded. Ran off, another guessed. No body, it probably ran. Ma Zhong's voice dropped. They broke apart and began searching the area. The rain blurred everything. Footprints were swallowed by the water. Blood was pulled into dark ribbons by the mud. The creature that had been fighting here seemed to have evaporated into the air, completely gone. From down the road came hurried footsteps through the rain. An enforcer in a black and red uniform sprinted up, water steaming off him. Ma, he panted. What's the matter? What's so urgent? Ma Zhong raised an eyebrow. Intelligence from District 2. The newcomer fumbled with his calm, voice shaking. Last night District 2 was attacked too. One street was practically washed in blood. 36 dead. What? Ma Zhong froze. The same one, he asked quickly. They say the thing over there was even more vicious, its presence like a gale. Probably not the same one. The man scanned the area. Rain blurred his features. Two of those things popping out of the same gray realm crossing. Ma Zhong muttered, incredulous. He asked again, was it taken down over there? No. That one finished killing and headed toward the back hills. It may have crossed through and come into District 3. The man shook his head. District 2's short on manpower. They're requesting support. Casualties are heavy. The enforcers are overwhelmed. Ma Zhong was silent for a second. Rain struck the metal with a clear, bright sound. He lifted his head, eyes locked on the gray heavens in the distance. Understood, he finally said. I'll handle it. A squad of enforcers hurried toward the hospital carrying Han Meng, still unconscious. Shoulders rose and fell against the night. Heels cracked the gravel into little snaps. The ambulance lights stained the ruined walls with irregular washes of red and blue. Ma Zhong stood on the edge of the rubble. The wind pushed in from the back ridge, cold and carrying the metallic smell of crushed plants. Far off, The skyline looked like a dull blade disappearing into black. His gaze flicked between broken stone, charred stumps, and that mountain. The corner of his mouth twitched as he murmured, "Same gray realm junction. Two disasters showing up at once. Interesting." Night swallowed sound. A few cars drove off, leaving the scent of dust pulled by tires. Night deepened. Two boys walked along an empty footpath. Leaves slapped and whispered in the wind. Moonlight stretched their shadows long, two black lines sliding over the ground. They headed toward Frost Street, steps neither hurried nor slow. "Bro, do we run?" The voice behind him was low, edged with fear. "Why run?" Chun-Ling looked up at him. Moonlight made his eyes a little bright. His voice was calm, probing. Chun-Yin froze, scratched at his head as if fishing for an answer, and then giving up. He stayed quiet for a long while before stammering out nothing. Chun-Ling sighed, like a basin of cold water splashed on his face. The Aurora realm is only so big. Imagine a city surrounded by walls. It's divided into 7 districts. Ordinary people can't get to the center. Districts 2 and 3 are sealed off. Where do you expect us to go? Chun-Yin listened, little stones underfoot clicking as they kicked them. He opened his mouth, but had no comeback. "Maybe we hide in a ravine?" Chun-Yin offered, childish in his tone. Chun-Ling shook his head, his fingers rubbing at his sleeve as if tamping something down. "Hiding won't help. They search layer by layer. Retreating only pushes the problem forward. We have to do something." There was something else beneath his voice. Chun-Yin could see it. Chun-Ling's phone vibrated in his pocket. The screen lit with a cold number 20%. Audience anticipation still stuck at 20. Chun-Ling's palm tightened, knuckles going white. He didn't want to say more, but he couldn't not say it. If he didn't pull the expectation up, he stood a chance of being replaced. No one liked saying that out loud. Even the wind seemed to lean in to listen. "Yen." He lowered his voice. "Yeah? Aren't you afraid of me?" In the dark he glanced back, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "You must have seen. I changed. Not very human." Chun-Yin kept his head down, silent. Moonlight drew a thin line along his nose. Leaves rustled, and a distant car hummed by. After a long while he lifted his head. His voice was small but steady. "Bro, it doesn't matter what you become. As long as you're you. How do you know I'm still me?" Chun-Ling asked, the question edged with childlike doubt. "You just do," Chun-Yin said. Short, as if the whole answer fit in that one phrase. Chun-Ling stared at him. The dark swallowed their faces, but the look they exchanged held warmth. The wind picked up and slapped the hems of their coats against their arms. "Oh, by the way, how's your body?" he asked suddenly, his tone sliding back to everyday. "Isn't a heart transplant supposed to take a long recovery? Shouldn't you be lying down and not pushing yourself? You just running around outside like this, are you really okay?" That doctor was amazing. "I'm recovering pretty fast." "Oh." Chun-Ling's eyes shifted. In a world without electricity, they could still perform complex surgeries. Was there really a way to heal that quickly? He couldn't figure it out. His gaze dropped to Chun-Yan's smooth neck. As if he'd just remembered, he asked, "By the way, where's the charm I gave you? The little talisman you usually wear around your neck?" Chun-Yan froze, hand going to his chest, where it was empty. "I don't know. Maybe it fell off while I was running." He sounded uneasy. "It's fine. I'll make you another one when we get back," Chun-Ling said, his voice flat. Chun-Yan spoke up again, a little urgent. "Bro, aren't you going to wash up? If you go out like this, people freak out." Chun-Ling froze and instinctively touched his neck. His fingers came away slick. Blood clung between his knuckles. The smell of rust and iron mixed in his nostrils. After he stumbled out of that red paper creature, the wound on his neck had sealed unbelievably fast. In less than half an hour, most of the flesh had knitted together. The skin around the cut still glowed bright red. He looked like he'd walked out of a fire, skin hot to the touch, eyes cold as night. He found a nearby creek. The water was cool. He took off the scarlet stage robe and rinsed the blood away. Splashes struck the backs of his hands, pulling away the sticky red. The fabric rasped against his fingers. "Bro, there's something I've been meaning to ask," Chun-Yin said, puzzled. "Why are you wearing my stage robe?" "I don't know." Chun-Ling stared at the robe on his body, brow tightening. He remembered the night the axe split him. His corpse hadn't been wearing that robe. In his memory of returning home, the scarlet robe had been draped on afterward. Chun Tan and Li Xiuquan had said they'd wrap the body in that robe after they finished the killing. But this time, they hadn't put it on him. The robe had come back to him on its own. The creek washed over his fingertips. A breeze lifted the hem. The red stabbed at the sunlight. Chun Ling stood there, rubbing the fabric between his fingers as if feeling a past that didn't belong to him. Doubt crept up his spine like a cold wind. Chun Ling couldn't make sense of it, so he simply stopped trying. Ever since he had inexplicably turned up in this world, strange things had followed one after another. He had meant to burn the unlucky stage robe. But when he saw Chun Yan's eyes, looking so pitiful, he sighed and changed his mind. In the end, he dunked the robe in water and scrubbed it hard. The water had a steady rhythm. Fabric rubbed between his fingers, giving off a low, sandy rasp. The cold wind scattered the droplets into a fine mist. The robe had indeed been made by Chun Yan. 8 years ago, a small traveling troupe had rolled into District 3. They were few in number, and their gear was shabby oil lamps, bits of old cloth, a makeshift little stage. 2 nights of shows drew only 5 people. The audience was thin. A passing porter was pulled in to make up the numbers. A beggar climbed the stage to beg and was kicked down by an actor playing a martial role, muttering as he left. Chun Ling fell asleep halfway through. Only one person had come seriously to watch, a renowned teacher from District 2. And one other, Chun Yin, only 7 years old. Chun Yin sat in the front row with eyes like lights. His expression lit something up inside people. From that day on, Chun Yin started learning the theater. He somehow came by 2 tattered books. He rose early every morning to practice the songs, copy down scripts, and learn to sew. Bit by bit, he made garments. The robe in Chun Ling's hands was stitched stitch by his younger brother. In the hem was a very small blue flower, a mark he had sewn to remember his work. When you brushed the edge of the cloth, you could feel the rough thread ends. "Here it's back," Chun Ling said, handing the washed robe over. The fabric still dripped. The cold air had dulled the color even more. Chun Yin took it and glanced down. Both of them looked toward the creek. The water trembled in the dusk, reflections breaking into silver fragments. Chun Ling saw his own shadow. The scar on his face and the dried blood were almost gone. His skin was unnaturally smooth, like porcelain freshly rinsed. They followed the dirt road, careful, to the edge of Frost Street. The street lamps weren't lit, yet somewhere dogs barked. A cold gust swept off the corner, carrying the oily smoke of distant food stalls. They stood shoulder to shoulder and looked toward home as night began to drop like a curtain. The front door had been ripped open like a sheet of paper. Yellow and black police tape circled the house. Men in black and red uniforms picked their way through the rubble. The crack of boots breaking wood was audible and sharp. The wind carried the smell of char and damp earth. Police lights reflected off jagged shards of glass, their strobes stinging the eyes. 2 stretchers were lined up at the doorway. White sheets covered 2 bodies, their outlines rigid. Dark red bled through the cloth, like a stain pressed flat by time. "How does it look?" someone asked, voice low, as if holding back anger and exhaustion. "No hope." The answer was short and cold. He glanced at the sheets as if counting off names lost. Sent by Mungo, assigned to tail this household. Something happened after they went in. They charged in and fought it. Didn't he get out? What about the couple? Are they dead too? All eyes turned to the doorway. A man and a woman were being helped out. Their gazes were hollow, their faces pale. Their fingers trembled constantly, as if dipped in ice water. Their breathing was shallow and quick, mechanical. "They survived," the man said softly. "Weren't they the first ones attacked? How are they alive?" "That's the strange part." The other shrugged. "We think they didn't resist. When those 2 officers fired, it only enraged it. It toyed with the couple, then killed the shooters." "You mean it was playing with people?" Another blurted, his voice raw with horror. "Something like that. Its behavior was like probing, like he trailed off, unable to find a better word." "Any other leads?" someone asked, urgency in their voice. "Hardly any." He lowered his eyes and flicked through a map. This place was ripped apart. Walls split as if by blades. Furniture shattered into pieces. Floorboards scored like they'd been cut. There are too few usable traces. We can't even tell which direction it came from. A cold wind snapped the tape, the sound like a dry, brittle heartbeat. "Frost Street S, so long. What are the odds it tore into this exact house?" "Coincidence?" someone asked. "Hard to say. His finger hovered over several points on the map. Frost Street runs along the edge of Sector 3. Behind it are the hills. Beyond those is the mass graveyard, the junction with the Ash Realm. Think of the Ash Realm as a torn seam where two worlds touch. Past that area is Sector 2. As he spoke, the white of his breath flashed in the winter light. By route, if it crawled out of the Ash Realm, hit Sector 2 first to cause havoc, then hid in the hills before coming to this stretch of Frost Street, that's not impossible. Was that homicide in Sector 2 close to the hills? Someone asked, mentally drawing a line between Frost Street and the hills. Right, they're not far apart. They're all on the same line. The enforcer nodded, his voice short. He hadn't finished when a sharp, hissing cry came from afar like a blade cutting through the night. Calamity! Calamity! Li Xiaochuan ripped her hand free. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Her face went deathly pale, and she kept repeating those two words, as if something had driven them into her mouth. Don't you dare hurt me. Don't you dare! She backed away, scrambling and clawing at the air. Her nails scraped the pavement with a grinding sound. She slammed into the people holding Chen Tan. The impact swept through them like a gust. Chen Tan's pupils pinched down. He curled into himself, arms clamped over his head, and began to whisper, uttering broken, meaningless syllables. Dried spittle clung to his lips. His eyes held nothing but terror, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The enforcers exchanged a look. Faces controlled no panic, only professional resignation. Two of them moved fast. Ropes were thrown, coiling around the two like snakes. Cloth was shoved into their mouths to stifle the cries. The rasp of rope and the muffled thud of fabric being forced in fell into the night together. They didn't linger. A few terse orders, steady footsteps, and they headed straight for District 3 headquarters, leaving the bound bodies and the fear-thickened air behind. Chun Ling let out a long breath. The tight knot in his chest eased, like a rope loosened by a careful hand. His palms were slick with sweat, his knuckles softened, and the muscles in his face finally began to relax. Dr. Lin's words came back to him like a cold blade. When the gray realm intersects with ours or a calamity strikes, most survivors go mad. Many never heal. Thinking of that, Chen Ling's throat tightened twice, but relief outweighed the dread. Very few people had actually seen him become the calamity. Only 4. 2 enforcers had already been killed by the audience. If Li Xiaochuan or Chun Tan could recount what they'd seen, he would be hunted at once. His name would go on the wanted list, every path would be closed. Now both of them had lost their minds. They couldn't tell. They couldn't testify. They couldn't expose him. He drifted with the crowd. The streetlights mottled his face. A cool night wind ran along the road. As long as the enforcers didn't trace him further, Chun Ling could still walk this street as Chun Ling, as if nothing had happened. Chun Ling stared at the chaos before him. The night wind carried grit. The smell of heat still burned his nose. Lights flickered, gravel clicked faintly underfoot. His hand had been clenched in his pocket for a long time, as if gripping an invisible thread. His eyes went cold, his movements quicker. This wasn't a gamble. He wasn't handing his fate to anyone. He had to cut the investigation off. Suddenly, a figure burst out from beside him. Dad! Mom! The teenager's voice was hoarse, like torn cloth. Chun Yin ran forward. Panic and despair were carved into his thin face. The 15-year-old body trembled through the rubble, each step kicking up a cloud of dust. Chun Ling reflexively reached out to grab him, then stopped. Finally, he stepped forward and fell in beside him. They ran shoulder to shoulder, shouting the same name. The officers turned at once. One pulled out a tablet and flicked through photos and files. Their low voices sounded like gears grinding. This couple had 2 kids, one 18, one 15. No bodies found inside. I was just about to send people to search. Didn't he expect anyone alive? Poor kid. They spoke fast, as if tallying a ledger. Footsteps were heavy. The sharp clink of handcuffs on metal stood out in the night. Chun Yin reached the woman who was being held down before he could speak. She snapped her eyes open. She spat the white cloth from her mouth like a clump of dust. Her expression twisted, her pupils pinpricked. Disaster. You're a disaster too. Her voice tore through the stillness. Then rougher shouts followed. Are you trying to kill me? You're the root of this misery. Chun Yin froze, his strength gone. The words echoed in his ears, but he couldn't make them out. All he felt was a boulder pressing on his chest. Chun Ling walked up slowly. He moved through the crowd without hurry. People's gazes were pulled to his calm. The air seemed to shiver around him. When the woman saw him, she reacted as if an old wound had been touched. She thrashed at the ropes, nails digging into her palms. Cursing without stop, her voice carried a bloody edge and the shards of memory. You should be dead. You should VE died long ago. Disaster. You are the disaster, she howled. Fear and hatred impossible to contain. Several officers held her down harder. The rasp of rope, the tearing of rough cloth, and ragged breaths blended into one. Someone tried to soothe her in a low voice, but his words were swallowed by sobbing. Chunling simply stood there. Around him, noise, chaos, the smell of things burned. But his face gave nothing away. His eyes held too much, shadows stretched by the night. Anger, exhaustion, a tangle of other emotions. He didn't shout or argue. He just looked at her quietly. Sound, dust, and night wind spun through the scene. Time felt pressed down, second after second. A yen. Li Xiuquan's voice was thinned by the wind. He let the two names fall from his lips, said again and weak. You go wait over there, he said, shifting his gaze to the distance. I'll handle this. Chen froze. The voice pulled him back to reality. He nodded once. Motion seemed locked, then walked to the corner by himself. There was no light in the corner. In the dark, he hugged his knees, curled into a ball. His shoulders trembled with each breath. His voice quivered. The scrape of his soles on the floor was faint but regular. What's the matter? Can't even keep his mouth shut? One officer frowned, impatience in his eyes. He bent and grabbed the white cloth again. It made a soft scraping sound when it hit the ground. He gripped it cleanly, like someone smoothing a crease out of clothing, then stuffed it back into Li Xiuquan's mouth. The dull thud of cloth against teeth sounded like a door shutting. He exhaled. The officer's voice softened. Kid, don't take it too hard. Your mom's ill. She doesn't even know what she's saying right now. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, a professional calm in his tone. For everyone's safety, we're taking them to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation and treatment. There's still a chance of recovery. Of course, you can visit them anytime. At that, another officer lifted a wheeled basket. Its wheels clicked crisply on the paving. The crowd opened. A few people together lifted the two restrained individuals out. Their steps quickened. The footfalls were a drumbeat of resolve. Chunling stood and watched. Every motion seemed slowed. The ambulance's flashing lights stuttered in his vision. The folds of the cloth, tiny scratches on the gloves, the blood at Li Xiuquan's mouth. The scenes flipped through like old photographs. His chest didn't swell with the hatred others expected. There was only an undefinable hollowness. Memories rose like tides, sometimes without warning. The smell of bread, the instant a small hand closed around the same piece of bread. His younger brother's laugh, childish yet determined. In that moment, the original was willing to let go of everything, even his life. That feeling couldn't be contained by words. He could feel it. The original held no deep resentment toward Li Xiuquan or that other man. It was more a helpless trust. The original trusted them because, from the day he had been brought back from other people's hands, he had been a child who was accepted. They didn't trust him. They treated him like an outsider. It all felt like a cold wind across the cheekbone, deep and clarifying. You're Chunling, right? A figure stepped out from the edge of the crowd. His steps were steady, his shadow long in the light. As he drew closer, his voice was low and direct. Where did you go just now? Chunling turned. His gaze lingered on the man's face for 2 seconds, snagged by a question. He looked a little dazed. After a moment, he cleared his throat. His voice was dry and calm. Sir, what happened here? The man slid his hands into his coat pockets. Impatience in his tone shifted from cool to hot. His eyes were like needles, driven straight into Chunling's chest. Now it's my turn to ask you. He frowned. Hearing the line, an unknown creature broke into your house and frightened your parents. He hesitated half a beat before adding, his voice low but clear. They didn't resist. There's no immediate danger to life. Oh, Chunling blinked as if coming out of a fog. Short and flat. I took my brother to rehearsal today. For what? Traditional opera. He lifted a neatly folded stage costume from his arms. The fabric was a little worn. The embroidery caught a dull gleam in the light. The edges still smelled faintly of dust. The officer's shoulders relaxed a bit. Who would go out cradling a costume? He was half convinced. Still, By the book, he asked. Where did you rehearse? Did anyone see you? The vacant lot at the east end of Hans Huang Street. No one saw. My brother's too shy, he can't handle crowds, can't sing. Otherwise, he'd just practice on our front steps. The officer nodded, his voice dropping lower. It's not safe out there lately. Don't wander off. If you find anything suspicious, come to me. I'm Jiang Qin, I patrol this block every day. His words fell like pebbles into the night, sharp and easily checked. The metal badge on his trouser leg bumped, making a dull sound. Okay, Chen Ling answered. Where's your brother? Chen Ling pointed to the corner. A small figure was curled up there, shoulders shaking in spasms. Broken sobs came from the dark. The wind made a few short rustles with the scattered scraps by the wall. Jiang glanced over and nodded slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he turned and asked, How many children are there in your family? 2. A flicker of something off passed through Jiang's eyes. He drew the word out. 2. Chen felt the air tighten. Years on stage had made him sensitive to the weight of every syllable. He steadied his breath and, feigning innocence, asked, What's wrong? Jiang stared at him, his tone calm, part logbook, part suspicion. The records say 2 children as well. You said the same thing a moment ago. Jiang Qin spoke slowly, his voice as calm as the surface of water at night. Last night at the unmarked burial ground we ran into your parents. They said they were there to pay respects to their son. If both your sons were still alive, who would they be paying respects to? The room went instantly quiet. The air seemed to lose its warmth and turned hard. Somebody swallowed. The lamp cast a faint ring of shadow on the tabletop. A flicker passed through Chen Ling's mind. His eyes tightened. He lowered his voice, as if digging an old memory out of the earth. Many years ago, after a yin was born, Mom got pregnant again. That baby got sick a few days after he was born. Mom and Dad buried him on the hill behind the house. Every year on his birthday, they'd go there to pay their respects. A yin was only 2, then he didn't understand anything. I only remember fragments. When he finished, he tilted his head slightly, wearing an expression of helplessness and resignation. There was a child's frailty in his voice, too young to remember. The line felt intentional, a practice shield. Jiang Qin only nodded. His pen scraped a short, precise sound across his notebook. His movements were calm, like someone handling routine paperwork. After jotting it down, he turned toward the door. The soles of his shoes dragged a whisper of dust across the floor. Chen Ling let the tightness in his chest fall away. His shoulders loosened. His heartbeat slowed a little. The near exposure he'd just had felt like the cold bristle left when a wild animal brushes past an animal gone in an instant. Thinking that Li Xiuquan and the others had also been at the burial ground and nearly run into the patrol officer, his fingers rubbed his palm. Without thinking, his hand felt cold. Oh, right. Jiang Qin stopped at the doorframe and turned back. Chen Ling nearly swallowed his next words. Time stretched, as if waiting for a stone to fall. Jiang Qin took a letter from his inner pocket. The paper looked a little old, the creases were clear. It whispered between his fingers as he handed it over. We found this on Chun Tan, he said, like he was passing on an errand. It's a summons from the enforcement team. Report to headquarters tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Then he left. The door closed behind him with a dull thud. Footsteps faded until only a thin draft of night air slipped through the crack, bringing the damp smell of the distant graveyard. The room returned to the sound of his own breathing. Chen Ling tightened his grip on the letter. The corner of the envelope felt cold in his palm. The officers left. Frost Street fell quiet again. Chen Ling stepped into a shadowed corner. His shoulders were stiff. The streetlight stretched his shadow out like a snapped line. Ayin, he called softly. His voice had little strength. Chen Yin kept his head down. His shoulders looked as if something were pressing on them. His spine was bent. That night, someone had used his body like a puppet on strings, forced to make movements that weren't his. Chen Ling knew this, but he couldn't find the words to explain. Any explanation turned to silence on his tongue. The man who usually had a ready line was suddenly speechless. Only the breath in his chest and the soft scrape of shoes on gravel remained. Bro. Chen Yin's voice was very light, like something squeezed out from under the covers. I'm tired. There was no blame in those 3 words. No anger. His chestnut eyes were still clear. Chen Ling stared at them and saw nothing to read. The boy didn't ask why he'd been hurt. He didn't blame anyone. He bent over and laid a hand on Chen Yin's hair. There was dust in the strands. His palm felt warmer than the air. He placed his hand on the nape of his neck. His fingertips met the faint tremor of skin. "If you're tired, sleep," he said, his tone calm. Then, quieter, "I'll stay here and watch over you." The living room that should have been warm had 2 gaping holes in it. The beams were splintered, the window frames crooked. The air smelled of smoke and broken wood. If someone had come through here, it didn't seem like the kind of job where they'd have left without taking anything worth stealing. Chun Yin curled into a ball on the old bed, burying his face in the pillow. The covers were pulled up to his chin, only the white puff of his breath showing. Chun Ling leaned against the broken wall and sat down. The cold pressed into him. Flecks of dust clung to the hems of his clothes. A hole had been torn in the roof above them. The night sky was ripped open. A ribbon of blue light moved across the black like a strand of silk. The light wasn't harsh, it was soft. It skimmed the tiles and slid across the backs of his fingers like cold water. It was the first time he watched that light so quietly. No one spoke. No footsteps. Only the light and the night, like 2 old hands, smoothing the creases of the sky. Chun Ling felt the turmoil in his chest begin to ease. His breathing evened out. His heart felt held by an invisible hand, steadied, no longer shivering. A small voice came from under the covers. "Brother, are you cold?" Chun Yin asked again. "No," he said. The word was short, like the last little reassurance when pulling the covers tight. Silence returned. In the dark of the ruined house, their breaths rose and fell with a steady rhythm. Wind slipped in through the cracks, bringing the night's chill and making scraps of paper rustle. He lost track of time. Chun Ling's eyelids grew heavy. He closed his eyes. Sleep came like a tide, little by little drowning his thoughts. When he opened them again, his vision was filled with a familiar light. Back again, Chun Ling rubbed his eyes. The spotlight was a knife cutting into his vision. He looked down. Beneath his feet was the familiar old stage. The black curtain hung heavy. The audience seats were full of shadowy figures. Not a single empty seat. The nightmare had come back. He remembered the rule. As long as he fell asleep or died, he would be dragged back here like being trapped in a forced loop. This time he had wrested control of his body. The audience that had left had returned. Their gazes were cold, but they hadn't moved. At least, not yet. His eyes fell on the big screen in the corner of the stage. White words jumped like a digital clock. Audience expectation, 24%. The words were short and crisp, like a dashboard showing someone was watching, waiting. Every time he woke, the gauge shifted. The first time he took back his body, it had climbed to 20%. After a public and covert struggle with the enforcers, it had risen to 24% and stopped. The last time he died, 50% was taken away in an instant. In that moment, his body had felt hollowed out. What if next time he died and the expectation fell below 50%? The thought brushed across his chest like a cold wind and made his heart skip a beat. He was about to look away when the lower right corner of the screen twitched. A small treasure chest icon was bouncing, like the twitch of a heartbeat. Chun Ling remembered that it hadn't been there the first time he entered the theater. He froze. His hand hung in the air, fingertips slightly cold. Curiosity won over hesitation. He reached out and tapped the chest. Dun 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 dun. The instant his fingertip touched it, drum beats detonated from the speakers. The music burst open like a gate being thrown wide. The tones were bright and shoved into his ears. Chun Ling jumped back, a hot rush pressing at his chest, as if he'd been shoved. The spotlights moved. Several beams silently converged behind him. He turned. A table had appeared in the center of the stage. An old wooden table. No carving, no ornament. The grain varied, the edges worn. The light threw a pale halo across its surface. A scrap of paper lay on it, one corner slightly lifted, as if waiting for him to turn it. The air smelled of dust illuminated by light. The dry scent of wood mixed with the low murmur of the crowd under the stage. Chun Ling's hand was still trembling. He stepped closer and touched the paper. The coolness from it felt more real than the stage lights. Chun Ling walked straight to the wooden table. 2 spotlights closed in from above. The beams met into a single bright point, like a fist coming down. A sheet of white paper appeared on the tabletop. A few lines of small text floated on it, as clear as a projection. Detected. Audience anticipation has, for the first time, exceeded 60%. Achievement unlocked. Mostly positive. The lettering felt cold. You have earned one additional draw. The font was terse. Use it to randomly learn one character skill from all the roles appearing in this production. The voice sounded like metal striking. Chun-Ling read the lines and narrowed his eyes. The paper suddenly scattered as if caught by wind. The scraps vanished, and a stack of cards slid onto the table. They hit the wood with crisp little snaps. The faces of the cards were various colors. Most were white or gray. Occasionally one was blue, like midnight water. The patterns ranged from simple to intricate. The brighter the color, the finer the filigree, the more the card looked like a decorative badge and the more valuable it seemed. The backs flipped over, uniform and neat. Then, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, they flew together and shuffled at an astonishing speed. The sound was like a sudden rain, urgent and clean. Blue cards flashed through the blur, streaking by like shooting stars, too fast to follow with the naked eye. So you can still draw, Chun-Ling chuckled inwardly. His hand reached out, knuckles whitening. He breathed steadily. The instant his fingers touched the cards, a faint coolness passed through them, metallic and precise. He plucked one at random and flipped it over with a casual flick. The card made a delicate rubbing sound. When it turned, a blue light unfurled, cool tones spreading across his fingertips. It was a blue card, deep, muted. Its pattern looked like scars from a blade and the teeth of a precise gear. The edge hummed faintly. Lines of text rose on the face, as if carved. Skill, Dance of Slaughter. Affiliation, Martial God Path. Route, Judgment. Stage, 3rd tier. Character, Han Meng. The name Han Meng landed like a spark on dry grass. Chun-Ling's memory ignited. Last night before the red paper monster, that trench-coated silhouette leapt back into his mind. Every afterimage of the moves shimmered with cold light. The whisper of metal against wind, the dry flip of leather, the metallic tang of blood flung into the cold air, all of it came rushing back, as vivid as if it were happening again. He tapped the card's edge twice, testing its weight. There was a faint thrum in his chest, but his face broke into a smile, calculated, pleased. The other cards vanished at once. The table returned to blank. The blue card's light faded and the letters settled in his mind, engraved. He let out a low, confident laugh. It was quiet, but certain. His mouth curved into an arc. His eyes took on the cool calm of a hunter who has just found his prey. That one paid off. Since he crossed over, Han Meng was the strongest person Chun-Ling had ever met. Chun-Ling didn't understand terms like Path of the War God, Judgment Path, or 3rd tier. All he knew was that the card Han Meng had drawn was the best thing anyone could draw right now. It felt like a sharp knife, settling in his palm, giving him a strange sense of calm. The blue card dissolved into nothing. A cold, fine sensation shot into him, like a circuit being closed, like some power vibrating at his fingertips. It was mysterious and beyond words. Thanks, Chun-Ling said, a little embarrassed. His voice was small, as if afraid of being overheard. He'd learned the move by stealing it from Han Meng, not outright theft, more like catching and copying emotion while the other man wasn't looking. In a way, Han Meng was his benefactor. Only a few hours earlier, Chun-Ling had just beaten that benefactor up and hit him hard with a baton. That blow, could it have killed him? Chun-Ling rubbed the back of his head, feeling a little guilty. A crimson calamity whirled above his head. The color was like blood and like a blistering hot iron plate. The wind carried low growls. The air felt slit by a blade, cold and viscous. A long, slender hand reached out of the calamity. Its thin fingertips pressed the back of his skull. The force pushed down like a giant hand, pressing him into the deep. Han Meng jolted upright from the hospital bed, letting out a strangled breath. Gah! He clapped a hand to the back of his head, his face blanching in waves. Tide like vertigo rolled before his eyes, and he wavered, slumping back. The enforcer who'd been dozing by the bedside jumped, quickly steadying him. Meng, don't move, he said urgently, tightening his grip. Don't pull that line loose, hold still, hold still. Han Meng leaned against the headboard, squinting and forcing himself steady. His voice was low and scattered. Where am I? He sounded like someone clawing his way out of a nightmare. Hospital, the enforcer answered curtly. And the long hand, no. That red calamity? Where did it go? Fear still lingered in Han Meng's eyes. The enforcer swallowed. His voice dipped. It's gone. When we arrived, there was only you, lying there. No traces around, like it just vanished. Memories clicked together in Han Ming's mind like shattered glass. He tried to recall, and his fingers went, instinctively, to the back of his head. It hurt, he ground his teeth. The calamity had attacked the back of his skull, as if it had been sneaking after the control center. He forced his breathing steady and asked, "What's the situation? Is anyone hurt? Any other targets?" The enforcer put his hands behind his back and scanned the room, a note of relief in his voice. "No other casualties for now. Some of the nearby surveillance was interfered with, but we haven't found a second target. Not for now. After you hit it, that scourge hasn't shown up again. Guess you hit it too hard." Han Ming wanted to say he hadn't really heard it. The words hovered, and then he swallowed them. In front of subordinates, he had to keep face. Silence carried more authority than excuses. His gaze flicked between the ceiling and the window. The room was quiet except for his heartbeat and breathing. The doctor's warning still echoed in his ears. "What time is it?" Han Ming's voice was dry. 6:50. The enforcer answered, concern in his tone and a hint of reluctance to pry. Han Ming gritted his teeth. His fingers pressed against the back of his head, where there was a dull, persistent numbness. The light outside stabbed him like a blade. "Help me up," he said. His voice was deeper than before. "Meng, the doctor said you need to rest." The enforcer hurried forward, trying to steady him. "Rest my ass." Han Ming snorted, then forced himself to his feet. His body felt hammered, his legs wobbled, but he clenched his teeth and held firm. His hands trembled, his cuffs were damp with sweat. "That scourge is sneaky. If we let it alone, it will cause something serious sooner or later," he said, urgency masking any hint of weakness. "Sneaky?" The enforcer blinked. "I've seen a lot of dangerous things, but it's the first time I've heard someone call a scourge sneaky." Han Ming rolled his eyes and pressed his palm to his temple as if pinning down a ticking bomb. "Dangerous, but more insidious," he said softly. He paused, as if squeezing a scene into words. "I suspect it might have fused with a human. A hybrid." The other man's face changed instantly. He didn't finish the sentence, his voice rose. "Should we notify Aurora City right away?" The second half of the question landed like cold water. Han Ming tightened his brow. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. "No, not yet. I want to check around first. It's just a hypothesis, no evidence." He braced himself against the doorframe, breathing hard. The wind outside carried a bite, a whiff of dust slipped under the door. "What do we do now?" the enforcer asked in a low, urgent voice. "Head to headquarters. The new reserve team members should be arriving soon. I'll brief them on the way." Han Ming's tone was short and decisive. "Got it." The man agreed and moved quickly. Fabric rubbed, keys jingled in a pocket. The latch clicked, footsteps and distant machinery echoed down the corridor. Outside the window, the early morning sun slanted into the next room and landed on a man's face. Chunling's lashes fluttered twice. He slowly opened his eyes. The light was warm, as if nudging him out of sleep. He rubbed the corner of his eye and took a deep breath. His chest still held the after warmth of last night's theater, the wood smell of the stage, the dust on the curtains, the heat from the lights, all felt like memories glued to his skin. After the show, he had wandered the stage for a long time, unable to find an exit. His footsteps creaked on the boards, the echoes driving him into corners with no choice. Only when the bell rang and the curtain was pulled did reality force itself back. He rolled over and reached for the tablet by his bedding. The screen still showed the characters from before he left. Numbers glowed cold. Current expectation 23%. Below, a small line read like a warning, approaching the danger threshold. Chunling muttered, almost at critical again. His voice was small, but laced with anxiety. He pushed himself up. He still felt tired. The soles of his feet could feel the coarse grit of stage dust. Outside, the occasional vehicle passed, its low engine notes like distant drums. "Brother." A voice came from outside the door, short, with a tremor. Chunling heard it. His expression snapped sharp. Pain and fatigue retreated under alertness. The covers were flung aside. Chun Yin rubbed his swollen eyes and sat up on the edge of the bed. The light outside was thin and cold. "Morning," he said, low as a sigh. "Morning." Chunling glanced at the clock on the wall. He fished the last few copper coins from his pocket, tapped them lightly, and handed them over. "I have to go out for a bit. Not sure when I'll be back. Eat something first, don't starve yourself." "Brother, where are you going?" Chun Yin blinked, still sleepy. Chun-Ling pulled on a coarse wool coat and tucked the envelope the inspector had given him yesterday into his chest. He ruffled Chun-Yan's hair with a fingertip, like soothing a child. Just handling something. Don't ask too many questions. Stay put and mind yourself, okay? Chun-Yan nodded obediently. Outside the door, Chun-Ling's footsteps faded, then scattered into the wind. Chun-Yan swung his legs off the bed and looked toward the doorway. Two big holes gaped like black mouths. Wind rushed through them, carrying grit and cold. He frowned. The coins in his palm clinked. He pressed his lips into a helpless line. He hauled out a heavy iron hammer and some planks. The wood smelled dry. The hammer struck a stake with a dull echo. He measured the pieces. Nails rolled in the tin. The rhythm was slow and heavy. At that moment, a shadow flickered behind the opening. Chun-Yan nearly dropped the hammer. The man was wrapped in a dark wool coat and a deep blue scarf. Wire-rimmed glasses flashed a thin line of cold light in the morning. The tips of his white gloves carried flecks of mud. He looked like a scholar and like a traveler. He stood in the gap, staring at the two holes, brow furrowed. Clearly, he hadn't expected the door to be gone. He walked the wall once, as if looking for a frame, then stepped back behind the opening and poked his head out. "You need something?" Chun-Yan tilted his head, wary. The man raised a hand and took off a glove. It whispered against the air. He pulled an envelope from his coat. The paper was creased, the corners rasped softly in the breeze. He opened it, and the sheet trembled in his palm. His voice was light and steady, like a spoon tapping a ceramic cup. "Excuse me, is Mr. Chun-Ling here?" Chun-Yan hesitated. Hearing his brother's name sharpened his guard. He sized the man up, then looked back at the envelope. "Who are you looking for?" he asked, short and defensive. The man lifted the letter a little higher. There was a stamp on the envelope. Inside was a card with the word doctor written neatly across it. "I heard Mr. Chun needed a doctor," he said, emotionless but unmistakably determined. "So I came." The cold wind slipped down his collar. Chun-Ling shivered and hunched his shoulders. "Hey, brother, where you headed? I can give you a ride." A lean man caught up, pulling an old rickshaw. The axle squealed on the cobblestones. He grinned, showing a few yellow teeth. Chun-Ling gave him a look. A chill crawled along the bridge of his nose. "Enforcement headquarters," he said, his voice flat. "Oh, I run that way a lot. Just dropped off two guys, both headed there as probationary recruits." The man glanced up at him. "You going to be a recruit too? I charge 10, but I'll take 7 today. You in?" Chun-Ling rubbed his palm, white from the cold. He didn't want to say more. "No, I'm not taking it," he replied shortly. The man lowered his voice. 6. 6 will do. Can't go any lower. I have no money." Chun-Ling turned his empty pockets inside out. His voice was thin as wind. The man frowned, shot him a dirty look, and muttered as he pulled the shaft and walked off. "No money, and you want to be an enforcer? Bad luck." The footsteps faded. The wheel caught in the cracks and screeched, metal on stone. Chun-Ling stood there. The tip of his nose felt frozen. His fingers began to warm again. He picked up his pace toward the center of District 3. His steps were brisk, businesslike. Low earthen houses lined the street. Thin smoke rose from their roofs. The wind tore the smoke into shreds. Last night's events pressed on him like a shadow. He thought long about staying out of the enforcer's sight. Now he had a plan. He wouldn't hide anymore. He'd walk right under their noses. Become one of them. Join every investigation. Blend into the operations. Make a mess at the crucial moment. Then get out. A simple 3-step plan. I go in, take part, stir things up, then run, he recited in his head, breaking the line down like tallying accounts. A few blocks later, he stopped beneath a huge domed building, like an overturned glass bowl against the sky. Daylight bounced off the dome in blades that cut at the corners of his eyes. Steel beams flashed coldly in the sun. A dark streak marked the entrance under the dome, a groove worn by countless footsteps. He looked up. Sounds echoed under the dome. The surrounding houses seemed half as tall. The place felt like a sudden modern sculpture dropped into the old neighborhood, making people instinctively slow their breathing. A few young people clutching letters hurried inside. Heels clicked on the steps with a crisp echo. They exchanged glances and nodded, smiling politely but nervously. 2 guards stood at the door, badges sewn to their padded jackets. Their gazes swept over everyone like searchlights. Chun-Ling stood by the steps, his hands empty, his breath steaming. He watched people go in and watched the guards, memorizing every detail, the access routine, the cadence of the questions, the way they inspected. Each movement was a clue he could use later. The wind blew again. The dome's reflection was a knife. He lifted his foot and stepped into the crowd. The action was about to begin. About 70 people had passed District 3's written exam. The martial trials usually cut the field in half. In the end, only about 30 people stayed in the enforcement team year after year. Even with this year's altered assessment format, the exit rate wouldn't drop by much. In other words, everyone walking into this building now was a potential opponent. Chunling pushed open the headquarters doors. The domed ceiling was like a sheet of glass light poured down from above. A few rows of people were already seated in the hall, 10 to a row. Their clothes were plain, but each chest was thrust out, muscles taut soldiers poised to strike. The atmosphere was quiet, the only sound the soft scrape of heels on floor. Chunling was late and had to squeeze into a side seat in the last row. An enforcer glanced at the roster and nodded once. Everyone's here. Another enforcer was about to speak and had lifted his notes when the doors were flung open. Two figures strode in. A draft through the doorway lifted the curtains and brought a cold breath with it. The man in front crushed his cigarette, but under his heel, and walked with heavy steps. His black trench coat carried 4 silver stripes where the shoulder seam fell, flashing coldly in the sunlight. The stripes looked like an insignia or a rank stamp marks few ever bore. The coat sliced through the air like a blade. His gaze swept slowly across the rows of candidates. "Come, I see." The air felt gripped by an invisible hand. Breath shortened. Someone stepped back, palms sweating. Everyone felt the pressure. Everyone except Chunling. Chunling narrowed her eyes and her gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, to the nape of his neck. A memory popped up, the punch she landed yesterday. From this angle, the back of his head looked perfectly unharmed. She raised an eyebrow, and the thought pinged into her mind. Is his skull that thick? Whispers began, like little stones rolling. "That's Han Meng." One voice burst out. "Really him?" Someone asked, trembling with excitement. "Who's Han Meng?" Another voice asked. "District 3's chief enforcer." Someone answered with reverence. "Those 4 silver stripes, those are rare. They stand for top-tier strength and absolute authority." Apparently, he reached that level very young, 24, someone said in surprise. They say he flattened the enforcers from Aurora City, who came out the same year, one by one. If he's that strong, why didn't Aurora City recruit him? Another voice asked, puzzled. Eyes in the hall drifted to his back. A silent expectancy buzzed through the air. "I don't know," someone answered in a low voice. "I heard he had a run-in with one of the big shots in Aurora City," another added. "I heard he fights like hell. My mom likes him a lot," a third said with a laugh. "How old's your mom this year?" someone asked, curious. "Almost 50, I guess." The person shrugged. Their laughter died the instant the words fell. When Han Ming appeared, the prep benches fell silent. Whispering stopped mid-breath. Even the enforcers standing to one side straightened without meaning to. The atmosphere went cold, as if someone had thrown ice water over it. He stopped under the dome. A chill brushed the back of his head, like a gaze probing for a weak spot. He looked back. People on the benches were watching him from the corners of their eyes. The moment their eyes met his, almost everyone quickly dropped their heads and fell quiet. The headquarters was suddenly as still as someone's breathing. "My name is Han Ming." He steadied his voice. "I am currently the highest authority in Sector 3. His voice was small, but it made the air feel heavier. He paused, then said, "Over the next 3 days you'll undergo your combat trials. Of the 72, only 30 will remain." The words hit like a bucket of cold water. Someone sucked in a breath. Chunling squinted slightly, his thoughts shifting. Others exchanged puzzled looks. Han Meng went on. "And among those 30, 3 people will be granted early entry into the martial archive." This time the room truly erupted. Low exclamations echoed. The enforcer's brows rose. Chunling didn't get it. A lot of people froze. Han Ming looked around and slowed his pace, as if he were dissecting every word to make it clear. "Do you know the difference between an enforcer and an arbiter?" he asked. The crowd shook their heads. "They differ by only one word," he said, scanning each face. "But the difference is far more than a single word. It's not a gap in title, it's a gap in power. An enforcer is an ordinary person wielding enforcement authority. An arbiter is not ordinary. He paused. His gaze cut across every face like a blade. His voice was lined with something cold and unmistakable. Arbiters have a path to a higher power, Han Meng said. Think of that path as a door. Open it, and your fist is no longer just muscle and bone. It can tear the air, make breathing feel heavy. Enforcers maintain order. Arbiters can rewrite the battlefield. Murmurs rose again. Some felt their pulses, some clenched their fists. The air crackled faintly, like sparks falling. Before the great cataclysm, they say, there were 18 paths that led to the god's seat. Han Meng set his paper cup down. His gaze was calm. Later the civilizations withered. More were lost. Now there are only 14 left. He said it flatly. His voice fell over the square like a small hammer on an iron plate. He began to name them, one by one. Short sentences. Clear images. Way of letters the path of script and memory. Way of medicine the method of saving lives. Way of arms the rules of battle and weaponry. Way of rights worship and destiny. Way of the wild mountains and life force. Way of craft ingenuity and hands. Way of strategy wisdom and contest. Way of theater performance and masks. Way of puppets puppetry and illusion. Way of the shaman ritual and spirit speaking. Way of force primal impact. Way of divination foretelling the future. Way of thieves concealment and ambush. Way of desire emotion and seduction. Each line was short. Each one was like a beam from a lighthouse. The listeners could picture each scene instantly. Every path has an end. Han Meng added. That end is called the god's seat. Like a platform. Whoever stands on it is stripped of their mortal clothes by some force. Some call it becoming a god. Some call it transcendence. He drew a line in the air, sketching a high platform. He withdrew his gaze and pointed at a row of white stone pillars in Aurora City. Our enforcers in the Aurora domain guard one of the 14, the path of the war god. His voice was low, but it carried weight, like the sound of an iron gate shutting. Han Meng explained the rest. His pace steady. The sentences came like blows of a hammer. In Aurora City, after 3 years as a full enforcer, you get one chance. That chance is entry into the Martial Archive. He went on. The Archive isn't a bookshelf. It's an old cellar. Thick stone door, the smell of rust, a low bell humming inside. You go in and face trials. Those who pass may be noticed by the martial path. If the path chooses you, your status changes. An enforcer can be promoted to a law officer. He let his eyes pass over the young faces in the crowd. The square fell quiet. Small sparks lit in their eyes. Finish a path, and you can stand on the god's seat. Someone whispered. The voice held desire and fear both. Chunling's mind leapt back to last night's scene. It was the freshest image in his memory. The red paper creature tearing apart, the sound of ripping, paper flakes spinning in the cold wind. Han Meng spread his arms. The air seemed cut open. Lights slashed down like blades. The creature popped and burst. A metallic hum and blood-red ink spat and rolled together. In that instant, Han Meng looked like a different man, wild and precise. Chunling understood. That was the smell of the martial path. Heavy, keen, like drums and blades. A hand went up. The voice was thin with fear. May I ask, do you have to enter the archive to walk the path to godhood? He was careful, as if afraid to startle something. Han Meng smiled, a calm with a thread of uncertainty. Theoretically, no. He spoke slower, each word short. The key is being recognized by that path. If your talent on a path is exceptional, or if the path senses you were born to walk it, it will call you. Like a compass needle turning. He made a motion as if holding an invisible needle. The people a path picks, we call them the God-favored. Called by the light, claimed by the road itself. Walking a road isn't only about qualification, it's mostly about being seen. He folded his hands and let the sentence end cleanly. Whispers rose across the square. The wind moved through. Paper flakes drifted up. On those young faces there was nothing but eagerness. I once met a boy from the Southern Sea realm. Han Meng's voice was calm, short. The listeners leaned forward, like they wanted to suck the words into their ears. He started painting at 3, with no one to teach him. At 5, he smeared the white kanji from his bowl across the floor. One stroke turned the tide into a fleet of ships. People called it the 100 boats racing. There was a ripple of whispers in the hall. Then sound burst out. Cups and saucers clinked. Breathing grew sharp. Someone noticed, and the azure god path descended. Han Ming continued. The god path chose him. He became the youngest god path bearer in history. The short sentence fell like a hammer. The air went still. Even the wind seemed muted. Being chosen by a god path is exceedingly rare. He slowed, rephrasing. Most who want to walk a god path must enter the ancient vaults. Think of them as old trial grounds. Behind stone gates lie sealed tests. He met the listener's eyes and added simply, not all these vaults exist in worlds we can tread. Some are wedged in the seam between the gray realm and reality. You can't keep your footing. Ordinary people can't reach them. Short. The picture was clear. Stone gates, fissures, mist. So few pass the trials. Han Meng said. Fewer still are chosen outright by a god path. The result, true god path holders are extremely scarce. He named a few paths, his voice like roll call. The yellow god path. The jester god path. The thief god path. The courtesan god path. Each name fell like a short blade through the air. No need for explanation. The listeners painted the rest in their heads. In short, these 14 paths are the set of transcendent ways recognized by the human realm. He summarized evenly. And in the Aurora realm, most people choose the war god path. Think of it as the only military avenue almost everyone trains in arms. Chen Ling cut in, disbelief in his voice. Only those recognized by the human realm? Han Ming glanced at him, paused 2 seconds, then nodded. There are others, but many are dangerous. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a ghost story. There's a sect that abandons its humanity and tries to fuse with calamity. People call them the assimilation faction. They try to make themselves vessels for disaster. Someone inhaled sharply in the hall. The sound tightened like a drawn string. There's also a cult that worships the Cataclysm Red Star, the Crimson Heaven cult. They preach destruction as rebirth. Han Ming's eyes cooled in the lamplight. Those paths don't touch them. He raised a hand, his fingers drew a grim halt in the air. Once someone walks those paths, the human realm will put them on a wanted list. The hunt won't stop. The pursuit will be merciless. Until the person is rooted out and erased. The phrase rooted out and erased slammed into chests like an iron hammer. Fists clenched. Adam's apples bobbed. Chen Ling felt his heart accelerate. The pulse under his collarbone thudded as if being struck. His mouth was dry. He thought of the audience inside him, the presence that had been whispering at his ear. The name leaped in his mind like a spark. Calamity. If the audience in me really is calamity, is that already considered assimilation? The question hit like cold wind. Chen Ling said nothing. His tongue went numb. All he could hear was the rush of his own blood. Chen Ling didn't know, and he didn't dare ask. Suddenly, he felt that not running to beg those enforcers earlier might have been a wise choice. If he really was someone carrying calamity inside him, once the enforcers found out, their first reaction would probably be to wipe him out, clean erase both the man and the curse. A large group of enforcers stood in the distance, like stone statues, solemn and cold. Their cloaks rasped against the air, a low susurrus. Their footsteps were steady, like hammers falling far off. Sweat began to bead on Chen Ling's palms. The drops tracked along the lines of his hand, cold and sticky. 2 lines of text flashed in the void. Cold white light washed over his face. Audience anticipation +10. Current anticipation 33%. He swore in his head. Not aloud, he simply clenched his teeth. The pleasure of those spectators seemed built on the edge of his life and death. Twisted. They only knew how to enjoy the spectacle. He was nervous, but not completely panicked. He guessed even Han Meng would never expect a fusionist to volunteer to sneak into the enforcers. It was meant to confuse their judgment. It was also a way to survive. Someone in the audience asked again, voice tinged with doubt. Could factions like the fusionists and the Jiangtian sect really find a path to godhood? Han Ming's voice was calm, like a blade sliding along a seam. Almost impossible, he said flatly. No path to divinity will grant power to those who embrace evil. The words hit Chen Ling like cold water. A flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. Those who had crossed over always carried a hunger for power. Hearing the word divinity once made his heart stir. He'd imagined stepping out of the mortal circle. But if his body truly contained calamity, that road was clearly closed to him. Han Ming finished and turned. His footsteps echoed down the corridor. Next, you'll be assigned tasks. Whether you can stay after 3 days is up to you. With that he left. His cloak swept by, carrying a chill. The crowd began to murmur again. Pages shuffled, low conversations passed between people. A few enforcers stepped forward holding a glowing roster. The list cast a soft light, revealing line after line of names. They cleared their throats, their voices rang like struck metal, crisp and authoritative. Jiang Lipeng, Nia Yining, assist patrols in Sector 3, Hanyun Street. Deng Feiliang, Gong Heng, assist patrols in Sector 3, Hanshua Street. The names dropped like stones into water, ripples spreading outward. Chunling listened as each name etched itself into his ears. His heart felt as if a rope had been gently tightened around it. The assignments were the only options available to him right now. They were all reserves. They couldn't patrol on their own. They had to trail behind the official enforcers, doing odd jobs. The voice reading the list hammered across the square. The streets called out at first were nearby. The further back the names went, the more obscure they became. At the end, someone was even called to cross districts to District 2. Wu Yudong, Chen Ling, assigned to assist patrols on District 2's Bingquan Street. The names sliced into the air like blades. Chen froze. No one was patrolling Hans Huang Street in District 3. He was from Hans Huang Street. Why were they sending him to District 2? District 3 was close to District 2 on the map, but the commute meant 3 transfers. At least 4 hours a day, back and forth. He felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Time felt like a chunk had been cut away. The gaps in his daytime were gone, and his evenings were gone too. The officer reading the list went stern again. Evaluations start today. Everyone has 3 hours to go home and prepare. You must report in 3 hours. With that, the ranks broke. Shoes scraped the pavement. People started to scatter. Dust rose in little explosions. A cold wind seemed to touch Chen's back. He couldn't say what was wrong, only that something inside him felt pricked. "Hey, are you Chenling?" A thin kid sidled up, voice so low it was almost a whisper, as if he were afraid of being overheard. "You are Wu Yudong, going with you to District 2 to assist." The boy glanced around, like he was hiding something. "Did you slip them some money?" "Slip them money?" Chen blinked. Wu leaned in, almost whispering. "The one who read the list, enforcement officer Ma Zhong. He handles personnel moves. Where you go, what you do, he calls it. The ones with money get to stay closer. No money, you're tossed to the far places as free labor." He said it with a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. It hit Chen like a shock. The rickshaw driver they'd passed earlier flashed through his mind, flicking his whip and muttering, "What kind of enforcer are you if you ain't got money?" The words sank into his chest. The air tasted faintly metallic. His mouth twitched as if he'd tasted bitter medicine. He said nothing. A cold glint came into his eyes. He drew his hand back and stood a little straighter as the shadows around them lengthened. Even the man pulling a cart by the roadside lowered his head when the enforcement squad passed. Conversations at the corner shattered into fragments. No one dared meet them eye to eye. No one wanted to say another word. "Where do you live?" Wu Yudong asked fast, as if he were afraid of being overheard. 128, Frost Street. Chen Ling answered calmly. "What a coincidence, I live on Frost Street too, at the other end. See you in Zone 2, look out for each other." Wu patted his shoulder, then hurried off to pack. The door shut, heels clicking a sharp echo. The wind pushed at the crack, making it creak. Chen Ling stepped out of headquarters, the cold wind hit his face. He had taken only 2 steps when a voice at the door cut cold to the bone. "Stop." He froze, slowly turned. Han Ming leaned against the wall, half in shadow, his figure stained by the dusk. A cigarette hung from the corner of his mouth. The ember glowed faintly, like a tiny spark burning inside him. Smoke curled between them, carrying a burnt sweet scent. Han Ming's eyes were very still, like a snake watching its prey. "You're Chenling?" His voice was low, each word dropped like a chip of ice. "Officer Han Ming." Chen nodded politely, his tone betraying a nervousness he couldn't hide. His fingers rubbed at his sleeve. His lips felt paper dry. Han Ming looked at him straight on. There was no anger in his gaze, only scrutiny and calculation. Someone who can mask the energy inside themselves has managed to slip into the enforcement unit. "You've got guts," he said. "So tell me, what are you doing in the unit?" The question hit like thunder. Chen Ling's heart sped up. His Adam's apple bobbed, his mind went blank under a harsh light. Last night, the monster, the mask, the fight. He hadn't shown his face. How could Han possibly know? He forced out, "You must be mistaken. I was home sleeping last night." Han Meng didn't rush to expose him. He was piecing together a puzzle, asking one question at a time. "And before that, practicing opera outdoors with my younger brother." Chen tried to keep his voice natural, but it trembled. "Why were you the one to go?" "He's timid. I had to keep him company." "What play were you practicing?" Han's gaze didn't move, like a lens fixed in the wall, recording every detail. "Farewell, my concubine." Chen answered quickly, a reflexive defense in his voice. Han Meng stepped closer. The smoke swirled between them. He pressed further. "What's the last line?" Chen froze. His face went blank, then scrambled. He hunted his memory desperately. Last night's scene wasn't his. The lines in his head were a jumble of broken strings that wouldn't play. "Ah," he said, as if trying to pull time back. "The penultimate line?" Han lowered his voice, each syllable pressed him against the wall. Chen swallowed. His throat was raw. He forced the memory together like gluing shards of a broken mirror. At last the words squeezed out between his teeth. "Let me." Han Meng's questions came like bullets from a gun, each one tight, merciless. Chen Ling had no time to think, only to answer in a rush. Cold sweat crept down his spine. His heart pounded like a small drum in his chest. By the time the last 3 questions came, he almost turned and ran. He'd never been involved in the theater of this world. All he could draw on was a play from his past life, the one he knew best. It was a classical tragedy. The male lead finds his beloved dead by suicide. The turning lines and the despairing silences were carved into him like knives. He could manage a few of the lines. He risked everything on one bet that Han Meng didn't know drama. As it turned out, he was right. When Han Meng finished the last question, his gaze darkened as if he could see through a person. The cold wind cut his face like metal. Around them, only the wind answered. Silence pressed between them like a slab of ice. After several seconds, Han Meng finally spoke, his voice dangerously calm. "Oh, maybe I was mistaken." Chen Ling heard the smile hidden in that voice. His head buzzed. Last night's sucker punch clearly had knocked him out. Han Meng was probing him. He'd been fainting. He forced his voice to steady. "Officer Han, if there's nothing else, I'll head back." "Wait." Han Meng called after him, small, but like a command. He tapped a finger and didn't look away. "Which street were you assigned to?" "District 2, Bingquan Street." The words came out as if frozen. "Don't go home. Go straight there," Han Meng said. Chen Ling froze. "Weren't we given 3 hours to prepare?" "This is an order." Those 4 words shut down every protest. The cotton robe billowed in the wind, the overcoat shifted with it. Their breath turned to white mist in the cold. Time felt frozen. After a long while, Chen Ling said softly, "Understood." Han Meng kept staring. "From here to District 2, Bingquan Street, no more than 2 hours. 2 hours from now I'll confirm whether you've arrived. Understand?" Chen Ling clenched his teeth, letting the strain show in his voice. "I walk slowly. It might take me longer." Han Meng didn't argue. Briefly, "I'll order a rickshaw to take you." Chen Ling blinked and said nothing more. The wind felt colder. Their shadows stretched under the streetlight. The rickshaw's silhouette waited like an answer, silently. Han Meng moved as fast as the wind. He stopped a rickshaw puller in the street, the same man who had spoken to Chen Ling when they arrived. He gave a brief instruction. "Get her to Frost Street on time, I'll cover the fare." The man nodded and pulled away. Chen Ling climbed into the rickshaw under his stare. His eyes were icy, his face unreadable. The wheels rolled over the cobbles and headed for District 2. Han Meng stamped the nearly spent cigarette under his shoe. The spark hissed and died. He let out a cold snort, a sound as thin as a blade. "Meng, why do you have to single him out?" Jiang Qin stepped closer, his voice puzzled. "Don't you think it's strange?" Han asked calmly. His words were short, thrown like stones. That night, when the Gray Realm intersected, Li Xiuquan and Chun Ten went to the mass grave in the rain to pay respects to their son. The next day, disaster struck their home. 2 enforcement officers who had been tailing them were killed. Only the couple were unharmed. Stranger still, the 2 Chin brothers weren't at home then, and there was no evidence placing them elsewhere. Jiang Qin opened his mouth to argue. Wasn't the visit to honor their son already explained? They had a child who died young years ago. You're looking at the wrong thing. Han cut him off, impatience in his tone. The air felt squeezed by an invisible fist. The point isn't the morning. It's the timing and the manner. It was before dawn, a downpour not seen in 10 years. They braved that storm to pay respects. Tell me, would they do that for a child who'd already died in weather like that? At that hour, Jiang fell silent. The question pressed on his chest like ice water poured down his throat. Premature death, training in opera, those are things Chun-Ling said herself. There's no proof. Han patted Jiang's shoulder with measured force. His voice was low and crisp. We're lawmen. We see with our own eyes. We touch with our own hands. We don't just take someone's word for it. I get it, Meng. Since you do, come with me to 128 Frost Street. Han's eyes narrowed, a knife edge drawing tight. What for? I've already had Chun-Ling sent away. The rest let Chun-Yin answer a few questions. He finished and turned toward the street mouth. His steps were neither rushed nor slow, each one seemed calculated. From afar came a rhythm. Talk, talk, talk. The sound of a hammer striking was sharp. A nail was driven into wood, blow after blow. The metallic clash on timber echoed with a hint of damp air. The sound was short and regular, as if keeping time for what was to come. The last plank slid into place. The nail clicked crisply as it bit the wood. Sawdust hung in the air. Chun-Yin wiped the sweat from his temple with the back of his hand. He dragged a chair back, sat down, and took deep, ragged breaths. The hole behind him was sealed tight. All that remained in the room were the sounds of hammering and steady breathing. He looked back toward the living room. A man with silver-rimmed glasses was crouched there, fingertips tracing the seam, curiosity written all over his face. Chun-Yin muttered under his breath. No one even came to help. His voice was small and cold. He and T wanted this man inside. But the man held a handwritten letter from his brother, an invitation. The caller had become a guest. Chun-Yin's guard softened for a moment. Though he found it odd, he'd never heard his brother mention friends in Aurora City. The man stood and walked around to the boards, surprise in his voice. How did you do this? Chun-Yin straightened his chest, as if it were nothing. Fixing a house isn't hard. When we were kids, my brother and I built little wooden shacks once for birds. You city folk don't usually do this kind of rough work, do you? The words hadn't finished leaving his mouth when a rapid knock came, like pebbles skimming across water. The knocks kept coming in a barrage, and someone outside barked in a low voice. Law enforcement questioning. Open up immediately. The words hit him like cold water. Chun-Yin went pale. Instinct told him this was bad. The timing was wrong, and the fact they called themselves enforcers tightened something inside him. He leaned toward the man and said in a low voice, "If you open, say there's no one home. Don't say anything else." Before the sentence finished, he ducked into the bedroom and pressed himself flat against the wall, his back against the cool boards, feeling his heart thudding in his palms. Footsteps outside the door sounded like hammers on his chest. The man hesitated a second, then stood and walked to the door. The knob was cold under his hand. Light slipped through the crack and painted two figures in the gap. The first stood rigid, his gaze like a knife. The second cocked his head, glanced at the door plate, and, almost to himself, muttered, "Wrong address?" The rigid one saw the man inside, and his eyes narrowed. His voice was low and cold. "What are you doing here?" The man at the door froze, then gave a bitter smile. "I thought it was someone else. Didn't expect it to be you." The air tightened. Outside the crack, the winter wind cut into the room like a blade. The man's mouth tilted at one corner. He pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses with a finger. His voice was unhurried. "I should have figured. District 3 is your turf." The two of them fell into conversation just like that. Han Meng stood nearby. Jiang Qin leaned into Han Meng's ear and lowered his voice. "Meng, who is he?" Han Meng glanced at the newcomer. Recognition crossed his face. "The miracle doctor from Aurora City, Chu Miyun," he answered, then added, "He should be heading back to find a yen." The rickshaw jolted over the gravel. The wheels crunched stones, producing a staccato clatter. Chun-Ling sat inside, his complexion as if dusted with ash, stoic and heavy as a stone. He pressed the back of his hand against the carriage side. His knuckles whitened from the grip. His gaze slid past the window to Han Meng. There was a wary suspicion in Han Meng's eyes. It hadn't appeared from nowhere. Chun-Ling felt it roll over him like a tide. His mouth twitched. His chest felt as if gripped by a hand. Still, he said nothing. He fumbled inside his sleeve at his money pouch. His fingers brushed the cold, hard coins, then withdrew. The rickshaw driver panted, sweat running from his temples onto his coarse linen shirt. The muscles in his neck jumped as he glanced back and said in a rough voice, "Brother, and you say you got no money. Even Officer Han Ming covered your fare. There's more to you than you let on." Chen Ling snorted coldly. Sparks seemed to flash in his eyes, but his voice came out low and spat. "Heh, yeah, not simple at all." The carriage kept moving. Dust rose in its wake. Store signs flickered past at the corners. They were closing in maybe 10, 15 minutes to go. He knew every step was being circled. Even if he turned back now to find Chun Yen, two problems remained. First, Han Ming might get there before him. Second, the moment he left the rickshaw, Han Ming would notice men would be sent to block him, to hold him and find out what he was doing. He bit his lip and didn't say a word. His eyes shifted to the end of the street. District 2 was clear in his mind. Its lanes were many and cramped, crowded with people and tangled intersections. If he could reach District 2, he'd at least buy some time. He slid his hand into his sleeve and quietly produced a crumpled scrap of paper Chen Yan's address. He pinched it between his fingers, then clenched his hand and tucked it back into his chest. A cold smile tugged at his mouth, like a private bet. The driver suddenly laughed, still gasping for breath. "Hey, since they covered your fare, why not make a little extra? Brother, you want me to go fast or take it slow?" Chen Ling lifted his eyes, voice flat. "No rush. Circle this street a few more times." The driver froze. "Detour? That'll take extra work." Chen Ling's smile went colder. "You run when I tell you to run. They'll pay by the miles anyway. He's loaded, isn't he? I'll make sure he spends it right." The driver's sweat grew heavier. The wind carried the smell of dust. He ground his teeth. "So you really want me to run?" Chen Ling didn't answer. His fingers pressed against the scrap of paper. There was a light in his eyes, but it was like steel so cold it made you shiver. The rickshaw rounded another corner. The wheels rasped over the stones with a low, steady rhythm. In the distance, Han Ming's figure was still talking, his voice stretched and blurred by the alley echoes, both indistinct and unmistakable. Chen Ling leaned back like a drawn bow, eyes fixed on the road ahead, as if he could see through the future. "Head for where there are more people. Let someone see you, then he can't deny it." "Got it." The man started tugging Chen Ling along. They circled the busiest street in District 2 10 laps or so. He ran with a grin, sweat beading on his forehead, but smiling like he'd hit the jackpot. Every extra lap felt to him like earning 2 extra days' pay. Chen Ling climbed out of the car. The man was still smiling, his mouth split to his ears, eyes shining as if he wanted to drop to his knees and thank the heavens. Wu Yudong wouldn't be here for hours. He was the only one forced to leave, so Chen Ling had to go to Bingquan Street on her own to meet the enforcement team there. The moment she stepped onto Bingquan Street, the smell grabbed her. The air carried a metallic, bloody tang. Yellow police tape cinched the whole street into a river with no way through, whipping in the wind with a thin, slapping sound. The low buildings on both sides had their doors and windows shut, like empty shells left after something had barreled through. On the white walls, streaks of bright red looked splashed on and dried into blotchy patterns, glaring and ugly. Rubble crunched underfoot with every step. Shards of glass rasped beneath her shoes. Torn metal lay in the corners, door frames bent as if bitten. The scene sank into her chest, like watching a place after a predator had been through. Chen Ling ducked under the tape, brow tightening. Radios crackled in the distance, footsteps and voices were swallowed by the ruined walls above. The wind lifted the scent of dried blood, cold enough to make her skin prickle. A few figures moved in the wreckage. Their black and red uniforms looked like singed flags among the ash. One of them hurried over when he saw her. "Are you from District 3 on temporary duty? How come you're here so early?" His eyes were sharp, used to the chaos of scenes like this. Chen Ling handed over her deployment order, quick and efficient. She shifted the responsibility toward Han Ming, saying he had pushed her to leave immediately. He took the order and nodded. "Good timing. We're short-handed here. I'm Qian Fan, in charge of this block of Bingquan Street. You'll be with me for the next few days." "Okay." Chen Ling nodded, her voice low and clear. After a beat, she asked, "Fan, what exactly happened here?" Qian Fan's face changed. His words rushed out as if he wanted to get the whole night out at once. "You didn't hear? It was the night before last, the Gray Realm convergence. That's when the two realms briefly touch. Something slipped into District 2 that night and broke onto this street. It killed half the block. Chun-Ling froze. After a moment she asked, "The night before last? Didn't Mahjong tell you?" Qian Fan shook his head, a tiredness just beneath the surface of his eyes. "Mahjong didn't have time to warn us. By the time we got the call, it was already too late." This time the gray realm converged, and two calamities came through. One was powerful, its presence so strong it made the air around it feel tight. The other was weaker, but more dangerous. Its killing intent was ice cold, as sharp as a blade. Chun-Ling felt his head spin when he heard that. His chest felt like it had been struck a few times by a heavy hammer. The map in his hands nearly slipped. He had always thought the one he'd seen was the only calamity, and now there was another? What about the weaker one? Did you catch it? He lowered his voice, eyes fixed on the shadow the fire threw. Qian Fan shook his head and sighed. The firelight stretched and shrank across his face. "If we'd caught it, do you think we'd still be standing guard here?" he said shortly. The weaker one vanished after it finished killing. The enforcers saw which way it went, toward the back mountain. The back mountain. Chun-Ling remembered the terrain. The back mountain sat on the border between zones 2 and 3. The wind that came from there carried a chill. Qian Fan shoved his hands into his coat, like he was trying to warm them. His voice dropped lower. "That's the odd part. Usually a calamity hits hard, keeps wrecking things, and eventually exposes itself. Big bodies, big noise, easy to trap. But this time, both of them vanished at once. Like people evaporated out of the world. A cold wind, carrying the smell of earth, swept by the tent canvas, slapped out a rhythm. Chun-Ling rubbed his sleeve, trying to sort the questions spinning in his head. He asked tentatively, "Have people talked about those fused ones? People who can merge with calamities, is that real?" Qian Fan snorted without humor. "You think it's easy to glue a calamity onto a person? To pull that off alive, you have to meet 3 conditions. First, the calamity has to not kill you. That alone rules out 99 people. Most of them have no self-control, smell blood, and they pounce. They scent human life and keep tearing, they won't stop. Second, your body has to be compatible with it. Not something you get by training for 2 years, it's a fit that takes it into your bones. Imagine shoving a wolf's heart into a human chest, most people just can't take it. Third, you have to be able to control it. Not with courage, but with some method, some link that makes the monster obey. Without that bridge, all the endurance in the world is useless." He sounded genuinely tired as he spoke. Outside the tent, the occasional calls from the search teams cut through the night like knives. "So," Qian Fan looked up and stared straight at Chun-Ling. "Fusing with one is basically winning the lottery, having a successful surgery, and getting a miracle all at once. Ridiculously rare. Don't let those blowhards fool you. The two have to line up like you happen to pick up a stone and the pattern on it looks exactly like your name. The odds are infinitesimal. Even if you're lucky and the first 2 conditions are met, there's one last hurdle. You have to make sure that once you fuse with that calamity, it won't tear your mind to pieces. Most of the mergers I've seen end up insane. They don't live more than a few years. So you're saying the chance of a successful merge is basically 0? Chun-Ling asked. His voice was low, like he was posing an absurd math problem. Qian Fan shook his head, tiredness in his eyes. More or less. But someone's trying to raise the success rate. How far they've gotten, I don't know. Chun-Ling listened, his chest sinking. He'd always assumed he was the kind of person the calamities possessed. That possibility now felt uncertain. His connection to those audiences had been formed entirely in the theater. There had been no obvious merging. Only the way the audiences sometimes drove him mad. The madness felt like a cold wind scraping through his bones, like someone knocking a bowl against the inside of his skull at night. A thought flashed through his mind. If he wasn't the merging kind, could there be another way? His own way? A way to communicate with those beings without being consumed? He could almost hear the echo of the thought, an echo that held both hope and danger. Qian Fan sighed and pulled them back to reality. For the next 2 days, your job is to comb this street. See if there's anything the calamity left under the rubble, like those fragments that look like black hair stuck in the debris, or anything else unusual. What do you mean by unusual? Chun-Ling pressed. Calamities warp the reality around them. Qian Fan said bluntly, his voice low as if coming from underground. Some just stand there, and the air begins to distort, straight lines turning into waves. Glass spins like taffy. Get too close and you get dizzy, your ears buzzing. Some flare up into flames that don't burn normally. The colors are wrong. The heat cuts like a blade. Stranger still, some can touch people's thoughts and make them do what they want. We call that effect a calamity field, the range and manner in which a calamity overlays reality. Qian Fan drew a circle in the air with his finger, as if sketching an invisible map. The stronger the calamity, the larger the field, the more total the destruction. We grade them 1 through 9. Think of it like earthquake magnitudes. The higher the number, the more like a mountain collapsing the damage becomes. Each level also has a common name, so people can tell at a glance how dangerous it is. Chunling looked at the street. The rubble smelled scorched. A battered sign in the distance gave a metallic hum every few seconds. The wind carried fine particles like gray snow. He raised his hand and brushed a black hair from the dust with his fingertip. It was thin and cold, the tip curled as if smoked. A sharp sting ran through his fingertip, like an electric current jumping along his bones. He said nothing. Qian Fan watched him, warning and provocation in his eyes. Don't just touch it, take some photos, record the sounds. Document every odd reaction you encounter. And don't look back when you leave. Chunling tucked the hair into his sleeve like hiding evidence. The rubble underfoot fractured with crisp cracks. The sun pushed a beam from behind the clouds. The light itself warped into a thin fissure in the air. The sounds, the textures, the smells all warned him. This road was as dangerous as a blade, but it was also the edge of the truth. Take a 9th level calamity, for example. Qian Fan drew the words out slowly. We usually call it annihilation. Annihilation? Chunling froze. His voice sounded as if it came from far away. Can it really destroy the world? He asked. Qian Fan shrugged, a trace of amusement in his eyes. There's some exaggeration, but it's pretty close. Rumor says a world ender can wipe an entire human realm off the map. The air goes still like it's been sucked out. Even the light dims. Chunling's brow tightened. The air dropped half a beat. Qian Fan suddenly lowered his voice. You didn't know? He stared at Chunling, as if waiting for an answer. For what? The thing that got out of Zone 3 the night before last. It was actually a world ender. The sentence fell like an ice cube into water, sending a ripple of cold. Chunling's face went white. An unreal light flashed in his eyes. But Qian Fan cut him off. Qian Fan laughed and patted his shoulder, the laugh clean and brisk. Haha, kidding. Don't scare yourself. He shrugged. I heard it, the disaster gauges in your Zone 3 did spike. Normally, only a world ender gives those readings. But you know that's impossible, right? It's been nearly a century since a real world ender showed. If it had been one, Zone 3 would have been gone, no signs of life. He paused, his tone loosening. More likely it was a fluctuation in some domain that interfered with the instruments. Your Hanming enforcers fought it yesterday, didn't they? They confirmed it was a level 5 calamity, not a world ender. Relax. Qian Fan put his hands on his hips and grinned, as if telling a joke. Chunling couldn't laugh. Not just his expression. A cold stirring moved under his ribs. His fingers rubbed white calluses along the seam of his pants. Memories cut in like a blade. He knew better than anyone that the so-called level 5 culprit shouldn't have been just a 5. That rating only happened because the audience's expectation was stuck at 14 to 15%. Put plainly, the attention, fear, and anticipation of the people in the arena pushed that force into the level 5 bracket. In other words, what actually decided combat strength was the crowd's attention, not the creature's inherent power. Chunling remembered it clearly. The spectators, who fled, made up less than 1% of the stands. With numbers that small, how could they have driven the scene to the brink of annihilation? He had worried about a worse possibility. What if that tiny group had all run, really all of them? If the spectators didn't just trickle out, but evacuated en masse, if their will erupted, that force would scale up proportionally. Could something truly immeasurable appear? Might there be a moment when the air felt branded and even breathing grew heavy? Chunling clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked. He looked up at Qian Fan. His eyes were a sinking sea. No humor, no consolation, only one question, heavy as a bullet, striking his chest. Does that mean a force capable of flattening all of human territory is about to descend? The thought slid down his spine like ice water. Cold sweat broke out across Chunling's back. He'd known the audience in the stands were strong. He hadn't expected them to be this strong. It was a threat that could destroy a world, like a time bomb that could go off at any moment, lying there quietly and terrifyingly. "All right, get to work," Qian Fan said, satisfied, and turned to leave. "Okay," Chen Ling answered. After Qian Fan's footsteps faded, only wind and shifting rubble remained in the ruined street. Chen Ling stood among the debris. He drew a deep breath, pressed the fear back down his chest, and began to search. Under the rubble, his palm brushed cold, hard glass and metal that looked like it had been burned. Each touch sent up a tiny echo, like tapping out a rhythm among the ruins. In his ears, distant sirens stretched into a melancholy arc. He brushed dust from the cracks and traced the mottled marks on the walls. Aside from ash and shattered concrete, there was nothing. No tuft of hair, no scorch from lingering energy. It was as if the disaster had ripped everything away and taken the traces with it. As he bent his head, two lines of characters suddenly surfaced on the rubble. They glowed like phosphorescence, fluttered like a flag in the night wind, then vanished a moment later as if they'd never been there. Audience expectation 1. Current expectation 32%. The characters flickered on and off in quick, fine beats, like an electronic gauge ticking. His hand felt only dust, but his eyes saw numbers. He knew what those numbers meant. As long as he kept the audience's attention above 20%, there was still a baseline. If not, the beings in the stands would act according to their own unknown rules. Not long ago, an undercover had infiltrated the enforcement team. That time, the audience's expectation jumped 10 percentage points in one go. But it didn't hold. Like a leaking balloon, it slowly sank. At the current rate, if he did nothing, in at most 36 hours the expectation would fall back to 20%. For the past few hours, he'd been sifting through the ruins. His fingers scraped glass fragments that tinkled the concrete floor, creaked underfoot. Even as he grew more careful, he still hadn't found anything that proved the disaster entity had been there. Not a single hair. No scorch marks from residual energy. Only ash carried by the wind and a fractured silence. A question nagged at him. What was that thing that had run out with the audience by his seat? A living creature? Some form of energy? Or an entity like a shadow? He couldn't tell. "Chen Ling," a shout came from not far off. Footsteps came with quick breaths. The rubble answered with a narrow crack. Chen looked up. Wu Yudong approached, sweating, the hems of his clothes dust-streaked. He looked like he'd come all the way from District 3, his steps stiff as if he'd only just stopped from hurrying. "I heard you came early this morning." Wu wiped his face, his voice held concern and a touch of curiosity. "How did you get here so fast? You didn't go home?" "No," Chen Ling answered curtly, slipping his hand into another pile of rubble. "Something happened." Wu's brow tightened, and he brushed dust off his clothes. "Is it about your brother?" Chen paused. The wind brought a sharp metallic tang. The distant sky hung heavy, like pressed sheet iron. "Maybe," he said, slowing his voice and keeping his gaze on the ground. "I have to keep the expectation up. I need to find clues." "What did you say?" Chen Ling snapped up, his voice short and cold. Wu Yudong scratched his head, sweat ran down his temple. He smiled, half embarrassed, half pleased. "Oh, I happened to walk past your place, saw Commander Han Ming there. He said he was looking for your brother." He paused, glanced at the battered house, then laughed aloud. "Honestly, man, your place is worse than I thought. Got holes in the roof, huh?" Chen Ling ignored the teasing. His eyes narrowed. "Did Han Ming question my brother?" Wu Yudong shook his head. "No, there was a tall man standing inside, wearing silver-rimmed glasses. He said a few words to your brother, I couldn't make them out. Han Ming didn't go in, he just said that and left." "Tall, silver-rimmed glasses?" Chen Ling froze. A thought flashed through his mind like an electric shock. He had actually forgotten. A few days earlier, he'd sent a letter to Aurora City and arranged for a doctor, a not ordinary doctor. The man had agreed to come. It was meant to treat him, but then too much happened and he pushed it aside. That had to be the man with the glasses. But District 3 was sealed, the checkpoints controlling the roads. How had that man gotten in? Questions surged up his chest like a tide. His throat tightened. The dust under his feet seemed alive, stirring with each breath. In the distance, the low hum of rescue vehicles droned. The wind carried the acrid tang of smoke and dust, like an old wound being picked at. He couldn't let his brother be alone with that man. The man's identity was still a mystery. I have to go. Wu Yudong checked his watch, waved, and hurried off. I need to sort the survivors. There are people on the street who need help. Sunlight slipped through the crack of the door in thin fragments. Chunling's heartbeat sped up. If Han Ming had been sent away, there shouldn't be anyone left to continue an interrogation. The house was safe for now. The thought was a short, fragile rope barely steadying his shaking emotions. He turned and walked quickly toward where Qian Fan and the others were staying. Every step felt heavy. Under the crunch of broken stones, he could hear the echo of his own heart. I'm going home. Right now? He told himself short, firm. The rubble outside was brittle. With a creak, he stomped on a pile of bricks. They shattered, dust rose like gray smoke rings. Chunling looked down and saw a smear of red trapped under the rubble. The red wasn't fresh, it was muted, as if time had rubbed it dull, low and unmistakable. It lay silent amid the gray tiles like an evidence that could not speak. He reached out to touch it. The back of his hand went cold first. The air seemed to still, as if sound itself had been sucked away, even the distant noise of rescues. Chunling's fingers dragged along the edge of the rag. Tiny gray flakes clung to his fingertips. A red outline slowly resolved itself. It was a half-ruined amulet. In the corner of the red cloth, 2 small characters were stitched Chunyan. His hand froze. His breathing shortened. His eyes suddenly went cold, as if something had seen straight through him. He pressed his lips together, but said nothing. The scrap of cloth in his hand simply fell. 2 people sat in the doorway. Chu Muyun was propped against the frame, an old pocket watch tucked under his arm. Its hands made a soft ticking by his side. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. A ribbon of blue light appeared along the horizon, flowing like silk across the sky. Wind crept in through the gaps in the boards. The kerosene lamp's flame fluttered and hissed low. Why hasn't my brother come back yet? Chun Yin rested his chin on his hands, eyes fixed on the street, refusing to blink. His voice carried a little anxiety. Chu Muyun glanced at the watch and let out a long breath. He pushed up the silver-rimmed glasses on his nose and rose with a polite, measured motion. Shadows at the end of the street edged closer. First came the sound of a couple of footsteps. Then the figure itself became clear. Chun Yin sprang up from his stool and waved, calling out, "Brother, you're back." Chun Ling came up the steps slowly, tiredness dragging at him. His shoulders drooped and his feet were heavy. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 of them, but still reached out and gave a brief wave. His voice was low and hoarse. "You've been waiting?" Chu Muyun straightened at once, hands on his knees, smiling with cultivated courtesy. "You must be Mr. Chun. I'm Chu Muyun, from Aurora City. I'm a physician." Chun Ling raised his hand and shook it. His palm had the chill of winter. "Oh, hello." He tucked the amulet into his pocket, glanced over at Chun Yin, then at Chu Muyun. His tone carried apology and fatigue. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long," Chu Muyun replied evenly. "It's been a long time." Chun Yin piped up, eager and sincere. "You left this morning, brother," and he came right after. He just sat in the parlor and stayed there the whole time. "You came this morning?" Chun Ling looked surprised, a brow lifting. "You didn't get him any water?" "I did," Chun Yin said with a little pout. "He wouldn't drink." Chu Muyun lowered his head and smiled, his fingers tapping the watch's rim as if to hide his own tiredness. The wind lifted the hem of his coat, revealing the clean collar of his shirt. His voice was calm, threaded with professional steadiness. "Mr. Chun, you really don't have to trouble yourself. I was heading back to Aurora City anyway. But if you say you're feeling better, I'm much better now." Chun Ling cut him off, his voice softening. He draped the cloak over his shoulders as if to block the night air or to hide his own weakness. "I'm sorry to have you come all the way and wait. Dinner's on me tonight. I'll see you back to the city tomorrow, all right?" Chu Muyun nodded, his smile both trusting and formally polite. "Then I'll take you up on that, Mr. Chun. If you need anything, please let me know." Wind, ticking, the low whisper of the kerosene lamp, the 3 sounds braided together on the porch. Chun Yin leaned against the doorframe, clutching a scrap of cloth, his gaze flicking between his brother's hand and the amulet. In the growing night, the ribbon of blue light brightened, like a silent scrutiny, falling across every face. At first, Chun Ling would be startled every time the audience made a scene. He'd rush off to see a doctor. Now he no longer thought of himself as a patient, and he didn't believe anyone could cure him. A disaster capable of destroying the world wasn't something you could stitch up, much less with that mysterious theater that suppressed the calamity. Shumian staying here did him no good the longer he stayed. The more he'd let others see what was in his head. Chu froze. He stared at Chen for a long moment, his voice dropping a few notches. Mr. Chun, sometimes the body won't tell you it's still sick. Feeling fine now could be temporary. Want me to do a thorough check? Chen's eyes darkened. His refusal was short and blunt. No, I don't need it. His tone was a blade. The air around them fell quiet. Chen raised a hand to his chest, then pulled it back. His fingertips touched only smooth skin. No pulse. No warmth. Like an empty hollow. Dr. Chu, you came all the way from Aurora City. I know you mean well. But there's no need to check or treat me. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm really fine. Chu closed his eyes. His sigh seemed squeezed from his ribs. All right, but I can't go back now. Why? Chen asked, suddenly alert. Chu shook his head. His voice was as cold as a winter doorknob. District 3 has been sealed. Complete lockdown. No one in or out. A gust outside brought an echo, like the clank of an iron gate. Chen's brow lifted. Then how did you get in? Chu gave a tired, crooked smile. I know someone in the enforcers. He pulled some strings to let me through. Getting in was easy. Getting out won't be. He winced at the word. Coming in was like opening a door, getting out would be like pushing down a fortress wall. The enforcers sealed District 3 to stop the scourge from spreading. Those things could be as small as a speck of dust hide in a backpack, slip into a body, even learn to disguise themselves as the stranger in the next seat and walk out. Chun listened with little change in expression, but there was a calculating glint in his eyes. Anyone who dealt with the enforcers knew this. He understood the different levels of access. He knew how the danger would spread. The air around them hummed with tension, like static waiting for a spark. Chen froze. He drew his brows together twice. His voice seemed stuck in his throat. Chu Muyun was from Aurora City. He had come specifically to treat him. He didn't take money. Saying doing charity felt superfluous. Now the man was staying, he had nowhere to return to. Throw him out on the street. Chen couldn't bring himself to do that. Brother, he doesn't look like a bad person, Chunyan hurried to say. His voice was low, with a streak of stubbornness. That enforcement officer, Han Meng, came before. He was fierce. It was Uncle Chu who got him to leave. Something brightened in Chun-Ling's eyes, like a flame fanned by wind. Can I ask you something? He stepped forward, face tight, but his tone softened. Chu nodded, movements calm, his gaze steady. How did you get Han Meng to leave? Chu's mouth tightened slightly, as if recalling, as if not wanting to say much. I told him there was no one home. It's rude to barge into someone's place without permission. Even law enforcement has rules. He's an officer, Chun-Ling said, unconvinced, wary. Aren't they supposed to be able to search a house when they come? How could he leave so easily? He listened when I spoke, Chu said as if talking about the weather. A few years back I saved his life. Twice. The sentence landed like a pebble tossed into water. Ripples spread. Chen was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. He shifted his tone. Stay here until District 3 is reopened. But on one condition. What condition? Chu asked, a touch of curiosity in his eyes. Without my permission, you're not allowed to examine me. Nor my brother. Chen-Ling's words were short, driven into the table like a nail. Chu pushed up the silver frame of his glasses and gave a faint smile. He answered plainly, okay. Back inside, the sounds in the room changed. Wind came through the window cracks, carrying the damp cold of night. Chen-Ling first looked at the wall. The old hole had been boarded up. The planks were uneven against the wind, they made soft creaks. Cold still slipped through now and then, but it was far better than last night's gaping draft. He turned back. Chunyan stood with his hands behind his back, head bowed, like a child waiting to be praised. His shoulders trembled slightly, his eyes were expectant. Thank you. Chen-Ling reached out and patted his head. The gesture was small but warm. His palm touched hair dried by winter, it felt a little prickly. There are still a few gaps I didn't seal right, Chunyan said, embarrassed, apologetic in his smile. I'll go up the back hill tomorrow and fetch some clay to patch them. That should do it. The lamp cast a yellow light. The wind whispered outside. The three shadows on the wall swayed. Their voices were simple, like an agreement. Chu Muyun pushed the door open. It closed softly behind him, letting in a cool draft. Laughter drifted from inside. The smell of cooking slipped out of the kitchen like a wave. He stood in the doorway, the corner of his mouth lifted. His voice was steady. "You two look like you get along." Chunyin stuck out his lower lip, a smile tugging at it. "Of course." Chu's gaze swept over their faces. "You two look quite alike." Chunling glanced up at Chunyin, still holding his serving spoon. "Do we?" He smiled, with an easy frankness. "We're not related. Living together long enough, you start copying each other's gestures and expressions." Chunyin sat in the living room, finger tracing the rim of his bowl. There was a flicker of something complicated in his eyes, but his voice was earnest. "I really do think you look alike." Chunling put the last dish on the table. The clink of iron pans was bright. Oil hissed in the hot wok. Potato slices were lifted with their edges a little charred, the aroma intensifying. "That room over there is yours," he said, pointing to a small door in the corner. "It's basic. Don't mind it." Chu nodded, his voice low and even. "It's fine. I'm not picky." The three of them sat. Chopsticks hit bowls with a soft clatter. Steam rose under the lamp like a thin fog. Chunling picked up a potato slice and handed it to Chu. Chu tasted it. Approval flashed across his face. "Mr. Chen cooks well." He set his chopsticks down and smiled. "Better than most places in this town. Just call me Chunling." Chunling pursed his lips and smiled, then went back to eating, but his eyes kept wandering to Chu. The man's clothes were neat, his movements measured. He had the quiet, deep current air of someone who belonged in a library, like a professor leaving a lecture hall. Chunling took these details in, filing them away. People in District 3 didn't often wear that look. He lifted one corner of his mouth, curious. Suddenly, he set his chopsticks down as if remembering something important. His tone turned serious. "Dr. Chu." "Yes?" "How much do you know about the path of tuning in?" The question dropped into the room like a pebble into still water. Chu's gaze stalled, his brows shifted. After a brief surprise, he didn't answer right away. Only the soft scrape of chopsticks and bowls filled the space. "You're interested in that path too?" he asked, calm but probing. Chunling nodded, wiping oil from the back of his hand. "A little. I plan to become an enforcer." He spoke plainly. "You know, someone who patrols the streets and handles disputes like the cops in your world. But being an enforcer requires trust and skill. I heard tuning in can make you more sensitive, better at handling conflicts. I want to know what it actually is." "An enforcer." Chu repeated the word as if tasting it. Thought lingered in his voice. "It's a job of responsibility. It comes with danger." Chun-Yin looked toward the window. The streetlight outside haloed a pool of light. His finger traced the bowl rim again, knuckles whitening. After a long breath, he said, "When I was a kid, my master taught me some breathing techniques. They helped. I never went further. If you're serious about this path, hearsay won't be enough." Chu set his chopsticks down and leaned back. His gaze was steady, like a smooth stone. "Tuning in isn't magic. It's not a shortcut to getting stronger." He used a metaphor, speaking slowly so they could follow. "Think of it like tuning a radio. You're the radio. Normally, you only pick up nearby sounds. Tuning in is extending the antenna to catch subtler frequencies. You start to feel the rhythm of someone's breathing. You can sync your heartbeat with the outside world. It's a very fine sense, like hearing the echo of a distant bell." He paused. The lamp cast a calm light across his face. "There are dangers in learning it. Lose concentration and you get dizzy. Let your emotions sway and you'll be affected. And what's useful for enforcement is control, steadying the other person's rhythm, not throwing power around." Chunling nodded, eager and cautious at once. "So where do I start?" Chu reached out and gestured closer to the table. His voice dropped, like he was speaking by their ears. "Start with the basics. 2 things. First, breathing slow and deep. Pull your breath straight like a rope, one pull at a time. Second, listening to your heartbeat. Put your attention on your chest and hear how it strikes. If you can keep those 2 steady on the street, even before you tune in, you'll be able to steady yourself in tense moments." Chun-Yin suddenly laughed, a little relieved, the sound lifting some of the tension. "Listening to your heartbeat? Sounds old school." He rattled his chopsticks. "But practical." Chunling looked down at his plate, as if deciding. "Teach me those 2 moves first thing tomorrow. Even if it's just the breathing, I want to learn." Chu glanced at the dark outside, then at the 2 of them. "All right. 6 in the morning. In the yard, by that old locust tree. Just at dawn when it's quiet." They exchanged a few more low words. The last echoes from the pan faded in the room. A breeze skimmed past the window, lifting the scent of food and the cool of night. The lamps stretched their shadows on the table into 3 silent lines. Dinner was finished quickly. Plates and bowls were cleared away. Chun-Ling washed the dishes. The water sounded bright. Shan-Yin walked across the living room a few paces. As if he'd come to a decision, his face softer. Chu turned toward the room they'd set aside for him, his steps steady. When the door closed, he left a voice in the crack. "See you in the morning." The room was quiet. Chun-Yin leaned against the sofa, his eyes shining. Chun-Ling wiped the table in the kitchen, his movements light. Each of the 3 of them made small preparations for the morning. Night deepened, carrying with it a new sense of anticipation and a thread of nervousness. Chu Muyun nodded, his voice calm. "So, you're planning to take the path of the war god?" Chun-Ling asked, his brow tightening then loosening. "Probably." Chun-Ling shrugged. There was an unsure light in his eyes. "Aren't enforcers supposed to only go the war god's path?" Chu Muyun gave a soft laugh. There was no mockery in it, only the warmth of fact. "Who says that?" He lifted a hand, fingertips tapping the rim of his cup. "Most enforcers do follow the war god's path. In the Aurora domain, it's the most common, the easiest route you can see toward strength. Put it metaphorically, you turn yourself into a weapon, using force and combat skill to pry open higher doors." He paused for half a beat, then added, "But not everyone is limited to that road. In Aurora City, there are people favored by other divine ways. They carry a different aura. In other words, they're chosen by some other power." Chun-Ling lowered his head, his fingertip tracing a small circle along the bowl's edge. His voice was a little hoarse. "I don't have any special talent. Maybe I never will be one of those favored people." He said it plainly, like pronouncing a verdict. Chun-Yin set his chopsticks down. They clicked against the bowl. "Bro, who says you don't have talent?" He looked up, earnest, stubborn. "You're that good, plenty of divine ways will come looking for you." His tone was part challenge, part consolation. Chun-Ling gave a wry smile. Bitterness threaded through it. In this life, as in the last, he felt like a drop swallowed by the tide. As a child, his parents forced him into music, chess, calligraphy, painting. He tried everything, but nothing held. Mediocre grades, weak constitution. He forgot it all as he grew up. Laid out on the table, nothing about him stood out. He hadn't told others the details. He kept the facts pressed to his chest like a heavy stone. His voice went low, self-mocking. "Maybe. Wait 3 years as an enforcer, then try my luck at the Warpath's ancient vault." He swallowed. The words Warpath's ancient vault felt like an old doorway, its quotas, trials, and chances. Chu Muyun watched him. His gaze was unhurried, like wind flowing through the mountains. "Talent is hard to judge," he said slowly. "Some people's talent lies in the shallowest soil, a little sunlight, and it blooms. Others are hidden in rock crevices and need the right pick." Chun-Ling looked up, an uncertain glimmer passed through his eyes. "So if it's the war god's path, how do you know whether you have the talent for it?" he asked. His voice held a sliver of hope, fragile as glass. Chu Muyun's mouth twitched into a brief smile. "It's simple," he replied. Chu Muyun's smile slowly withdrew. The curve at the corner of his mouth snapped shut so fast, it was like a blade folding. His voice was cold as a winter wind. "You'll know once you try," he said calmly, as if stating a fact. "Kill 1. If that's not enough, 10. If that's not enough, 100, then 1,000. If you kill 1,000 and the path of the war god still won't take you, then it means you don't have the talent for that route." Chun-Ling's chopsticks paused midair. The light clink of metal against porcelain was swallowed by the silence in the living room. The air seemed to have been sucked out. No one breathed. "This is a joke." Chu Muyun suddenly smiled. The sound was like ice breaking, and for an instant it brought a wash of warmth. He tapped the table with his hand, like wind blowing over grass. "If you won't kill, you can go seclude yourself in Guzong. 3 years is long, but you're young, you can wait." The word Guzong landed like a stone in water, sending out rings of ripples. Chun-Ling stared at the rice in his bowl. Steam rose from the white grains and dissolved slowly under the lamp. He remembered that night the paper monster made of red paper tore 2 enforcers' throats like paper dolls. Blood sprayed, splattering the floor like flowers. The memory was a bitter drink, climbing his throat in an instant, sour enough to make him gag. He lowered his head, his palms felt cold. In his last life, he'd killed countless people in games and watched plenty of gory films. But a real knife in your hand is not the same as swinging one on a screen. When it came to putting a blade to another person, he couldn't cross that invisible line. Reason and pity had built a barrier across his chest. The barrier was heavy, like iron rails. "So, what exactly is this path?" he asked, forcing his voice steady, holding down his racing heart. Chu Muyun glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You know the term path?" "I only drew Han Meng's card," Chen Ling said. "It said Dance of Slaughter. He said it was something from the Judgment Route." Chu Muyun traced a circle on the rim of his cup with his finger, as if arranging his thoughts. He compared becoming a god to climbing a mountain. His speech slowed, his sentences came short and deliberate, as if laying out stepping stones for someone else. "Imagine a mountain," he began. "Becoming a god is climbing to the summit. There's a main road up the mountain, that's the divine way. Most people take the main road. It's wide, the markers are clear. Power and rules are laid out there." He paused, switching metaphors, adding a touch of imagery. "But people are different. Some hurry, some are slow, some are righteous, some harbor darkness. Alongside the main road, many small trails grow. Those are the paths. They're like footpaths that wind around cliffs and cut through the woods. Each little path gives you abilities colored by who you are." He thought of Han Meng, a faint, unintended smile touching his mouth. Han Meng is stubborn, with a very direct sense of justice. He walks the judgment lane. The skills he gets walking that path skew toward verdict and judgment. Other people's paths will grow other traits. Chen Ling nodded. The picture formed slowly in his mind, a main road and branching trails. Each trail carried a different gift. Different people would walk out different landscapes. "How many paths does a divine way have?" he asked. His voice was very soft, but the question hung in every corner of the room. "That's hard to say," he answered plainly. "Some divine paths are naturally bustling. The more people who walk them, the more branches they spawn. Take the war god, there are at least 7 distinct routes. But an obscure divine path might not even have a single branch." "Dr. Chu, you follow a divine path too?" Chen Ling asked, looking back at Dr. Lin's earlier remark, a question in his eyes. "Yes," Chu Muyun admitted without hesitation. "I follow the path of the medicine god." "The medicine god's path?" Chen Ling blinked, then grew even more surprised. "Medicine shows up in the Aurora realm?" At that he changed expression. "Wait, you're someone favored by a god?" Chu Muyun smiled, but said nothing. There was a light in his eyes, but he didn't explain. Chen Ling stared at him. It was as if the sounds in the air had suddenly shrunk. Someone put down a bowl, chopsticks clicked against porcelain with a crisp sound. "What does it feel like to be favored by a god?" Chen Ling lowered his voice, as if asking a secret. Chu Muyun went quiet. After a long moment he spoke. "It's hard to put into ordinary words. Maybe it's like you're suddenly pulled out of the crowd. The world thins. Then a gaze falls on you, like someone watching you from far away." He paused, searching for the right words. The bulb on the table hummed softly. Then the environment changes. A road appears in the air. Not a path on the ground, a line suspended above. You can see it floating, trembling slightly, like a band of light. Chun Yin had his head down eating, then suddenly looked up and interjected. "Like a ribbon?" "Yes, like a ribbon," Chu Miyun said, his eyes brightening. "It dances in the air, catching light, soft as silk. But the moment you step on it, it turns solid. You can stand on it, you feel weight, as if you're stepping on paving stones. Then the path disappears. You can't see it, but its trace remains inside you." He reached up and pressed his chest, his movement quiet. "Like a warmth or a clasp. You know it's there. It stays deep in your body, like a thread planted in you. When the time comes, it will lead you to where it belongs." Chen Ling's face showed even greater astonishment. "So you stepped onto it?" Chu Muyun smiled and nodded, his voice calm. "I did. The road is there. If you don't walk it, it won't vanish. It will wait for the person it belongs to." Chen Ling looked at Chun Yin, a question in his eyes. Chun Yin drew his shoulders in and said softly, "I just heard people talking about it. I was only mentioning it." "Oh." Chen Ling let the word out lightly, as if folding his hope back into his chest. "I hope I can follow that path too," Chun Yin added, his voice thin as a falling leaf. When they'd finished eating, Chun Yin rolled up his sleeves and went to wash the dishes. Water in the porcelain basin tapped a steady, monotonous rhythm. Chu Muyun produced a book from who knows where and sat under the kerosene lamp. The light trembled, his brow knitted and eased as if the words themselves were tugging him. Night sank slowly. The three of them drifted off to their own rooms. Chun-Ling was the last to leave. He reached over and snuffed out the candle on the table. The flame winked, and the room was swallowed by darkness. The wick's last warmth vanished like a faraway, final sigh. He stood in the dark and looked toward Chun-Yin's door. Faint wood grain showed on the panel, like breathing. He padded to the door, his steps almost soundless. From his pocket, he took out a cracked protective talisman, a small cloth charm. Browned at the corners, threads loose. People used to call it a peace talisman, something to pray for safety. Now it was broken, like an anxiety that couldn't be held down. He raised his hand to knock. His knuckles froze in midair. Memory shards flashed in his head. Chun-Yin's scattered sentences came back one by one, like pebbles blown by the wind against a door. After I woke up from the operation, I stayed at the hospital waiting for you to come pick me up. The voice had been thin, like a respirator in a ward. Later I heard people outside saying there was going to be a catastrophic disaster. I was really scared for you. There had been urgency, a childlike panic. I slipped out when they weren't looking, planning to come home to find you. Then I saw you being grabbed by a monster, hanging in midair. Chun-Yin's voice had trembled. There weren't enough officers. They only sealed the outskirts of districts 2 and 3. The guards between the districts were thin, so I snuck across. He'd been explaining, retracing that escape route. Brother, should we run? A smaller voice, like a younger sibling clutching a hem in the dark. Even if you turned into a monster, it wouldn't matter, as long as you're still you. That line kept looping in his memory, knocking again and again in the night. That doctor was very skilled. I recovered quickly. He remembered that too, a line that sounded both grateful and strange. Maybe it ran off on the way back. Fragmented, like a dream left unfinished. Those words tapped a rhythm against his ribs. His fingers tightened until the talisman rasped against his palm. A night wind slipped through the door crack and brought cold. A little of Chun-Ling's heart went with it. He stared at the broken charm, eyes full of questions and a puzzled kind of grief. Ever since he'd picked this talisman up in the ruins on Bingquan Street, it had wound itself like a thin thread around his heart. Even after walking 2 hours home, legs aching, his mind wouldn't stop circling that scene and those fragmented sentences. When she thought about it, Chun-Yin's appearance at that time and place made no sense. He'd just had a heart transplant. The hospital had records. The enforcers had sealed off the area. There were patrols. There were 2 hours of mountain road. Footsteps should have been checked. He should have been intercepted. Yet he'd not been stopped. He was just standing there. Just that coincidental. Chun-Ling held the fragment of the protective charm in his hand. It was cold. The edges caught the light and threw back tiny sparks. His knuckles tightened until his nails pressed into his palm. His head filled with increasingly messy possibilities. Was it him? Or not even human? He immediately rejected that thought. Chun-Yin was Chun-Yin, only his eyes carried a hollowness that felt unhuman. The hollowness was like a gray crack, like someone sitting in his head, murmuring as they watched the world. Others had met the same thing. The gray realm descending, a spectator appearing in the mind. People merged with it. If it could happen once, why not again? That was speculation. A more direct approach was to put the question to the person involved. Chun-Ling was about to knock when the door was pushed open from the inside. The hinge gave a low squeal. Car headlights slanted into the corridor. The air smelled of hand sanitizer and disinfectant pads, familiar and acrid. Bro. The man in the doorway rubbed his eyes. His voice was low and still sleepy. What are you doing here? Chun-Yin didn't look like someone who would lie. Tired but lucid. The corners of his eyes were pale from surgery. A faint light hid in the room. Chun-Yin glanced toward Chu Muyun's door across the hall, then grabbed Chun-Ling and pulled him in, gently shutting the door. The latch clicked. Silence settled in the room, leaving only their breathing. Chun-Ling spread the charm fragment on the table like he needed proof. Light fell on the shards. They glittered like broken stars. I'll ask straight. He kept his voice low, but his gaze didn't flinch. That night on Bingquan Street, did you do it? Chun-Yin stiffened. His breath sank and eased as if something had been pressing his chest. Then he saw the fragment on the table. His hand trembled, and he lowered his head. There was moisture in his eyes, but not tears, more like the dazed look of someone who just woken. Yeah. He swallowed the word back into his throat, short and certain. Chen Ling was stunned. The confession was too direct, too unexpected. He had meant to press further, then change tack. Really you? Then did you merge with that kind of calamity? Chen Yin shook his head as if trying to recall something. He brought the back of his hand to his forehead, his brow furrowed. The light cut shadows across his face. I don't know, he said. When I woke up, I was just standing there. A chunk of memory was gone. You lost a chunk of memory too? Chen Ling's voice dropped. He set his fingertip on the edge of the shard. He could feel the cool scratch. His heartbeat sounded loud in his chest. They had both been through something similar. An inexplicable passage, a spectator in the mind, and then waking up at their own doorstep. The room held only their two breaths and the few words that were about to be spoken. The Gray Realm's crossing point wasn't on the back hill. You were in the operating room. How could you have been affected? Chen Ling frowned, her voice low and urgent. I don't know. Chen Yin shook his head, fingers digging into the hem of his shirt like he was clinging to something to keep from falling. They put me under. I woke up on Ice Spring Street. It was freezing, the streetlights were like knives. I was scared, so I hid in the back hill. When I came out, I saw my brother crawling out of a tear in that thing. I thought he was gone. He spoke in fits and starts. Each sentence replayed a fractured image. The white light of the operating room, the haze of anesthesia, the cold of the street, the damp, leafy scent of the hill, and that monster's wet, metallic stench. His voice trembled, but there were no wasted words. Chen Ling listened silently. Her eyes moved quickly, matching up moments one by one, not guessing, but snapping the pieces into place. Her brow eased a little. She didn't lecture, she said only 3 sentences. Listen, stay home for the next few days. Don't go out. Understand? Don't try to find mom and dad. Don't see Chu Muyun. Don't let him touch you. Say as little as possible. Chen Yan's voice dropped, as if afraid to be overheard. I want to go see mom and dad. Chen Ling took a slow breath. A distant car noise rode in on the evening wind. Her tone grew firmer and softer at once. I'll take care of things first. When it's calm, I'll take you to see them, okay? Okay. He nodded, brief and obedient. If Han Ming asks you again, answer exactly like I taught you. Don't say more. She stepped closer and pressed her palm to his shoulder. It was a light motion, but it felt like a nail driven into his heart. Okay. He answered again, lower. She glanced around as if making sure no one was eavesdropping, then turned and left. The door shut softly behind her. Her footsteps faded until they were only a whisper at the end of the hall. Chen Yin bolted the door. The latch clicked cleanly. The room fell quiet. He let himself down onto the hard plank bed. The wood creaked like a reminder that his body was still there. He turned his head to the window. Night had deepened, city lights sparse. Far off in the sky an aurora burned. A cold blue like shattered glass scattered across the heavens. That streak of blue stirred in his chestnut eyes like moonlight on the surface of the sea. At the edge of the aurora, a spot of red leapt out. Not a globe, just a pinprick, like a spark from ember. Small but blinding. It was as if someone had struck a dab of vermilion and it flared. It's back, he murmured, the night wind carrying his words away. The air held a faint warmth, the after heat of some distant flame. His heart, at that tiny red flare, stirred. The star, like a dot of vermilion, grew brighter. A ribbon of light slowly stretched out from the void. It was as thin as satin, soft as a strip of cloth fluttering in the wind. The ribbon hung at the edge of the bed, linking the star and Chen Yin, like a hand reaching toward him, like an invitation. Chen Yin lay still. His eyes were calm. He watched the ribbon. No panic, no tremor. After a moment, he reached out. His finger touched the light. It had a temperature like slightly warm glass. Then he pinched it hard. Pop. A crisp sound. Very light, yet it rang clearly by his ear. The ribbon shattered in his palm into countless slivers. The fragments were like red dust, scattered away on the breeze. The star at the horizon dimmed suddenly, like a candle snuffed out. He did not accept. He did not take the hand that had been offered. Chen Yin opened his palm. Nestled there was a thumbnail-sized shard, like glass made of vermilion, giving off a cold gleam. He stood, went to the bedside. There was a small box in the drawer. He tossed the shard inside, closed it, and turned the locking knob over and over until the sound was sealed away. The drawer was black inside. More than 30 identical vermilion glass pieces glimmered faintly in the dark, like a pile of little private worries locked in wood. Morning light was thin and cold. Chunling got up first and hurried through his washing. No good Samaritan paid his fare today. Without money for the bus, he had to walk to Binkwan Street. A round trip would take over 4 hours. He had to leave earlier than others and come back later. To his surprise, Chu Muyun was already up before him. Chunling entered the living room. Chu sat sideways at the table in a casual shirt and knit vest, holding an old medical book. He read with his head down, occasionally pushing his glasses up. His movements were gentle, focused like someone studying a manuscript in a cafe, not someone in this drafty living room. When Chunling came in, Chu closed the book and smiled. "Morning," he said, his tone calm, as if he were used to the quiet of early hours. "Morning," Chunling answered, brief. Without looking back, he hurried out to Zhao's breakfast shop across the street. After the last time he tipped off Uncle Zhao, Chu Muyun felt uneasy. Since then, he went to the Zhao house every morning. Not for the gossip. He bought a few things, left a bit of business for them, so they'd have a little extra income. Zhao had been locked in a room by Uncle Zhao for a week. The windows and door were shut tight. Even the sunlight kept out. After Chunling left, Chu Muyun closed his book. The sound of the cover snapping shut was as soft as a breath. The room was so quiet he could hear the pendulum's distant echo. He stood and his steps slid across the old floorboard without a sound, like a cat that didn't want to be noticed. He went to the bedside where Chunling had slept. The lamp threw a narrow beam. Behind his glasses, his eyes were half closed, cool and exacting, as if he were taking a temperature. He put on white gloves and took a thin pair of tweezers from his pocket. The metal made a faint sound under the light. He picked up a few hairs and tiny flakes of skin from the pillow, one by one. Each one was minuscule, like a severed thread of fate. His fingers were so steady time itself seemed to slow. He placed the samples carefully into a small brown vial and screwed the cap on with a click. Chu Muyun stepped back to the doorway and waved his hand once. A cold draft swept through. Dust on the floor stirred and then settled back. The faint footprints that had been there moments before were erased, as if someone had rubbed them out. He didn't stay in the room. Outside, the street was cool and empty. He crossed several narrow alleys. His steps sounded like a measured drumbeat in the night. He stopped in front of a rundown corner store. The door had rusted filigree. When it opened, the bell gave a clean little ding. A middle-aged woman sat behind the counter. She yawned, long and slow, and asked lazily, "What do you want?" Chu Muyun answered in 2 words. A thread of hope. Her yawn shut like a splash of cold water. She narrowed her eyes into blades, straightened, and her voice turned hard. "Show identification." He didn't argue. With a tilt of his fingers, a white playing card appeared in his palm like a trick. He slapped it face down on the counter. The woman flipped it over. The 7 of spades blackened under the light, just a common card, and yet a signal. "Passphrase," she said softly. He breathed the words out slowly, calm and sure. "Human civilization shall never be snuffed out." The sentence clicked something open in her. Her shoulders loosened minutely. 7 of spades, who were you looking for? "What do you ask for?" she asked. "I need a quiet room," Chu Muyun said. Each word was practical and clipped. "Why a quiet room?" He glanced at the dark street outside, then gave the reason cleanly. "I found a suspected fused individual. I have to run a grade assessment, measure how much that thing on him could release, how far it could tear people or the environment. I need a conclusion that won't affect anyone else." Her breathing grew shallow and quick. Her fingers tapped a tiny beat on the counter. A quiet room wasn't an ordinary space. It could block sound and suppress fluctuations. Not just anyone could go in. "Are you bringing the person?" she asked. Chu Muyun lowered his voice and slowed his words. "No one yet. I only need an enclosed place. Half an hour, maybe an hour. We'll pay." The metal pendulum in the shop chimed again. She looked back and forth between the cash, the 7 of spades, and his face. The night wind outside carried a bite of frost. Finally, she nodded, her voice like worn stone. "Follow me. Remember, one person's mistake can ruin a whole block. Don't let anyone see. Don't let anyone hear." The woman raised an eyebrow. Surprise and curiosity threaded her voice. "Can you absorb him?" she asked. Short, blunt. Chu Muyun didn't answer at once. He looked at her, his gaze like a blade. I can't absorb fusionists, he said, his voice low and cold. But an enforcer might join. Whether I can absorb them depends on my judgment. Each word fell like a weight on the table. Understood. She nodded and pulled a key from beneath the counter. It gave off a faint glow. Her movements were brisk, as if she were used to secrecy. The quiet room is on basement level 2, she added. Chu Muyun took the key. Metal was cool at his fingertips. He opened the hidden door. The hinge gave a soft creak. A shadow slipped past and disappeared down the stairs. The woman stepped back behind the counter, hiding her eyes, taking the room in without being noticed. Then she reached for the sign on the door and flipped the open over. The paper's flip sounded like the closing of a final page. Closed for business, she murmured very low. A chill came up from downstairs. At the instant the door shut, the light was cleaved in two. Chu Muyun produced a kerosene lamp. The flame was small and steady. The wick crackled. The smell of oil spread through the narrow stairwell. He moved down step by step. His boots struck stone with an echo. The lamp left a long yellow trace behind him. At the bottom, the stairs opened into a cramped room, barely 10 square meters. The walls were damp. The air smelled of dust and mildew-tinted ink. He set the lamp on the floor. The light took the room's center. Shadows dragged toward the edges. From his pocket, he drew a small brown bottle. His thumb popped the stopper. Liquid flowed slowly out, a thin, clear sound as drops hit the floor. The instant the liquid touched the ground, a ring of dark sigils flared, like oil on water disturbed. He removed his glasses. The tap of glass was swallowed by the room. A sudden blue bloomed in his eyes, not ordinary light, but a blade of ice. The aura snapped tight. Everything in the room was pulled inward by that pressure. Dust twisted into a mini cyclone. Spiderwebs on the walls shivered. A paper cup at the leg of the table toppled. Diagnosis. Begin. His voice was calm, but it was like a ruler laid across the room, measuring everything. The blue light probed, sweeping every inch. Floorboards groaned low. The bottle's leftover fluid gleamed faintly under the glow. Wind circled the room, like breath in an ear or a machine whirring to life. Chu Muyun's mouth twitched. His gaze was focused and surgical. In the ruins on Bingquan Street, the wind turned ash into threads. Light was uneven. Shadows mottled the ground. Chunling's hands sifted through piles of broken brick. Each touch sent up fine dust and grit. His gloves were darkened with blood, cold as ice. He was glad to have been assigned here, gladder still to be the one looking for clues. If Chun Yin had left anything behind, the first team would find it. To find it first was to cut off their trail. He remembered the talisman he'd picked up yesterday. Lucky it ended up in his hands. If another enforcer had found it, things might have been different. The thought passed like wind. Reality was harder. He turned the ruins inside out over the morning. Bricks exposed shattered bone fragments beneath. Burned scars blackened the walls. Blood had congealed into dark, red patterns. There was nothing else. No notes, no hidden keepsakes. Not even the traces of the so-called calamity domain Qian Fan had talked about. Chun Ling crouched by a pile of broken tiles and felt a charred scrap of cloth beneath his fingertips. A few lines of blurred writing clung to it, smudged like rain-mashed leaves. He looked up, puzzled. What exactly was the calamity inside Qin Yan? What did its power look like? What sort of mark could it leave? His thoughts were still turning when footsteps approached. Real steps, not the ruins' echo, slow and dragging soil with each pace. A figure emerged out of the gray haze. The coat clung to broad shoulders in the wind. A familiar face showed beneath the brim. Wu Yudong, Chun Ling called, voice tentative but threaded with a small, relieved hope. The man stopped. A smile slipped from under his hat. Chun Ling, still digging up old debts, he said, stepping closer. His voice warmed like someone speaking by a stove. He carried a small bundle with dusted stripes. Chun Ling rose, dust falling from his knees. They met each other's eyes. The wind in the ruins stretched their shadows long. Looking for clues, Chen said, sharp and to the point. His gaze didn't leave the package. Wu Yodong's smile flickered. Something passed through his eyes, alertness, and a faint, hard-to-read worry. Chun Ling blinked when she recognized him. Wu Yudong was just standing there, a metal crutch tucked under his shoulder. His right leg was in a thick plaster cast, bandages peeking from the sleeve of his shirt, his face a mottled blue-black. Dirty, like a puppet dragged out of a mud hole. When he heard her voice, his bowed head lifted a fraction. A flash entered his eyes. He forced a smile, bitter, thin. Chunling. His voice sounded like old cloth being torn. I thought I'd never see you again. She stepped closer and saw his fingers digging into the crutch. The metal scraped the pavement with a rasping screech. What happened to you? She started. Wu shook his head. His gaze passed over the neon at the corner and settled on a flickering shadow in the distance. There was weariness in his eyes and something colder. I don't want to be an enforcer anymore, he said, his voice dry. He began to tell it. Not long, like an old wound opened and leaking bit by bit. This street isn't what you think, like it can save people. People swap guns in the alleys. People run gambling dens in the houses. The losers get beaten until they cough up blood. There's a kid in the corner gnawing pills. There's blood in the toilets, dirty words on the walls. He paused and tapped his chest with a finger. I went looking for survivors, got them to tell their stories so I could file reports. They laughed at me. They spat at me. His voice snapped higher, like a string breaking. They shoved me into the bathroom, pinned me to the toilet, and made me clean. They laughed and said, "Put your hand in." I didn't. He ground his teeth. His Adam's apple bobbed. A dry crack came out of his memory. They broke my leg. Between phrases, his hand clenched and relaxed. Veins pulsed at his neck. His chest seemed to take 2 hammer blows. Everyone over in District 2 knows what this place is. No one wants to go. So they ask District 3 for people. Mahjong, he's the one who assigns people. He draws from District 3's alternates. Wu's eyes moved to Chunling, as if forcing her to see the awful arithmetic behind it. He gave a bitter smile, ice under the grin. Call it support if you want. Call it what it is, and it's a sacrifice the bosses feed to the streets. Poor, unconnected, unwanted, those are the easiest to use as test subjects. His voice dropped, like hot water poured over his chest and steam rising. Under the streetlight, the crutch carved a shadow on the pavement. Laughter in the distance sounded like glass breaking. Chunling's fingers tightened and loosened. She swallowed and tasted metal in her mouth. The air was full of urine and smoke and fresh blood. Silence felt like torn cloth, opening to reveal the filthy seams beneath. I swear on my life, the senior enforcers must be in cahoots with the black market on Ice Spring Street. On what basis? My parents sold everything, scrimped, and saved to send me. I passed the enforcer exam on my own. What right do they have to humiliate me like this? Wu Yudong's voice felt as if it might tear apart. His eyes were bloodshot. His lips trembled. Veins stood out, his fists twitching in the seams of his trousers. He nearly lunged forward to find the people from Ice Spring Street, or to single out the enforcers he suspected. Conversation at the corner cut off at once. A few enforcers leaned against a wall down the block. Their black and red uniforms flashed coldly in the sun. The badge on one chest sent a brief, blinding glint. Someone cleared their throat. A boot tapped a rhythm against the pavement. That rhythm pressed down on everyone's fury like an invisible hand. Under that stare, Wu suddenly fell silent. His chest heaved violently, like he was squeezing the air out. His throat felt tied with a rope. Anger churned at his lips, but was swallowed back. Wu Yudong, Chunling? What are you talking about? A voice came from nearby. Qian Fan strolled over, arms folded. His black and red uniform fitted his gaze was as if he were solving a simple problem. Wu Yudong's face drained of color. His voice came out dry, barely there. Qian Fan smiled calmly. Didn't you say you wouldn't be an enforcer? You voluntarily gave up the exam. Once you walk away from that path, it's hard to come back. He waved a hand. For people like you, maybe that was your chance to change your fate. Are you sure? If you think we did something wrong, say it. We can discuss it. The words were like a railing, enticing and restraining. Wu opened his mouth, several times trying to speak, then shut it again. In the end, he only gave a weak shake of his head. No, I'm withdrawing voluntarily. His voice was like wind, frayed. Chunling watched him. Her heart shifted. Her brow tightened, and her fingertips clenched without meaning to. Moments ago, Wu had dared to curse so fiercely in front of her now. In front of the enforcers, he shrank silent. The contrast stung. She didn't speak. Maybe she wanted to lash out, maybe to pull him away. But the crowd below their feet had already returned to low conversation. Pedestrians moved as if pulled by unseen rules. Everyone in the Aurora domain knew one fact. Enforcers weren't ordinary officials. They were like the sky, vast and weighty, without edge. Some looked up to them hoping for justice. Some kept their heads down for fear of being struck. In every district, enforcers were there. Applause, commands, judgment like air, they were everywhere. Wu Yudong looked at Qinling one last time, then lowered his head. He propped himself on those cheap crutches, gritted his teeth, and limped toward District 3. The crutches scraped the ground with a grating sound. Dust kicked up and settled on the tops of his shoes. His shadow stretched and shrank under the sun. It gradually grew smaller. Finally, it was like a speck of sand caught by the wind, swept away and gone around the corner. Qinling stood still. All that remained before him was that receding back and the dust hanging in the air. He knew that from now on, Wu Yudong might never raise his head again. Sigh, I honestly thought he was decent, Qian Fan said, watching the disappearing figure, letting out a long breath. Can take the hard work, and he has got some potential. Before Qinling could answer, Qian Fan went on, he has gone. There's nobody to cover that job. From today on, you'll take his place. Qinling froze, turned to look at Qian Fan. Qian Fan smiled at him. In the sunlight, the smile was bright, but there was a coldness in it like a knife. When he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. His steps were light, but the words he left behind hung in the air like a blade of ice. Qinling stayed rooted to the spot. In his head, he replayed Wu Yudong's bowed head. He clenched his fist until his knuckles went white. Wu Yudong bowed his head. What about him? If he'd been his old self, maybe he would have taken the same path, lower his head to keep living. This time it was different. Qinling turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining half of Ice Spring Street. It was cold, like cracked ice. A bitter smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and only in his mind he said, "You want me to bow? Don't even dream about it." District 3. Basement. A cold wind rose silently, slicing the air like a blade. The kerosene lamp on the table shuddered violently, hissed once more, then snapped off. Darkness rushed in like a tide. The whole basement fell into a dead hush. Chu Muyun let out a muffled grunt, lost his balance, and hit the floor hard. His knee thudded against the boards. He groped to get up. His hand met the cold, hard surface, and the tips of his fingers sensed chill and a faint vibration. An afterimage lingered in his mind. He had just activated that sight tracing technique, a kind of eye that looks back into the past. In that instant, he felt as if something had fixed its gaze on him. A strange watching swept over him from a distant void like two blood-red pinpricks of light peering from the deep darkness toward him. That single glance felt like it had yanked at the roots inside him. His chest tightened, his veins seemed to tremble. He felt the power that had been holding him together shudder like a plucked string. Every strand quivered. This is... Chu Muyun froze on the floor, eyes full of lingering terror. After a long moment, he snapped back to himself. He scrambled to his feet with a thud. His steps felt pushed by the wind. He raced up the steps and burst back into the corner store, yanking the door so hard the frame still shook. The woman looked up from behind the register. The light cut a thin shadow across her face. Seeing him breathless and panicked, she frowned. "What's wrong, 7 of spades?" He was panting, fingers trembling as he wiped his brow. His voice sounded as if scraped by sand. "I saw it." "Saw what?" He lifted his eyes. The look in them was like light dragged up from a deep well. It was a world ender. The two words fell into the shop. For a few seconds it went quiet. The old fluorescent buzzed, making the emptiness feel sharper. The woman froze, then after a beat recovered. "A world ender? You mean that kind of catastrophe that can destroy an entire human realm?" Chu Muyun nodded. There was no humor at the corner of his mouth. His voice came out low, like something rising from a dry well. "It can wipe out a whole realm. Its presence makes the air feel like it's been cut with a blade." She shook her head at once, disbelief in her tone. "Impossible. No one can fuse with that kind of being. Even those groups who claim they can fuse with calamities, their leaders couldn't do that. You must have been mistaken." He narrowed his eyes. The memory sliced at his chest like a knife. "I'm not mistaken. When it looked at me, my sense inside me trembled. It wasn't surprise, it was a fundamental fear, like being pierced by ice." Her fingers tapped twice on the counter, a sharp little rhythm. "Then we have to notify the Red King and the Gray King. We have to notify them immediately." He said the words were a string stretched tight. He moved to the counter, pulled out paper and pen. The nib whispered over the page. His handwriting was quick, the pen like a dagger cutting the paper. When he finished, he folded and sealed it with a motion so brisk it almost seemed mechanical, then pushed it toward her. She took the note, her expression hardening. If this is true, it's going to be a disaster. Even if the Red King and the Gray King move at once, they might not stop it. Unless Aurora also comes to help. Chu Muyun's fingertips hesitated for half a beat. He looked up at her, his gaze started to harden at the edges, a little unhinged. If we kill it and release the power inside it, then maybe we wouldn't have to go through with that plan. Silence fell over the shop again. The old wood behind the counter had a thin crack in its paint. The woman's mouth opened and closed like she was tasting her reply. That's a world ender, she snapped, her voice sharp as a needle. Are you insane? You want to unleash something like that? She shook her head, and then, suddenly, a mocking laugh escaped her. Never mind. I almost forgot being crazy is kind of part of the job for you official members. Chu Muyun pushed his glasses up his nose and steadied his breath. The smile left his face, his voice went back to cold and calm. I was only speaking out loud. Follow procedure. Ask the Gray King and the Red King. She folded the note and slid it into the drawer. The sound of the drawer closing felt like a decision. She looked up again. Weren't you supposed to do the absorption assessment on it? Are you still going to do that? Chu Muyun glanced at the pool of streetlight shadow outside the door and nodded. Yes, I'll do it. So since you're the one who recommended him, what's his rating? Chu Muyun's face fell. One sentence, brief as a blade. S+. His voice was low, like an ice cube falling down a well. The air froze. Extremely dangerous. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp knocking. The tea house stirred. Cups chimed together. Steam twisted into thin threads. Several pairs of eyes lifted from their cups, then quickly dropped back down. Who would be calling at this hour? I don't know. Qian Fan spoke as he stood to open the door. The hinge gave a short, dry creak. Outside stood Chen Ling's sunlight stretched his shadow long. A polite smile tugged at his mouth, but his eyes were cold. He waved into the room clean, efficient motion. The men inside who were supposed to be guarding Bingquan Street looked like people huddled by a stove in winter. Cloaks hung over chair backs. Feet rested on the edge of tables. One man held his cup in his left hand while his right hand, without thinking, brushed the badge at his belt. Not a single person stepped forward to meet him. The few seconds of silence filled themselves with meaning. Their hands weren't clean. They had shifted the actual work to Chen Ling and Wu Yudong and stayed in town drinking tea, faces as calm as polished stones. Qian Fan saw Chen Ling and froze for an instant, as if his name had been called, then hid a smile. What are you doing here? He asked. Chen Ling made no extra movement. He pushed the door all the way open, stood in the threshold, his voice warm but firm. I have some work-related questions I'd like to ask you all. What kind of questions? Someone held their teacup to their lips, but wouldn't look at the doorway. My assignment is to interview the survivors on Bingquan Street about what they saw or heard when the disaster happened. Right. The air tightened again. The tea in the cups trembled. Yes, that's the assignment. Qian Fan nodded, his tone professionally steady. Chen Ling continued. And if they refuse to cooperate? A simple question like a stone dropped in a pond. Ripples spread. Qian Fan's smile was forced, edged with cold. Refuse? Then find a way to make them cooperate. We're law enforcement, we have the right to do that. As he spoke, a hand slid toward his waist. Not for show instinct. Chen Ling looked up, interested, a light in his eyes. So am I allowed to use force? His voice was calm, as if asking whether it might rain today. Yes. The answer was crisp, like a blade through paper. The room eased back into its earlier languor, but everyone quietly pushed their limits outward an inch. Tea smelled faintly of iron. The wind outside tore the sunlight into strips across the floor. Danger hung in the air like smoldering tinder, beginning to smoke. The laughter from inside was magnified by the door crack, multiplied like pebbles dropping into a basin clear and cruel. Chen Ling heard someone laugh out loud. He answered lightly, his tone as calm as talking about the weather. All right, I get it, he said. If they don't cooperate, I'll drag them back and you can deal with it. Enough. Go, the other side snapped. Your assessment ends tomorrow. Finish the work today. Chen Ling turned to leave. Qian Fan lifted his hand and shut the door behind him. The moment it closed, the laughter burst out as if a sluice had been opened. Several unabashed laughs hit the door one after another. This kid, man, what a thick skull. Tougher than Wu Yudong. I heard he wanted to get physical. Does he even know what Binquan Street is? Don't laugh, he is clueless. Sit down, have some tea. The laughter squeezed through the crack, smelling of beer and dust, falling into his ears. Chen didn't care. His attention was caught by something more obvious. The prompts on his screen flicked at the edge of his vision like a metronome. Ding audience anticipation, +1. Ding audience anticipation, +1. Ding audience anticipation, +1. Below the prompts, white letters slowly surfaced. Chun S directing rules, Article 13. The short lines read like doctrine, and their voice was cold. When the conflict is clear, use relationships between characters to amplify emotion. Create an emotional jolt to heighten the thrill when the conflict erupts. Or hold a second strike and leave space for a second wave of conflict. Chen read the rule aloud once, as if double-checking a plan. Storming in and making a scene would be easy. A big fight, a moment to shine, single-thread conflict. Audience anticipation wouldn't rise much. He wasn't satisfied with watchable. He wanted the anticipation to erupt like a volcano. So he planned to pull the people outside in two. Turn the enforcers into characters in the scene. Make them push the plot forward. Let them perform their goods and bads in public. That way, every emotion would be magnified. The payoff points would multiply. The audience would want more. The street was rougher than he remembered. The first stretch of Binquan Street had become ruined, signs leaning, glass shattered into glittering scraps. The air smelled of old gunpowder and beer. Dust lifted off the flagstones. Someone at a distance was quietly moving things. More people clustered around the Black Axe Tavern. It was where most survivors gathered, and where yesterday's incident had happened. Wu Yudong had been humiliated here. Now it was a makeshift refuge, and the most watchable stage. One hand pinched the survey form, the paper's corner polished shiny by his knuckles. His other hand reached for the tavern door. The handle was cold, smudged with old grease. When he pulled it, the door gave a shrill creak like a knife slicing fabric, sharp and lingering. The door opened. The tavern froze. Sound was sucked dry. Not even a straw stirred in the crowd. The air coagulated. Chen stood on the threshold. Light fell across his face like a stage spotlight. He lifted his head and smiled. But the smile carried calculation and a calculating gleam. The light at the door stretched every face into shadows. Eyes like knives, cold and hungry, fixed on Chen. He was standing. His movements were slow and deliberate. He pulled a pen from his chest pocket and tapped its tip against the form on the table. I'm an enforcer, Chen. His voice was calm, short. It had an echo. Ready to answer my questions? The tavern went quiet for 2 seconds. Then laughter tore through it like a ripped rag, the room overturning in an instant. The clatter of cups and bowls fell like rain on wood. Just lost one Xiao Wu, and now we've got a new customer, Officer Ma's being real generous tonight, someone guffawed. Another agreed, beer on his breath. If you hadn't gone off the rails last night, that Xiao Wu might have stuck around for a couple more days. This one's better than that kid yesterday. Even got some meat on him, someone added in a low voice. Others spoke like merchants at an auction, bargaining over prey already on the block. Keep him alive, don't let him run. Old Chin said if he gets away, he's gone for good. A metallic gleam showed in one man's eyes. Run? Don't be ridiculous. A thin man rose slowly. The light stretched his shadow thinner. Deep-set sockets made black wells where his eyes should be. They called him Bone Knife. His smile was a blade. Pretty young, good color. The parts on this body'll fetch a high price. Someone muttered. Bone Knife's going too far, can't keep a lid on him. Bone Knife's grin turned colder. Ice Spring Street got butchered, that's a dereliction of the enforcers. So, can't we expect a little compensation? His words were salt on the crowd's fresh wound. All eyes swung back to the door, like beasts circling newly caught prey. Chen didn't flinch. He wrote the name, Bone Knife, on the form, the strokes clean and precise. Let's start with you. He set the pen down and looked straight at Bone Knife. The night Ice Spring Street was slaughtered, where were you? A soft snort ran through the tavern. Last night's fear still sat heavy in many throats no one had forgotten. After what Wu Yudong had seen, he hadn't even been able to speak. Now people whispered, was this kid brave or just plain foolish? Bone Knife's eyes slit. A chair scraped harshly as he stood. moving slow and steady like a hound closing on prey. His black nails caught the lamplight. Pale knuckles looked like dry wood. When his hand shot out, it was like an eagle's talon closing on Chun-Ling's throat. The table screamed under the force. Cups shivered, one fell and shattered into scattered little stars. The air flared with the copper of blood and the sweet sting of liquor. Bone Knife let out a hoarse, mocking laugh, equal parts threat and provocation. You asked me where I was? I was there that night, standing with the crowd who set your place on fire. You think we forget that? After he spoke, the tavern was so quiet you could hear hearts thudding. Everyone held their breath, and the words hung and trembled between the beams. For a moment, cold light flashed in Chun-Ling's eyes. He jerked his right hand that held the pen. The tip slashed the air like a needle and drove straight into Bone Knife's palm. Bone Knife howled, a sound like torn cloth. Before he could steady himself, a hand in his vision suddenly grew larger. It seized the back of his head and slammed him like a hammer into the floor. The planks split with the impact. The heavy padded coat ballooned up, splinters flew. Blood spread out like red ink. The tavern fell into a terrifying silence. The kid slammed Bone Knife down with one hand. He stood up straight and casually patted his blood-smeared palm to sound crisp. Assaulting an officer, he said, is a felony. His eyes swept the crowd. Some inhaled sharply. Some had predatory light in their eyes. A few drew guns in one motion. 3 muzzles trained on him at once. Damn, tough bastard, someone spat. Chun-Ling had already seen the barrels. The instant they pulled their guns, he flipped the table beside him. It went over like a giant net. Cups and plates crashed, glass and porcelain clinked and shattered. Chairs toppled, patrons scrambled and rolled away. He popped up from under the overturned table, swung a bottle at the nearest gunman's face. The bottle hit the cheek, glass exploded. Shards flew like knives in the jaundiced light. The man clutched his face and went down. Thin red lines scored across his cheek. Chun-Ling followed with an elbow. The force made bone crack. The gunman hit the floor, out cold. 2 shots cracked from farther off. Bullets screamed like an angry swarm of bees. In the dim light, Chun-Ling moved like a shadow. His coat whipped, his steps short and exact. 2 flashes grazed past him, punching holes through his outerwear. Shrapnel sliced the air and raised a cold gust. Not a single bullet found him. The stench of booze, blood, splinters and gunpowder mixed into something acrid. The crowd began to stir. Low murmurs, threaded with resentment and excitement, rose from all sides. Some people backed away, some pulled out phones to film. More had only one thought: watch the show or run for their lives. Chun-Ling's gaze never wavered. He tossed the last bottle to the floor. The fragments glinted at his feet. He heard hurried footsteps and more bodies pushing toward the door. He steadied himself like a motionless blade, waiting for the next rush. It was the first time Chun-Ling had turned on the killing waltz. His body suddenly felt unreal, like a ghost, like a weightless shadow. The tavern was narrow and chaotic. Voices, the sour tang of booze, and the old smell of wood pressed together. He slid through it like a fish through weeds. The instant he could spot a muzzle rise, he would twist aside. Bullets shaved past his ears, carrying hot gusts. The first gunman went down. The other 2 froze as if prey had locked eyes with them. Their eyes widened, frantic, trying to find his shadow. Chun-Ling overturned tables and chairs with chips and splinters of cups flew. Their vision tore into pieces. They couldn't track him. A whistle cut close to his ear. The next moment a man's head took a heavy blow. He fell on his back, eyes rolling blank. Chun-Ling took care of the second shooter and snatched the gun. A few knife-wielding brutes lunged. He squeezed off several shots. Bang, bang, bang. Blood burst across a pant leg. Shouts turned into high-pitched screams. Bodies dropped one after another. The thud of chairs hitting the floor, curses, and gunfire braided together like a storm. In under 30 seconds, the tavern was a ruin. 13 of the 14 men were down. The air reeked of gunpowder and the acid tang of liquor. Glass glittered into a scatter of sharp lights on the floor. He tossed the empty pistol away and stepped over a hulking man whose ribs had been kicked through in 4 places. The man screamed. The ribs made dull cracking sounds like broken branches. Unhurried, Chun-Ling walked to the only intact chair in the room and sat. "Boss, a whiskey," he said, and kicked the man again when he moved. He put the drink on the guy's tab, his tone like placing an order. Only then did the one-eyed owner behind the bar come fully to himself. Fear flashed in his single eye like cold steel. Anyone who could open a tavern on Ice Spring Street and turn it into a neighborhood hangout wasn't an ordinary man. Having traveled all 7 districts, he'd seen every face there was, but never a young man who struck so clean and so cold. The only thought in the owner's head was that if someone told him this guy was some kind of lawman, he would have believed it. The one-eyed boss, sensing the moment, holstered the revolver at his waist. His fingers still felt cold from the grip. He lowered his head, took a glass, and began to pour whiskey. The clink of glass was sharp, like a hammer dropping in a quiet room. Chun-Ling sat with one leg crossed, a form tilted across his knee. His gaze was cold, his voice even. Name. The tavern was so quiet you could hear the ice in the glass shift. No one answered. He raised his voice. The words landed like a kick. I'm asking you. He suddenly drove a foot into the big man's ribs. The blow produced a clean, chilling crack. The man doubled over, spitting blood and foam. His voice seemed squeezed out of an iron box. Li Mang. Li Mang. He trembled, calling his own name. Chun-Ling's voice was without warmth. Where were you the night the calamity came? The man clutched his chest, breathing like torn cloth. I was in this tavern. Did you see what it looked like? His eyes bulged, like cloth dried by an icy wind. I think I saw it. I went out to relieve myself and happened to see it pass on the street. It looked human. The words were forced out as if pricked by needles. Chun-Ling didn't answer. He stood, took another glass from the counter. The ice clinked. He lifted the glass. The smooth surface of the whiskey caught the light. Then he stepped closer and tilted the rim lower, pouring toward the blood-red wound. The liquor ran down the skin the moment it touched the wound. It hissed like steam. The man's face instantaneously contorted as if seared. The scream tore through him, climbing to the rafters and making the windows tremble. It's true. It's all true, he shouted, voice shredding reason. Do you know? Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed, cutting like ice on glass. Without hard evidence, reporting with words like seemed or probably is a rumor. He asked again, colder. I'll ask you once more. Did you see it? The man began to convulse. The whiskey kept pouring into the wound. Each drop was a needle. It took his breath away. Really. The whiskey in the glass tilted farther. More flooded the wound. His voice broke into fragments. No, I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. Chun-Ling set the glass down, calm. He filled in a line on the form in crisp handwriting. No eyewitness. He picked up another glass of whiskey and moved on to the next person, his steps neither hurried nor slow, like the ticking of a doom-bringing metronome. He stood before the next resident of Ice Spring Street, set the form down. Name. Silence. Then someone answered. Sun Laolu. Did you see the calamity? Sun Laolu stared at the big man on the floor, his voice trembling, a thick swallow of spit. Didn't he see anything? Chun-Ling nodded and stepped up to the next person. Light feet, cold eyes. He looked like he was counting. He single-handedly forced everyone down. His technique was fast, no wasted motion. Then he asked questions in a flat tone, as if asking for directions. They watched him. At once a thought detonated in every head. The Moss are setting us up? Weren't those supposed to be just some temporary thugs? That dodge a moment ago like a ghost. Almost no different from an officer. Or was he one of them to begin with? Could the Ice Spring Street thing have been dug up? Had the Ma family used it to sweep us up and pretend to be innocent? Faces darkened as they thought it through. Every face went stiff. Eyes fixed on Chun-Ling, afraid he'd finish asking and then pull out a gun. Chun-Ling was unhurried. He wrote each person's statement on paper. His voice was steady, his pen was neat. He went down the list by name and had them stamp their prints. For those knocked out, he wrote no eyewitness in the record and casually pressed their fingerprints. The ink pad smelled sour. He pressed down with his thumb, and the prints stood clear on the paper. Then he went to the owner and got a coarse rope. The rope was rough, stinging against the skin. He bound their hands behind their backs one by one tight. The rope left faint red marks on their wrists. Lined up, they looked like fish strung together. Chun-Ling pushed open the tavern door. It gave a sharp squeal. Cold wind blew in, carrying dust from the street. Thanks for your cooperation. See you tomorrow. He paused in the doorway and smiled. It was a faint smile, like winter sunlight. Then he turned and left. The tavern went deathly quiet. Even the sound of cups shifting seemed amplified. Someone swallowed. Someone hummed a low, painful sound. They weren't dead. After an unknown stretch of time, Sun Laolu came back from that stare. Cold sweat beaded down his back. He shook his head, as if hauling himself out of mud. He looked at the owner, urgent. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, untie us. The rope rasped in the air. Somebody whimpered. Someone else murmured their own name. In the tea house, the light was calm. An enforcer looked up and hesitated. Did you guys just hear a gunshot? Qian Fan rubbed a mahjong tile between his fingers and shrugged like he was commenting on the weather. Nah, you probably misheard. The Ice Spring Street crowd knows their limits. At most they pull knives and shout. If they make a big fuss, nobody comes out ahead. True. The tiles clicked again. Teacups chimed crisply. Outside, the world went on as if nothing had happened. That kid Chenling, does he even dare show his face today? One man toyed with a mahjong tile, his voice low as a knife being sharpened. Hard to say. Another shrugged. He's easier on the eyes than Wu Yudong, and he moves with some presence. If he were more ruthless, If someone ends up dead, won't that be hard to explain to District 3? Someone murmured. What is there to explain? The man across the table smiled like a blade. A poor kid from Frost Street. I heard his folks were left half mad by that disaster. If he dies out there, bury him. Who's going to make a fuss? Who's going to press it? District 3's Ma's turf. The man who set his tiles down tapped the table edge with his thumb. Ma can keep a lid on it. Come on, 3 dots. Someone slammed a tile down on the table, like sealing a mouth. Pong. Bang, bang, bang. There was knocking at the door. Fast, like someone pounding their words through. Who is it this time? Qian Fan stood up, annoyed. The room smelled of smoke, the clink of beer glasses mixed with low chuckles. His brows were carved, like something ready to fall at any second. Probably that kid realized something was wrong and ran here to squeal, trying to save his skin. Someone sneered, cold in the laugh. He only went out a little while ago. He wouldn't have just walked around and come back already, would he? They muttered. Qian Fan went to the door, hand on the ring, and pushed it open slowly. Chenling stood there. Cold wind flung his coat open. His face was streaked with dust. His cuffs were dust-stained. His eyes were very clean, like water in an autumn well. You again? Qian Fan lifted his eyes, warning in his voice. Didn't I tell you? Chenling didn't back down. He pulled a sheet of paper from his chest, a work report form. A dark red smear stained one corner, like blood, like torn flakes of skin. He flicked his knuckles, and a few dark particles fell away. He brushed his fingertip, then pushed the paper into the room and smiled, very calmly. The room went so quiet you could hear the click of a mahjong tile dropping back on the table. A few men froze, even the laughter stopped. Qian Fan took the form. His fingertip brushed the damp stain. He stared for a beat, then forced a laugh. Kid Chun, this job it's tricky. You don't just slap down a stamp and call it done. I didn't cut corners. Chenling's voice was small, but clean and strong. They're in the tavern. If you don't believe me, go ask them. Qian Fan's face twitched. He looked at Chenling and couldn't tell whether this was a kid putting on courage or someone gambling with his life. All that remained in the scene was the wind's howl outside and the swallowed breaths inside the room. Whispers ran through the crowd. That kid, did he use his looks to get someone? Someone guessed under their breath. That was way too fast, another said, frowning. I'll go check it out. Qian Fan stood up. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, but didn't inhale. The ember glowed between his fingers. He turned, voice calm. You do realize falsely reporting a mission will get you disqualified from the exam, right? Yes. The answer came short and sure. Qian Fan didn't buy it. He walked toward the tavern. The other enforcers exchanged a look, curiosity piqued, and followed. After they left, Chenling lowered his head. A few strips of cold light flashed across the mahjong table, like a scoreboard ticking upward. Audience anticipation +1. +1. +1. The Black Axe Tavern was a ruin. The wooden table was snapped in two, cups overturned, blood spreading across the floor, giving off a coppery stench. People moaned. The crack of broken bone and soft sobs braided together. Sun Laolu sat in a corner, bruised and scraped. His eyes were fixed on the tavern owner, who was calmly slicing at a rope. He couldn't help cursing. Can you hurry up? Stop dawdling. The knife in the owner's hand flashed. He looked up, voice like a blade. Shut your mouth, or I'll gut you. Sun Laolu froze. then asked, "Where did you get the nerve just now? You weren't so bold earlier." The owner sneered. The knife moved steady and unhurried. The rope was cleaved, the fibers snapping crisply. "That kid is an enforcer," he said. "An enforcer?" Sun Lalu blinked. The owner set the knife down. An old shadow passed over his face. "Years ago, when I was running dope in District 3, an enforcer had me in his sights. His footwork just like that young man. If I hadn't been lucky, I wouldn't have made it to District 2. He lowered his voice. "You know his name?" "Chief Enforcer of District 3 Han Meng." Sun Lalu went stiff. Outside, the door was thrown open. The hinges screamed like a pulled string. Qian Fan stood in the doorway. Light struck his face. He took in the wreckage. Neighbors lying in pools of blood, broken furniture, shredded cloth. The metallic smell rose like a wave. Qian Fan narrowed his eyes. Surprise froze his features as if carved. This was that kid?" he murmured, disbelief in his voice. A group of enforcers arrived shortly after, all breathing hard. They stared at the scene, and their faces went white. Qian Fan stepped into the tavern. Bodies were at his feet. Some lay sprawled. Some were curled up like rag dolls torn by the wind. A big man kept wailing, his voice like ripped cloth. Qian Fan carefully picked his way around corpses and the injured. Every step landed on slick blood. The living all stared at them. Their gazes were like lit coals. Anger made the air sticky. "Qian Fan." Sun Lalu ground his teeth and shot upright. His voice was a knife. "You bastard. I'll kill you." Qian Fan raised an eyebrow, voice cold. "What are you cursing me for?" Click. The crisp sound of a gun being cocked. The owner had somehow moved to the front. A barrel pressed against Qian Fan's forehead. The cold metal against skin ran from the top of his head down. The other officers flinched and drew their guns. Muzzles trained on the owner and on the customers struggling to get up. The barrels flashed cold in the light. The tavern's smell of blood intensified, rolling up to their noses like a tide. Time froze. Low whimpers rose. Cups and plates clinked on the floor. Sweat beaded at Qian Fan's temple. He lowered his voice. "Don't forget we're partners." "Partners?" Sun Lalu jabbed a finger at the groaning bodies, teeth bared. "You send that guy to smash the place and then talk to me about being partners?" Qian Fan opened his mouth to explain. "I don't know what happened. Chen Ling was only a standby." "Standby?" Sun Lalu cut him off, fury about to explode. "Stand by my ass." He pointed at the injured on the floor. "Say that to me again, this is standby seat?" Qian Fan had no answer. He looked to another officer standing nearby, voice low. "Where's Chen Ling?" The man shrugged his shoulders. "He seems to have left." "Left?" Qian Fan stepped closer, unease in his eyes. "Yeah." The man swallowed, voice dry. "He said he was getting off." Qian Fan's hand trembled slightly. Someone in the room drew a sharp breath. "Damn, that's a big loss," someone muttered. On the mountain road, cold wind brushed Chen Ling's shoulders. Pine needles along the path made a fine, crunching sound. He slapped at his padded coat with one hand. His palm met two holes. The fabric rasped rough beneath his fingertips. The bullet holes looked like two narrowed eyes, staring coldly into the night. He let out a short laugh, as if mocking his luck. Standby spots during the exam period don't pay. There's no compensation for ruined clothes. His family wasn't too well off. The coat had been precious. By that count, he simply lost a warm coat for nothing. A tightness pressed at his chest, like a heavy weight. The wind grew colder. The smell of pine mixed with the fading warmth of distant coals. He looked up at the moon and walked on, unhurried. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The screen lit up. White letters jumped into view. Current anticipation, 40%. Ever since Qian Fan sent him off to do that investigation for Wu Yudong, the audience's expectations kept shifting. When he went to the tea house to find the man who called himself an enforcer, expectations rose 5 percentage points. When he burst into the tavern once, they shot up another 10 points. Chen Ling thought to himself that maybe this road would be easy. But he soon noticed a pattern. Only when he was physically present could he nudge the expectation upward, little by little. Hearing about it from afar did nothing. Video playback wasn't enough. He had to stand at the scene, hear it with his own ears, see it with his own eyes. He walked up the mountain road for more than 2 hours. Pebbles underfoot made a faint scraping sound. The cold wind cut across his face like a knife, but it also carried the dampness of the spring water. By the time he reached Hans Huang Street, He hadn't even pushed the door open, yet the singing had already come into the room. The voice was clear and sweet, like a glass mirror smashed in a clear spring, sending out ring after ring. The little nun, barely 18, in the bloom of youth, her master cut her hair. It was a passage from the aria Siphon. In a former life, that line lodged itself in many people's memories because of the film Farewell, My Concubine. Chen Ling had heard many versions, but this time he stopped in his tracks. The voice was nearly perfect, steady as a bell, soft as silk, every turn finished cleanly. Even the teacup in the room seemed to tremble with it. He couldn't imagine it. No one had taught her how to walk the stage. No one had systematically trained her voice. One person alone could bring this art such depth. He pushed the door. The hinge gave a faint creak. The aria bent through the living room before it was caught by the sound of pages being turned. Chu Muyun sat as usual, back straight, an old book that had been leafed through resting in his hands. His gaze was intent, as if he wanted to devour every line and space between the words. There was a faint scent of ink in the room, and tea steam hung in the air like a thin mist. "You don't just sit there all day, do you?" Chen Ling said with a smile as he stepped closer. Chu Muyun looked up. His brow flicked, as if he hadn't been disturbed at all. "A move. I went out for a walk this morning, got some air," he said. Closing the book, his fingertips made a soft rustle against the pages. Chen Ling nodded and let his eyes pass over him to fall on the singer. The curtains were half drawn, the light sliced the figure into fragments. "Has a yin not been bothering you?" Chen Ling asked. "No," Chu Muyun answered briefly. His voice was calm, as if every sound in the room belonged exactly where it was. "Good." Chen Ling set down his coat. His steps carried the fatigue of someone who'd just come back, and a small, private hope. The aria continued. The voice was like a lamp, lighting the room little by little. Chen Ling sat down at the table. His eyes passed over the living room and landed on the bedroom mirror. In the glass, Chun Yin hooked an eyebrow with one hand while shaping his mouth and practicing his voice with the other. An eyebrow pencil scored a thin line across his skin. The sound came out of him in measured bursts, like someone rehearsing vocal beats. The room smelled faintly of face powder and ink. Chun Ling's expression tightened for a moment, then softened. He spoke, not loudly but very clearly. "A Yin-s liked opera since he was a kid, but there aren't many people around here who teach it," he said, shrinking the scope of around here with his words, as if making the area feel smaller. There was a little helplessness in his voice. "We can't even afford a teacher." Chu Muyun looked up from the sofa and glanced toward the bedroom. The sky outside was leaden, but his words were blunt. Not many people know opera nowadays. Even in a big place like Aurora City, you don't find many who really understand it. Chen Yin's singing quieted. Hearing something outside, he jumped off the bed. His footsteps clacked on the wooden floor. He crossed into the living room in a few lively strides, his face lit with excitement. "Bro, do I look pretty?" he asked, blinking. The eyeshadow was warm red, diffusing like sunset. Thick black eyeliner lifted his eyes. The tail slanted up like a folded fan. A little pride tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chen Ling studied him closely. The makeup was in the Dan style, the kind worn for playing female roles. The lines were a bit stiff. The arcs of brows and eyes didn't quite match. But overall it was clean and crisp, the work of someone self-taught. Chen Ling smiled. His tone held approval. "Nice," he said, nodding, his gaze softening. "A few details could be adjusted. I'll teach you some gestures later to help steady your expression." Chen Yin's eyes lit up like small bulbs. "You know this stuff too?" "A little." Chen Ling kept the answer short. There was no boasting, only certainty. Chen Yin took it like honey. His face broke into admiring awe. "Do you think when I go back to school could I sing at the New Year's show?" His voice held hope and a bit of nerves. "You can." Chen Ling smiled, clean and sure. "In the whole District 3, you might be the only one who can sing opera. Once you're in costume and makeup and you open up, the classmates will be stunned." Chu Muyun, a little surprised, couldn't he help asking, "He's still going to school?" Chen Ling nodded, steady. "He just started 10th grade and got sick a few days after enrolling. He's better now. He can attend classes with his year." "What should I sing?" Chen Yin asked quickly. Chen Ling thought a moment, slowing his words so each came clearly. "If you're doing a solo, Siphon would be a good fit. That aria has a lot of emotional depth. The solo can really hold an audience." Chunyin practically bounced with joy. Okay, I'll go practice more. He turned and moved down the hall. Quick and light, his voice floated back in the corridor. He tossed the sheet aside, and the mirror caught his focused profile. Chunling watched his back, tenderness bright in his eyes. The faint powder scent lifted with him and spread like a small ripple through the air. Chunyan's eyes lit up. He shrugged off the open scarlet costume, hurried back to his bedroom. He wanted to practice more. His fingers strummed at the air, performing for an invisible audience. He was only 15. He wanted to be seen, to be surrounded by applause. Too bad he couldn't actually play the guitar. He just rocked back and forth, copying moves he'd seen on stage, his face alight. Don't get ahead of yourself. Chunling set down the kitchen knife, smiling with a trace of helplessness. Tidy up first. Dinner in a bit. Chunyin obediently washed the vegetables. The water and the rhythm of the knife on the cutting board sounded like a little band playing in the kitchen. As he worked, his gaze snagged on two large holes in Chunling's cotton coat. The edges were blackened, like paper singed by fire. His pupils tightened and his voice went immediately serious. Bro, what happened to your coat? Nothing. I brushed against something. Chunling said casually, with a dismissive tone. Chu Muyun, who'd been reading, looked up, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. His voice was cold as a winter wind. You get shot. Chun Yin snapped his head up. The kitchen sound seemed to be cut in half. No, didn't hit me. Chunling hurried to explain, wiping sweat from his temple with the back of his hand. They fired slow, I dodged. I'm fine. Chu Muyun stood and stepped closer, pressing a fingertip to the scorch mark on the fabric and nodding. No wound then. Who shot? Chunyan's voice was low, like thunder held back. Chunling was about to name the street, but the words died in his throat. Chunyan's eyes flashed cold, sharp enough to cut. Chunling glanced at the night outside the door, then at the three pairs of eyes in the room, and changed his answer. Just two punks. The enforcement squad already picked them up. He didn't dare name the street. It was probably under official control now. There would be adjudicators there, officials who watched people with abilities. If Chunyin went and ran into them, who knew what would happen? When Chunling said enforcement squad, Chunyan's expression slowly eased. He bent and picked up the coat with the holes. His fingertips touched the torn fabric. It was rough, as if it still held the heat of a fight. He didn't say anything. His gaze was distant. I'll sew it up for you. Chunyin gathered the needles and thread. He'd made the costume himself. Mending a garment was nothing remarkable to him. The faint sound of the needle passing through cloth kept time like a beat in the night. They had guns. Chu Muyun stared at the man on the bed, his gaze as if trying to pry him open and see. How did you win? Chunling looked up. There was no extra light in his eyes. His voice was flat. They could shoot. They just couldn't aim. The bullets hit their clothes. Why are you asking? He didn't speak of the theater's secret performance techniques. That stuff belonged to the theater and its audience. It wasn't for idle talk. Nothing. Chu Muyun drew his eyes back and turned his attention to the cover of the old book on the bedside table. The lamp's glow had rubbed the cover into a tepid shine. He fell silent, as if turning another mute page. After dinner, the three of them went to their rooms. Night pressed heavy. The sky was cut into flowing curtains by an azure aurora. Sound narrowed. The world felt like a taut string. After Chunling fell asleep, his mind had already drifted back to the theater. The dimness held familiar smells: moldy old wood, the greasy tang of lamps. The dead quiet lay on his shoulders like a heavy cloth. A figure moved slowly into the room. Footsteps light. The floor gave a faint creak. Glass lenses caught the aurora and flashed a cool silver. Chu Muyun had arrived. He stood at the bedside, his gaze ablade. His breathing was steady and shallow. Each inhale carried the chill of night. In his right hand, he held a short knife. The blade was as thin as a crescent. The tip sliced a line through the air. His movement was slow, as if checking the rhythm of a breath. Then he raised his hand, the edge pointing down. The knife had reached halfway when the clouds outside the window split. Moonlight poured through the gap like a scissor of light. It slanted across the wooden floor. In that beam, two lines of characters slowly appeared, strokes cold and clear. For characters, unmistakable. Go back. Beneath the words, the light, like wet ink, formed the outline of a card. Its face was gray, half clown, half king. The pattern was blurred but wore a commanding cold smile. For a moment the air felt pricked by a needle. Chu Muyun's pupils contracted sharply. His hand froze. The knife, as if tugged by an invisible cord, slipped back into his sleeve in an instant. The soft clash of metal against fabric sounded like a snake sliding into grass. A smear of gray-black cloud drifted over and swallowed the moonlight. The words on the floor were wiped away as if they'd never been. The light vanished, the command receded. Chu Muyun glanced at Chen Ling, asleep on the bed. Under the night lamp his face lay quiet, like a sheet of white paper. He turned, his steps silent. The door closed softly behind him, shutting out every sound. A few seconds later the room was dead still again. A shadow in the corner shifted. Chen Yan, in his pajamas, stepped out slowly. His toes scraped the floor out of habit. Only he and the air washed pale by moonlight remained. He stood by the door, his gaze low, as if counting something. He made no sound, only looked at the closed doorway, as if he had seen the figure that had just disappeared. The boy's eyes were like two pools of fresh blood scarlet, fixed on the direction of Chu Muyun's bedroom. In his hand was a bone-slicing knife. The blade was stained with dry red. A few strands of blood still clung to the tip. The metallic smell of blood drifted faintly through the night. The door closed in his sight. It shut solidly, like a lid snapped down on a chest. He lowered his eyelids. They fell like curtains. When he opened them again, the killing intent in his gaze seemed buried under earth, buried deep. Only the corner of his brow twitched. His knuckles were white. Outside the window, the aurora rolled like a surging sea. The light flowed and tumbled, cold as ice. Chen Yan turned his head. On the bed, Chen Ling was asleep, breathing even, lashes trembling slightly. Chen Yan watched for a few seconds, as if letting something go. "Brother, good night," he said softly, his voice thin as paper tucked into a pillow. No sooner had the words fallen than his figure slid silently toward the wall like a shadow through a crack, like water slipping along a seam. Then he passed through the wall and disappeared into his room. The wall made no sound. Only the rug by the door was kicked askew, giving a faint rustle. In Sector 3, the enforcer's headquarters office was lit with cold white light. Enforcement badges hung on the wall, metal gleaming faintly under the lamps. The door was pushed open. An enforcer with 3 stripes ran in, quick-footed and breathless. "Ma," a message came from Ice Spring Street. Ma Zhong looked up, a brow lifting. "What did they say?" "They cursed us badly." The enforcer stammered, like he was swallowing a bitter pill. "What do you mean?" Ma Zhong toyed with a pen on the desk, ink beaded on the nib. The enforcer swallowed and rushed to explain. "It's not about the lockdown. Not about whether doors were opened. They say you acted without honor. That you didn't follow the rules. That you even sent people to humiliate them." Ma Zhong's gaze chilled fractionally. "Who sent them?" "It was the reserve personnel you assigned to support Ice Spring Street." The enforcer lowered his voice. "One's called Wu Yudong. The other's Chen Ling." Wu Yudong got scared and backed out. He voluntarily withdrew from the enforcer's exam. The one who beat people up was Chen Ling. The air split like a cut from a blade. Ma Zhong put the pen down. Silence stretched for 2 seconds. "Chen Ling? I remember him. The kid from Frost Street. His parents cracked after the disaster." "Yes, him." The enforcer nodded hastily. "I didn't think he'd be able to lay out the Black Axe Tavern crowd either. But that's what happened. Their side is cursing now. Even their leader, who calls himself Bone Knife, is furious. They say they were left black and blue, humiliated and enraged." "Bone Knife." Ma Zhong's brow tightened further. His voice was as sharp as a whetstone. "Bone Knife isn't someone to be trifled with." The enforcer dropped his voice to an even more anxious pitch. "Ma, do you think could he have gotten divine favor?" "Divine favor?" Ma Zhong's hand froze. Only the ticking of the clock remained in the office. The enforcer hurried to clarify. "Like being touched by some mysterious power, strength surging overnight, so that ordinary people can't stand against it." Ma Zhong didn't answer at once. He frowned and clamped a cigarette between his lips. The tobacco tasted bitter. The enforcer, seeing this, fumbled for a lighter. The flame popped up, light dancing across their faces. Smoke rose slowly, a thin gray river. "Sector 3, are we about to have a new enforcer emerge?" The enforcer's voice carried a barely concealed dread. Ma Zhong's gaze deepened, as if trying to gnaw this news to pieces. The office light cast a long shadow across his face. Ma Zhong exhaled a mouthful of smoke. It unfurled like gauze. The cigarette tip glowed red at his fingertips, hissing faintly. There are 5 enforcers in District 3. He dropped the cigarette. His voice was low. Each word sounded as if being weighed. We've got 3. Chong Lin's hand went to his throat, rubbing unconsciously. His movements were abrupt, as if trying to press down the unease in his head. If another outsider shows up, we're in trouble, he murmured, his eyes tight with restrained agitation. He made his move on Ice Spring Street. Chong Lin continued, doubt in his tone. Those who act usually know more, Mahjong snorted. He flicked ash into the ceramic tray. The dust fell with a faint crunch. Don't try to pull him over to our side. Better to deal with the problem now than wait for him to grow into Han Ming's right hand. Chong Lin's knuckles whitened. Mahjong listened, expression calm. He pressed the butt into the tray. It snapped softly, releasing a weak, scorched smell. Chong Lin. He spoke slowly, the tone like a whetstone. You're thinking too small. Chong Lin froze. For a moment the air in the room felt clenched. Am I wrong? He asked. There was defensiveness in his voice, and a flicker of hope. I'm not saying you're wrong. Mahjong looked up. His gaze was cold as winter steel. You're just using the wrong scale. He swallowed and went on. Even if that kid really did get some so-called divine favor, some other power lighting him up a bit, he is still only a novice. His strength is shallow, his roots thin. For him to become a real threat to us will take time. Chong Lin's frown eased. Mahjong nodded, his tone softer now. Instead of watching him, pick a different target. Cut the trouble off at the source. Chong Lin's voice dropped to an almost whisper, as if he were guessing at something. You mean Han Ming? Mahjong's face went colder. A sheen of dead water rose in his eyes. Before Han Ming came, District 3 was our turf. His voice carried an old arrogance turned into current grievance. Back then our holdings were the largest of the 7 districts. Even Ice Spring Street now is only half of what we used to be. He spat the words like an old debt recollected. He was parachuted in as chief and cut off our revenue in one sweep. Purged our power, sealed our escape routes, drove us to Ice Spring Street to rebuild bridges. Outside, the wind whipped the flags, making a long, slapping sound. The lamp threw a long, slanted shadow across the wall. Mahjong crushed the cigarette out completely this time, the motion short but final. He asked the chief enforcer of District 3 now, he said. We didn't have the chance to move before. Now, things are different. Why different? Chong Lin pressed. His voice was urgent, like a hand grasping a rope about to slip. Mahjong looked at him, a calculating light passing through his gaze. Think about it. He slowed his speech. Under what circumstances would a senior enforcer in District 3 die? The question dropped like a stone into water, sending ripples outward. Chong Lin was silent. After a moment his eyes sharpened. A guess rose to his face. A catastrophe? He offered softly. Mahjong nodded. There was no smile at the corner of his mouth. Chief enforcers are high-ranking. If one of them goes down, Aurora City's eyes fall on you instantly. An investigation comes. The issue gets magnified. His words were a cold blade, cutting through both their thoughts. Silence settled again, thick. Only the ashtray still held a faint heat. The 2 men looked at each other, both calculating the next move. The room was lit with a yellowish glow. The smell of smoke hung in the air like dampness. A small wine cup lay overturned on the table. The tea sloshed and made a delicate clinking sound. Mahjong leaned back in his chair and snorted. The laugh cut the night like a blade. We couldn't touch him before, he said slowly. But now, there's a ready-made killer. A killer? Chong Lin looked up, his eyes bright. Mahjong drew the words out, as if chewing on a tough piece of meat. A calamity beast that just happened to drop into District 3. It once beat Han Ming on the front lines. Then it vanished without a trace. Now it's back there. Chong Lin tapped the edge of the table twice with his finger. The rhythm was short, a little urgent. Kill Han Ming. Mahjong's voice dropped. Make it look like an attack by the beast. Stage it as mutual destruction. That way, 2 problems are solved at once. He turned his gaze to the window. The night pressed low outside. Distant dogs could be heard barking. First, the threat looming over our heads will be gone. Second, District 3 can be unsealed with a clean conscience. Trade resumes immediately. Money and goods from District 2 will flow back in. And the anger on Bingquan Street will die down. Chong Lin laughed, a note of respect in it. Leave it to Brother Ma. A cold gleam flashed in Ma Zhong's eyes. Han Ming's already been beaten half to death by that beast. He's not as strong as he used to be. If we set it up right, he'll be dead for sure. He reached out and pushed a map across the table to Chonglin. Thick lines circled a few blocks. Next to the notes were several small black dots. Bring Lao Tao in too. Let us plan the layout carefully, he said. Chonglin nodded, his voice low. Okay, what about Qinling? Ma Zhong's mouth curved into a calculating smile. Keep him away from the people on Bingquan Street. Find an excuse to put him into the enforcement squad. After Han Ming's business is handled, we'll be his supervisors. Then we can do whatever we want with him. Chonglin fell silent for a moment. Understood. The next morning the sunlight was still weak. Sounds from the morning market filtered down the hallway, as if through a thin veil. Qinling pushed the door open. The living room was quiet. Chunyin sat on the sofa, holding a hand-copied script. He looked up and smiled naturally. Morning, bro. Qinling paused, surprised. Why are you up so early? Chunyin held the script higher, as if trying to read the lines into the air. Couldn't he sleep last night, so I got up to memorize my lines. He sounded earnest, the tiredness from the night before still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Qinling nodded and went to the bathroom. Water sounded crisp in the porcelain basin. Just as he was about to come out, Chu Muyun pushed the inner door and stepped out. His footsteps were light, but they threw a few dark shadows. Today's your turn to sleep in, Chu said, his voice calm like ripples on a wind-stirred lake. Qinling answered simply, Dark circles rimmed Chu's eyes. His face carried the fatigue of a sleepless night. He stood in the doorway like someone pulled out of a dream. He glanced at Qinling again, as if remembering something. Is your exam over today? Today's the last day. Come on, big brother. Qinyin waved, as if cheering him on. You can become the kind of person who has the authority to step in. Let's hope so. Qinling smiled lightly. He didn't let his hope run too high. Yesterday's business was still hanging over them. Beating up the men from the Black Axe Tavern had directly put him at odds with Ma Zhong, the enforcer of District 3. Ma Zhong wouldn't let it go. Trying to get into that kind of unit on his own was already a long shot. Even if I don't make it, he tilted his chin, I can try my luck on Ice Spring Street and still come away with something. Chunyin patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Qinling said nothing. The two of them stepped out of the house as usual. A cold wind met them. Snowflakes drifted down, not the heavy, pounding kind, but thin, feather-like flakes. Qinling looked up. His pupils reflected a green-blue curtain of light. The aurora hung down from the sky like drapes swaying in a light breeze. Is it snowing? He asked softly. Chu Muyun came out of the house. The wooden boards beneath his feet creaked. He held out his hand, and a flake landed in his palm. The octagonal crystal of the snow flashed twice at his fingertip, then liquefied into fine water in his hand. Warmth flowed back up from his palm, carrying a trace of damp chill. This place isn't like others, Chu Muyun said quietly. The auroral realm stays cold most of the year. There are almost no distinct seasons. But this snow came on suddenly. A once-in-a-decade downpour fell just a few days ago, he frowned. Now it's snowing again. These celestial signs are so erratic it's unsettling. Chunyin sprang up, wrapped in his stage robe, and reached for the falling flakes. Snow landed on his lashes and instantly melted into tiny droplets that ran down his cheek, sharp and refreshing. His eyes brightened, his chestnut irises seeming to catch fire. Bro, the snow's coming down fast, he cried. Snow lay on the street. Footsteps crushed it with a soft, muted crunch. Thin icicles hung from distant eaves and rang clear when the wind passed. The aurora dyed the snow blue and green. The street looked as if veiled in gossamer. Qinling watched the red-clad boy reach for the snow, and a smile slowly appeared on his face, part indulgence, part nostalgia. We build a snowman every year. Haven't you had enough? Chun-yin shook his head, eyes full of expectation. This time it's different. The snow's ridiculously heavy this time. Chen-yan's eyes lit up, like he'd seen stage lights. Maybe I can build a dozen snowmen in one go. Then I'll make a raised platform and sing on it, treating the snowmen like my audience. Isn't one audience member me enough? Qinling raised an eyebrow. Bro, you can't put on a show and only have one audience member every time. Chun-yin curled his mouth as if wronged by fate. If there were no audience, Wouldn't I get stage fright performing at school? Chun-Ling smiled helplessly and looked up. Under the streetlights, the flakes fell like gray-white feathers. I wish it would just keep snowing. If it kept snowing, it would turn into a disaster. Chu Muyin pushed his glasses up, hesitated for a moment, then took a wool coat from inside and put it on. I'm going out for a bit. Chun-Ling and Chun-Yin exchanged a glance. Chun-Ling asked, will you be back for dinner? Yeah. Chu Muyun's figure grew smaller down the street. The snow thickened, as if the world were being bleached. I should get going too. Chun-Ling glanced at his watch. The mountain roads are slippery. Don't wait until dark. Wait. Chun-Yin seemed to remember something, dashed back inside, then out again, thrusting the padded coat he'd been sewing up since last night into Chun-Ling's hands. I fixed it. Be careful going up the mountain. Don't go causing trouble. There was an unusual seriousness in his voice. Chun-Ling smoothed the coat. The fabric lay flat. The stitches were so tight it looked like it had never been torn. No sign of damage. He couldn't help but praise. Yin, you're really handy. Chun-Yin chuckled proudly and waved him off. Let's go. Chun-Ling pulled his collar up and stepped into the snow. It swallowed his shoes in no time. Meltwater seeped in at the edges, a cold sting like needles into the soles. He rubbed his hands and pushed through the falling flakes. His breath turned into little clouds. The snow underfoot squeaked, each step sank a little deeper. There were fewer pedestrians on the street. Instead, more uniformed people hurried past, black shapes moving like shadows across the white. In the distance, car horns sounded nearby, the soft rustle of snow hitting hat brims. The air felt compressed and silent, as if the snow had absorbed half the world's sounds. They wore black and red uniforms. Hooves sliced across the snow, sending a jag of bitter wind their way. Flurries broke into shards and whipped at Chun-Ling's face, stinging cold. He wiped his face and stared straight at the direction they had disappeared into. What is going on? He asked himself quietly. No one answered. No one looked back. As long as they weren't heading for Frost Street, Chun-Ling didn't intend to follow. That street was a reef he had to steer around. 3 hours later, he was back on the familiar Ice Spring Street. The wreckage had already been cleared away. Wind moved down the empty street, carrying the rasp of snow against dust. Half the block lay buried in white, so quiet it felt like someone had pressed a hand over its breath. He was about to look for Qian Fan and the others to ask about today's assignments when the snow under his boots squeaked. Before he could open his mouth, a few figures came hurrying toward him, their exhalations blooming into white in the air. They waved as they walked, faces lit with smiles. Chun-Ling, someone called. Not strangers, Qian Fan and the others. A few familiar faces, grinning like a sudden warm current in winter. Captain Qian, he answered politely, keeping his voice steady. He still felt compelled to tack a title onto names, like a shield he wore for himself. Qian Fan waved him off, brisk as if shrugging off an old coat. No assignment today, he said, a trace of pride in his smile. You stood out yesterday. The higher-ups decided to give you a spot on the enforcement squad. Report to District 3 headquarters, tomorrow go home and get ready. The words hit like a stone dropped into still water, heavy enough to take your breath. Chun-Ling froze. It felt as if a giant hand had squeezed his chest, and his heartbeat had become abrupt and foreign. All kinds of thoughts flashed through him. He imagined the worst, an ambush on the street, the others turning on him, deliberate harassment, even being told the spot was revoked on the spot and being sent home. Those ideas fell apart as quickly as they decomposed. The thing that leapt into his throat was simple disbelief. He had only seen Mahjong once. Mahjong was silent. His eyes, like blades, Chun-Ling had never been able to read him. And now someone was handing him a place on a silver platter. It was too sudden to seem real. Qian Fan stepped closer and patted his shoulder. Warmth spread through the palm, only to be robbed by the wind. Their breaths were white and rapid, like bellows. We'll be colleagues from now on, Qian said, smiling part expectation, part provocation. Chun-Ling looked down at his hands. The backs of them were numbed by the wind. Snow melted into little beads between his fingers. In the quiet, his heart eased back into his chest, and he began to recalculate his next moves. He nodded. No smile touched his mouth, but a faint, almost imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. Outside, the air was bitter, but the decision felt like a small fire, kindling inside his ribs. Qian Fan laughed, and patted Chen Ling on the shoulder. His smile was easy, like the kind between old friends reunited. Maybe there was a misunderstanding earlier. Don't take it to heart, kid, he said, eyes narrowed, his voice oily with forced warmth. Come hang out in District 2 and play cards when you get the chance. We'd love to have you, another man added, his smile as steady and polished as a brass medal. Qian Fan pulled a small roll of oiled paper from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ling. The paper made a faint rustle, a soft shush like the turning of an old ledger. Chen Ling took it. His fingertips brushed the oil-stained surface. Someone bumped his elbow lightly from behind, bringing with it a mingled breath of pomade and sweat. He lifted a corner and peeked inside. 10 silver coins lay lined up neatly, their faces flashing in the dim daylight like little moons. The coins clinked twice clear, bright. Chen Ling's breath caught. Something pressed at his chest. His eyes narrowed, his thoughts snagged on the sound. He did the math quickly. 1 silver coin equaled 250 copper coins. 10 silver was 2,500 copper. In plain purchasing power, it was enough for an ordinary person to be comfortable for months. The contrast hurt. Yesterday, Zhao Yi and Rong Shuang had been out on the street all day, and between them had earned only 20 copper coins. 20. The 2-day stipend for the reserves alone exceeded their entire day's earnings by a ridiculous margin. The air felt disproportionately heavy. Qian Fan's smile widened. He made a small gesture and lowered his voice with practiced clarity. This exam's different from before. You may be reserves, but you've been doing work for our full-time enforcers these past few days. The higher-ups decided to hand out a stipend. It's not a lot, just a token. Your road's long, the enforcers are taken care of. As if commenting on the weather, he added, don't read into it. It's all procedural. Chen Ling looked at their practiced faces. Their smiles were like polished blades, throwing back a cold light. He remembered how they had banded together yesterday to drive Wu Yudong off, and how, at the most dangerous moment, he de-triggered that stomach-clenching skill, the killing dance. The surge of energy had ripped the air around them, forcing the others to step back. Without it, he might have been shoved into a street corner. All of it passed through his mind like film actions, sounds, the small heat of vigilance in his body. He cleared his throat, folded the paper over once more, and tucked it away. His fingers didn't tremble, though his knuckles showed white. A faint, neutral smile touched his face. Thanks, he said. Low, clean. No overdone politeness. No relish in humiliating them. Their smiles brightened, as if they received the confirmation they wanted. Qian Fan leaned back, settling the closing beat of his performance. Drop by any time. We're always here. Chen Ling got to his feet. The scuff of his shoes on the ground was almost soundless. The sun slanted across his shoulder and stretched his shadow long. He offered no immediate retort, and no immediate gratitude, only slipped the oiled paper into his chest like a receipt. Something in him shifted. Not hatred, exactly, but position. Their civility today came from the respect his strength had forced yesterday's attempt to run people off had sprung from a felt advantage. Power decided politeness and expulsion in an instant. He didn't make any grand vows or tear down a banner. There was a chill at the corner of his mouth, a calm calculation in his eyes. He knew that starting a fight in the street meant tangling with the whole enforcement apparatus, a cost far beyond what a couple of men could bear. He walked away with steady steps. Behind him, casual chatter continued like the unstoppable calls of a market. A breeze moved past, taking the faint, greasy scent from the paper and skimming lightly over the day's small arrangement. His home was on Frost Street. His younger brother still had to return to school. The path of the war god he wanted to pursue required an enforcer's pass. Without one, he couldn't get in. Thinking it over, he decided to go with the flow and let the matter drop. Thanks, everyone, Chen Ling said softly, not looking up. Qian Fan smiled easily. Snowflakes clung to his brows and melted into drops. Shwa, the roads are slick, take it slow going home. They might post the permanent hire list at noon, keep an eye out. Maybe we'll meet again. Chen Ling muttered something perfunctory, turned away, and headed home. Snow crunched dully underfoot. The streetlight stretched his silhouette long, and step by step he disappeared into the white. Qian Fan's smile slowly faded. No one else spoke. Their smiles were like smoke scattered by a cold wind broken. This guy utterly shameless, someone sneered, voice edged with ice. When Brother Ma makes a move, District 3 will be turned upside down. Another said, eyes narrowing, hunger and calculation in his tone. Then we'll see where he can run. Any word from Ma's side? Someone asked in a low voice. Nothing I've heard. A shrug. Time's about right. Someone tapped his watch, lips curling with expectation. As they were speaking, a man came running from down the street, snow in his hair and on his arms. He took 2 steps, slipped, nearly fell, caught himself with his hands in the snow, gasping, the tremor in his voice like a rope snapped by frost. He's dead, he almost shouted. What? Dead? Heads turned at once, eyes brightening. Han Meng, the chief enforcer of District 3, he's dead. The man straightened, clutching his chest, his breath steaming in the air. They say he held off 2 calamity beasts by himself and went down with them. A ripple of noise ran through the crowd. In the cold wind, the words cut like knives. Ma Zhong is temporarily taking over as chief. He's already ordered District 3 unsealed immediately. District 2 will follow right after. At that, everyone's faces lit up completely. Laughter began to spread among them, like a stone finally lifted from their chests. Done. Someone breathed, relief in his voice. Is it confirmed? Han Meng really dead? Qian Fan asked again, tracing a circle in the snow with his finger as if waiting for an answer. It came from one of Brother Ma's close aides. The messenger nodded. The snow on his brow melted into a thin line and ran down his collar. Qian Fan let out a breath, the smile returned to his face. Once that mountain called Han Meng falls, things will be easier for us. He said it with a laugh, calculation, and a relieved warmth. Business on Ice Spring Street can finally open. The brazier on the table threw a ring of yellow light. Go fetch Bone Knife and his men. Find some singers and dancers, stock up on wine and meat. Throw a victory banquet. He spoke crisply, part command, part amusement. Also let them know who they'll want to follow if they want to eat well from now on, he added. Yes, Brother Fan. The subordinate answered, short and firm. Snow fell like broken silver on Chun Ling's shoulders. He had 10 silver coins tucked into a small cloth pouch. The coins clinked softly against one another. His black hair was frosted white in streaks. The wind bit at his ears like needles. The snow crunched under his feet. He'd walked 2 hours from the 3rd district. The road had been muddy on the way out. On the way back, the snow was thicker. He'd stayed there only 5 minutes before turning back. By the time he reached Frost Street, it was nearly noon. He didn't complain. The coins in his pocket were heavy like a promise. They would buy a few new outfits for him and Xinyan. They would pay someone to patch the cracks in the eaves, so that on snowy nights no cold wind would sneak into their quilts. He crouched and dragged a fingertip across the snow. Faintly, characters glinted on the surface, like marks carved by the wind. Chun Ling's mouth twitched. He murmured, "There's still something to look forward to." His words were short, but there was a smile in his eyes. Ever since he'd wrested his body back from that strange voice, it had been heard less and less. Things were slowly moving in the right direction. He stood. Step by step, the snow grew deeper, until it rose past his ankles. Finally, he was back on Frost Street. Inside the street, it felt warmer. The little shops let lazy lights spill through their windows. Just as he was about to head home, he caught a glimpse of a pastry shop closing up. In the window sat an intricately decorated cake. The frosting formed patterns like winter twigs. He stopped and pointed at the window. In a low voice, he asked, "Boss, how much for that cake?" The shopkeeper was just about to shut the door. He looked up, took in Chun Ling's face, and lifted his brow. Warm air seeped through the crack, carrying the sweet smell of baking. 200 copper coins. The man snapped his ledger shut, his tone calm with a hint of surprise. "Ling? Your family, why would you be buying a cake?" Chun Ling's hand went inside his coat and felt the pouch. He could feel the cold metal against his palm. Snowmelt dripped from his boot, making tiny sounds. He met the man's eyes and said, short and certain, "I passed the martial exam." Chun Ling smiled and tucked the cake under his arm. "Just bought a cake to celebrate. My brother S never had one." He said it calmly, like he was handing himself a gift. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. "Made permanent? Become an enforcer?" "Yes." Chun Ling nodded. The shopkeeper laughed, hands quick and sure. He wrapped the cake, tied a red satin ribbon that flashed painfully bright in the snowlight, and handed it over with a pleased tone. "That calls for a proper celebration. That LLB 150. "Thanks, boss." Chun Ling paid and took the cake. The cold wind immediately bit the back of his hand. He headed home. The snow under his feet squeaked. He'd only gone a few steps when shouting came from the alley mouth close and loud, like hammers on iron. The disaster is over. Sector 3 is open. The disaster is over. Sector 3 is open. Enforcers on snowmobiles sped past, boots spraying up a flurry of snow. The shouts bounced between the houses and carried farther. People in the lanes poked their heads out, faces appeared at door cracks. Some breathed out, some laughed. The air seemed to lose its weight. The snow under the street lamps looked softer. Chun-Ling's feet stopped. His chest felt as if a hand had suddenly clenched it. Disaster is over? He murmured, a tiny, swallowed astonishment. A name leapt into his head. Yin. He quickened his pace. The snow under his boots squeaked faster. The wind stung his face, his breath knocking in his chest. He reached the door in a few hurried strides and thrust his hand toward the knocker, urgency in the motion. What he saw at the threshold shattered his anxiety. The familiar boy in red was crouched there, cupping snow in his hands. He pressed two snowballs together carefully. Like stacking paper cups, the snow took on fine patterns in his palms. His hand slipped, and the two balls collapsed, flakes spraying like broken glass across the doorstep. The boy let out a breath, a small sigh. He saw Chun-Ling out of the corner of his eye, and his whole face lit up. His brows eased, and his smile split the clouds like sunlight. "Brother, why are you back so early?" he called, laughter and disbelief in his voice. "Passed the assessment early, so I came back a little sooner." Chun-Ling relaxed. A smile crept up at the corners of his mouth. He hugged the cake tighter, the tension in his shoulders easing halfway. Snowflakes settled at his hairline like tiny signals telling him the person before him was safe. They exchanged a smile. The distant noise slipped into the background. The truth of everything could wait. For now, on the doorstep, there was snow, a cake, and each other in the quiet of the lamplight. Past. Chen Yan's mouth dropped open, disbelief written all over him. "Bro, you're really going to be a lawman?" "Yes." Chun-Ling nodded, his voice steady. He stepped into the room and set the box gently on the table. The moment it opened, the scent of cream and cake spilled out, vanilla and caramelized sugar colliding with the cold air like a little hand warmer. At the word cake, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. He darted inside, his costume sending up a spray of fake snow as it hit his shoulders, and he snapped into a seat at the table. His little hands planted on the wood. He stared, rapt, as the wrapping was peeled back. "Is this cake expensive?" His voice trembled with barely contained hope. "Not really." Chun-Ling smiled, as if afraid to laugh the secret away. He dug into his pocket and spread a handful of silver coins on the table. They clinked together like tiny bells. "I actually have money now. Our household will be better off." He spoke calmly, but with a quiet certainty. Chen Yan's eyes widened. He pointed at the pile of coins. "So many. That'll last us a long time. You're going to school, too." Chun-Ling reached for the cake. "Tuition's covered." He lifted the lid completely. Under the light sat a large cream cake, its surface smooth, cream piled in soft ripples. To Chun-Ling, it wasn't the finest craftsmanship. He'd had more delicate pastries in the city. But to Chun-Yin, this was the kind of luxury you saw in shop windows and never touched. Chun-Yin swallowed, a small, satisfied sound. "Should we wait for Dr. Chu to come back?" he asked, glancing at the door. "No need." Chun-Ling shook his head. "We don't even know when he'll be back. We'll leave him a piece." He pressed a few thin candles into the cream. A match scratched, sparks jumped, and the wicks flared to amber. The little flames danced across the room, painting both their faces. Outside, snow had layered the window in a thin white board inside. The tiny firelight offered a gentle warmth. "Yin, you blow," Chun-Ling said. "You can blow candles even if it's not your birthday?" Chun-Yin blinked, as if questioning the rules of the world. "Of course." Chun-Ling's smile softened. "Make a wish before you blow." Chun-Yin folded his hands together like a child praying. In the candlelight, he bowed his head with a seriousness far beyond his years. The room smelled of cream, and the warmth from the candles crept up slowly, driving away the cold that seeped in through the door. He looked up, eyes like clear pools, brown irises bright with simple light. "Done." He smiled at Chun-Ling. "What did you wish for?" Chun-Ling asked, curious. "I can't say. If I say it, it won't work." Chun-Yin pressed his lips together, guarding his secret. "All right," Chun-Ling said. and leaned forward to blow out the candles. The flames flared once and were gone, swallowed by that small puff of air. The room was left with nothing but the scent of cream and the faint sound of snow falling on the eaves. "Excuse me, is Chunling home?" There was someone standing in the doorway. Snow slid off his shoulders. His shadow leaned against the doorframe, his cane planted on the floor. His voice was careful, as if afraid of disturbing something. "Wu Yudong." Chunling looked up and recognized him. She raised an eyebrow. Her voice held surprise and a polite invitation. "What brings you here? Come in and have a seat." He eased himself inside. His steps were slow. The cane tapped the floor in rhythm. As he came in, he glanced at the cake on the table. The little flame was tiny, flickering as if about to die. Wu Yudong's gaze lingered on the candle and the single uncut slice of cake. The corner of his mouth twitched, half a smile, half a restraint. "I just saw the posted list on the street," he said quietly, his eyes never leaving the cake. "So you got the official post?" "Yes," Chunling answered shortly. Wu Yudong smiled. There was a bitter edge to it. He drew his cane a little closer and rubbed his fingers on the hem of his coat. "I thought you'd be pushed out like I was. I didn't expect you made it through." His voice was low, like wind outside the window. Chunling heard the helplessness, heard the pain in it. She didn't answer at once. The room held the sound of the candle flame and the soft crackle of wood in the stove. "Xiao Chun, who is he?" Chun Yan, sitting in a chair, looked toward the doorway with curiosity. "He's Wu Yudong," Chunling said, pointing. "He came with me to Bingquan Street the other day." Wu Yudong paused for a moment, then shifted as if awkwardly taking a seat. "Well, give him a piece of cake too, then," Chun Yin suggested, his eyes childlike. "Of course," Chunling answered quickly. She reached to blow out the candle, but stopped. "Do you want to cut it, or should I?" "No rush, the candle hasn't been blown out yet." There was a smile in his voice. She gestured to the seated Wu Yudong. "You don't have to stand. Sit down, Yudong. Have a piece with us." Oh, all right." He hesitated as he sat. The chair gave a creak. He looked at her oddly, then glanced at the empty seat beside him. His fingers scraped the edge of the table twice, a nervous tick. "Chunling," he finally said, his voice even lower. "Can I ask you something?" "What is it?" She put her hand down, a trace of wariness on her face. "Who have you been talking to since just now?" he asked. The question struck into the room like a spark. A sudden, fierce gust of cold blew in from outside. A sliver of chill forced its way through the door crack, sharp as a knife. The candle trembled and was snuffed. A curl of black smoke wound upward, as if something had exhaled a heavy breath. The room went instantly quiet. The sounds were drawn away. Melted snow water dripped at the doorway, ticking like a tiny heartbeat. A thin frost had formed on the window, outlining every face. Chunling went pale in an instant. Her lips quivered as if to speak, but the cold had stolen her voice. The air smelled of damp and something burnt. Her voice was almost inaudible. "I was talking to my younger brother." Wu Yodong's eyes widened, the light in them sharpening to pins. "Where is your brother?" Wu Yudong stared at the empty chair. The room was so quiet you could hear breathing. Across from him, Chunling looked at the empty spot too. The boy's radiant smile in his memory dissolved like mist driven off by wind. The grin faded bit by bit until only a blurred shadow remained. Sweat ran down Chunling's temple. His back was damp, his clothes clinging to his skin. His eyes were glassy. He couldn't blink steadily, like someone jolted awake from a nightmare. His hands shook. His lips were dry. He couldn't form whole words. "Isn't it just the two of us in here?" Wu Yudong broke the silence first, voice small and uncertain. Chunling shot to his feet. The chair legs scraped the floor with a harsh squeal. The sound ripped the room open like a seam. "How can it be just the two of us?" He almost shouted, his voice coming apart at the edges. "My brother was clearly sitting right here. He was at the door building a snowman just now. He walked me out this morning, and he even helped stitch this padded coat for me." He yanked off his coat in a stiff motion. The stitched patch caught the light. His knuckles went white, then red, as if he were trying to wrench the memory out of his body. "See, a yin did this stitch. I don't know how to sew." His fingers pressed and pressed at the patch, as if trying to press the proof into place. His voice had a choked edge. He went over and pounded on the wooden paneling. It answered with a muffled thud. His knuckles felt the cold underneath the cracks. He fixed all of this, he said in fits and starts, like he was talking to someone invisible. There's a doctor from Aurora City who knows our family. He's Medellin too. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. His words carried both hope and despair. Wu Yudong was put off balance by the outburst. He rubbed the back of his head, voice trembling. I was only asking. You were talking to the air earlier, it was kind of scary. I wasn't talking to the air. Chunling snapped, pointing at the empty chair. Red veins threaded the whites of his eyes. His stare seemed to try to pierce right through a person. My brother was sitting right there. You should have seen him when you came in, didn't you? I really didn't see him. Wu Yudong's voice held guilt and confusion. His eyes darted around the room as if searching for some thread that could explain everything. Silence stretched for a few seconds. Then, as if something crawled in from afar, a low voice swept cold and clear through Chunling's mind. So you merged with the calamity, too? Chunling opened his mouth, but barely had the strength to answer. The words came out like a reply to an accusation, like he was questioning himself as well. I don't know. When I woke up, I was already standing there. You lost a stretch of memory too? Yeah. Wasn't he the Gray Realm's convergence point on the back hill? Weren't you on the operating table? How could you have been affected? I don't know, I only remember the doctor gave me anesthesia, and when I woke up, I just didn't remember. The familiar lines kept looping in Chunling's ears. The words bounced like echoes, striking his mind. His pupils pinched tight. It was as if he caught hold of something, but the thread snapped instantly. That's not right, he murmured. Each word sounded torn. Not right, none of it's right. Chunling, are you okay? Someone urged, voice quick and edged with panic. The back hill. He shot his head up. Like a jolt of electricity, he sprang to his feet and dashed for the door. He didn't even grab his coat. The outside hit him with heavy, downy snow. His thin clothes shrank in the wind. The flakes struck his face like shards of glass, stinging his skin. His breath turned into short white puffs, as if gripped by ice. At the end of the street, Chunling's figure vanished into the snowy curtain. The snow fell thick and his footprints were gone as soon as they were made. At that moment, Chu Muyun had just reached his front door. He paused, watching the direction Chunling had gone, a faint knit between his brows. Then he turned. Only one person remained in the living room. Wu Yudong, standing alone. Chu stepped closer and squinted. The pupils behind his silver-framed glasses were as cold as blades. Who are you? He asked. His voice was low, each word dropping like a stone. I'm Chunling's friend. Wu Yudong stammered, panic plain in his tone. His hands twisted together on their own. Chu's gaze sharpened. He looked at Wu Yudong as if he could tear him in two. Danger rolled out of his eyes like a tide. For a moment the air went suddenly still, even the wall clock's tick seemed like a distant echo. What did you just say to him? Chu's voice carried an icy edge. I didn't say anything, I just saw him talking to himself and thought it was strange, so I asked. He looked unsettled and then ran off. Wu's words were forced out, clipped and crooked. Chu's expression shifted. He glanced again toward the front door. His stare lingered there, as if chasing that disappearing back. Do you know what you just did? His voice dropped, coming from a dim place. Under that look, Wu Yudong trembled. He'd never seen eyes that cold to the bone. His limbs went numb. His heart thudded as if being pounded. Fear made him step back. His foot caught on a chair, and he tumbled to the floor. The chair legs scraped the floor with a sharp sound, like glass breaking. Chu did not hurry. He took a deep breath and walked into the room with steady, unhurried steps. Snow's chill still clung to his leather jacket. The door closed softly behind him with a crisp click. As the latch fell, the room's light seemed sliced in two, shadows cleaving apart. Wu Yudong lay on the floor, chest heaving. The air felt heavy. The sound of snow outside was cut off, leaving only Chu Muyun's even breathing and those knife-like eyes. Wind and snow pushed through the crack of the door. The light was stopped outside. The living room was dark as night. A figure in a wool coat walked slowly toward Wu Yudong. His steps weren't hurried, but each one hit the floor like a nail driven in. He adjusted his glasses with one hand. Beneath the polite exterior there was ice. His eyes were like a beast trapped under human skin, suddenly baring its teeth. The smile had no warmth, only a blade. You know? He said, voice low and dry. The short words were knives. A man like him, standing on the edge between madness and reason, is a rare thing. He raised a hand, pointed at the bed in the room, then at the snow outside the window. I pretended to be a friend, stayed with him, acted for him. I worked hard not to let him notice anything. Do you know what you might have set loose? Do you know? Wu Yudong's face went white. His leg was already broken. He limped, trying to back away but unable to, inching his body back little by little. The carpet scraped under him with a fine, tearing sound. I don't know. I really don't, he said, his voice like flattened lead, threaded with pleading. I kept watch for 3 days, Chu Muyun said coldly. 3 days I sat outside this door alone. Wouldn't he let anyone near Chen Ling or this room? He moved closer and closer. The cold wind made his wool coat rustle. And you barged right in yourself. Why? Wu looked up, terror filling his eyes. Chu suddenly seized the edge of a chair. His movement was like a beast off its leash. The chair cut through the air and came down. Thud! A dull strike exploded in the room. Wu Yudong's eyes rolled back and his body went limp. A deep gash opened on his forehead. Hot blood burst out like a dam breaking and ran down his cheeks. The metallic tang of blood instantly overwhelmed every other scent in the room, hot and biting. Chu didn't stop. His gaze was as cold as iron. The body on the floor, crushed as if by a heavy hammer, was in his eyes nothing but weight and a target. He swung the chair again and brought it down hard. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow was heavy, brutally sure. The chair met skull with a dull thud, met chest like wet earth. Blood spattered, hitting the wool coat, splashing across the lenses of his glasses and painting them in patches of scarlet. The sounds rolled back and forth in the little room, like a sledgehammer on an anvil. He screamed like someone tearing at his own chest, the voice getting harsher and shorter with each cry. Why? 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 Each why landed like another chair strike. Wu's breathing grew shallower, his chest rising and falling more slowly. At last the rise and fall stopped. The room was left with only the echoes of the chair falling on the corpse and the cold squeezing in through the door crack. Thud, one more, another, and after the final fall, the sound died away. The final blow landed. The chair burst apart, splinters flying, a crisp crack ringing out. Chu Muyun bent over, his chest heaving hard. Sweat slid down from his temple. He pushed his glasses up with blood-stained fingertips. His deep blue eyes stared at the pool of blood and mud at his feet. The air tasted of iron, bloody, metallic. His breathing came in tides, surging in and then ebbing away. He didn't know how long passed before the madness in his eyes began to ebb. A coldness spread into his palm. A sharp scalpel slid into his hand. The blade gleamed, cold under the light. At the same time, on the snow-covered slope behind the mountain, a figure stumbled toward them. Chunling's steps were uneven. With every step the snow sighed and creaked. His thin clothes were soaked through with sweat. Heat and cold battled across his body. His spine felt like it was on fire, while the wind bit his face raw. He climbed over the yellow police tape and pushed past one snow mound after another, each topped with a weathered wooden marker. The markers moaned in the wind like mute lamentations. This was the starting point. This was also where the truth was buried. A mass grave, heaps of earth mounded like wounds covered by time. Corpses, names, memories were blanketed in snow, only the sharp tips of wooden markers cutting through the white. Chunling had never been here in person. In his memory, there was a single image, being dragged by 2 people and shoved into a pile of dirt. But the instant his boots hit this ground, a strange familiarity rose in him, not a single thread, but 2 lines of memory colliding. He stopped and squinted at the snow-covered grave markers. Shattered images flashed in his mind like broken mirrors. 2 different memories crossed here. One was Chunling's own fragments, the other belonged to Chun Yan. The cold wind shredded them into flakes. He moved between the mounds by instinct, as if following a faint call, as if chasing an invisible thread. At last he halted in front of a mound with no marker, nothing to identify it. It was smoother than the others, its edges pressed tight by the snow. He stood for a long time, then dropped to his knees sank into the deep cold. The snow whitened his vision, and the world seemed to slow. The memory that belonged to Chun Yin began to sharpen. Broken voices, pallid light, the chill of metal. Name? A low voice asked. Chun Yin. The reply was small and careful. How old? 15. Number? 39,180. The cold operating table echoed the answers. Light poured down from overhead, stinging the eyes. Chun-Yin forced his lids open and could only make out shapes the gloved hands moving at the table's edge. The clink of instruments was soft and rhythmic, like a heartbeat amplified. Someone leaned in and dropped their voice. The ID matches. It's him. This kid only this young and already sick, the man muttered, his fingernails tapping against the metal lathe beside him. His voice was dry and full of contempt. When do we cut? Another man looked up, glancing at his watch. Wait a little longer. The first man peered toward the door, every syllable full of calculation. The heart over there hasn't arrived yet. If it falls through, we can't fake it here. With black market prices so high now, can those parents even scrape the money together? The second man raised an eyebrow. Scrape it together? Don't be ridiculous. The first man laughed. The sound was like a scraper on bone. They're so poor they couldn't even sell a brick. Then where's the heart coming from? You don't know? He slapped the small device in his hand down on the table with a self-satisfied clack. They're going to take the big son's heart to save the little one. The air seemed to go cold all at once. The men's voices dropped to whispers, as if they were discussing the weather. Footsteps and the tick of machines stitched together a rhythm under the surgical light. Really? Someone said, skeptical. That's monstrous. The couple used to think they couldn't have kids, so they picked up a kid from the street and raised him as an adopted son. A few years later, they had a biological child. Of course, the biological one got spoiled. The one they found was treated like an outsider. Those few sentences cut through the room like a knife. Each word landed on Chun-Yin. He lay on the operating table, a tube still in his mouth, his body wrapped in white cloth strips, cool pads stuck to his chest. The light slammed into his face and made his vision blur. Who said that? He forced his eyes up. His voice was raw, like sandpaper down his throat. The voices had been coming from the direction he was looking. His eyelids felt like weights. Then terror uncoiled like a sprung trap, and he shot his eyes open. He fought to sit up. The sheets rasped against his skin. His fingers clamped on the side of the table. His knuckles went white. The metal under the light was ice. He could hear his heart hammering in his ribs, huge, desperate thuds. You're talking about whose heart? His voice shook. The surgeon in a sterile gown lazily blew on his nails, as if dismissing a trivial fact. Your brother. The room felt as if an invisible hand had squeezed the air. Chun-Yin froze. Time stopped. The smell of disinfectant grew thick and pushed at his throat. A nurse moved to lay him back down. The squeak of gloves was sharp in the quiet. Two hands pressed his shoulders, steady and cold. No, don't touch me. He lurched, ripping a wrinkle in the sheet. Metal rang out in a high, harsh tone. I want tea. He cried, the sound breaking into a sob. I don't want this. I don't want him to take my brother's heart. Let me go? His fingers clawed at the nurse's sleeve, white lines appearing at his fingertips. His voice split. There was pleading in it, a raw animal sound. Tears pooled, flashing as if to spill, and then evaporating under the operating light. The surgeon merely shrugged, as if answering a routine question. That's reality. He bent his head and flipped through the chart at his side, tone calm and hard as a scalpel. Chun-Yin's screams echoed in the hollow room and were slowly swallowed by the machine's ticking. Footsteps passed outside and faded. The conversation moved on to other patients. He twisted and fought. His throat burned dry. Every breath felt like fighting a blunt instrument. The cold of the table fixed him to the present. No tomorrow, only the immediate terror and that strangling answer. Your brother. The heart is on its way. You don't get a choice. The voice was cold as iron. I'm begging you. Please tell my parents. Tell them I don't want the heart. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to go on stage to sing. I don't want any of it. Leave my brother alone. Please. His voice tore apart, the words broken into fragments. Lie still. Don't move, someone barked. Chun-Yin suddenly summoned every ounce of strength. Before the two adults could react, he wrenched free. He flung himself off the operating table, staggering, and charged for the operating room door. Each step felt like chasing after his life. The door creaked and swung open on its own. A man walked in, carrying a cold metal box that rang with a crisp metallic sound. Chun lunged, collided with the man's chest, and went down. The metal box swung twice right in front of his eyes. We've got the heart, the man said calmly. Gu Dao took the box, a smile lifting one corner of his mouth, no warmth in it. That couple looked scared, but they did the job clean and quick. Chun Yin sank to the floor, his gaze unfocused. The shadow of the metal box reflected in his pupils like a black stone. His lips had gone white. His whole body trembled as if being torn by an icy wind. No, no, his voice dwindled. A syringe flashed behind him. The needle gleamed cold in the light and pierced his arm with light, precise motion. The liquid drew into his veins like ice water, bringing a bitter numbness and heaviness. Gu Dao crouched behind him, his narrow eyes slitted, an animal coldness sliding through his gaze. You don't want it? Heh. His laugh was low, like a reptile's exhale. The injection ended slowly. The world began to lose its edges. The sounds around him receded. The lights stretched, like glass ground to slivers. Someone leaned to his ear. The voice was thin as a blade. You really think we'd give you the heart? Chun Yin felt the words strike his consciousness like a final hammer. Darkness rolled in like a tide. His fingers loosened, his eyelids slammed shut. Chen Ling jerked awake. Cold wind laced with snow whipped across the mass grave. The flakes were like gray confetti against his face. His brows and hair were dusted white. The cold sliced into his bones. Every breath felt like biting into shards of ice. Still, sweat beaded along his back, brow, and neck. Cold and heat warred in the same body. There was a sound of wind in the distance, like whispered conspiracies, like an audience waiting for a good show. He muttered, his voice raw. Yin slipped out. He stood stunned in front of the snow mound. The snow lay thick over that heap of earth. His breath came out in white puffs, tiny clouds. His hands were shaking. He lifted his hand and began to dig down. The snow split with a crisp crunch. His palms were rubbed raw and burning from the cold. Beneath it, the frozen ground was as hard as rock. The shovel blade struck, giving dull, heavy thumps. A fingernail split. He bit back a cry. Thoughts felt pinned under the dirt. In his head there was only that lonely mound and Chun Yin's twisted, struggling face. The shovel went deeper. Each strike felt like someone was gouging a hole in his chest. He scraped off a layer, and memory surged back like a tide. The rain fell as if it had been thrown down. The mountain path was a mess of mud water slapped against the raincoats. Two figures in worn slickers walked one after the other, carrying a black cloth sack, their steps heavy. Voices rolled in the rain like stones dropping into a ditch. Damn, this rain's brutal, one said, low and tight. Slow up. Don't slip this whole slope muck. The other nudged the sack. Mud splashed up onto his cuffs. Why the hell did we have to dump it up here? Couldn't we just find a spot near Ice Spring Street? The first asked, pausing, eyes watchful. You're stupid. Bury it nearby, and stray dogs dig it up. If anyone finds it, the city types get involved. They unearth it and start investigating. The speaker planted his foot, and it sank into the mud. Qian Fan says the old burial spot's up on this mountain. R&T watched. Dump it here, nobody will notice. They set the black sack on a patch of ground and pulled out shovels like it was routine. The blades cut into the dirt. Clods thudded together. Rain dripped off the hem of a coat onto the cloth with a dull, muffled sound. The bag was thrown into the hole like trash. They gotta split the take with Qian Fan, right? One asked cautiously. Of course. Who from Ice Spring Street wants to hog it? The enforcers aren't gonna look the other way unless you grease them. The answer came with a dry chuckle. 30%? That is harsh. The complaint had an edge of resentment. Shut up and take what you can. Kidneys, liver, corneas, marrow, blood, take anything that sell. On the slab, he be nothing but mud. Disgusting. The words were crude, like business talk. If we knew where that couple buried him, we could dig him up and make another run. Someone grinned. Rainwater foamed in his mouth for a beat. They shoveled a few more scoops and filled the hole. They patted each other's shoulders and smoothed their coats. The black sack was folded up like garbage and tied off. The rain erased their footprints, as if nothing had happened. Done. Let us go, one said, voice flat and already cold. The memory, like water held back by earth, churned and then sank away. The shovel hit the frozen ground under the snow again. He forced his weight down, knuckles blanching. The edge of the snow gave, revealing a sliver of black cloth. A cold gust lifted that corner, and it looked like a dark eye staring straight at him. They brushed the mud off their shoulders. After checking the pit was filled, they turned to leave. The rain came down like a tipped bucket. Heavy drops hammered the old grave. dark red, like ink, ran slowly down the cliff. After a few dozen seconds, two more figures in ponchos stumbled up from below. "Here," the man said softly. They were carrying a glass kerosene lantern. The light trembled in the rain, the beams sweeping over the wet grave but missing the dark red trickle in the shadows. They walked straight to the freshly dug hole. The black sack on the ground was heavy as they set it down. One of them plunged a hand in and pulled out a shovel. The blade pried into the sodden earth with a muffled scrape. Dirt rose and fell back like a collapsing tide. "A yin will be okay, right?" the woman asked, pulling her poncho tighter. Rain dripped from the brim onto her sleeve. Her voice was rough, her hands balled inside her sleeves, knuckles white. "He will," the man replied low. He shoveled again, steady and slow. "The heart's already been sent. The operation should be underway. Tomorrow we can go see him in District 2. Something in her face eased. She glanced at the black sack at her feet, guilt flickering across her eyes. Aling had it so hard. She murmured, "We can't say anything," the man said, setting the shovel down and wiping rain from his temple with the back of his hand. His voice was flat, cold. "It has to rot in our guts. What if a yin comes back and asks about his brother?" she forced out, as if stabbing a live thing in her chest. The man paused for a second without meeting her eyes. The shovel bit into the mud, and he heaved up a large clump. "Tell him he passed into the enforcers and was transferred to District 7. He couldn't come back," he said, like passing sentence. "Will he believe that?" she asked. He didn't answer. He drove the shovel deeper, as if burying everything with it. Together they lifted the black sack and threw it into the pit. It hit with a dull thud, half swallowed by the rain. The earth drew in around it like a living thing and covered the cloth. She hesitated, looked around. The grave was a mess. The rain had blurred any markings. She crouched and groped for a damp wooden plaque nearby, its edges rough like an old neglected door. "I want to put a marker for Aling," she said so low it was almost a mutter. Her hand rubbed the plaque as if stroking a name. The man grabbed her wrist suddenly. Rain ran down the backs of their hands. His palm was faintly warm. "No," he said abruptly. "If we put a marker here, what if the enforcers find it? Or someone else sees it?" She swallowed. The plaque felt heavy in her hand, an unbearable thought. She hesitated, then asked, "So what do we say?" "Say what we already decided." He looked only at the dim sky. "Give him a reason. Don't leave anything that can be checked." Wind and rain moved through the treetops. The lantern's light shook in the glass and fell across two rain-soaked faces. The smell of wet earth, the smoke from the lamp, the slap of rain on fabric blended into a night that wouldn't let go. She set the plaque back down, hand hovering for a moment. She glanced at the newly covered mound, mouthed a blurred name, then turned and followed him down the slope. The rain swallowed their footprints. Only the kerosene lanterns stretched their shadows long. "I told you, leave it buried. Don't bring it up again." The wooden placard slapped the wet earth, sending a spray of mud droplets outward. The woman was silent for a long time. Finally, she tossed the placard aside. The man stepped closer, his voice low and warm. "It's all right. By the time you wake up tomorrow, it will all be over." They cast one last look at the two graves. The rain fell like knives, hard and heavy. The soil washed into dark red streaks. A thin strip of earth linked the two lonely graves together. Then they turned and disappeared into the rain. The rain swallowed the sound, as if trying to wash something away. Just as the damp cold threatened to cover everything, a strange gray haze rose in the air. It spread like an oil slick, like a crack opening. Two worlds touched. "Ayen, Ayen," Chen-Ling called twice. His voice sounded swallowed by the mud. He threw himself to the ground, clawing at the earth like a madman. His fingertips split, mud and blood clung to his palms. He felt the edge of the tombstone cold, rough. Broken images filled his vision, like film fragments violently spliced together. A figure crawled up out of the mass grave. The wound on its chest stitched itself closed, as if sewn up. The rainwater on the ground suddenly arranged into lines of text in his sight. Dots of light flickered like an electronic screen. Numbers jumped out. Audience anticipation 17%. He saw a broken twig clamped between his fingers. A cracked safety talisman hung from the twig, swinging in the wind and making a faint metallic clink. In his memory, there was the image of a second attack on Binquan Street. bloody motions, the snap of breaking bones, screams drowned out. Then, in an instant, he wondered if the catastrophe hadn't come from outside at all. It was himself, or, more precisely, a deranged version of himself. Somewhere unseen, the audience's gaze wound around his limbs like ropes. He moved like a puppet, like a knife in a hand. He tasted the metallic tang of blood. After every swing, his palms went numb. He remembered the falling footsteps in the alleys, like the clicks of a broken clock. He remembered a child's sleeve being ripped, the fabric making a sharp tearing sound. He remembered tearing through the crowd like opening an old envelope. Then he remembered walking toward District 3, his steps steady and unhurried, as if completing a routine task. Now he knelt before the grave. Rain ran down his cheeks. He raised his hand to look at his fingertips. Blood and mud had blurred his prints into a smear. He called, "Ayen," the voice both foreign and close. Tears swam in his eyes, his vision blurred into a thin veil where two worlds overlapped. Behind that veil, pairs of blood-red eyes slowly opened. In those eyes there was hunger and satisfaction. He wanted to stand up, to grasp the truth. But in his hands there was only wet earth and that swaying, broken charm. "No, it can't be like this," Chun-Ling whispered. His voice felt crushed by the snow, breaking in and out. He remembered many scenes. By the creek behind the mountain, the snowmelt was icy. He washed that bright red costume. Bits of red floated in the water. He handed the costume to Chun-Yin, his hands still wet. The wind lifted the hem. But later, when Jiang Qin questioned him on Hans Huang Street, the costume inexplicably appeared in Chun-Ling's arms, as if a heavy thing had fallen out of the air. The fabric gave off an old scent, threaded with the tang of gunpowder. The couple who'd been taken away stared through Chun-Yin's body. Their looks were arrows. Shouts ripped the street, voices threaded with despair and hatred, and not a single word was directed at Chun-Yin. Jiang Qin followed Chun-Ling's gesture. The corner was a patch of darkness, only blurry shadows trembled like smudges in a mirror. Chun-Yin stood in a doorway full of holes. A letter rustled in his hand. The room was empty. Wind blew in through the broken window. He spoke into the empty house. "I heard Mr. Chen needed a doctor, so I came." His voice was pleasant, but the room did not answer. The house was mended, the cotton coat patched stitch by stitch. The repairer had his back to the door. No one talked to Chun-Yin. No one looked him in the eye. Every reply felt like it was meant for the air. These fragments piled together as if to tell Chun-Ling Chun-Yin had existed, and as if to tell him everything was a mirage. Chun-Ling kept digging. The snow was as thin as paper. His gloves were damp. The shovel struck the soil with a dull sound. A red liquid seeped from the earth, not mud, but a metallic cut, like blood welling from a wound. The color stood out bright against the white. He reached for another scoop when a force grabbed his wrist from behind, urgent but not violent. The hand was cold, slick with mud and blood. He was yanked back, the shovel slipped from his grip and clanged onto the snow. A bright red costume drifted and settled gently on his shoulder. The fabric was like a warm shield, blocking the wind and snow. The cold receded, flakes melting at the edge of the costume dripped to the ground. Chun-Ling froze. His heart hammered, his breath hit an invisible wall. He looked up. The boy was squatting before him, knees smeared with mud. Fine wet streaks marked his face, tears in the cold looked like melting glass. He kept his head bowed, like a child who'd done something wrong. "Brother, don't dig." The voice came, low as if from far away yet impossibly near, pleading and trembling. "Please, don't dig any deeper, okay?" Yin Chun-Ling's voice was strangled. The two syllables wouldn't loosen, but he had to say them. The boy lifted a hand. His palm was caked with blood and dirt. The blood had crusted in the creases, dully gleaming. His fingertips reached out and brushed Chun-Ling's face. The touch was cold and soft, like skin bitten by frost. "Yin, are you still alive?" Chun-Ling's voice trembled across the snow. The question was a child's tentative probe. The boy looked at the earth, stained red at his feet, and lowered his head, too afraid to meet Chun-Ling's eyes. "I'm already dead, brother," he said. His voice was small, like it came from a distant room. "But you're right here." Chun-Ling stared at him, feeling as if something clutched his chest and tightened. The boy raised his head. There was light in his eyes, but it carried none of the warmth of the living. He breathed out one simple sentence, both close and far. I can stay here because of your power. The words were plain, stated like a fact, no explanation, no defense. Chunling froze, his voice catching in his throat. Me? I don't have that kind of power. Before he could finish, the blizzard swallowed everything like a rising tide. The cold wind tore at his vision. Chun Yin's figure flashed in the snowy veil and then was gone, as if he'd never been there. In the snow, white letters lit up like ice crystals. Audience anticipation +5. Chunling's gaze was drawn to those two lines. His pupils tightened. A thought settled in his mind like a knife across his chest. Those two words could actually change reality. Memories sprang up like shards of a broken bottle. In the kitchen, water stains had suddenly formed strange patterns. Dr. Lin had been taken off guard, smiling awkwardly. The boning knife looked as if teeth had gnawed its edge, its blade unnaturally worn. Every incident carried their shadow. But after Chunyin appeared, those manipulations stopped, as if someone had withdrawn their hand. Could Chunyin himself be another pawn in their game? It was you. He said it quietly. His voice was cold, like it could cut the air. His hands were stained with blood. The warmth still clung to it, slick and metallic. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles went white and then red. The veins in his neck pulsed as if about to snap. He hurled all his rage at the invisible curtain, his eyes burning a crimson light. You made me see him. You made me depend on him. You treated him like a prop to deceive me. And then you tore everything apart with your own hands. Another line leapt up from the snow. Audience anticipation +5. It was like a spark that ignited the coiled fury inside him. He scrambled up from the snow. The red fabric of his coat tore into dark red ribbons in the wind. The wind had teeth, ripping cloth and biting into bone. Snow struck his face like shards of glass. Are you satisfied now? He roared. His voice was heavy, crackling as if exploding inside a hollow theater. Have you had your fill? Have you enjoyed watching my pain? I put on a show for you. Did you ever stop to think I could bleed, that I could hold grudges? He didn't swear, but every single word carried all the contempt, disappointment, and fury he felt, hammered out like blows of a sledge. In his mind, the great theater slowly lit up. Heavy curtains hung in the dark hall. Countless red dots like eyes watched him from the shadows. The crowd behind them was terrifyingly calm. He saw them through the drapery, watching the last few days unfold. His conversations with Chunyin, his agreement to take part in the school's New Year performance. Chu Muyun standing off to the side, silently thinking. Snow screamed past his ears. The wind stole his voice, but his anger burned like a fire that would not be easily doused. Someone watched from the dark. Their eyes were like needles. They watched him, treating his pain as entertainment. In the darkness, the corner of a mouth lifted slowly, a smile scorched as if by hot liquor. He felt like a puppet forced to wear a smiling mask. Someone in the crowd applauded. Someone whispered. Someone covered their mouth and laughed. His chest felt hammered, his breathing came in ragged bursts. Rage was fire, burning inside ice and snow. The flames turned every flake into a blade. He stamped his foot, the snow cracked crisply. His hands fumbled in the drifts, searching. His fingertips hit something cold and hard, not a knife, not a gun. His foot slipped, something slid from his pocket and dropped into the snow with a clear, bright sound. The metallic knock on snow rang out, sharp as breaking glass. 9 silver coins lay on the white ground. They flashed in the firelight like 9 little eyes. He recognized them as the wages Qian Fan had handed him that morning. His pupils pinched tight. Anger went quiet. In that calm, a viper coiled. He bent and picked them up one by one. Snow clung to the backs of his hands, stinging the skin. Fine. His voice was low, pressed down by the snow. Horse. He straightened and lifted his head toward District 2. For the first time, there was no retreat in his eyes, only resolution. You wanted a show, didn't you? He said. Each word came clear. Then I will. He laughed. The laugh ripped through the wind like ice splitting. I'll give you another performance. The laugh had an edge like a blade. The wind carried it far, all the way to Ice Spring Street. District 2, at the mouth of an alley off Ice Spring Street. At the end of the road, a great house burned with light. Torches stabbed the courtyard, flames danced, and the heat steamed falling snow before it hit the ground. The house was big enough to buy half of Frost Street. Few people knew its owner was Ma Zhong. Tonight it was not abandoned. The door stood open, music flowed out. Women's coquettish laughter and men's booming voices blended together, like a warm, intoxicating dream. Under the lights, red cloth draped down. Perfume and wine mixed in the air. Laughter came like knives, back and forth. Ma's place really looks the part, ashamed to leave it sitting empty. Qian Fan, clad in a black and red enforcer uniform, sat in the front row. On stage, a few women swayed, fabric rippling like water under the lights. The music was low. Glasses chimed. Qian squinted, watched, and muttered, "What is there to be sorry about?" His companion beside him shook his head and tapped his glass. "The one brother Ma has in Zone 3 can dwarf this place 10 times over." He drained his drink, a heat spread across his tongue. "I'm jealous. When can I afford one like that?" Qian asked with a grin. "With Han Meng gone, there's no one to stir things up anymore," the man shrugged. "Give it a few years and the rest of us will each have our own." His laugh was brittle. Someone at the table laughed loudly. The sound was swallowed by smoke and jazz. "Come on, one more." Someone slammed the table. Glasses struck and rang metallic. The room smelled of tobacco, booze, and perfume. The lights were warm, but cold shadows moved in the corners. "Brother Ma not here yet?" Qian asked. "On his way," another drawled. "He told us to get started." At that moment, Bone Knife, arm looped around a dancer, slid up to Qian. The dancer's thin veil whispered. Bone Knife's jacket still showed wet rings from a drinking match. "Come on, a toast to Boss Qian." Bone Knife pushed the dancer forward with a smooth smile. "We had our misunderstandings before. From now on, look out for us in business, yeah?" Qian took the glass with a casual tilt. "You're too kind, Boss Bone. Tonight's Brother Ma's doing. I'm just here for the party." He sipped the liquor, lingered. "Business? It's about mutual benefit. No one wants to lose money. Mutual profit," they chorused. The 19 men from Bingquan Street rose and raised their glasses overhead. Some trafficked guns, some ran drugs, some owned brothels. Right then their smiles were congenial. Any outsider would have thought it a business meeting. Bone Knife leaned closer, his voice dropping and the smile thinning. Warm breath fogged at his lips. "How's that shipment? The heart and the other organs quality held up?" Qian nodded. His movement was brief, like stabbing a needle into the air. "Good." The buyer's pleased. His eyes were cold like the drink, warm on the surface, with a heavy blackness underneath. People who can drop that much money and clear out every stall in one go don't come along often. Did that batch end up in Aurora City? Hearing Aurora City, Qian Fan's eyes narrowed. His voice was low and deliberate. "Boss Gu, in this line it's better not to ask. Ask too many questions and you invite trouble." "Ah, my bad." Gu Dao laughed and punished himself with a cup. He drained it in one gulp. The alcohol hit his nose. His gaze fell on the elaborately dressed dancers on the stage. He casually draped his arm over the shoulder of the woman next to him and began fiddling with her wrist, rough and indifferent. She gave a small, offended squeal. "Seriously, every time it's just the same few numbers. Can't they throw in something new?" Gu Dao asked. "What do you want to see?" Qian Fan shot back. "I heard Aurora City has all kinds of shows, singing, storytelling, even sleight of hand. Why is it only dancing here?" "That's Aurora City. In a district like the third quarter, don't expect much variety. Getting this many dancers and live accompaniment is already pretty good. This is boring as hell." Gu Dao snorted, his face flushed redder. Suddenly, he shoved the two dancers in his arms away with force. The gauze skirts swirled. The formation on stage split like a crack. A few dancers froze and glanced at one another. Down in the audience, the drummer's hand stalled. The wind player's note cut off. Only the fading echoes of the drumbeat hung in the air. "Don't stop, keep going." Gu Dao barked, and then he climbed onto the stage. His steps landed heavy, like hammers on the planks. He came up behind one of the dancers. His hand slid along her spine like a snake, down her waist, and finally seized her wrist roughly, as if leading a puppet. The dancer's face went white. She bit her lower lip and dared not resist. Gu Dao made her move to his own rhythm, awkward, dominating, humiliating. The others on stage flicked their eyes away and pretended to focus, mechanically continuing their steps. The drums picked up, the strings resumed. The music was stretched out, but no longer merry. "Ha ha ha, Gu Dao, that dancing is terrible." Someone at a table laughed, a bright, mocking sound. "Let me show you how it's done." Another man stood, slapped the table, and strode toward the stage. His footsteps sounded unusually loud in the noisy night. Don't stop. He's really getting into it. Keep going. Keep going. Ha ha. I didn't know you had that in you. Come on, give us a pole dance. The crowd on Binquan Street immediately went wild. Laughter rolled through the snowy air like echoes, one wave after another, merry enough to seem like it could chase the cold away. There was a soft sound at the gate. Someone shoved the snow aside and pushed open the estate door. Cold wind driving snowflakes squeaked as they swept into the yard. Is Brother Ma here? Someone called. Before the words finished, all eyes were snagged by a flash of red in the front courtyard. It wasn't Mahjong. It wasn't anybody they recognized. It was a boy in a bright red opera robe, so glaringly red it felt like a flame lit in the snow. He walked across the stone path without a sound. The snow under his feet was pressed into deep tracks. Snow dust struck his temples, flecking his black hair with white. The cold wind carved a shadow around him. The people inside froze. Laughter stalled, as if something had caught in their throats. Faces shifted, resentment flared in some eyes. Someone clenched a wine cup until their knuckles went white. Qian Fan stiffened too. He exchanged a look with the lawman beside him. Both rose at once, bodies leaning forward. Chunling, what are you doing here? Qian Fan stepped forward with a smile that had an edge of urgency. What a coincidence. If you hadn't left, Zones 2 and 3 would be restored. Already we were about to throw a celebration. Come on, sit down and have a drink. Chunling didn't answer. He walked through the wind and snow straight into the room. Slush stuck thick to his soles, each step leaving a footprint like a black hole. He didn't look around or offer a greeting. Silent. His gaze sharp as a searchlight fell directly on the knife on the stage. What are you here for? Someone whispered. Chunling stopped at the steps. His voice was as flat as ice. No need for ceremony. I'm here to take something. His words were short, without explanation. The air suddenly went heavy. Everyone's eyes were pulled to the knife, the bone knife lying quietly on the stage, its blade throwing off a cold light, like a dead, silent moon. Chunling's fingers twitched. His gaze deepened. Every sound in the room receded. There was only the hiss of snow, only the low thrum of blood in their ears. Well, who did I think it was? Turns out it's Enforcer Chan. Bone Knife sneered, eyes bleary with drink. He released the dancer in his arms and shoved her into the crowd. What? Dressed like that here to put on a show for the boys? Han Meng was already dead. Mahjong had the 3rd district back under his thumb. Now, from District 2 to District 3, it was their turf. Bone Knife and his brothers didn't even take Chunling seriously. Come on, let him perform, someone laughed. That get-up, what? Is he gonna sing? Which act? Another jeered. The laughter hung heavy like alcohol. They raised their cups, their eyes full of mockery. Qian Fan knit his brows. His finger traced the rim of his cup. Something felt off. He looked at the red-clad man on the stage. The man stood perfectly still. Chunling, if you lost something, tell the brothers. Bone Knife slurred, swaying, all provocation. I'll go and fetch it for you. Chunling stared at him. His gaze was as cold as a blade. I lost a heart, he said, and my brother's life. The words dropped like an evening drumbeat suddenly struck. A hand as if from nowhere slammed through Bone Knife's chest. Blood spurted like a fountain. Crimson sprayed across the screen behind the stage, landing with a wet smack. The drums cut off mid-beat. The string music stopped. The air went silent in an instant, as if the room had been drained of breath. Everyone froze. Pupils constricted. The scent of blood drove the alcohol from their heads. Someone shot up from his chair. The scrape was harsh. Faces were stamped with disbelief. Bone Knife lifted a hand, trying to press at his chest. He looked at Chunling. His eyes rose slowly, as if catching on a thought. You are that kid's brother? The words forced out of his throat. Blood pooled at the corner of his mouth. His voice was shattered, like a snapped string. Chunling's cheek was stained red. He drew in a breath that was cold. Hatred filled his eyes, edged with a kind of madness. You make a habit of tearing people apart, he said quietly. Each word a knife. Today, I'm going to pick you clean. Give me the knife, he called. His voice wasn't loud, but it moved people. He reached toward the empty space behind him. His hand looked as if it were grasping something invisible. Everyone saw it. The hand was no longer still. A resident from Binquan Street who had still been standing in the crowd felt the dagger at his waist start to tremble violently. as if gripped by an invisible hand. The blade was yanked from its sheath, whistling through the air and pointing straight at Chun-Ling in the center of the stage. The dagger was like an arrow. Its edge ripped through the silence. Chun-Ling caught the dagger. The movement was clean, lightning fast. He didn't hesitate. He drove the blade into Bone Knife's chest. There was a low, resonant crack. Blood immediately spurted out like a tipped-over inkwell, staining the stage boards red. Hot blood welled from Bone Knife's mouth. His voice broke into a choking rasp. His throat seemed blocked, and only ragged sobs forced their way out. Blood ran down the dagger. The stage filled with the metallic tang of blood and a cold dampness. Bone Knife sank to his knees, hands clawing at the air as if trying to push something back in. His movements slowed and finally stopped. He stopped. He did not move again. Chun-Ling stood there, still holding the dagger. A wave of nausea rocked his chest, but nothing else. No surge of triumph, no collapse of feeling. It was the first time he'd stopped a man's breath. Hatred and adrenaline had smoothed his emotions into a calm surface. At that instant, in the snow-heavy night sky outside, a dark speck flared to life. It was tiny, but it sounded like a distant alarm bell. Chun-Ling, are you crazy? A voice from below tore through the air. You're supposed to be keeping order. You can't just attack for no reason. You'll be held accountable. Qian Fan's eyes widened. There was anger and disbelief in his shout. The red-clothed figure on stage slowly turned his head. Warm blood still clung to the youth's cheek, mixing with the cold breath of the snow like two scents at war. He brandished the dagger and looked down at the crowd. In his eyes, the people were reduced to miniature chess pieces. Only murderous intent remained in his gaze, feral, almost insane. On the folding screen behind him, flecks of blood glinted faintly, like pairs of red eyes opening in the dark. Those pinpricks of light multiplied, swelling like red waves on the surface of the sea, like countless watching eyes seated in the void of the auditorium, all staring at what had just happened. Snap! A soft sound. In the courtyard, all the torches went out at once. Darkness fell like a curtain, swallowing light and breath. Punish me, he chuckled. There was the taste of rust and blood in the laugh. Chun-Ling raised his hand. His fingertips were slick with hot blood. He dragged them across his own cheek. A line of crimson traced the corner of his eye. For a moment, the red-clad figure on the stage overlapped with his face, familiar and yet strange. His presence turned uncanny, cold with a metallic, bloody chill. He was a revenant, and also the watch character in that play. The people below only saw the motion. No one could see where he had come from. What right do you have to punish me? He asked. His voice was low, like a blade against glass. The next instant, the red figure on stage vanished like smoke, like a bloodstained cloth. A dagger tore through the air with blinding speed. No one reacted in time. A man from Bingquan Street nearest the stage had his throat sliced in a red arc. Blood sprayed with a heavy, wet sound. The figure went down. The snow took the red. Li Meng, Sun Laolu, and the others went pale. They had faced Chun-Ling before. They knew that kind of horror was no rumor. It was a celebration. Almost nobody carried guns. At most, a couple of concealed blades. Even if someone in the tavern had been armed, it wouldn't have fixed this. Now there was nothing left to rely on. The red specter darted through the crowd like a reaping sickle, merciless. Each cut had a clean, precise rhythm. Blots of blood burst open, spattering the snow. Shouts, the crunch of breaking bone, heavy footsteps stamping the snow tore the festival's clamor into ragged fragments. As the bodies piled up, Chun-Ling grew more deft. He hesitated not at all. Like an actor finding his beat, he began to relish the performance. The cold wind scattered the coppery scent of blood. White snow and red blended into an ominous painting. 100 meters away, under a tree bowed by the weight of snow, Chu Muyun stood. The wind lifted the hem of his coat. The screams from the courtyard thinned into the snow and were swallowed by the night. He stared, his features cooling. It actually drew the god of war's attention. He murmured surprise, and contempt tangled in his tone. Never thought he'd be a genius at killing. In the void, a shadow slowly unfurled, like ink spreading in water. A man's silhouette took shape inside the dark. His breath showed briefly in the cold night. Light couldn't reach him. Sound sank as it passed him. Not only that, the shadowed man said, voice low and welling like an echo from a deep well. Even the witch god stars are answering. The witch god path. Chu Muyun raised an eyebrow, his voice cold as night wind. What does he have to do with that road? Why is he being watched? The man in the shadows hesitated for a beat. His voice was low, like a stone pressed into the earth. I don't know either. Don't you find it strange? Chu Muyun stared at him. Strange how? A fusion-born being getting the attention of some godly path. More absurdly, he carries a power that could wipe everything out. Don't treat those titles like explanations, the shadowed man said, a trace of mockery in his tone. Being observed doesn't mean being taken in. It's like a distant light turning toward him but not lighting a way home. The path into the gods' realm, it's not a road made for monsters. Chu Muyun gave a quiet laugh and didn't press further. There was a cold edge under the smile. That kid's crazy. Cruel enough to terrify people, the shadowed man added. You have good eyes. Chu Muyun was silent a moment. A calculating glint passed through his eyes. He's going to have trouble soon. Why? I smell a sacrificial artifact, the shadowed man said, his voice dropping further. Qian Fan carries the scent of a ritual vessel. In the courtyard, the air was torn by the flash of blades. Chunling's knife had a rhythm. Each strike was clean. The blade whistled as it cut the air, and the air itself seemed ripped open. 7 or 8 men in the front yard fell in a line, heavy thuds as they hit the ground. Every landing was a dull boom. The scrape of sawls, the tearing of clothes, the short gasps, everything dropped into deathly silence. There were no guns. Residents of Bingquan Street could only run, but their steps were too heavy. Chunling moved like he was dancing, feet light while his blade was a set of razor teeth. Each swing marked a precise point. Blood spatters in the moonlight. People made snapping sounds like wood breaking. Fan, what do we do? One officer shouted while running, his voice throwing echoes off the courtyard walls. Qian Fan stood not far off, his face going hard. He had just seen Chunling draw a dagger out of the air. The dagger seemed pulled as if by a magnet, materializing in his hand. For a moment, the movement looked inhuman. It's like he has been blessed by a god, another man panted. His motion just now, like someone was guiding him from the dark. If that's true, then he's at the level of an enforcer, right? Someone said, voice trembling. We can't beat him. Where's Ma? Someone cried, pleading for backup. Too late. Qian Fan's eyes suddenly went cold. Moonlight reflected in his pupils like 2 frozen ponds. If this drags on, it won't just empty out Bingquan Street. We won't live through it either. He reached into his chest. The movement was clean, decisive. Cloth fluttered in his palm. From the dark, someone could hear the faint rasp of fabric. He drew the object out of the wrapping. It was small. As the cloth loosened, a corner of aged verdigris showed. The bronze bore fine incisions, crawling sigils. The artifact itself gave off a chill, like a winter wind drilling into the lungs. The air around them settled heavy. The clatter of blades seemed sucked in and slowed. Chunling paused, head tilting as if listening. Each breath felt like a visible pendulum. Qian Fan didn't hesitate. He raised the bronze high. His fingertips glowed faintly, like a candle rekindled in the wind. He muttered an inaudible underbreath. The words had no syllables so much as vibrations, pounding at the breastbone. Dust on the ground began to whirl. The courtyard lamps flared a blinding white. Their beams split into filaments in the air, weaving toward Chunling like spider silk. Chunling's expression shifted. His blades tightened, his steps lighter. The knife seemed an extension of him, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat. He looked up with no panic, only a savage grin. The blade tip caught moonlight as if to slice the night itself. 2 forces met in the center of the yard. One was Chunling's lightning, quick motion and precision, like a strike of lightning. The other was Qian Fan's ritual net, ancient and patient, slowly drawing taut. In the rush of wind came the thin rip of paper tearing, the metallic timbre of bronze, and the shriek of steel woven into a brief, mournful dirge. Qian Fan slowly pulled back the black cloth. A broken finger bone lay exposed to the cold wind. White as bleached ivory, dark brown stains rimmed the edge. A ritual implement. 2 enforcers nearby froze, their breaths caught short. The moment the bone was revealed, the snow outside stopped. A dry heat gathered in the air, like an invisible hand pressing a lid down, splitting the courtyard from the world beyond. Snow whipped up outside that boundary, but couldn't cross it. Qian Fan clenched the bone. In the distance, The man in red was still washing the streets in blood. The chopping sounded metallic and sharp. In Qian Fan's eyes, the will to kill flashed like a blade. The implement. He had bought it on the black market 2 years ago, spending most of his savings. Rumor said it had been taken from the corpse of a corroded enforcer. For years he'd kept it as a trump card, never using it. But this time he had no choice. Seize him, Qian Fan barked, voice cold and knife-edged. Before the words finished, he drove the bone into his palm. Blood welled instantly. It ran along the bone, drawn into its cracks. The bone seemed to come alive. A smear of black crawled across its surface, like ink seeping through the fissures. The stench of flesh being devoured hit them. Heat and cold pressed against the skin at the same time. At the points where bone met flesh came tiny, brittle snaps like someone crushing winter snow. The courtyard floor shuddered. The snow layer exploded, shards scattering. Then the first white rib spike shot up from the ground like a spear blindingly fast aimed straight at Chunling's shoulder. Chunling felt a rush of dizziness. The pain of his shoulder being pierced snapped him back to himself. Hot blood ran down his sleeve. He twisted instinctively to protect a vital spot, but the rib spear skimmed his side, tearing flesh with a high, tearing scream. A second and a third rib spike burst from the snow. Each one felt hurled with force, flinging dirt and flakes of ice. Chunling's space to move shrank. Rib spikes formed a half circle around his chest, the exits narrowing with each strike. By the fifth spike, every direction was sealed. Ribs crossed and overlapped, as if a huge bone cage had grown out of the earth. Chunling was trapped fast. He couldn't move. His breathing was squeezed shallow. Snow fell quietly around him, landing on the blood and melting into tiny black dots. What is this? Chunling stared at the finger bone in Qian Fan's hand, his voice very low. His face darkened, as if swallowing the courtyard's light. The finger bone looked alive. It squeezed the flesh away in strips. Blood welled from between the joints. Qian Fan's body shrank fast, like a gaunt scavenger, knuckles protruding. He kept wasting away until even his ribs stopped showing, only then did his thinning halt. Qian Fan trembled as he pulled out the knuckle. His fingers were ice cold. He wrapped it in oiled paper, careful and deliberate. A smile lifted one corner of his mouth smug. His voice was dry. Worth it. The effect was obvious. The force of that blow could have torn a stone wall apart. The two enforcers watching turned pale. They were part worshipful, part terrified, their gazes flickering like lamps in the night as they followed Qian Fan's movements. Qian Fan eased himself to the center of the courtyard. Snow fell. Corpses lay scattered across the white ground. Blood stained the snow a dark red. The air smelled of rust and the brittle crunch of crushed bone. He sneered, pushing his voice out so it carried. How was that? Fun, wasn't it? The words were a blade, and the blade carried contempt. Chunling was held fast by a cage of bone. The bony prison clicked, fixing him in place. His face was streaked with blood and bone ash, strange to look at. Yet his gaze was calm, like a deep sea without a ripple. So having divine favor makes you something special? Chunling's voice was dry. Divine favor, the kind of backing some call luck and others call an excuse. Even if you're a would-be enforcer, didn't you still end up in my hands? Qian Fan's voice was venomous. His fingers toyed with the gun's grip. The barrel was black, like the edge of night. He slowly trained it on Chunling's forehead. The metal looked cold. There was movement outside the courtyard. A man in the shadows swallowed and began to rush forward. Damn, we can't let him kill Chunling. His steps carried him forward. Wait. Chu Muyun spoke up suddenly. Behind his lenses, an odd light flashed in his eyes. Something's not right. The man in the shadows froze. What do you mean? Wind drove snow into the gaps between the corpses. The muzzle pressed to the forehead. The smell of blood and the cold coalesced into one chill. Chunling's eyes stayed calm, deep, bottomless. No fear. No plea. As if he were simply waiting for something to come. Qian Fan had barely raised his hand, the trigger hadn't been squeezed. Light tore open the sky. 2 stars suddenly flared. Beams like enormous pillars fell from heaven, ripping through the night, smashing the cold silence. The cage woven of white bones, and the man inside it were swallowed by the light. Boom. The air rolled. Ripples of divinity spread outward like stones dropped on a pond. An invisible force shoved Qian Fan backward. He stumbled several steps and went down, dust whirling around him. His ears buzzed. The air felt wound-tight, breathing grew difficult. The three of them went rigid. The two lights above hung from the stars like ribbons and wove into a ring, enclosing Chun-Ling at the center. Chun-Ling was covered in blood. He lifted his head slowly. There was a look in his eyes that could not quite believe what it saw. Could it be divine favor? One of the enforcers' voices trembled. No way didn't he already have a god's protection? Another muttered. The two lights were not the same. The black one was like polished iron, cold, heavy, smelling of war drums and blades. The purple one was like smoke in midnight, wrapped in whispers of ancient sigils, carrying a chilling mystery. The black felt like the choosing of a war god. The purple felt like the summons of secret arts and old witches. Two different auras descended at once, as if two hands reached for him from opposite directions, chosen by two divine beams at once. What the hell is this kid? The third man murmured. Chun-Ling's expression was complicated. A moment before, he'd already been ready to die again. He knew his chance of resurrection now was high. The danger didn't bring fear. On the contrary, the instant he drew the bone knife and thrust it, an odd calm settled over him. It wasn't joy, and it wasn't disgust. It was a single feeling. This was his duty, what he was born to do. Like a fish returning to water, like a battle standard back on the field. Chu Muyun had said earlier, being chosen by the god of war on your first kill was an extraordinary gift. The words echoed in Chun-Ling's head, but he couldn't say what the purple star meant. At that moment the heavens brightened again. A third star slowly appeared. Vermilion light, clear as glass. Its ribbon was long and thin, like satin threading through the void, weaving itself with the other two beams. The three ribbons merged into a small curtain of light, enveloping Chun-Ling completely. He froze. Blood trembled at the corner of his mouth. A warm vibration pressed at his chest, like a large hand laid upon his heart. When the ribbons brushed his skin, there was a faint sting like electricity, like scalding. His hair rose on end. A low calling filled his ears, like distant bells, and the roar of beasts blended into one sound. A third one, someone whispered, barely speaking aloud. Blessed by three divine lights at once. Impossible. Another said even lower, disbelief thick in his voice. The three divine lights offered no explanation. They simply revolved around Chun-Ling. The black was austere battle will. The purple was deep sorcery. The vermilion was a burning altar, bringing blood and oaths. Light flowed over him. Each pass felt like something being carved. The taste of the air changed gunpowder, ash, and the dust of ancient bones mingled. Chun-Ling stared at the three stars above. For the first time a clear thought appeared in his eyes. It was brief, but heavy as a stone, smashing into his bones. The lights kept burning. Heaven and earth seemed to be waiting for an answer. Wait, which pantheon does that star represent? Qian Fan's voice tightened. I've never seen that symbol. The other man froze too. Outside the compound, the two were equally stunned. Snow swept sideways in the wind like tiny shards of blade. Color like vermilion, as clear as glass. The man in the shadows squinted, his fingertip tracing the emblem on his chest. No mistake, it's the way of the theater gods. His tone was tentative. The way of the theater gods. Chu Muyun frowned. That's rare. The shadowed man nodded. The question is, what does he have to do with that way? He can act. He can sing. Someone guessed, voice small, as if being swallowed by the snow. I remember he can't. Another answered. But the brother in his dreams can. The shadowed man fell silent. In the sound of the snow there was a hint of regret in his voice. Three godly lights fell on him at once. He said softly, if he were ordinary, that would make him a genius. But his body carries someone else's breath. He is not destined to walk that path. People in Aurora City will notice. Chu Muyun looked toward the distance. They'll send someone. No need to wait for Aurora City. The shadowed man's gaze slid to a point through the wind and snow. An enforcer is already heading this way. He is close. We can't let him interrupt this. I'll go stop him. Chu Muyun rose, his steps throwing up a spray of snow. No. The shadowed man shook his head calmly. Why not? Someone's already gone to stop him. Through the blizzard, a black shape moved slowly. A long black coat whipped in the wind. Long boots left a string of deep prints in the snow. Each step pressed the snow down to an iron-gray shallow trough. The hem dragged blood. It seeped along the fabric and dropped, laying a thin red line across the white snow, like someone drawing a route on a map with a red pen. Sparks quick and sharp snapped from a flint. He drew out a cigarette, the flame trembled. He took a long drag, the smoke condensed into a gray puff in the cold. He exhaled a smoke ring slowly, as if trying to blow away the sound of the wind and snow. The cleanup's almost done, he muttered, voice like grit. Just a few remnants left. End them all at once. At the coat's hem, for silver threads dimly lit and went dark, like faint sigils crawling across the leather. At that moment, two cold beams of light flared in the ashen sky. Not large, but solid, like two little stars sliding down from the horizon. They landed on the distant compound like blades in a thin fog. The light carried a chill divinity, as if a hand had reached in and crushed the air's warmth. The compound's window frames threw back an odd light. The sound of the snow hesitated. 3 different lights braided together. Shadows under the eaves stretched and shuddered, then steadied. He saw it and lifted an eyebrow. 3 beams of light, he murmured. They weren't ordinary stars. They were 3 gazes, falling straight onto the figure in the distance. As if someone were being examined. As if someone had been chosen. Look that way, Mahjong's house. He squinted harder. Disbelief threaded his voice. Snowflakes stung his face, the cold bit through his collar. The outline of the compound wavered in the distance, like a painting torn apart by wind. He quickened his pace. His steps were short. White puffs of breath puffed out in clouds. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. The house hadn't moved any closer. It was like a mirage, a phantom in the snow. The more he walked, the farther it seemed, the fuzzier it became. He stopped and looked back. All the footprints he'd made were gone. The snow lay as flat as a mirror, buffed by the wind. The cold wind whined in his ears, a thin, drawn-out sound like a snapped string. Who? He asked under his breath. His voice was swallowed by the snow. Silence pressed around him like a heavy blanket. He tightened his mouth. A hard gleam passed through his eyes. His right hand went to his waist and closed around the grip of his pistol. His fingers dug in until his knuckles paled. Something invisible suddenly unfurled. The air seemed sliced by a needle and collapsed into a contained space. The sound of falling snow was cut off. The wind was muted. Everything felt as if sealed under a sheet of glass. He closed his eyes. A cigarette rested at his lips. The ember glowed quietly. The smell of smoke, paper, and ash mixed with the cold. He listened intently, to the rhythm of the falling snow, to any echo the vanished footsteps might have left. Then he swung the gun up. The motion was like lightning. The muzzle pointed at a corner just to his side. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound hit like an avalanche. The force was a blade, tearing the space apart. Snowflakes along the path exploded in the air like shards of glass. Fragments scattered, tinkling softly. At the same moment, everything around him seemed to ignite from within. Snow, ground, distant outlines scorched like paper by tongues of flame. Light roiled, and he felt wrapped in a giant cocoon. The cocoon shattered with the shot. The fragments raced outward like cracks in obsidian. The false haze ebbed away like a retreating tide. The air settled back into place. In the distance, the house finally resolved wood frames, eaves, window lattices like a painting that had been wiped clean. Beside the bullet's path came a small, surprised sound so tiny it was like a bubble surfacing from a drift of snow. He turned his head. A boy was half crouched in the snow, his face covered by a sheet of white paper. 2 crude eye holes had been poked through it. They were like little windows. Dark eyes peered out, surprised and alert. The boy held a thin twig. It sliced an arc through the snow, tracing a large circle. The circle put the man in its center. Where Han Ming had fired a moment before, the circle's rim was torn open. The gunshot still echoed in his ears. Cold bit his face. The snow creaked under his boots. I thought it'd take you a few minutes to notice. The boy shrugged, laughter in his voice, mocking. Looks like I underestimated you. So you really are the fabled prodigy enforcer. Who are you? Han Ming frowned. Short. Cold. The boy didn't answer right away. He pointed at the paper, as if reminding him he couldn't see his face. Then, as if short of breath, he idly poked another hole at the nose. The paper trembled. A faint sound of paper rubbing came from between the sheets. With my face covered, am I supposed to tell you who I am? He replied lazily. You're this old, can't your brain keep up? Han Ming's expression fell. The air tightened. as if some invisible hand had twisted it. He could feel the boy's presence. It wasn't loud, but it was heavy, like the weight of rock. It made the air around them dense, far stronger than he expected. If not for the obvious gap in age, Han Ming might have believed this kid was a seasoned warrior. "Do you know what crime it is to obstruct a law officer?" Han Ming said. Each word was a blade. "An officer? Impressive." The boy laughed, disdain curling his mouth. He jabbed the twig and idly drew a square in the snow. The twig rasped across the surface. The square looked carved into the ground. In an instant, Han Ming felt a chill under his feet, as if an invisible plank had trapped him. "When you can walk out of it, then I'll admit you have some skill, maybe 1/10 of mine." The smile under the paper shrank into a light snort. Han Ming looked down. The snow at his feet changed. The flakes seemed to be sucked away, revealing a huge playing card. The card lay on the ice, its edges frosted with a silver sheen. A black pattern was stably printed on it, clubs, 8 of them arranged into an old, strange symbol. The moment he saw the card, Han Ming's pupils snapped tight. Memory was tugged at. The cold wind cut like a knife and whistled in his ear. The scent of snow suddenly felt colder. "The Dusk Society?" he repeated quietly, as if making sure he heard right. The courtyard was unnaturally still. In the night, a third star suddenly flared. The light was not warm. It cut the air like a cold blade. Chun Ling stared at it, his eyes full of bewilderment. He didn't know that star. He didn't understand why it was looking at him. The earlier blood fight had indeed drawn the attention of the war god path. But why had the other two appeared? He rubbed his temple and decided not to pry. Choosing a path mattered more. To step onto a godly path was to tie one's life to a force. That force would grant strength beyond the ordinary. Maybe it could even free him from those invisible spectators, those watchers high above who could tug at his strings at any moment and make him move like a puppet. A person could only walk one road. The body could not be split to walk two. Chun Ling looked at the 3 beams of light and fixed his gaze on the most familiar one, the war god path. He remembered Han Ming's killing dance, the clash of metal, blades flashing like thunder, the taste of blood lingering between teeth. The sensation was like a wildfire growing in his chest. Almost without hesitation, he reached out to take that light. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the glow, everything changed. From the void behind him, countless red dots surged like a tide. The dots suddenly widened into pair after pair of blood-red eyes. Shadows writhed as if alive, heaving into a sea of crimson. In the theater, thousands of spectators rose at once, their footsteps striking the floor heavily. Boom, 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 the boards sounded like a great drum, the vibration traveling from the soles of the feet up into the chest. Dust shook loose from the walls, the window frames trembled. Tens of thousands of gazes fixed on the dome above, like an invisible wind bearing weight and anger. That attention was not simple watching. It was a threat, like an unseen beast opening its maw. It swallowed the light of the 3 stars. The radiance was devoured, then cleaved like a cut by a blade, scattering into shards. The 3 stars in the sky shuddered violently. The godlight on Chun Ling began to fragment. The path of light cracked like glass beneath his feet, like stairs collapsing from the bottom up. Each inch of fading radiance felt like needles pricking his skin, stinging so sharply he ground his teeth. The divine path recoiled. Even the one he had just reached for collapsed away under his feet. They saw the creature behind Chun Ling. Those beings that had been friendly to him froze in an instant. Their looks shifted from indulgence to caution. No one wanted a predator on their path. Nobody invites a tiger into their home. So they all withdrew, their intent to approach at once, like pulling a hand out of fire. The 3 divine lights that had shrouded Chun Ling shattered like glass, struck hard, and clattered down. The few god links that had once pierced heaven and earth were cut off as if by a blunt knife, retreating fast and dissolving into the air. Silence fell, then stunned disbelief. Qian Fan and the others stood dumbfounded. The enforcer was the first to be floored, his voice trembling. What's happening? Can a goddess favor be taken back? Goddess favor, someone added in disbelief. It's the power a deity reaches out to mortals with. They actually pulled their hand back? They had lived for many years but had never heard of such a thing, to receive a goddess favor and then be abandoned. They hadn't even dared to imagine it. Outside the courtyard, a man in the shadows nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Chu Muyun had stayed at Chunling's place a long time. He could see the longing in Chunling's heart clearly. He whispered, pitying, he finally got a goddess favor, and it was stolen away. What a pity. The man in the shadows stared at him, an icy smile in his eyes. Pity? How many people in the world ever gain divine protection? Thousands. But how many can merge with an apocalyptic catastrophe and stay lucid? Only him. He is a one-of-a-kind existence now. What is there to pity? Chu Muyun only shook his head and didn't argue. In the courtyard, Chunling stood where he was, eyes locked on the three retreating divine lights. They took the warmth with them as they left. With them went the feeling of being valued, completely stripped away. He felt like someone a stranger had reneged on a promise to. His chest felt as if something heavy pressed on it, his breathing growing quick. The hope that could have pulled him out of the audience's control shattered in an instant. The audience, those onlookers and rules who watched him like theatergoers, pushed him back into place. He heard quiet murmurs in the distance, like paper being crushed. Someone swallowed. The sound was dry. He turned. Behind him, the void still held pairs of eyes. They weren't warm like human eyes, they were like holes, gradually being swallowed by darkness. Each vanishing pupil carried a wary apprehension. That unease clung to his skin like a cold wind, making the hair on his arms stand up. Chunling's voice was low and calm, edged with disbelief and a familiar resentment. It's you again. Chunling let out a dry laugh. There was no humor in it, only bitterness and a shattered edge. You should have expected it, he said in a low voice, sandpapered and raw. Once I touched that door, you had your reason not to let go. You needed me to be the actor, the puppet, the plaything on your table. He looked out toward the yard. His eyes were bloodshot. The skin around his sockets looked as if it had been scorched. The power that had once swirled around him like a tide had ebbed away. Its heat was gone. The halo collapsed. The air cooled back to normal. His laugh thinned and grew more desperate. The red hem of his clothing trembled in the wind. He sat propped on a heap of white bones, like a remnant on an altar. There was madness in his laughter. He had bitten through his tongue, blood slid from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto cracked bone with a clear, sharp sound. Come on, Qian, he suddenly shouted, arrogant, his voice high and grating. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Do it. Take a shot at my head. If you really want me dead, remember you need 2 shots. The people in the room froze. Qian Fan's finger trembled on the gun's grip. The air felt pricked by needles. Everyone held their breath. Chunling's gaze was like a blade. In that moment, he looked both like an actor saying goodbye and a martyr resolved. Qian Fan hesitated for several heartbeats. At last, he raised the gun and aimed at Chunling's temple. He pressed hard, then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot was short and sharp. The echo bounced between the eaves. The bullet cut like a blade through the air and tore flesh. The skull shattered as if it were fragile porcelain. Blood and brains sprayed out in a crescent, splattering the ground bright red. A wet, heavy thud followed, and bone fragments skittered, ringing in tiny, brittle sounds. Then came a deep, almost audible silence, as if time had been punctured and the air leaked out. Everyone went stiff, faces slowly sank back from terror towards something like normal. The breath that had been held in their chests finally released. They had always been cautious, not for lack of courage, but because Chunling himself was too strange. Some had even wondered whether he truly belonged to humanity's eyes, the odd reactions he'd shown, as if human mixed with something else. Whatever he had once been, what lay on the ground now was only a half-destroyed skull and a faded red coat. This guy is too weird. Qian Fan holstered his gun, spitting once. There was relief in his voice, and an indistinct chill he couldn't place. As he turned, the corner of his eye caught 2 figures under the eaves. 2 officers stood there, faces ashen, eyes wide like people who had seen something they shouldn't. What are you doing? Someone cried, disbelief in their voice. Gu, an officer, stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed ahead. He is still alive. Qian Fan followed the gesture. His eyes snapped down to pinpoints. A crimson corpse was lashed to a white skeleton. Half a skull lolled to one side. The cranium split into shards. Flesh slithered in the cracks, as if something crawled beneath. Half of an eyelid jerked open. A blood-red eyeball fixed on Qian Fan. The motion was stiff, but full of malice. Qian. The voice squeezed out of a deep well, coarse, torn. It made his teeth ache. Didn't I tell you to shoot twice? The voice raged, unhinged, like a beast. One shot, one kill me. You can't kill me. The shredded vocal cords scraped out a grating sound, like rust scraping bone. The three of them stood frozen. Strength drained from their legs, they nearly dropped to their knees. Monster! One of the officers shouted, pure terror in his voice. That's not human, it's a monster. Shoot. Just shoot. Chun-Ling screamed, near hysterical. Aim at this half of my head. Come on. Qian Fan's hand began to shake. That bloody face had rattled him too taunting, waiting for him to pull the trigger. I know, he ground out, piecing the memory together. It was you, the scourge, that fell that night. The two officers went even paler, as if a cold wind had passed through them. Those two things that had crawled from the gray fissures, one radiating a blade like chill, the other as heavy as a mountain, neither was something they could stand against. Qian Fan bit his lip and drew his pistol from his waist. His finger trembled, but he held the muzzle steady, trained on the red-clothed thing tied to the bones. He had no choice. Only bullets offered a sliver of hope. The moment he pulled the trigger, the gun was gripped by an invisible hand. The metal gave a high, tortured creak. The barrel twisted, contorting as if being wrung into scrap. It sounded like metal tearing. Qian Fan's fingers clenched. The gun warped the night, filled with the sour mix of gunpowder and sweat. The three of them stood locked in place. In the corpse's bloodshot eye there appeared a hint of a victorious smile. A terrible force slammed into his chest. Qian Fan, like a kite with its string cut, was hurled backward. The door panel shattered with chips, and snow sprayed into the air. He crashed hard onto the ground, his chest feeling as if it had been split open by a fist, his breath scattering. The two other enforcers gaped. Ahead of them was a blank nothing. Nothing to be seen. No figure. No origin. But to Chun-Ling the scene was not blank. Snow spun in the air. A familiar silhouette stood in the flurry. The red coat stabbed against the white. The boy slowly turned his head. Tears filled his eyes. His voice trembled as he called out, "Brother, brother, you can't just die like this. You can't accept it." Chun-Ling's skull was closing up slowly. The split wound stitched itself with invisible threads, bones clicked gently back into place. That one crimson eyeball remained fixed on Chun-Yin. The madness in it was ebbing, but a deep exhaustion lingered. He spoke, dry and rasping like a saw, his voice pushed up from the bottom of his throat. Not accept fate? What else am I supposed to do? Keep being their plaything? A trick for them to watch? What's the point? The boy gripped his hand tighter, his voice choking. Brother, you can't give up now. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Chun-Ling shut his eyes. Bloodshot veins webbed the whites. He stared for a long time, then suddenly laughed. The laugh had no warmth, only scorn. Hope. He spat the word like a handful of ash. You think you know hope? You give me shells. A sliver of false light. Make me chase it, and when I'm about to catch it, you snuff it out. Then I'm left in pieces. He looked up, his voice sharpened like a blade cutting the air. You're afraid. You're afraid that if I die again, I'll be gone for good. You're afraid there'll be nobody left to perform. So you made his likeness to trick me into staying alive, didn't you? Snow melted on his shoulder into a cold trickle. The metallic taste of blood rolled in his mouth. Chun-Ling's gaze was a keen edge aimed at invisible opponents. Each sentence peeled away another layer of camouflage. You can copy one of him. You can copy a second, a third. You'll keep coming until you drive me insane, he said, low, weary but resolute. What good is living? They'll keep intruding, keep tearing me apart. The boy bit his lip, panic sharpening his voice. Brother, as long as you live, there will be hope. One there? Chun-Ling laughed again, hollow and indifferent like wind through tattered canvas. He turned his head as if facing a non-existent audience, then suddenly shouted, almost roaring, give me empty hope. Watch me claw toward it, and pull it away when I nearly touch it. That's your game. That's the show you want. The shout fell. Snow kept coming down. The splintered door still shivered. The boy reached out, his voice breaking into a sob. Brother. Before he could finish, Chun-Ling's eyes had gone cold and hard. No solace, no looking back. Only that torn open truth hung in the icy air. You think you can control my life, toy with my mind? You can only dream. Chun-Ling roared. His voice was a blade, slicing the silence. Bro! A shout cut him off. He turned. Chun-Yin stood in the snow, tears streaking his face. His eyes clung to him like a last straw, full of pleading. "Brother, it's real. Believe me. I'm telling the truth." His voice trembled, like a little twig being snapped. Ling went still. First blankness, then a struggle and pain crossing his face. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. Words stuck in his throat like water frozen in ice. Yin drew in a breath of cold air and wiped the snow and tears from his eyes with his sleeve. Suddenly a calm resolve flashed in his gaze. "Brother, you're not without a way." He put his hand into his coat and pulled out an old cloth pouch. He yanked the mouth open. Beads spilled into the snow, clinking clear as a distant bell. They weren't ordinary beads. Each one was deep red glass, as if forged in fire, a light moving inside. When they hit the snow, their glow spread outward. Rings of light bloomed across the surface, like little stars that had fallen from the night sky. "They were left by it," Yin said softly, looking up. Above them, the original band of light was retreating toward the horizon, like light being pulled back by an ebbing tide. "That red star, the one up there, represents the play." He pointed at the sky. His voice grew softer but precise. "From the day I started learning to act, I felt it. It's like a lamp that draws people away. It wanted to take me, but I didn't want to go." He paused and looked at his brother. His breath stung with snow and a kind of resolution. "Every time it left, I left a piece behind, like bricks to patch a road. I thought if I gathered enough, I could take you all to see the end. But I've only collected 36 pieces." He let out a bitter, apologetic laugh. "Now I can't go." His voice was crushed down to almost nothing. Then he clenched his hand, gathering all the glass beads back into his palm. Light rolled there like hot sand scalding, but not burning skin. The wind carried a faint whine, like a swarm of insects beating their wings above. He suddenly threw the beads at the retreating band of light. Each bead sliced through the air with a tearing sound. They struck the sky and burst into countless pinpricks of light. The points drew to one another like magnets, like rivers joining into a stream, and quickly wove themselves into a thin ribbon. The ribbon trembled in the air like a wind-stirred satin strip. Then it began to chase, following the retreating path, pursuing the fading light. The snowfield held an uncanny silence. The new ribbon traced a fresh path through the sky, a glassy red with every step. It looked as if the road were being stitched back together. The air rang with a clear metallic tone. There was a warmth you could almost touch, not heat, but a gentle warmth, like a hand gripping yours. Ling stood rooted, something flowing in his eyes. He reached out to touch the newborn light, then drew back. Words recoiled into his throat. Snowflakes on his shoulder melted into droplets that ran down his collar. The two roads in the sky, one retreating, one pursuing, faced off in midair. Light rubbed against light, flaring into even more dazzling sparks. The sound rippled outward, a low, oceanic rumble like boulders colliding deep under the sea. "Brother, you have to survive. Go and see for me what lies at the end of that path of the play god, okay?" The two halves of the divine path collided in midair. The sound was like iron chains ripping. Light leapt up and in an instant lit the sky. Crimson pinpricks of starlight trembled, like glass being crushed. The road called the play god path was no ordinary way. It was a channel woven from divine radiance. Light served as planks, energy arched like stone beams. Now the bridge had snapped in two. The other end was being yanked back, as if someone were hauling in scattered star fragments. Yin stood on that end. He looked thin, but he didn't move, like a mountain refusing to fall. His presence was mute and heavy, as if the air itself were being flattened. He drove the starting point of that starlit road down right in front of Ling. The path stretched outward. It had abandoned Ling, but Yin had not. What happened? Outside the courtyard, the man in the shadows and Yun both looked up at the same time. Their eyes went wide. Beneath the crimson stars, the broken road was being sewn and repaired at a rate you could see with the naked eye. Light seams clicked together, gaps closed, like someone ironing cracks with a line of fire. "Why is that play god path being held in place?" the man in the shadows asked. "It actually chose Ling? How is that possible?" Yun's voice carried a shock he'd never shown before. They quickly scanned the center of the courtyard, the crowd, a tree, the roof tiles, nothing out of the ordinary. All they could sense in their vision was that road made of starlight. "Wait, something's off." The shadowed man's brow knitted tighter. What's wrong? Chu Muyun asked. The road has been twisted. The man's hand clenched as if gripping something. His voice dropped and quickened. I've never seen a divine path like this. Its weave has been stretched, its markers rewritten, like a map ripped to pieces and casually pasted back. What happens if someone walks a rewritten road? Chu Muyun's tone went cold. Nobody can say for sure. Toward heaven? Toward the abyss? A rewritten road's destination is no longer what it was. It might lead to ascension or to damnation. Fear glinted in the shadowed man's eyes. You mean, before Chu Muyun finished, the shadowed man had kicked off his sleeve and bolted for the courtyard. Hurry, stop him. You cannot let him take that twisted path. Chu Muyun followed. The two figures tore into the yard like arrows from a bow. Their steps kicked up dust. The air smelled of electricity, the metallic tang that comes before a storm. The starlight bridge under their feet flickered, breathing like a living thing. Chen Ling stood stunned. His gaze was locked on Chen Yan. Maybe it was a trick of light, or something else entirely, but he watched Chen Yan's silhouette fade bit by bit. The edges seemed eaten away by mist, the color drained. Yan Yan, Chen Ling cried, his voice full of prayer and terror. The wind in the courtyard stopped, even the rustle of leaves seemed sucked away. The glow on the star bridge flickered. Time itself felt stretched. Chen Ling's eyes snapped narrow. He shoved himself out of the cage woven from bones. Bone tips had ripped open his shoulder. The pain of torn flesh burned like fire. Blood dripped from his arm, plop, pooling into a dark red puddle. The air smelled of rusted copper and dust. He gritted his teeth and let out a hoarse roar. After another wrenching effort, the bones behind him creaked and groaned. At last he forced the prison open. He lunged forward, unsteady, heading straight for Chen Yan. Ah Yan, he cried. Reaching out, his fingers passed through the air and touched only cold emptiness. Before this, he could reach Chen Yan. Not this time. Chen Yan's figure blurred, but his smile stayed sharp and clear, like winter light, clean and gentle. Brother, he said softly. This time, I really have to leave. Leave where? Chen Ling's face went paper white. The blood loss had drained him. Chen Yan looked up, eyes calm. Back to where I'm meant to go? And, along the way, to lay the foundation for the path you'll walk. He stepped back. His footfalls were as light as falling leaves, and a spirit path unfurled slowly behind him. He began to fade, growing translucent. Only his voice remained, close to Chen Ling's ear. If you take this road, the world will be yours, brother. Chen Ling, don't go. That path, it's no good. Chu Muyun's voice exploded from a distance. Chen Ling seemed not to hear. He stood there, head bowed, stunned. Chu Muyun, dressed in a vivid red costume robe, stood at the starting point that looked like a phantom boat. He lifted his right foot slowly. The instant his soul landed, the void split as if cut by a blade. The thread-like spirit path solidified at once into a blood-red staircase, shooting straight toward the sky. Thud, his footfall rang in the silence like a drumbeat, echoing. The next moment, the stairway to heaven shrank rapidly, as if swallowed by an invisible mouth. It dissolved. Or rather, it hadn't dissolved so much as reappeared in the blink of an eye beneath Chen Ling's feet. Chu Muyun and the others rushed up to find Chen Ling, standing with his head bowed, motionless. Blood ran down his arm, painting the ground red. Chen Ling, I was calling you, didn't you hear me? Chu Muyun hurried forward, his voice all anxiety. Chu Muyun frowned and took 2 steps forward. He stopped before he could speak. The snow underfoot creaked softly. The cold wind bit his cheeks like a knife. What's wrong? The shadowed man asked. His voice was low in the emptiness, like a distant strike. Chu Muyun was about to answer. No sooner had he opened his mouth than something strange happened. His voice came from ahead, clear as day, but not from his lips. The shadowed man froze and turned. The source of the voice was the boy in the bright red opera robe. The boy stood with his back to them, his neck twisted unnaturally, as if some mechanism had been forced the other way. The robe's hem slapped in the wind. There was a faint rubbing at his throat, like an old wooden cabinet hinge squeaking. Chen Ling, didn't you hear me call just now? Chu Muyun's voice issued from the boy's throat, carrying a hollow echo. What's wrong? The shadowed man's words followed, coming from the same place. The two voices overlapped like 2 tracks of a tape playing at once. They exchanged a look. Then an even colder gust swept through. The wind sliced the snow, tiny ice shards dancing in the air. The boy didn't move. His red silhouette stabbed the white. But his face began to perform. It changed, like a stack of posters being torn off one by one. With the fall of every syllable, one expression on the boy's face was ripped away and replaced by another. First it was Chu Muyun's face, his gaze, the slope of his brows, even the little mole at the corner of his mouth. On the next line, stubble sprang up as if smoke had risen in the night, and the voice shifted to the timbre the shadowed man knew. Then it changed again, and again. With each swap, the air around them thickened, as if a finger had touched it and it had frozen into ice. How can he do this? The shadowed man's voice trembled between confusion and something stranger. I've seen things like this, Chu Muyun said, stepping closer, his voice low. The soft scrape of falling snow filled the gaps. Stepping onto the so-called path of gods is like climbing a staircase. Each step grants the body a skill. On the drama god path, the first rung often gives the power to change faces at will. What actors use as disguise is amplified along this road into the ability to treat one's appearance as a prop. Called the Thousand Faces? The shadowed man blurted, as if testing it out. Some call it that. Chu Muyun nodded, his words short and dry. I've heard most who first awaken get something like this. It's about mimicry, about replication. Judging from what we heard, that boy seems to be caught by that kind of skill. Their voices rose again from the boy's mouth, like an echo experiment that wouldn't stop. Each moment of exact coincidence sent a chill skittering down their spines. Then why does he look like he is not conscious? The shadowed man asked at last. There was an urgent gap in his tone, as if the next second the parade of faces would swallow him whole. His mind has been warped, the man in the shadows murmured. Backlash, Chu Muyun finished for him. So the skill's been distorted too. Chunling had been copying our speech a moment ago. Now he fell suddenly silent. Chu Muyun stared at him, brow tightening. I have a bad feeling, he said softly. The man in the shadows was about to ask for details when Chunling lifted his head. Then, a layer of skin was torn from his face like paper. The ripping wasn't soft. The pain was a metallic screech across bone. The air filled with the smell of rust and blood. From his neck, a black gun barrel pushed out thick, cold light glinting at the muzzle. It pointed steadily at them. Chu Muyun and the man in the shadows froze. Their gazes were nailed in place. Bang! A simulated gunshot burst from Chunling's throat. The sound wasn't human. It was like firecrackers, like distant thunder. The muzzle spat a blinding flare. A wave of heat scorched a brief dryness across their faces. Sparks shredded the light on the snow. Instinctively they recoiled, lunged back. Snow sprayed everywhere, and they slid tens of meters before coming to a stop. They looked back and saw no bullet. The muzzle kept spitting sparks, crackling like someone pantomiming firing without any real rounds. Did Block 7 ever say the 1,000 faces could become a gun barrel? The man in the shadows asked, blinking, bewilderment thick in his voice. No. Chu Muyun shook his head, his speech slowing, as if explaining a basic fact to someone unfamiliar. 1,000 Faces is a face-changing ability, like a magician swapping masks. Under normal circumstances, it only alters appearance. But he can even transform objects. This is insane. The man in the shadows clutched his coat. Is that the price for a twisted mind? Chu Muyun's expression was complicated. Red fabric at the corner of his coat trembled in the cold wind. Chunling looked like a puppet that could fire, the barrel trained on empty air, his fingers squeezing the trigger by muscle memory. Each discharge produced only light and noise. No bullets. No tangible harm. Only performance. Then, suddenly, the muzzle stilled. As if something had drawn its attention, it turned toward the three people huddled beneath the eaves. They curled into the shadows, breaths mixing with the whisper of snow. The muzzle's sparks died down. Silence piled on the snow. Does he still have any sanity? The man in the shadows asked in a low voice. There was a thread of hope tangled with fear. Chu Muyun did not answer immediately. He watched the iron-black barrel growing from the neck. In its dark sheen, tiny quivers flickered, as if some thought were struggling inside. A gust of wind passed, and the barrel gave a faint shiver, like the twitch of someone thinking. There's a residue. Chu Muyun finally said, his tone colder. But not much. Enough to let him see a target. enough to make him stop. It might also be just an instinct. After a few seconds, the barrel slowly retracted, like a snake pulling back. Chunling's face folded itself back together, skin sliding into place. The tear vanished as if it had never been. The metallic tang in the air faded. He opened his eyes. They were hollow, but with a stranger's clarity, like a momentary gasp pulled from the abyss. "Don't come any closer." Chu Muyun ordered the two under his breath, then stepped forward, locking his gaze on Chunling. His voice was calm, but carried absolute command. "Speak. Now." The man in the shadows froze. Or rather, instinct. Chu Muyun's voice was cold as a knife. The instinct for revenge. The three men with their guns trained on her went completely pale. They had just watched Chunling change with their own eyes, her body torn apart, then convulsing like a thing gone mad. The images hit them like cold iron hammers, blow after blow. They could hardly think. "Damn it, why won't you die?" Qian Fan roared. His voice sounded like ripped cloth. He raised his gun again and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Bullets smashed into Chunling's body. Blood spattered, the cold blood smoked in the air. Even so, her flesh was not like steel. It was as if she had a different shell, now brittle and terrible. The next instant, her face was ripped open. The massive barrel vanished. In its place was a face painted in thick makeup red paint, hooked brows like a Dan roll from the opera. Those brows and eyes alarmingly resembled the dead Chen Yan. A crimson costume swept across the snow. Each step crushed the white into fine flakes. The red burned like a fire in the pale world. The Dan stared straight at Qian Fan and the others. Her lips moved. The voice dropped. Chun Yan's singing floated out clear, piercing, echoing over the courtyard like a knife through air. The little nun, barely 18, in the spring of her years, her master shaves her hair. Every day in the Buddha hall she burns incense and changes the water and watches a few disciples playing by the gate. The Arya stretched and then snapped back like a hook. The red robe left a trailing afterimage. In the next heartbeat, it vanished from the spot. Qian Fan's vision blurred. A dagger sliced open a wrist, the blade flashed with a cold light. He screamed. The gun flew from his hand and thudded into the snow. He instinctively reached for the ritual implement at his chest. The other hand was torn by the same cold gleam, flung from his arm like a feather. He keeps his eyes on us. We keep ours on him. Under the makeup, those eyes were hollow as wells. The pupils were black holes, fixed on Qian Fan. So close they nearly grazed his face, he could see the blood vessels twitching at the corners. "Chunling! Chunling!" Qian Fan called, his voice trembling. The cry broke into fragments across the snow and fell into the silent night. "I know I'm wrong." Qian Fan's voice tore through the air. Muscles in his face twitched. Pain contorted him. Fear ran deeper. "Please let me go. I'll give you all the money." "I'll never." His words guttered like a candle in the wind. Thud. The dagger was a sliver of cold light, driven into his chin. The plea snapped off. Blood opened on the snow like an ink blot. "He and I, we were tangled together." The man muttered. His voice was dry, like a cracked gong on an old opera stage. Qian Fan went down straight. Snow settled on his face and melted into a red ring. Dan Jiao drew the dagger casually. His sleeve fluttered with each step like the wings of a spreading butterfly. His gaze swept the remaining two lawmen in the courtyard. They saw him, shouted once, then turned and ran, feet stumbling, powerless to fight back. Dan Jiao tipped on his toes and crossed the snow. The dagger traced a cold arc through the air. The blade cut the white, two figures collapsed as if struck. Blood spattered up and struck his wide cuff like red petals. He stopped. 3 deep, dark imprints marred the snow. The cold wind carried the scent of iron into everyone's nostrils. The last 2 bodies hit hard. The whole courtyard seemed doused with a bucket of fresh blood. Scarlet soaked the stone steps and threshold. The air grew heavy, as if even breathing might be wrenched away. The man in red stood amid the heap of corpses. Blood dripped from the blade in slow, clear beats. In that moment, he looked more like a shadow walking out of hell. Then the mask or the disguise seemed to split. The face of Chun Yan peeled away, revealing another face underneath. It was Chunling. The true visage returned. His eyes were hollow. He stood alone. The dagger slipped from his fingers and hit the snow with a series of tiny sounds. A cold wind skimmed past like a knife through dead grass. Chun-Ling toppled backward like a stalk of dry straw, face up on the ground, motionless. Finally, it's over. A long breath came from afar. Two figures walked slowly toward them. Chu Muyun led. Behind him walked a man wrapped in shadow. The shadowed man stopped by the corpses and looked down at Chun-Ling. There was no surprise in his eyes, only calm. Something apocalyptic was wound around his body, the shadowed man said. His voice was slow, as if stating an inevitable fact. That thing warped his path. From now on, he'll never be like ordinary people. Chu Muyun's mouth tilted. The smile was neither joyful nor mocking. An oddball could be better. The Twilight Society is made for people like that. The shadowed man lifted his head and asked, "You really going to take him into the Twilight Society?" Chu Muyun slid his hand into his coat pocket with a brisk motion. He produced an envelope, pinched between his fingers. A red Joker card was stuck to the flap. The red on the card was sharp as a blade against the snow and blood. "It's not my call." Chu Muyun pushed the envelope toward the shadowed man. His voice was even. The shadowed man chuckled. "It's the Red King." In the distance, something detonated. Boom! The snow trembled, as if the world's chest had been struck by a single brutal blow. From the void came a low, resonant hum. The snow shattered like glass, flaking apart and scattering. They were out on the wasteland, several kilometers from the manor. The boy idly swung a stick, doing nothing in particular. Then he looked up, surprise written in his eyes. At the center of the snow, a formation lay like an ice-cold plum blossom. 8 lines interlaced, taut as teeth. A jagged, savage split opened in the pattern. A black overcoat was pulled out of the gap. Han Meng's hands grabbed the ragged edge of the ice crack and yanked. The array exploded into fragments. The air was ripped open. Wind hurled dust and blood across Han Meng's coat. A figure fell out of the void, utterly bedraggled. His chest heaved, his breath carried the metallic tang of blood and an icy sting. The boy covered his mouth, or, more precisely, he covered the large hollow in his paper-white face. His pupils pinched down, as if he'd seen a monster. Han Meng stared at him. Swift as a flash, he raised his wrist and leveled the muzzle at the boy. The gun emitted a low metallic hum. The barrel was cold as night. "Don't get so excited." The boy smiled, entertained. He propped his chin, curiosity in his eyes. "Admit it, I underestimated you at first. Didn't he expect there to be a genius in the Aurora domain? You're Han Meng? Don't use my name." Han Meng's voice was as cold as a blade. "You people don't expect me to join you. Join our Dusk Society." The boy waved casually. Dusk Society, the name held both light and shadow. To him it sounded like a club. To outsiders, it was a name whispered in the dark. Han Meng didn't smile. His presence pressed on the air like a heavy stone slab. An invisible field radiated from him, like a sudden heat wave on a summer night, and like a cold current from the deep. His gaze was a blade. "Across every domain you're listed as the primary threat. Whenever you appear, you're dealt with first. You and humanity are natural enemies." The boy shrugged, unconcerned. "That's overblown. We haven't done anything that deranged." Han Meng's mouth tilted into a thin sneer. "Really? Even wiping out an entire human domain can be called a misunderstanding?" The boy's brow shot up, about to answer. At that moment, a low sound came from the distant manor's roof. An arc of light tore through the air like an arrow, shooting into the night. The streak ripped the silence of the snowy evening and climbed toward the sky. "So people really are pretty biased against us." The boy shrugged, his voice perfunctory. "I'm not going to say more. You'll understand someday." Han Meng squinted. His hand trembled as he pulled the trigger. The shot buzzed like an electrical current. Cold wind tossed his trench coat. The bullet sliced like an ice blade through the boy's chest, leaving a hollow gouged out. No blood, no warmth, only the sound of air tearing. The boy's face drained in an instant, like an old photograph bleached by the sun. His body thinned rapidly, reduced to the thickness of paper. He flattened into a simple sketch and was lifted by the cold wind. The paper slapped against Han Meng's face, bone deep cold. Han Meng ripped it away and saw the drawing. The boy wearing a white paper mask, sitting cross-legged, one hand raised with the middle finger extended, his expression mocking. Han Meng tore the picture to shreds. The confetti of paper fell like gray snow. "The Dusk Society has appeared in the Aurora realm," he said softly. The smile was gone from his voice. "Trouble's here." He glanced toward the courtyard. turned, and left. No one stopped him. The gate squealed sharp against his shoulder as he pushed it open. The wind brought the smell of rust and blood. Corpses lay scattered in the yard like overturned bundles of cloth. Blood stained the earth a dark red. On the ground, 9 silver coins lay scattered, their cold glint flashing among the dead leaves. The Ice Spring Street celebration, 22 people. Not one of them got up. Chunling opened his eyes slowly. The spotlight was a blade searing his retinas. He raised a hand instinctively to shield them, but didn't get up. His body pressed against the stage boards. The wood smelled of dry mildew and fresh dust. The past few hours were like a film torn to shreds, frames flashing in a rush. Chun Yan's silhouette vanished into the darkness beyond the door. The truth cut like a cold knife. He remembered the crisp shatter of glass, someone shouting his name, the wildfire impulse of rage, the instant of falling despair, and then a thin, inexplicable sliver of hope. How he wished it were a dream. Wished his mother would call from outside to wake him for breakfast. Wished he'd fumble into his coat, snap on his ID badge, go to the theater, and be a corporate drone for the day. He tugged at the corner of his mouth in the dim light. The laugh that escaped was so small it was swallowed by the wind. The theater was still as death. The air felt like it had been sucked of its last breath. Before the stage, hundreds, maybe thousands, of red pupils stared at him like glowing nails. Their gaze had no warmth, only waiting. Chunling sat up slowly. His finger dragged a gray streak across the wooden plank. Something taut in his chest felt like an invisible string. His eyes wandered through that sea of crimson. A mute question churned in him. Even if he walked that path to theatrical godhood, could he really leave these spectators? Or would he only become more entertaining? No answer. Only breath. Only the stare from the house. He rose. His steps were light. He walked to the big screen at center stage. The screen lit up like a living thing. Characters jumped out line by line, each accompanied by a crisp chime, like coins falling in the distance. Lines appeared on the screen one after another. The voice was cold and mechanical. Audience anticipation +1. Audience anticipation +1. Audience anticipation. Current anticipation 77%. Detected connection to actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience anticipation 50. Current anticipation 27%. Those changes had happened during the courtyard scene. When Qian Fan shot himself, a connection was severed. The anticipation level was halved. The numbers on the screen flickered like buttons being slammed down and released. But the number didn't fall to 0. The remaining anticipation still exceeded 20%. Not a single red eye had turned away. They kept staring at the man on stage. The atmosphere didn't loosen. If anything, it grew colder. Chunling smelled iron, like distant machinery grinding. He knew one thing. As long as the total anticipation was kept under control, a complete takeover was unlikely. Death might buy a chance at resurrection. It was safer to pull the anticipation back above 70%. But how? The question sank back into silence. One corner of the screen pulsed a treasure chest icon, dimly glowing. Chunling reached out. His fingertip touched the touchscreen. Instantly, the stage lights flared. The drums sped like a heartbeat. The music surged and vibrated his ribs. In a blink, a wooden table appeared center stage, its grain shining with oil. The mechanical voice came again, forced out as if from a throat. Detected audience anticipation surpassing 70% for the first time. Achievement unlocked. Special praise. You have earned 1 extra draw. Upon use, 1 character ability will be randomly selected from all roles in this production for learning. The voice was impassive. In the echoes of the stage, there was a faint, unnameable expectancy. Chunling's fingertip remained on the screen. His palm was warm, like a shadow blistered by light. He stared at the sudden prize. Countless possibilities flickered through his mind. The red eyes on stage did not blink. The performance continued. Chunling walked to the table. The cards rose from the air as if summoned, one by one, landing on the surface. They came in different colors. Most were white and gray. There were a few more blues than last time, as if a new character had brought a new skill. He remembered last time he'd drawn Han Ming's Dance of Slaughter. That card had cut his past like a blade. The echo of victory still rang in his ears, a metallic aftersound. He raised his hand and flicked his fingertip. The backs of the cards flipped down together. A shimmer swept over them like a tide, quick, neat. With a snap, everything stilled. He hesitated for half a beat, then tapped one with his fingertip. The card flipped. Its edge sliced the air with a soft sound. A streak of deep blue jumped into view. Skill: Mystic Eye. Affinity: Way of the Divine Healer, Blood Slaughter Path, Rank 1. Character: Chu Muyun. Chun Ling's eyes narrowed. Those two characters' blood slaughter seemed magnified, so heavy the air itself dropped. A healer's path tied to blood? He reached out and drew the card into himself. Information poured into his head like cold spring water. Not words, images arrived first. A pair of eyes magnified. Pupil, sclera, capillaries like a world under a high-powered lens. A person's breath in the frame turned into rising and falling ripples. The tremor of a finger became tiny drumbeats. Micro-expressions stretched into slow motion. Every detail blew up, so close he could almost touch it. He saw a hidden wound beneath a sleeve, a thread of deep red seeping through. In the sound, a heartbeat became a counter. A slight weight shift and undercurrent would, a second later, shove the opponent out of initiative. A smile stayed at the corner of a mouth for 2 frames, but panic lived in the eyes, all of it tagged, analyzed, classified. Not like Dance of Slaughter. That had been blade, rhythm, destruction. Mystic Eye was a microscope, a high-speed camera, a shaft of light a doctor strikes in the dark. It didn't hand you force, it laid out an opponent's motions, intents, feints, and truths in advance, like reading the next frame. A faint sting pressed behind his eyes, as if a lens had been affixed to his retina. More information flowed in how to use it, its limits, its cooldown. His senses grew finer. The edges of the world sharpened. After he absorbed it, the card dissolved silently, leaving only the table. The air settled, but his chest warmed, as if he'd sipped hot tea. Chun Ling stared at the empty table and murmured, "This? What does it mean?" Chun Ling walked to the table. The light was as cold as a blade. On the tabletop, there was an extra sheet of paper. It held only a few lines. The handwriting was neat, like stage directions. "Congratulations on completing the piece. Opening chapter Heartless. Audience anticipation for this piece, 78%. You have been granted 1 designated draw. After use, you may select 1 character from all those who appear in this piece and randomly acquire one of that character's abilities. The chance of obtaining a rare ability will vary with the piece's overall anticipation rating." The lines were finished. Under the spotlight, the papers on the table suddenly began to flip. Another page. Another. The sheets rustled as if torn by wind. The smell of ink burst into the air with a damp, metallic tang. Each page seemed to whisper. The lines were blades, stabbing into Chun Ling's ears one after another. "Who am I?" Crash. A pale flash of lightning split the sky. Rain fell like a down curtain. The earth was torn into mud. Thunder rolled like a giant drum pounding his chest. He squinted. His gaze slid over the pages. Those sentences were like reflected fragments. Many scenes he recognized. Neon on a street corner, the green light in a hospital corridor, the residue of an axe. It was as if someone had been writing down his every step these past few days. "So it's you." Behind the wooden table, a man in a white coat turned slightly. His voice was warm and unfamiliar. "Here to get medicine for your brother again? Didn't he transfer to the hospital in District 2? The dialogue on the paper was broken and echoing, like shards. His fingertips brushed the paper's edge. It was cool and sharp. Page after page turned, memories drawn out and listed. "Ling, you're already dead. You shouldn't be here." Shin Ten's eyes were rimmed red. He clutched the axe, his fingers white, knuckles like taut strings. His voice was low, fractured with resolve. "Whatever is occupying your body, I'll set you free." Thunder rose again. The gray clouds were peeled back like old cloth. The axe handle struck the wooden floor with a dull, heavy thud. Wood chips skittered at his feet like dried tears. "Don't be afraid, brother." Chun Yin spoke in a low voice. There was the dampness of night in his words as he hid the shovel in his palm. "I buried him for you." Line after line on the paper kept switching. Strange faces were annotated with familiar gestures. One voice. Another identity. Each appearance felt like someone else cutting his life into scenes. "Hello, I'm Enforcer Chun Ling. Are you ready to answer my questions?" The tone was affable, but felt like the cold light under an interrogation lamp. Breath was amplified. The air in his chest sounded like broken glass. The pages continued to flip. The sentences grew urgent, as if someone were chasing something or running away. Rather than spend a lifetime as a puppet, the paper read. Chunling saw that line, and his heart clenched. He couldn't see the string, but he felt it tug along his spine. His actions were annotated in another's hand. Every choice felt held by someone else's. Scene changes. Monster, monster. An enforcer screamed. The voice tore. Fear pushed the words high, like a cracked whistle. He is not human. He is a monster. The sentences on the pages broke into fragments. Rain, thunder, footsteps, the clash of metal wove into a vast, brutal symphony. Chunling heard his name called in different mouths, chewed and projected onto many faces. The pages ran out. The last line glowed alone under the light. No explanation, no punctuation, only an imperative statement, like the final line of an audition, hanging cold in the air. The last line was a scene. He stood alone in a sea of blood. The dagger slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor. A cold wind swept through, carrying a metallic chill. His whole body went limp like dry grass and fell backward, face up. When Chunling finished reading, his scalp prickled. His chest went hollow for a moment, and his breathing became shallow and fast. His palms were suddenly slick with sweat. He had long had the sense of being watched, but it wasn't until now that he truly understood how strange it was. Worse, all he could see were fragments of himself. On the page, only where his figure appeared were there words. The rest was cut off by thick black lines, like curtains hiding the remainder of the world. Even the protagonist did not have the full perspective of the whole play. "Is this a script written from my memories?" he whispered, his voice thin, squeezed out of his throat. The last word fell. The pages folded together in midair. They rubbed against each other with a faint, crisp sound, then automatically bound into a volume and dropped into his palm, heavy. A few lines on the cover stood out. First play. Initial chapter, Heartless. Starring Chunling. Also featuring Chunyan, Han Ming, Chu Muyun, Chun Tan. At that moment, a wooden bookcase materialized in the corner of the room. Chunling stared at the script in his hand and didn't move for a long time. Then he stood, walked to the bookcase, and placed the booklet in the leftmost slot of the top shelf, spine facing outward. The two characters Heartless were clearly visible. The motion was simple but highly ritualized. He was about to turn and pull out the second play when a familiar, calm voice sounded at his ear, like a broadcast and like an order. "Intermission is over. Please resume the performance." A black curtain slowly drew aside. Light sliced through dust. Chen felt his consciousness as if lifted by a thread, pulled out of the theater. His body lightened, emptied, drifting toward nothingness. He heard the wind. He heard the faint clap of paper edges. He heard the low wooden resonance of the bookcase. Then there was silence. "You're awake." It felt as if someone had pried his eyelids open. Light stabbed into his eyes. The voice came low at his side, Chu Muyun's voice. The heater hummed in the room. The air smelled of clothing and the must of turned pages. Chu had already taken off a wool coat and hung it over the chair back. He wore a white shirt and a dark vest, cuffs neatly rolled. He sat by the window, flipping through a medical book, his fingertips tapping the pages as if keeping a rhythm. Chunling slowly lifted his head. Outside, the sky was a wash of gray-white, and a light breeze brushed the windowsill. Chu looked up at him, calm but with a trace of expectancy. He hadn't finished speaking before the short blade was already at his throat, like a flash of lightning. The edge was icy. The words were swallowed in an instant along with the candlelight. Even the air grew heavy. In the gloom, the man in red froze. The tip of the knife trembled. Only the wick hissed softly. Chu Muyun's eyelids twitched. He looked up at that face, calm as a still lake. "Looks like that cultivation path really changed you," the man in red said low, as if pressing a sharp blade to his ear. "There's a lot of killing intent. You knew a yin was only pretending," Chunling said, staring at him, a cold light in her eyes. "And you acted like you didn't know, stayed there so long. What exactly are you after?" Chu Muyun shut the book, his palm flattening over the cover like holding down a weapon. "I'm a doctor," he said, his tone clean. "I went there to heal." There was no malice in his voice. The knife's point, however, felt ready to slip at any moment. Chunling's look turned colder. "If you wanted to harm me, you'd have had 1,000 chances." Silence fell. The fire stretched their shadows long. The tang of metal on skin was strong. Chu Muyun shifted slightly and offered a faint, indifferent smile. How much do you know? Chen Ling asked, guarded. Unfortunately, everything. Chu Muyun said quietly, each word cutting. How much is everything? She stepped closer. The blade came nearer. Light danced on the steel as if trying to reflect the truth. What do you think? Chu Muyun's mouth moved. There was a strange curiosity in his eyes, like a hunter studying an unusual beast. I'm curious. You fused something into your body that could destroy everything. How did you stay lucid? How do the two kinds of existence keep each other in check? The question hit Chen Ling's pupils like an ice nail. They narrowed sharply. Her expression shifted. She tensed. From the moment they first met, Chu Muyun had deliberately stayed behind. He'd been watching, feigning indifference while probing details about a yin. That bespectacled, polite-looking man was in fact the most calculating among them. Chen Ling hadn't expected him to part the veil of her secret on his first sentence. Worse, he seemed to know more. His voice carried the cool calm of an observer, a high, chilling vantage that left her feeling stripped of every defense. She forced composure and fired back. So, what will you do? Split open my skull to look? Turn me over to the authorities? Or use this to blackmail me into doing something for you? Chu Muyun's eyes caught the candlelight. The flames flickered in his pupils. He raised a hand, fingertips grazing the page as if ticking off an answer. To be honest, he said slowly, first and foremost, I'm very interested. Chu Muyun spread his hands helplessly, his voice soft. Too bad. My superiors won't allow it. He shook his head again. His gaze tightened, as if he were pinning the words into the air. Besides, the second thing is even less likely. If you went with me to the enforcer's headquarters, I'd be the first one they'd target. Chen Ling caught the point instantly. His speech sped up a half beat. Aren't you the miracle doctor of Aurora City? Who's your superior? The dean. Chu Muyun smiled faintly and pushed up his glasses. Miracle doctor was just a cover I made up. To get in. Chen cut straight to the point. Then what's your real identity? Chu licked his lips, as if deciding whether to tell the truth. Have you heard of the Dusk Society? Chen shook his head. Dusk Society. Chu said the three words cleanly, like drawing a card from his hand. It's not a public faction. It's not in the 9 or the 8 major domains. We number members by playing card faces. We plant ourselves across human territories and do things no one dares or can do openly. There was a calm confidence in his voice, as if he were describing a contract rather than a crime. Doesn't sound very righteous. Chen frowned. Chu shrugged, a tired smile in it. We call ourselves justice. To ordinary people, our justice usually looks like evil. What we do is trample established rules underfoot and force the world to live another way. Chen snorted with disgust. Sorry, I don't join cults or pyramid schemes. His tone was dry. His eyes drew an invisible curtain, shutting out the brainwashed scenes of his past. His voice lowered. I've heard that kind of smooth talk too many times before. Even if I've got disaster breathing down my neck, I wouldn't throw myself at something like that. Chu Muyun said nothing in reply. He changed the subject, casting out a bait. We're not a cult. Our ideals just clash with this era. Besides, the pay is high, about 10 times what an enforcer makes. 10 times. Chen blinked, then shook his head immediately. His voice was as cold as autumn wind. Money doesn't tempt me much. Without my life, even a fortune is just paper. He looked past the window toward the city's lights. The weak glow carved a cool shadow across his face. What I want most now is to shake off those invisible eyes, to free myself from the control of the audience. Everything else is secondary. Chu fell silent. Their breaths crossed in the small room. Outside, a car engine hummed in the distance, like the city's unwilling heartbeat. We've got plenty of connections, Chu Muyun said evenly. If you get stuck on that route, find one of our people. How many members do you have? Chen Ling asked, staring at him. Alive? About 20 or so. Chu's voice was low. Silence. The air felt as if a knife had slit it open. We can talk more about our justice. Chu shifted his tone. No need. Chen Ling cut him off. He sheathed the short blade with a clean motion. He drew a long breath, as if trying to suck the heat back into his chest. I need to think. Chu leaned back against the chair slowly. There wasn't much surprise in his eyes, nor any attempt to stop him. He said calmly, no problem. When you decide, Come find me at Xiao Feng's grocery. I'll be here all day. Chen Ling stood up to leave. Chu reached into his shirt and pulled out a small square. Silver gray, not very big, the corners slightly worn. He handed it over like a key. What's this? Chen Ling took it, his fingertips felt a chill. Fine grooves like circuitry marked the surface. It hummed faintly, as if some small heart were beating inside. A gift from your higher-ups, Chu said flatly. With it, you might get a better sense of what we do. Chen Ling turned the object over in his hand. It was heavier than he expected, the metal-'s cold bit into his palm. A dim light moved through the grooves like a river held back. He nodded once and slipped it into his sleeve. Okay, thanks, Chu added, his voice dropping a notch, warning in it. Watch your heart. Don't let that path get into your head. It isn't just a technique. It changes your moods and twists your thoughts. Chen Ling said nothing. He noticed it himself. Since taking that path, his dreams had been threaded with hissing in crowds. A strange irritability would flare up at night. He woke more often. His emotions were like water, churned with grit, clouded. He needed to calm down, clear his head, figure out exactly who he was walking this path for. Outside, the stairway was narrow and steep. Chun followed the wooden handrail down. The hallway smelled of old paper and cooking oil. His footsteps on the stone set a steady rhythm. Xiaofeng's grocery was still lit. The bell over the door chimed crisply like scattered silver coins. Inside were sweets, canned food, and half-open bags of tea. A middle-aged woman behind the counter was asleep against a pillow, a faint taste of chewing gum still at her mouth. She glanced up at him, then buried her face again, breathing slow as a pendulum. He remembered the place. Though it was far from Frost Street, the prices were cheap. At New Year, he often brought Chun Yin here to buy snacks. He hadn't expected it to be a base. He didn't linger. He pushed the door gently. A cold gust rushed in, carrying the oil scent of street pancakes and winter-esque bite. Chen Ling closed the door and walked steadily into the cold night. The snow didn't stop. The wind flung flakes across the street. It had already come up to his ankles. Each step was heavy, the soles of his shoes squeaked, and clumps of snow stuck to his pant legs, frozen hard. Chen Ling glanced at the street sign and headed toward Frost Street. He couldn't say why he was going back. There was nothing left there, only that little house. It was his only shelter in the world. Even if the place held no warm memories, he had nowhere else to go. He hunched his shoulders, the snow tapped a tiny drum on them. His breath came out in white mist with every inhale and exhale. The cold wind cut his face like a blade. Chen Ling,